Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 4201. Chapter 4201, 4201. Chapter 4201, The Fourth Gem. Having decided to no longer care about the Lingmiao domain, Lin Moya could act freely and with peace of mind. All of the undead servants were recalled in this matter. The undead servants could offer no assistance. Divine runes shimmered in the void, stabilizing part of the void but at the same time causing a slight impact on the domain core. Lin Moya managed the process well. The impact was not strong, still within the tolerance of the domain core. This approach was like dancing on the edge of a blade. If the domain core collapsed at this moment, the result would be unpredictable. When a domain core collapses, it inevitably releases terrifying destructive force, and the void will also shatter. Lin Moya was not concerned about injury to himself, but worried that the Myriad Marvel Tablet might be forever lost, whereabouts unknown. If the Myriad Marvel Tablet fell into chaos, it would be nearly impossible to retrieve it. Thus, his only option was to be extremely careful, yet even so, there was no absolute guarantee. If the domain really collapses, then it wasn't meant for me. I cannot force it, Lin Moya thought. The fragility of this domain core stood in stark contrast to the former stability of the Wanling Pavilion. Normally, a domain core should be even more stable than elsewhere, but here it was just the opposite. The domain core was extremely fragile, while other areas were relatively much more stable. Lin Moya's fingers danced on the edge of risk, constantly touching the limits of the domain core, but fortunately, the core held up until the formation was complete. Taking a deep breath, Lin Moya had completed half his plan. Next came activating the formation, which would cause another shock to the domain core, even stronger than during the setup. He had other methods prepared, but whether he would succeed depended on luck. He held his breath and waited for the right moment. The Myriad Marvel Tablet kept shifting position, sustaining the domain core for one more moment, and gradually coming closer to Lin Moya's predetermined spot. Getting closer and closer, Lin Moya silently counted down in his heart. As the final second arrived, Lin Moya flicked his finger. Formation activate. Waves of tremendous power shot out, locking down the void as the formation activated, and so did the Great Thousand World. Lin Moya projected the Great Thousand World again, its vast power working together with the formation to tightly lock the void. The domain core again showed signs of breaking, but Lin Moya no longer cared. He only needed the domain to last another 3 to 5 seconds. The projection of the Great Thousand World instantly expanded like a net, forcefully enveloping the domain core and slowing its collapse. Almost at the same moment, the Catastrophic Scepter appeared in Lin Moya's hand. His body grew larger and his arm lengthened. He used all his strength to smash the Catastrophic Scepter outward. When he first swung, the targeted spot was empty. Only as the Catastrophic Scepter reached the area did a faint shadow suddenly appear. Lin Moya's timing was extremely precise, with an error of less than a 10,000th of a second. At the instant he struck, the Myriad Marvel Tablet manifested in the void. Boom! The Myriad Marvel Tablet was struck, covered in countless cracks, and sent flying backwards. The formation gripped the tablet tightly, not letting it escape. Not only the formation but also the Great Thousand World exerted force to stop the tablet. Within less than a thousandth of a second, Lin Moya's second blow arrived. The Catastrophic Scepter turned into afterimages, raining down on the Myriad Marvel Tablet in a storm. Cracks spread rapidly, and it seemed about to shatter. Faint, peculiar auras wafted out of the tablet. Lin Moya's expression changed drastically. The Catastrophic Scepter in his hand was actually trembling. The Soul Gem, Elemental Gem, and Balance Gem all shone with light simultaneously. Even though Lin Moya hadn't activated them, they all glowed at once. Could it be? A thought formed in Lin Moya's mind. Could the treasure inside the Myriad Marvel Tablet be the fourth gem of the Catastrophic Scepter? If that's true, Lin Moya's heart raced. He had never been able to find the fourth gem, and now it was about to appear. The fifth gem was in the Ferry of Calamity, and to board the ferry again, the mysterious figure's requirement was to find the fourth gem. Though Lin Moya had searched for it, he had never succeeded. He knew finding the fourth gem was harder than searching for a needle in a haystack. He'd long given up on actively searching, leaving it to fate. He even wondered whether the fourth gem wasn't in the 5 world domains at all. After all, an artifact like the Catastrophic Scepter surpassed the domain level, so it would be quite normal for the fourth gem not to be within the 5 world domains. To his surprise, the fourth gem appeared here. Trying to calm himself, Lin Moya remembered that the Myriad Marvel Tablet wasn't something from the 5 world domains but originated from the Lingmiao domain. If his guess was correct, the treasure was the fourth gem, and it actually led the broken Lingmiao domain here. But for all 5 gems to come together in one domain struck him as odd. Could it be that the gems attract each other, thus scattering in the same domain? This possibility wasn't impossible. Treasures have spirit with an artifact as advanced as the Catastrophic Scepter. A hint of spiritual connection might draw them together by fate or cause and effect. Lin Moya's mind raced, but his hands didn't stop. He wanted to see exactly what the fourth gem was. The first three gems, one dominated souls, one controlled elements, one held balance. All three seemed unrelated, yet there was a subtle link among them. Lin Moya truly couldn't guess what the fourth gem might be or what it would do. After smashing down more than 1,000 times in an instant, the myriad marvel tablet finally couldn't take any more and exploded with a deafening crash. To withstand so many strikes from the Catastrophic Scepter, the myriad marvel tablet was the hardest object Lin Moya had ever encountered, bar none. The Catastrophic Scepter's power was such that even the Seeking Cause ring, struck a few times, would be pulverized. That the tablet was so tough was surely due to the gem inside. When the myriad marvel tablet shattered, a fist-sized, strange gemstone appeared before his eyes. It shimmered quietly, its surface displaying billions of colors, stunningly beautiful. At the same time, the whole gem radiated a noble and elegant aura that would entrance anyone at first sight. At the instant Lin Moya saw the gem, it was as if he witnessed countless domains, and within them, countless worlds coming into and out of existence. He did not reach out to touch the gem, feeling it too noble for that. Instead, he extended the Catastrophic Scepter. The fourth gem quivered lightly, then, with a shoop, flew straight into the scepter, returning to its rightful place. With the return of the gem, 4 of the 5 gems were now in place. The Catastrophic Scepter was nearly complete. At this moment, the entire scepter trembled and burst out with dazzling, blinding light, while an immense flow of information forcefully flooded Lin Moya's soul. Domain gem can refine domains, can also create domains. Lin Moya was astonished. The fourth gem was a domain gem. Refine a domain, create a domain. Could such a thing even exist in this world? This was a domain, not just a small world. Worlds belong to domains and borrow the domain's laws and rules, so creating a world is barely plausible. But a domain is born from chaos, evolving its own rules and great Tao's. Creating a domain is simply not something a cultivator should touch. This is defying the will of heaven. Lin Moya gritted his teeth and muttered. At the same time, a torrent of powerful information crashed into his soul. Chapter 4202. Chapter 4202, 4202. Chapter 4202, The Past and Present of the Lingniao Realm. Countless images appeared before Lin Moya's eyes, revealing the entire history of the Lingniao Realm, why it was destroyed, how it was devastated, and how it came to join the 5 world domains. This was the first gift the Realm Gem gave to Lin Moya after it returned. In its prime, the Lingniao Realm had produced a supreme cultivator, one who was on the verge of becoming the master of the realm. He was the one known in Wan Zongling's words as the Wan Niao Supreme. Though titled Supreme, he was not yet a true celestial sovereign. That status was his goal, his pursuit. Perhaps he might have reached it one day, but at that time he was still far off. He had already refined most of the realm's core, standing atop the Lingniao realm and opening its core for all saint spirit cultivators to freely come and go. These saint spirits would often sit together in the core to discuss the Tao. In Lin Moya's view, this man, though only outwardly at the peak of the saint spirit realm, possessed power far beyond that level, rivaling even the Candle Dragon after transcendence. Once he became realm lord, his strength would advance further, making him a leading figure even among transcendents, with a future as a true sovereign possible. For Lingniao realm to produce such a strong figure was exceedingly rare. Under his leadership, the realm did grow stronger, but he seemed to harbor ambitions of his own. Later, the Wanling Pavilion provoked another world, a world from an immensely powerful realm. Thus began a war between realms. The Lingniao realm was weaker and retreated throughout the conflict. The Wan Niao Supreme, then in seclusion, emerged early to join the battle and turned the tide, even allowing the Lingniao realm to gain the upper hand. He alone changed the fate of his world. Unfortunately, he was not a sovereign, not even a top transcendent. In a hard-fought, balanced war, the Wan Niao Supreme was wounded, and the enemy somehow sealed off all of his treasures. At that moment, the Realm Gem was exposed but remained unsealed. The Realm Gem's uniqueness was obvious to those with sharp eyes, and so the war became a contest for the gem. Soon, someone arrived on the enemy's side, a top transcendent who easily subdued the Wan Niao Supreme. The Supreme was grievously wounded, the entire Lingniao realm severely damaged. The enemy acted ruthlessly, caring nothing for the fate of countless lives within the realm. The death of a world would bring immense karma, but the transcendent cared not. The gem's record showed that this figure was shrouded in mist, all karma isolated. To be untouched by karma. Lin Moya had heard of this, but never seen it for himself. He wondered if it was by his raw power or some artifact. The difference was immense. In this moment of crisis, the Wan Niao Supreme and several surviving saint spirits gathered their strength to activate the Realm Gem. The Realm Gem could refine or create realms, and they used it to refine the Lingniao realm. At the cost of their lives, they sent the refined world away. To avoid being tracked, especially to avoid soul searching, even they did not know where it was sent. The Wan Niao steel had existed beforehand. The Supreme's foresight led him to gather the realm's strongest arts and forge the steel long ago. As for the Wan Niao gate, it evolved on its own from the gem. The gem itself, although without a will, had great spiritual power. Even the Supreme did not know that within the gem were many more realms apart from the Lingniao realm. The Realm Gem had refined many realms, some complete, others, like Lingniao, broken to pieces. Over the long years, these realms fractured and were ultimately devoured by the gem, becoming its power. Every realm it had refined met this fate. This process was contradictory yet logical. The gem both prolonged the Lingniao realm's life and devoured it, like torturing a person, slicing away but healing, moving to another part after a while. Where once hundreds of cuts would kill, now tens of thousands could be made. The end was still death, but far more suffering unless, perhaps, the victim was unaware, or someone rescued him before the end. This was the meaning behind the gem's existence, a half-life, so to speak. Lin Moya now understood the Lingniao realm's history and sensed a looming threat. That powerful enemy surely would not give up. He was after the realm gem all along. If he discovered the gem was now with Lin Moya, or that he possessed several such gems, he would certainly target the 5 world domains. With his current strength, Lin Moya was no match. The secret of the realm gem and of the Calamity Scepter had to be kept safe. Within the realms themselves, leaks were not a concern, but the 2 figures at the 5 world core came to mind, one surrounded by many vortices, identity unknown, the other possibly Demon Husband, a powerful expert. Demon Husband was already imprisoned by the green-robed elder, but even so, his avatar at the core remained, and as the avatar of a transcendent, none could predict its power. What had once been Lin Moya's greatest trump card, the Calamity Scepter, now seemed best left and used unless absolutely necessary, and then only with absolute assurance of safety. With the destruction of the Wan Miao steel and the loss of the realm gem, the Lingniao realm lost all hope and began to collapse. Suddenly, Lin Moya's will called out the Calamity Scepter. The Soul Gem, Elemental Gem, Balance Gem, and Realm Gem all activated in sequence, shining with beautiful light. The interwoven radiance was dazzling, so much so that even Lin Moya, trained in Dao Heart, was nearly drawn in. Bathed in this light, the collapsing Lingniao realm stopped crumbling. The realm's core miraculously began to recover. The Realm Gem had opened a passage to chaos, drawing in vast amounts of chaotic energy, converting it to the realm's primal force, which fully stabilized the world. Now the gem was not merely barely sustaining the Lingniao realm, but actively healing it. This was its power to create realms. But to create a realm, it alone was not enough. The Elemental Gem supplied countless elemental energies, which became pure Dao power to repair the world's paths. The Balance Gem maintained order between these Dao's strength, direction, distribution all managed. The Soul Gem released the most mysterious power. Lin Moya could not comprehend it, but wherever its force touched, even the dead Lingniao realm seemed to show signs of life. Creating life. Even as master of the Calamity Scepter, Lin Moya was shocked by this scene. Chapter 4203. Chapter 4203, 4203. Chapter 4203, they all walked the wrong path. Lin Moya had used each gemstone alone before the Soul Gem could absorb souls, though only a limited number of times. For the Soul Gem, foreign souls weren't a true feast, just an occasional snack, dispensable. The Element Gem claimed it could command all elements of heaven and earth, but what exactly constituted an element was hard to define. Now, it seemed that everything material, whether visible or intangible, real or illusory, counted as an element and could be governed by the Element Gem. Lin Moya had used the Element Gem rarely, only a handful of times. As for the Balance Gem, its role was to ensure balance, turning all beings within its range into equals. This gem distinguished neither friend nor foe, caring only for balance, so its practical use was limited. The Scourge Staff's greatest advantage for Lin Moya was simple, smashing. The Scourge Staff was hard and indestructible, able to shatter anything from souls to the great Dao itself, and possibly even an entire realm if Lin Moya tried. This time, with 4 of the staff's 5 gems assembled, the Scourge Staff displayed a new power. Working together, the 4 gems actually saved a realm on the brink of collapse. Not only did they save it, but rebuilt it, even giving the realm new vitality and laying the foundation for birthing new life. The shattered Myriad Marvels monument transformed into many Daos, its secret techniques merged within these Daos and now reappeared in the world. In a way, the powerful sex legacies of Lingniao realm had not been lost. When new life emerges, some may once again comprehend those secret arts, thus restoring the Dao lineages. The ruins of those great sects still existed in the realm, and future generations may have the chance to enter them and learn of the realm's history. As the master of the Scourge Staff, witnessing this process, the destruction and rebirth of a realm brought Lin Moya rare gains. Such an opportunity was extremely rare, and he watched with great interest, gaining new insights. He realized how the Soul Gem granted the realm vitality, making it able to once again nurture life, exactly the goal he had pursued for so long. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out as a Soul Devourer Emperor burst forth in the Myriad Spirits Pavilion. It roared, trying to break free from the pavilion's restraints. The pavilion was an independent space, so the Soul Devourer Emperor couldn't escape at once. It rampaged inside, but the only one left was Laurel, who didn't dare show himself against the Emperor. He'd be killed immediately. Now, as master of the Scourge Staff and the realm's gems, with Lingniao realm newly reborn, Lin Moya had essentially become its master. By relying on the realm's gems, he could command Lingniao realm. I couldn't deal with you before, but that may not be the case this time, Lin Moya said. The realm's power responded to his will, transforming into a giant hand that grabbed the Soul Devourer Emperor. As one born of the Lingniao realm, captured as a test subject, it had survived until now. When war broke out, the Soul Devourers outside Lingniao realm all perished, including the local emperor, but this one survived because of its captivity. Watching the realm's rebuilding, Lin Moya realized that Soul Devourers were not just a trial for transcenders within a realm, they were also the first barrier against outsiders. Soul Devourers helped hide the realm, preventing it from being easily found amidst chaos. Lin Moya's understanding of realms reached a new level. He could view things from new perspectives, gaining more valuable information. The realm-formed giant hand grasped the Soul Devourer Emperor, who struggled in vain. The Emperor, an outgrowth of realm power, had no resistance against the force that birthed it. You have to pay back after causing trouble. Go back to where you came from, Lin Moya murmured, letting the realm's force absorb the Emperor. Now, as the realm was just reborn, the Emperor's power was a huge supplement, and wasting it would be a shame. Since it came from the realm, it should now return to it. Realizing its end, the Soul Devourer Emperor struggled madly, but it was futile. The realm's power completely restrained it, leaving no chance for escape. As the Emperor was gradually swallowed and broken down, Lin Moya fell into reflection. He realized a key issue: those Eternals striving for the final step, breaking through the world's limits into the realm. Was that really the right answer? Many Saint Spirit level cultivators in Lingniao realm had already transcended and could enter chaos, yet they stayed behind. Was it just out of cowardice? The last obstacle to entering chaos after transcending was the Soul Devourer Emperor, formed from realm power. The stronger the realm, the stronger the Emperor, and the harder it was to break through something Lin Moya knew well. The Emperor beyond the 5 realms nearly killed him without even facing him. He thought brute force and a powerful Dao heart were the only ways to get past the Emperor, but now saw another path: become the master of the realm, use realm power to deal with the Emperor, and then breaking into chaos would be effortless. This is the right path. Lin Moya suddenly understood: rather than entering chaos alone, the true route was to become the realm master and bring the entire realm into chaos together. A single person ascending, lifting the whole realm with them. This was the true way. Unfortunately, most people never realized this and chose the wrong path. Cultivators, by nature, are selfish, and even Lin Moya was no exception. They cared only for family, friends, and perhaps their race or world, but not the entire realm. Thus, the vast majority would never comprehend this. The myriad marvels supreme might have sensed this, which was why he stayed in Lingniao realm and tried to refine the realm's core, hoping to be the realm's master one day. But he failed, and at the last moment provoked a powerful enemy, leading to his and the realm's demise. Perhaps this too is a tribulation: if you don't pass, you die. Heaven, earth, and chaos, all are cycles of karma. Tribulation is everywhere, and those who cultivate against heaven must bear this. The stronger your power, the greater your responsibility. There's no avoiding it. With these thoughts, Lin Moya's Dao heart grew even firmer and unbreakable. The Soul Devourer Emperor shrieked, growing weaker and weaker, his power less than half of before. Laurel, emboldened, revealed himself. Deist Lin, is that you? Lin Moya smiled. Laurel, long time no see. Long time indeed. I never imagined Deist Lin would become so powerful the next time you visited. Lin Moya smiled. You flatter me. Let me finish this, and then I have something to discuss with you. Laurel quickly replied, all right, take your time. Chapter 4204. Chapter 4204, 4204. Chapter 4204, The Rule Manager of the Lingniao Realm. Lulu didn't know Lin Moya's current status, but he could more or less guess Lin Moya's strength. To so easily resolve the Soul Devourer Emperor, Lin Moya was far stronger than the former pavilion master of Wanling Pavilion. He had personally witnessed the Soul Devourer Emperor's death, watching it turn to dust and dissipate completely. Lin Moya's projection appeared in front of Lulu and spoke bluntly, Lulu, Lingniao Realm has been destroyed, you know that, don't you? Lulu sighed, I suspected as much, but could not be sure after all. I am just an artifact spirit of Wanling Pavilion. Lin Moya said, Lingniao Realm was destroyed many years ago. The fact that it survived until now was already a miracle. Fortunately, an opportunity has arrived for it to be reborn, and by coincidence, I have become the master of Lingniao Realm. Lulu's eyes glimmered faintly. How long will it take for Lingniao Realm to return to its former glory? Lin Moya answered, it will take a very long time, at best tens of millions of years, at worst, several billion years. So long. Even someone as old as Lulu sighed. That was indeed a long time. Lin Moya said, I have ways to speed up the process. Perhaps in just a few thousand years, part of it can be restored, but I'll need your help. Lulu agreed, just give your instructions, and I'll do my best. Lin Moya said, I intend to make you the rule manager of the realm, to take charge of all the laws and rules here. I will also send in some living beings, skipping the slowest stages altogether. You will guide these living beings to quickly master cultivation in the realm, and you can adjust the layout and patch up some flaws in the domain. I'll tell you how it's done and give you administrator privileges. Before this, Lingniao Realm didn't have a rule manager. If it had, maybe it could have grown even stronger. Now that Lin Moya was master of Lingniao Realm, he needed to appoint a rule manager, and Lulu was the obvious choice. With the right manager, Lin Moya could operate hands-off. He only needed to select some non-cultivating beings from the Great Thousand World and send them into the 5 realms. Those selected wouldn't even realize they had been transplanted. There are many small worlds in the Great Thousand World, many of which have no cultivators at all. To bring them into the realm would show them a grand road to Dao. The realm gradually stabilized, and Lin Moya moved Lulu into the core of the realm. At that point, the core had mostly recovered, and even the broken monument had been restored, standing tall at the plaza center. This monument, called the Domain Stele, recorded everything that happened in the realm. Now, Lin Moya had also integrated the shattered myriad marvel's steel into it, making the Domain Stele even stronger. At the same time, the realm carried many secret arts, just like the old stele. Upon arriving, Lin Moya used realm power to extract Lulu from his former nameplate and send him into the Domain Stele. From then on, Lulu would be the spirit of the stele, able to learn the myriad secret arts it recorded. Lin Moya, as master of the realm, granted Lulu the status of rule manager. Alright, take your time getting used to it, study the secret arts and rules, and check the messages I left in the stele. Lingniao Realm is far from perfect. I've summarized many flaws in its DAOs for you. Later, you can fix and repair them. Soon, I'll send people into Lingniao Realm. Lulu replied with excitement, I will give it my all. As a little signpost spirit, he had never imagined such an honor. Being promoted to the spirit of a realm, second only to the realm's lord and above trillions, was cause for joy. Lin Moya gently handed over the realm's core to Lalu and withdrew. Before his eyes, heaven and earth twisted. The entire Lingniao realm was stowed away, now positioned next to the Great Thousand World, becoming its neighbor. In terms of scale, the Great Thousand World was still much larger than the reborn Lingniao realm, but even then, it had not reached its potential limit. Lin Moyo had high hopes for the Great Thousand World. Controlling the Great Thousand World, he unleashed vast power and merged Lingniao realm into his sphere of influence. He then used his authority to connect the two together and transferred 5 small worlds into Lingniao realm. Together, those 5 worlds held over 100 billion living beings, and with their addition, Lingniao realm instantly grew vibrant. After some time, once Lalu adapted to the rules, he would begin properly arranging these new inhabitants. Lin Moyo himself embraced his absentee landlord role and paid no heed to the tedious details. This entire experience had been indescribably profound. It was a huge stride in his journey to uncover the mysteries of heaven and earth. He slowly opened his eyes and, through his undead servants, saw there were many outside observers. Lin Moyo had already returned to the shattered glaze world when he took the Lingniao realm away. He had not awoken before no one dared disturb him. When Lin Moyo awoke, the human emperor was the first to speak. "Congratulations to the immortal one." As soon as he spoke, the others followed, all congratulating Lin Moyo even though they didn't know what they were supposed to be congratulating him for, especially the Dao Masters, who simply joined in. Lin Moyo smiled, "Senior Human Emperor, would you mind telling me what exactly you're congratulating me for?" The human emperor didn't stand on formality. "Naturally, I congratulate you on such a great harvest. From now on, that gate is yours." Lin Moya realized the human emperor had noticed something after all. The myriad marvels gate had vanished, not departed, and he'd opened it several times himself. He would naturally notice the subtleties. Lin Moya candidly acknowledged, "Indeed, from now on, the myriad marvels gate is mine. If you have any questions, please ask and I'll answer if I can." The human emperor said, "So it's called the myriad marvels gate. I do have a few questions. Must the gate be perfectly open to recognize a new master? And what benefits does having the gate's recognition grant? Does it help to take that final step?" These were not just the human emperor's questions, they were shared by the other Eternals. They too had encountered the gate and thought its inner space was mysterious, but they'd never managed to open it perfectly and gain answers. Lin Moya replied, "You're exactly right, Senior. Only by opening it perfectly will the gate recognize a master. As for what's inside, it won't help take that last step, I can guarantee that. As for what the gate actually does, I won't elaborate. You may think of it as a magic artifact, just one that can't be used inside a realm." He offered this explanation to make it easier for the others to accept. The human emperor nodded slightly and didn't ask further. If that's so, then... Boom! Suddenly, heaven and earth shook violently. Several Eternals and Dao Lords simultaneously turned to look at the distant horizon. In the far distance, the world mist was being torn open, as if a giant rift had split the domain. Great Dao power surged outward toward the realm's edge. Chapter 4205. Chapter 4205, 4205. Chapter 4205, Transcendence Failure. A sudden change drew the gaze of all avenues of the Dao sword into the outer realms, tearing huge rifts within the domain. Though this took place unimaginably far away, regardless of the distance or which world, even in the void world, as long as one was at the Dao Lord realm, they could witness the scene. It was a spectacle for those above the Dao Lord level. The Dao rose into the sky, scattering endless visions. Everyone saw something different. Countless people saw themselves, their friends, and family in the ascending Dao, yet the events they witnessed had never actually occurred. "This is my future. Impossible, how could my brother betray me? My disciple is actually trying to poison me." For a moment, countless Dao Lords saw their futures, shocked and disbelieving. The human emperor's eyes were filled with envy. The Lord of Destiny is about to attain the Dao. But this scene, seen by so many, will surely plunge the world into chaos. Lin Moya's expression was calm. "No matter the chaos, it's all causality, nothing but trifles." The human emperor laughed. "Indeed, to Deist Lin, such matters are negligible." Lin Moya responded politely, "The same could be said for you, Senior Human Emperor. I imagine your ascension is not far off." The human emperor shook his head. "Still quite a ways to go, no rush, there's time." Though prodigious, the human emperor's accumulation did fall short of someone like the Lord of Destiny. This breakthrough by the Lord of Destiny, his Dao rising high, allowed countless Dao Lords to see their futures. Whether these visions were true or not, the future is ever shifting, yet it still sowed vigilance in people's hearts. Thanks to this, countless powerful destinies were set in motion, undoubtedly bringing chaos and bloodshed to all worlds. But to Lin Moyo, these were still minor matters. What truly concerned him was the fate of the whole domain. In the past, he would have wished the Lord of Destiny success, but now, he only pitted him for failing to walk the truly glorious path. Still, at least it was one less competitor. The human emperor sighed. Though the Destiny Dao's futures are not always accurate, they do stir the Dao heart. "May I ask, Deist Lin, what did you see?" Lin Moya smiled but gave no answer. He saw nothing. He was not part of Destiny. There was no sign of him in the Destiny Dao. The human emperor understood and, with a hint of envy, said, "First Candle Dragon, then Destiny. It's time I set to work as well." Lin Moya, "Some things are not to be rushed. Let nature take its course." Lin Moya knew the Lord of Destiny had not fully achieved the Dao. There remained one last trial. The soul-devouring spirit emperor was surely waiting outside the domain. Standing atop the Dao, the Lord of Destiny surged out of the domain. The domain barrier thundered as if to see him off, even more impressive than the spectacle when Candle Dragon ascended. The barrier remained open, the Tao aloft, for 2 whole days, and all watched for 2 days as well. Lin Moyo frowned. Something's wrong. The human emperor faintly sensed it too and asked, what's wrong? Lin Moyo, the Tao remains. I can still sense the Lord of Destiny's aura. He hasn't transcended. He must be in trouble. The human emperor was shocked. You mean? Lin Moyo, I once faced it, never saw its face, and nearly died. The human emperor was even more alarmed. Is it truly that dreadful? Pray, explain. Lin Moyo, this is the true final step. Each must face it alone. Words can't convey it. One can only say, keep your Tao heart firm, and perhaps there is a chance. Like Candle Dragon, break through tribulation and illusion with the supreme Tao heart, and you will truly become one with the Tao. The human emperor nodded. Enlightening. Thank you, Deist Lin. On the 3rd day, the Destiny Tao suddenly quaked violently, followed by a scream echoing through the heavens. The domain barrier tore open once more through the gap. Someone fell out. The Lord of Destiny. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed as he saw that the fallen was indeed the Lord of Destiny. The human emperor said quietly, he failed. Lin Moyo instantly leapt forward through the void. The soulless beast appeared, rewriting the rules for Lin Moyo, and he crossed billions of miles in a single stride. With a series of dozens of steps, Lin Moya traversed endless space, arriving at where the Lord of Destiny had fallen. Although the Lord of Destiny appeared close, in truth he was not in that region of space. Nevertheless, nothing within the domain could elude Lin Moya's senses. The soulless beast appeared, a massive claw tearing space apart, while Lin Moya forcibly seized the Lord of Destiny. The Lord of Destiny floated in the void, his body mutilated and covered in wounds, left arm and leg gone, only half a body left. For an eternal, flesh meant little one could always regenerate. But the Lord of Destiny suffered more than bodily wounds. His soul and even his true spirit were injured. His powers were working on healing him, but a strange energy in the wounds was constantly corroding him, blocking recovery. This power. Lin Moya sensed the strength of chaos from the wounds. The Lord of Destiny had fallen unconscious. Lin Moya released life force to stabilize him, then wrapped him in a spiritual flower. Whether the flower could heal him, Lin Moya could not say. He could only try. The Lord of Destiny had nearly reached his final step. The flower's efficacy must be vastly diminished. And with the true spirit wounded, who could tell if it'd work at all? Moments later, the void twisted and the human emperor and other Eternals arrived, along with the Lord of Power and even old Head, who had paused his studies to come from the great wilderness. The Lord of Destiny's failure to transcend had drawn the attention of every Eternal. Some Tao Lords tried to come but were driven off. This was not their concern. The Eternals waited in silence, not even breathing, until the spiritual flower faded and they could finally see their comrade more clearly. His body seemed a bit better, but only a bit. His soul and true spirit had not clearly recovered. His state was only barely stabilized. What happened? There's a strange power on his wounds, containing the attribute of chaos. Is the final step truly so hard? Only fellow Eternals could understand the severity of the Lord of Destiny's wounds. Damage to the true spirit is even more frightening than injury to the soul. They had long since internalized their true spirits. Being dormant didn't necessarily cause harm, but this sight filled them with dread. To them, harm to the true spirit was far worse than dormancy. Lin Moya tried to use Death Force to erode the energy on the Lord of Destiny's wounds, but the process was extremely slow. This was the difference in level. The opposing power was simply too strong, and Lin Moya, comparatively weak. The human emperor, Deist Lin, do you know what this is? Everyone looked to Lin Moya. Though he was the youngest, he perhaps knew more than any of them. Lin Moya, I dare not speculate. Better to let the Lord of Destiny speak for himself. Chapter 4206. Chapter 4206, 4206. Chapter 4206, The One Beyond the Soul-Devouring Spirit Emperor. Lin Moya raised a finger and pointed at the Lord of Destiny. The undying Tao surged forth, instantly pushed to its peak. The forces of life and death poured into the Lord of Destiny's body, growing increasingly intense, as if ready to tear his already battered body to shreds. As these forces reached their limit, they collided at the heart of the Lord of Destiny's body. Boom! The forces of life and death detonated, swiftly transforming and elevating one to the other. Their leap from one extreme to the other brought a massive power boost. An even greater force of death surged toward the Lord of Destiny's wounds, corroding the invading power at the points of injury, while the force of life stimulated his soul powerfully. With a low shout, the Lord of Destiny finally awoke under the intense stimulation. Once awake, he glanced at his ruined body, already understanding his state, and forced a bitter smile. Fellow Deists, apologies for the embarrassment. Lin Moya said, time is limited. Senior, you're only temporarily awake. It's best you speak of your ordeal, then I'll send you into Tao dormancy. At this point, the Lord of Destiny's only option was to enter dormancy within his Tao. He didn't even have the strength to achieve dormancy by himself. Voluntary dormancy is always better than being forced. Lin Moya was willing to send him into Tao dormancy even if it meant shouldering some karma, and the Lord of Destiny felt genuinely grateful. He whispered, thank you, Deist Lin. I was outside the domain. He began sharing his encounter beyond the domain's boundary, and everyone present perked up to listen, not daring to miss a thing. All of them had gone outside the domain, but never far. A few hadn't even encountered soul devourers, much less a soul-devouring spirit emperor. The more they listened, the more shocked they became. The Lord of Destiny spoke without reservation of his experience, from leaping to the Tao to plunging back, battered. Only a few days had passed, but it was as if he lived through 3 lifetimes. After leaving the domain, the regular soul devourers and even the soul devourer kings were no match. He annihilated them all. Only when the soul-devouring spirit emperor arrived did he, like Lin Moya, fall into an illusion. The illusion was so vivid as to be indistinguishable from reality. He never even saw the Emperor itself. Fortunately, the Lord of Destiny had experienced Tao dormancy and death, and had meditated in the dead end of the absolute Tao for countless years, forging a Tao heart few could match. Moreover, he had seen all that fate and life and death had to offer. That bleakness of karma, he didn't get trapped in his illusion. He paid a price, but eventually escaped. The soul-devouring spirit emperor never showed itself, but that wasn't important. The Lord of Destiny knew he'd forced his way out. Just when he thought he'd succeeded in becoming a Tao, a terrible being appeared. The Lord of Destiny saw endless whips crashing down and was instantly gravely wounded and thrown out of the outer domain. He heard a piercing scream, but was not pursued. He tore through the domain barrier and re-emerged here. The human emperor frowned. That being wounded you so severely in a single strike, but didn't pursue. Why? The Lord of Destiny shook his head, unsure. If not even he knew, no one else would. Only Lin Moya knew. It was the soul devourers blocking that being. Soul devourers are not just the final hurdle for realm cultivators, they are also the domain's foremost line of defense. The soul-devouring spirit emperor's cultivation isn't that high, just a bit above an Eternal's, maybe not even half a step to transcendence. But their abilities are terrifying, inscrutable. Lin Moya said, though you failed to transcend, senior, you've taken a step. You should sense your strength has transformed, you're far stronger than before. The Lord of Destiny nodded. Indeed, I have a sense that this dormancy won't last long, 10,000, maybe 100,000 years, and I'll return to the Tao to try transcending once more. His current state was just above eternal but not quite to half-step transcendence, a strange condition. He wouldn't be expelled by domain rules, and his dormancy would be shorter, so it wasn't a total failure. Lin Moya said, I'll send you into the Tao, and let's all disperse. You've heard his story. If you want to take that last step, be cautious. He opened a passage to the Origin Land, taking the Lord of Destiny's broken form with him. The remaining Eternals exchanged glances and left. The Lord of Destiny's ordeal wasn't encouraging. Taking the final step was more dangerous than expected. Who was the being, after the soul-devouring spirit emperor, that struck down the Lord of Destiny in one blow? Why did it do so? This question hung over everyone, leaving them ill at ease. As Lin Moya entered the Origin Land, he saw the Lord of Power and Old Een had arrived. By now, the Lord of Destiny's consciousness had faded. He was close to relapse. With his true spirit damaged, things were now urgent. Lin Moya used his power technique to instantly reach half-step transcendence. World-ending palm. A single strike sent the Lord of Destiny into the Tao, but it wasn't an easy task. Killing an Eternal means bearing their karma. Most won't do such a thing, but Lin Moya was willing, and the Lord of Destiny was grateful. But with the blow, the Lord of Destiny's body, rather than shattering, was held together by foreign power at his wounds. That alien force, now fully active, attempted to gain control. The Lord of Destiny stared at Lin Moya. Those powers want to take over. Lin Moya already noticed, the powers that had lain hidden were now making a move. It was because they had reached the Origin Land, the second most important place in the domain. Those alien forces created tiny avatars, invading the Lord of Destiny's body and soul, trying to wrest control. The soulless beast appeared. Thunderbolts crashed down on the Lord of Destiny. The intrusion triggered punishment from the rules. But that wasn't enough. The heavens' punishment only slowed the invasion. Lin Moya shouted, "Help me hold them." The soulless beast growled, holding the Origin Land's rules in check. Even the heavens' punishment paused. Lin Moya's aura climbed again. He broke through half-step transcendence and completed true transcendence. Without the soulless beast, he would have been banished in an instant. Now, he could stay in this realm for a second long enough to mount an attack. World-ending palm. This strike was even stronger, landing squarely on the Lord of Destiny. This time, his physical body could not hold. He was smashed to powder, and so was his soul. The alien forces invading him were also shattered. Lin Moya exploded on the spot, but was reborn a moment later. Without pausing, he wrapped the Lord of Destiny's powder in the force of life and sent it to the Destiny Tao. The soulless beast obligingly cleared the way by parting the rule force. Lin Moya delivered the Lord of Destiny into dormancy, making it much easier for him to return. A wave of invisible karma descended. Lin Moya took out the causality ring and shouted, "Effect without cause." Chapter 4207. Chapter 4207, 4207. Chapter 4207, Don't be too self-important. The abilities of the causality searching ring went far beyond those Lin Moya had previously used. It was only because his understanding of the Tao of Karma was insufficient that he could not delve deeper. Ever since he saw Nguyen comprehend effect without cause, Lin Moya understood he could achieve a similar outcome by using the causality searching ring. Of course, using this method would come at a great price. It would be normal for him to die a few times in the process. By establishing an effect through the causality searching ring, he defied the effect of the hand of destiny and karma. Bang! The moment the ring glowed, Lin Moya suffered backlash and exploded on the spot. This was different from Nguyen. Her effect without cause manifested the result first, then endured the backlash. For Lin Moya, using the ring meant enduring the backlash first, then achieving the result. He was shattered, reborn, and shattered again through the ring's activation and a burst of invisible power that blocked the descending karma. The karma of the Lord of Destiny's dormancy did not fall on Lin Moya but was entirely blocked by the causality searching ring. The effect was planted, no cause required, only the result. Lin Moya experienced 3 cycles of destruction and rebirth before stabilizing. Effect without cause was a heaven-defying power. It could have easily put Nguyen into dormancy, but for Lin Moya, 3 rebirths were acceptable. Of course, this time the planted effect was simple. If it were more complex, it might take 6, 10, or even more deaths to complete. The stronger the effect, the higher the price. Lin Moyo put away the causality-searching ring and looked toward the Tao of Destiny. The Lord of Destiny had successfully passed through the Tao of Destiny and entered samsara in as little as 10,000 years or as many as 100,000. He would definitely return. By then he would regain his peak, surpassing eternity, but whether he could transcend would depend on his own choices. After confirming the Lord of Destiny's situation, Lin Moyo looked at the Lord of Power and Oldine Head. The three locked eyes. Lin Moyo knew they had something on their minds. "Gentlemen, what is it?" The Lord of Power asked bluntly. "Where did Yuyan go?" He had been longtime friends with Yuyan, and naturally sensed her departure, especially as she had recently been with Lin Moyo. Oldine Head was more composed, narrowing his eyes and waiting for an answer. At this moment, Yuyan's karmic Tao was in a strange state, seemingly dormant but still fluctuating. From the Tao alone, it was clear she was not in danger, but there was something unusual, though they could not say what. Lin Moyo replied, "Yuyan is fine, she has left the world." "You what?" The Lord of Power snapped, clearly not believing Lin Moyo. Oldine Head was calm, asking, "Deist Lin, please explain further." Lin Moyo explained, "My elder sister took Yuyan away from the world. As for where, I do not know, but I can guarantee she is safe. I have never lied, though you may choose not to believe me." He spoke firmly at his level. Lin Moyo would never lie. The Lord of Power looked as if he wanted to say more, but Oldine Head signaled for silence and spoke himself, "Deist Lin, since you don't know where Yuyan went, how can you guarantee her safety?" Lin Moyo answered, "I have my reasons. Moreover, Yuyan will likely soon transcend after leaving this world. When that happens, you'll see a change in her Tao. You can pay attention then. Any other questions? If not, I'll be on my way." Oldine had asked one more question. "Since you say so, we believe you, but we are curious, your sister is a transcendent. Have there been any other transcendents in this world besides Candle Dragon?" "There are many secrets in this realm," Lin Moyo said. "You may have lived long, but there's much you don't know. There are things I can't explain to you." Like this, with a thought, the soulless beast appeared in the origin land. Both Oldine Head and the Lord of Power could see the soulless beast had replaced Candle Dragon as the new manager of the world's rules, but why this was so, they didn't understand. The soulless beast bowed respectfully before Lin Moyo, calling out, "Master." Their perspectives were once again shattered. A manager of the world's rules, meant to stand aloft, bowed and called Lin Moyo master. Lin Moyo remarked, "Though you two are eternals, there's much in this world you don't know. The hint, don't be too self-important, there is much you have yet to see." Still, he gave them some face. "If you really want answers, wait until Yuyan returns and ask her. If you step out and transcend, you can seek her in chaos. There's always a karmic link among those from the same world. With the Tao of Karma, Yuyan may even sense you and seek you out herself." Oldine Head smiled awkwardly. "You jest, Deist Lin. We're still far from transcendence." Lin Moyo replied, "However far, it's possible if you're willing to go. That's all I'll say. Farewell." And with those words, he vanished from the origin land. Some things they would have to realize for themselves. He had said enough for today, and only bothered because they were long-standing friends of Yuyan. Since the fall of the wild beasts, the world's rules had changed. Tao Lords and others could now freely enter and exit the origin ancestral land without restriction. Lin Moyo returned, summoned Huasan, and traveled through the world mists. The experience with the Lord of Destiny had taught him something unusual. Something had changed beyond the realm. Someone had arrived. When he had been healing the Lord of Destiny earlier, he'd felt a unique remaining power filled with chaotic attributes, meaning it came from a being of chaos. This power was different from that of a transcendent cultivator and easily distinguishable. Chaotic being's power was more primal and destructive. Just from that, Lin Moyo could tell who it was: not a cultivator hidden behind a divine rune within the core of the world, but a chaotic being. Cultivators would scheme and arrange, chaotic beings acted directly. The presence of soul devourers hid the world's aura, making it hard for chaotic beings to discover the world. Even if they did, the soul devourers would block them. It must be that when Candle Dragon transcended, he caused enough of a stir that a chaotic being noticed the 5 realms. That's why, when the Lord of Destiny tried to transcend, he was attacked, badly injured by that being, and the force remained behind to erupt only once he entered the origin land, proving the being was intelligent and not lacking in cunning. He not only wounded the Lord of Destiny, he tried to control him, to use him as a pawn to cause trouble in the world. To some chaotic beings, a world like this must seem like a supreme delicacy. Chapter 4208. Chapter 4208, 4208. Chapter 4208, The Serpent Never Stops. Chaos beings are myriad and varied. Some may well see realms as mere delicacies. For a chaos being, devouring a realm brings enormous benefit. Once they notice a realm, they will never let go easily. This means that for the living beings within the 5 world realms, even if they wish to truly transcend, on top of the trial against soul devourers, yet another challenge stands before them. This only made Lin Moyo more resolved in his chosen path. Becoming a domain lord isn't the only road, but it is the most correct. Moreover, Lin Moyo was very clear about his own situation. He was already a domain lord. The Great Thousand World is itself a realm. Though the Kudao realm is still weak, there is a chance it could grow into a full realm in the future. The Lingniao domain is just recovering from being incomplete, and will, in time, regain its peak. If the 5 world realms are added, he will then preside over 4 domains. With the power of multiple realms, Lin Moyo believed he could wage war even against chaos beings from outside the realms. Speaking of chaos beings, he himself has one, currently dormant in the chaotic region forming within the Great Thousand World. Who knows what level it could reach once awakened. On top of that, the Calamity Staff, the Causality Ring, and the Ice Jade Cushion given by the old man in the green robe. Lin Moya realized he possessed quite a few trump cards. Therefore, he didn't take the chaos being outside the realm too seriously. The true trouble for him lay with the masters of those vortices in the realm's core, and the ghostly husband's clone imprisoned by the green-robed elder. One was of unknown origin, the other's strength unclear. If even the green-robed elder needed to act and the clone was able to compete for the sourcebird's blood, it meant that ghostly husband was strong. His clone would be no weakling either. And if Lin Moya wanted to take the last step, he'd have to resolve both, which was a true headache. Up to now, Lin Moya hadn't come up with a way to deal with them. He could only take it step by step. Enough thinking, let's find the Ferry of Tribulations first. Now that all 4 gemstones of the Calamity Staff were assembled, it was time to search for the Ferry of Tribulations and retrieve the 5th gemstone. The one on the ferry was rumored to be the Kunlun Emperor, but that was just conjecture. He still wasn't certain. Beyond this, Lin Moya wanted to visit the Beast Abyss. There, secrets of reincarnation for the 5 world realms living beings lay hidden. He wanted to examine them and compare with his Great Thousand World. Maybe he'd discover something unexpected. Not every realm has reincarnation. The Lingmiao domain, for instance, lacks even a concept of the void or of yin-yang within the Tao, let alone reincarnation and rebirth of souls. Just this makes the Lingmiao domain far inferior to the 5 world realms. Though Lin Moya felt there were many flaws in the 5 world realms, the domain as a whole was still quite complete, worth studying, with strengths that could fill gaps elsewhere. He considered ways to add what the Lingmiao domain lacked, hoping that one day it might surpass its former pinnacle and grow even more powerful. Lin Moya returned to the vicinity of the origin continent, then entered the void. It had been a long time since he'd been there, and now as an Eternal, he experienced the void on a different level. Eternals cross both reality and the void. Even while in the void, he could sense his state in the real world. Whereas before, entering the void meant severing ties with the real world, now he could control his body in reality even from the void, move his soul in the void and move his body in the real world at the same time, or instantly return to reality, then back to the same place in the void. It was much more convenient. This is the power of being eternal, the true unity of void and reality. But upon entering the void, Lin Moya didn't know how to locate the Ferry of Tribulations. Back then, the other had only said to find a way on his own. There had to be a way. Lin Moya unceremoniously grabbed his causality ring, and activated it bluntly, effect without cause. Through the causality ring, he confirmed that he must inevitably encounter the Ferry of Tribulations. But he did not specify a time, fearing that setting a deadline would make things too difficult and the backlash too fierce. Events proved him right. The causality ring emitted unprecedented radiance. Intense backlash surged up, simultaneously blowing his body in reality and his soul in the void to pieces. Purple light flickered, and Lin Moya was reborn. Bang! He exploded again. The backlash was so intense that the first explosion wasn't enough to clear it. Then Lin Moya hovered between life and death, dying 7 times in a blink before the backlash eased. Only after his 10th resurrection did the backlash finally dissipate. After reviving, Lin Moya was shaken. Good thing I didn't set a time. 10 times backlash, 10 times rebirth. He went through all of it in under 5 seconds, faster than his usual rate of reviving once per second. And each rebirth was outside of his control. Normally, he could delay his own revival, but under the causality ring's causality backlash, there was no time for delay. In fact, he had to respawn as fast as possible, otherwise the backlash would continue to obliterate him down to dust. This time, simply confirming a result led to a 10-fold rebirth. If he'd set a time limit, 10 deaths might not have sufficed. His talent could have collapsed, possibly plunging him into dormancy. Staring at the causality ring, Lin Moya muttered, "It must be that the Ferry of Tribulations is such a high-level existence, that the causality ring's backlash is so terrifying." After the backlash ended, the causality ring shot a brilliant light outward, racing at astonishing speed to the farthest reaches of the void. The result was set. He was sure to meet the Ferry of Tribulations, sooner or later. Lin Moya wasn't impatient orienting himself. He set off for the nearby Beast Abyss. He wanted to reach its deepest part, to observe the seat of reincarnation for all 5 world realms. Just as he said, the secrets of the 5 world realms were growing fewer and fewer. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Lin Moya unraveled all their mysteries, and then, he would truly grasp the realm in his hand, becoming master of the 5 world realms. Once master, he would use his authority to tweak parts of the realm's structure at least. Things like wild beasts wouldn't appear again. Lin Moya already had strategies in mind. All that was missing was the right opportunity. Master! Just as he had flown a short distance, a familiar voice echoed in his soul. From deep in the void, the chaotic mist parted. A streak of light, traveling at incredible speed, shot over and stopped before Lin Moya. "Little Python, eyes shining, master, you've finally returned." Previously, Little Python had been evolving, and because Lin Moya was busy, he let him evolve on his own. Now that Lin Moya came to the void, he did think of coming to check on Little Python. Evidently, the evolution had gone smoothly now. He was no longer a python, but a mighty dragon. As a dragon, Little Python exuded far more majesty than Antares, even more regal in bearing. But that grandeur lasted less than half a second before Little Python broke into a cheeky grin. "Master, you've finally come back. I missed you like crazy." Lin Moya laughed. "You've already evolved into an eternal. What's there to miss? How did you sense me?" Little Python shook his head. "I don't know, it just happened." Python keeps on galloping. "You have hooves, do you?" Lin Moya burst out laughing, climbed onto Little Python's head and pointed, "That way, let's go." Chapter 4209. Chapter 4209, 4209. Chapter 4209, Entering the Beast Abyss. Following its recent evolution, Little Python's power sword, now surpassing first-class soul beasts and even the level of minor domain kings. At present, Little Python's strength was second only to the Emperor's. If an Emperor did not use a magical treasure, Little Python was confident he could fight them head-on. Regardless of how far he evolved, Little Python always considered himself Lin Moya's mount. Along the way, Lin Moya inquired about Little Python's evolution, which turned out to be quite unique unlike any other void beast or the emperors of the spirit domains. Lin Moya suspected this was related to Little Python's past life. Indeed, during his evolution, Little Python regained fragments of his previous life's memories. Although they were just incomplete images, when Little Python described them, Lin Moya was shocked to discover a connection with the legendary Heavenly Void Palace. In the Void Realm, the Heavenly Void Palace was no more than myth. No one knew if it truly existed. Not even the emperors could confirm its reality. Yet, Little Python's recollections gave Lin Moya certainty the Heavenly Void Palace was real. When Lin Moya once fused with a minor spirit domain, he had glimpsed an image suspected to be the Heavenly Void Palace matching Little Python's account perfectly. This verified its existence, though its location remained a mystery. Little Python muttered, "Master, do you think my past life was just the Heavenly Void Palace's doorkeeper?" The memory that occurred most often was the Great Gate of the Heavenly Void Palace, a recurrent image as his recollection returned. Lin Moya smiled, "It's hard to say. Maybe you really were the palace's guardian beast." Little Python replied, "If that's true, then the master of the Heavenly Void Palace must be unimaginably powerful for me to have just been the doorkeeper." Lin Moya said, "No matter how powerful something inside the domain is, it ultimately has its limits. Besides, the Heavenly Void Palace has been merely a legend for countless years. Whether it still exists is anyone's guess. But there's no need to think about it should fate allow. You may return to the palace one day, assuming it still stands." Little Python nodded, "Fine. Whatever my past life was, now I am just Master's loyal mount." He was straightforward. He had chosen Lin Moya and was content in his role as a mount. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Beast Abyss. Lin Moya said quietly, "I'm going in. Are you coming?" Now boasting considerable power and a confidence to rival emperors, Little Python declared, "What's there to fear in the Beast Abyss?" Lin Moya chuckled, "Then let's enter." With a sharp screech, Little Python charged into the Beast Abyss. Lin Moya had long wished to probe its secrets of all the mysteries in the 5 realms. This was one of the 10 he had yet to unveil. As for the crossing Calamity boat, he had already set the course and knew they would meet eventually, so there was no rush. Upon entering the Beast Abyss, both Lin Moya and Little Python heard the abyss's voice. This sound bewitched the soul and was irresistibly alluring to void beasts. Any void beast below first-class soul rank that heard it could not resist. Even some first-class soul void beasts would fall under its sway. Only a few could withstand and maintain their will. But the voice had no effect on Lin Moya and Little Python, who ignored it and flew deeper. Not long after, the annihilation wind began to blow. This wind, emanating from the Beast Abyss, was indistinguishable from that in the Dao's rules, strong enough to scatter a Dao Lord's soul. Only pinnacle beings could resist it. Void beasts drawn here by the Abyss voice were not attacked by the wind, which instead targeted outsiders like Lin Moya. This annihilation wind was the Abyss's first line of defense, though not a very strong one. "It's refreshing." Little Python dismissed the wind with arrogance, showing some growing pride. If unchecked, Lin Moya sensed, Little Python might soon suffer for the overconfidence. Even emperors approached the Beast Abyss with caution. Clearly, the abyss was not as simple as it seemed. Passing through the annihilation wind, they were now within the true range of the Beast Abyss. All around were void beasts, seemingly from every region, appearing abruptly in the air as they descended toward the abyss's depths. One glance told Lin Moya that no matter where a first-class soul void beast entered the abyss, even via offshoots, they would all eventually be transported to this same place. Coming here, their intelligence gone, the beasts just blankly followed the orders of the abyss, filing in a long queue along a misty path. Water sounds occasionally audible below as if there were a river beneath the fog. Here, aside from the void beasts, there seemed to be nothing else, and they paid no attention to Lin Moya or Little Python. Recalling Antares' account, Lin Moya remembered that soon after arriving there, someone had approached him. They'd insisted Antares queue up properly, but he refused and killed many, sparking a fight. Lin Moya, of course, had no intention of queuing. The line stretched so far it would take years to traverse at that pace, and who knew what was at the end? Indicating to Little Python to fly ahead, Little Python did so eagerly, darting forward past the void beasts. Mist parted up ahead, only to reveal even more void beasts, countless in number, as if the entire realm's first-class soul void beasts had gathered here. Little Python murmured, "Why are there so many first-class void beasts?" Lin Moya answered, "Maybe we'll find out soon." Moments later, a commotion rose from the mist below. Lin Moya saw soul flames flicker in the fog and knew trouble was coming. A squad of roughly 100 rushed from the fog toward Lin Moya. Soul-devouring spirits. Lin Moya was startled. They looked exactly like soul-devouring spirits but, on closer examination, had only their outward form. Their power was merely at the Dao realm. "Queue up or die," came the mental message. It was exactly as Antares had described, but Lin Moya showed no courtesy. He swept his hand, and world-burning fire roared forth, incinerating them in moments. Little Python murmured, "So weak." Lin Moya said, "You handle the next ones." Little Python declared grandly, "No problem, leave it to me." Soon, another stronger squad emerged from the mist, this time, not bothering to demand that they queue, but attacking directly. Little Python immediately unleashed his power, destroying them with a spray of attacks at once. Chapter 4210. Chapter 4210, 4210. Chapter 4210, Yellow Springs. Wave after wave of troops emerged endlessly from the mist, only to be effortlessly wiped out by Little Python. The more Little Python killed, the more exhilarated and arrogant he became. Lin Moyo paid him no mind, knowing that after evolving, Little Python needed both the process of adapting to his newfound strength and the humbling experience of defeat to truly understand himself. Lin Moyo could distinctly sense these soul devourer-like beings growing stronger. Not only was their power enhancing, but their defenses were also adapting to Little Python's attacks. Yet, drunk on success, Little Python didn't notice and continued his rampage. The Beast Abyss's voice, though it couldn't confuse Little Python, still affected him somewhat, making him lose his composure. This reaction was reminiscent of what had happened to Antares in the past after the fact. Antares' memories of this place were incomplete, also because of the Beast Abyss's voice. Eventually, after countless kills, the soul devourer-like beings that emerged became much stronger, their power and aura nearly on par with Little Python's. Most crucially, they had adapted to his attacks. When Little Python noticed his attacks were ineffective, he switched methods, but those also failed. How can this be? Little Python shrieked, turning to Lin Moyo for help. But at that moment, Lin Moyo backed off, leaving Little Python entirely to his fate. Worse, as he withdrew, Lin Moyo even nudged Little Python further into the encirclement. Abandoned and howling, Little Python resorted to brawling when his spells failed. Relying on his robust body, he managed to overpower his opponents for a while. Yet, before long, the enemies adapted to his physical attacks too. Every trick up Little Python's sleeve became useless. The soul devourer-like beings manifested razor-sharp claws, raking Little Python's body and shattering his tough scales, causing him to howl in pain. "Master, save me! Save me!" Little Python screamed in fright, rolling wildly to break free, but nothing he did worked. This was the cost of his arrogance. In the past, Antares had been brazen as well, but unlike Little Python, Antares managed to escape in the nick of time. Under Lin Moyo's control, Little Python lost even the opportunity to escape. His wounds worsened, and the pain finally drove him to tears, feeling as if he would die any second. "I don't want to die, master, save me." His cries grew weak, but just as things seemed dire, a mass of flames descended from the sky, engulfing all the enemies around him. Lin Moyo stepped through the fire, looking down at Little Python. "Enjoying yourself?" Little Python whined, "Not at all, master. Did I do something wrong? Why are you doing this to me?" Lin Moyo replied, "I'm helping you." Little Python was baffled, unable to grasp Lin Moyo's meaning. "I'm helping you realize your own limits, helping you consolidate your evolved power, and stabilize your Dao heart. Do you feel it's easier to manage your power now than before?" Lin Moyo asked. Little Python tried and realized things really were different. He felt weak, but his command of his strength was indeed better than before. Lin Moyo explained, "Your evolved strength is too overwhelming for you to control, unconsciously affecting your Dao heart and making you overconfident. This was a small lesson so you could grasp the truth of power. No matter how strong you are, you must control your strength, not let it control you." Little Python nodded and said he understood, thanking Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo cast a spell of life force to heal Little Python's wounds and instructed him to press onward. Battered and wiser, Little Python flew forward with much more humility, keeping a low profile and refraining from yelling. He wasn't stupid. Reflecting on Lin Moyo's words and his own behavior, he realized the problem was real. His timidity had turned into arrogance solely because of the effects of his evolution. The newfound strength was simply too much for him to handle, and it had unsettled his Dao heart. Lin Moyo, using his methods, helped Little Python harmonize his power and regain clarity. The ordeal, while seeming dangerous, was actually closely monitored by Lin Moyo, so Little Python was never in real danger. Realizing this, Little Python felt not resentment but gratitude. Soon, another group emerged from the mist. Lin Moyo asked, "Want to give it another try?" Little Python shook his head vigorously. No, master, you do it. I'm just your mount, not your enforcer." Lin Moyo laughed, "Then let's go, we'll head through the mist together." Little Python obediently complied. The world-burning fire roared as Lin Moyo incinerated their attackers to ashes. As they entered the mist, Lin Moyo used the world-burning fire to blaze a path, dispersing the fog. Beneath the mist, they found a great, surging yellow river radiating immense power. Could this be the Yellow Springs? Lin Moyo wondered aloud. He'd heard of Yellow Springs from the human emperor, who had once ventured into the Beast Abyss and learned that beneath it lay the Yellow Springs, whose depths led to the abyss's core. The human emperor never described what Yellow Springs looked like, but it wasn't a spring, it was a river. Suddenly, the Yellow Springs erupted, spewing forth hordes of soul devourer-like beings. These were the same foes who had attacked them earlier. With a sweep of his hand, Lin Moyo reduced them all to ash with world-burning fire, then sent the flames into the river, turning its surface into a sea of fire. World-burning fire could forge worlds, refine souls, or burn through any power. The Yellow Springs contained strange Dao energy that the flames could also incinerate. The fire spread rapidly, as if trying to dry up the river itself. Provoked, the Yellow Springs sent forth huge waves, and out from the torrent burst a gigantic whale. The mighty creature crashed down, extinguishing the world-burning fire with overwhelming force. Half its head protruded above the water as it locked eyes on Lin Moyo. "Eternal One, you should not be here," the whale boomed, its voice like thunder. As it spoke, the Yellow Springs boiled and the fog scattered. The sound carried a powerful soul shock. Little Python shuddered, clearly affected. This creature's strength was not inferior to any emperor. It was evidence powerful beings did exist beneath the beast abyss, and this whale was only one of them. Lin Moya stood unperturbed and smiled. Why shouldn't I be here? The whale rumbled, this is the beast abyss, the burial ground of all living things. You are eternal, destined for everlasting life. Eternity is fundamentally opposed to annihilation, and you are a cultivator of the real world, but this realm belongs to the virtual realm. You shouldn't be here. Lin Moya shook his head. That explanation doesn't satisfy me. Reality and illusion always coexist rather than oppose, just like life and death. If I insist on going down, what will you do? If you insist on seeking your own death, I will not stop you, replied the whale. Chapter 42:11. Chapter 42:11, 4211. Chapter 42:11, The Ancient Tao in the Yellow Springs. The giant whale sank into the Yellow Springs and disappeared, and the surging Yellow Springs gradually became calm. No more creatures emerged to threaten Lin Moyo. These entities, similar to soul devourers, were able to adapt to Tao attacks and develop some immunity, but unlike true soul devourers, their immunity was not innate and required time to develop. However, they were unable to resist the world-burning fire no matter how many came. It made no difference. This was much like the soul devourers, who also couldn't withstand the world-burning fire. Lin Moyo had refined an unknown number of soul devourers this way. Only the soul devourer kings could resist a little, but even they weren't truly immune. Watching the now calm Yellow Springs, Lin Moya stood in contemplation for a long time. Little Python asked curiously, Master, what are you thinking about? Lin Moya replied in a low voice, I'm wondering where these things come from. They're similar to soul devourers, but still different. They usually dwell below the Yellow Springs. So what lies beneath the Yellow Springs? And that giant whale from before, didn't you find it strange? Little Python tilted its head. Strange? I didn't notice anything odd. Lin Moya said, that fellow was half real, half illusory, neither a spirit beast nor a true creature. I felt like it didn't belong in this time and space. After entering the beast abyss, Lin Moya noticed the first clue. He faintly sensed that the beast abyss concealed secrets. The giant whale's statement was also peculiar. It said that even eternals seeking the depths of the Yellow Springs would only find death, not just dormancy. But within the domain, it's nearly impossible for an eternal to die, the beast abyss included. Unless the depths of the Yellow Springs belong to a different reality, it would be impossible for eternals to perish there. With intense curiosity, Lin Moya said, let's go down. Little Python gave an obedient "oh" and plunged toward the depths of the Yellow Springs without protest. After what had happened earlier, Little Python harbored no arrogance and was 100 times more loyal to Lin Moyo. He did whatever the master ordered. They dove into the Yellow Springs, the waters parting automatically. The Yellow Springs looked like water, but weren't actually water. What flowed within was Tao power, an intermingling of countless Tao's essence mixed with impurity, undifferentiated. In this respect, it differed from the order within the domain. As soon as they entered the Yellow Springs, Lin Moya realized that the threads of rule enveloping the entire domain could not reach this place. Even the rules of the domain had no effect on the Yellow Springs here. The rules could not touch. This meant that within the domain, there existed a place utterly beyond the reach of the rules, an immense peculiarity. Lin Moya smiled faintly at this realization. Without domain rules, he could not be expelled. He could freely use power-gathering techniques, stepping into transcendence without worry about being forcibly ejected. Here, he could unleash the peak of his power. With both his own transcendence and his rebirth ability, he doubted anything could kill him now. Master, it's getting narrower all around, Little Python spoke up suddenly. Lin Moya noticed the rapidly constricting space as they went deeper side to side, then even fore and aft. He halted Little Python and dispatched undead minions to scout the surroundings. Soon, a map of the Yellow Springs layout formed in his mind. It really is a spring, Lin Moya remarked. He'd previously thought Yellow Springs was a river, but now realized it really was a spring. The deeper, the narrower, only near the surface did it spread wide like a river, but at the bottom, the area shrank drastically. With the topography mapped, Lin Moyo had Little Python continue their descent, heading toward the deepest source of the Yellow Springs. The undead minions had scouted ahead. There were no apparent dangers. The Tao power flowing in the Yellow Springs posed no threat to outsiders. But the words of the giant whale lingered. Lin Moya remained extremely alert and took nothing for granted. They didn't know how far they had traveled, but finally Little Python reached the very spring eye, the origin point of the Yellow Springs. Lin Moya called a halt, pausing near the spring's mouth to carefully sense the flows of Tao. Earlier, he'd already noted that the Tao power within the Yellow Springs emanated an ancient aura. The farther down, the more ancient it became. Such ancientness suggested the Yellow Springs had existed for countless years, perhaps even predating the domain itself, an idea he couldn't verify, only a feeling. The presence of such ancient Tao, the legendary Yellow Springs, and threats possibly yet unseen made Lin Moya hesitate. Should he proceed further? The spring's mouth was right beside him. If he didn't go, what was the purpose of coming so far? Yet, to go might mean never returning. Whatever lay beneath the spring's mouth was an utter mystery. Maybe I shouldn't, was the thought that suddenly ballooned in his mind. Instantly, Lin Moya became acutely alert, surging with power and startling Little Python, who stared at him in confusion. Nothing had seemingly changed. Lin Moya's eyes flashed, to influence my heart. He willed away all unnecessary thoughts, clearing his emotions. Unaware, his Tao heart had been subtly shaken by an invisible force. Only when his Tao heart wavered did he think of retreating. The ancient Tao power here possessed mysterious abilities he did not understand. Fortunately, his instincts saved him, restoring his heart's steadfastness. Since he had come all this way, there was no turning back. In fact, the way his Dao heart had been shaken felt eerily similar to the time he encountered the Soul Devourer Emperor outside the domain. Lin Moya wondered if there was another Soul Devourer Emperor lurking beneath the spring's eye. This place was so mysterious that nothing would surprise him. Regaining his composure, Lin Moya whispered, "Go in." Little Python, thinking simply and obeying Lin Moya, dove straight into the spring's mouth without resistance. Violent Dao power surged as Little Python burst from the spring's eye into another realm. This new space was filled everywhere with ancient Dao energies, pressing in from all sides so that Little Python could not hover in the air and was forced downward by overwhelming pressure. Lin Moya also felt the Dao force. It seemed flight was forbidden, but he ignored it. Gather power. With a thought, he broke through transcending eternity and entering half-step transcendence. Space twisted about him, the incoming Dao power shattered, and with the pressure lifted, Little Python was able to steady itself in the air. Lin Moya still sensed no domain rules, no force to expel him. Here he could maintain half-step transcendence indefinitely, with his soul power backed by the world tree, no fear of running out. Amazing! Little Python exclaimed. In this space above them floated 9 colossal spring eyes, drawing in Dao power from the air. Threads of Dao streamed into the springs, transforming into the water of the yellow springs. Chapter 42:12. Chapter 42:12, 4212. Chapter 42:12, Why do Eternals Die? There are 9 beast chasms in total, each containing a yellow spring, and each yellow spring corresponds to a spring eye. In this space, which isn't particularly large, 9 gigantic spring eyes continually absorb ancient great Dao power, connecting to the respective beast chasms, forming roaring yellow springs. From here, one can access the other beast chasms. Little Python quickly understood, his tone 3 parts surprised, so the 9 beast chasms are all connected. Lin Moya also examined the spring eyes, but what he saw went far deeper than Little Python's perspective. He saw the essence beneath the surface. Every inch of this space overflowed with ancient great Dao power, the very source of the yellow springs. Moreover, this ancient great Dao force isolated the space from the rules of the 5 realms domain, meaning it was extremely powerful, even surpassing the domain rules. But where did these ancient great Daos come from, and why were they so powerful? The more Lin Moya sensed, the more shocked he became. These great Daos were unimaginably ancient, steeped in an aura of time and desolation that shook his spirit. He could almost hear a sort of resounding cry within it. The ancient great Dao held within a tangled network of countless Daos. It felt as if all the Daos in the 5 realms domain were twisted together. After being twisted together, the Daos seemed to be heading back to their origin, tracing a path of returning to chaos, yet never quite succeeding. Seemingly chaotic, the whole still moved by a certain mysterious order. Lin Moya couldn't help but marvel, so even the Dao can be like this. But where did the danger come from? Besides the power of the ancient Daos, there were no living beings here. They had entered without encountering any threats, so where was the risk? Suddenly, Little Python gave a startled cry. Master, I feel my connection with the Dao weakening. Although all virtual beasts do not need to purposely cultivate, they still comprehend a certain Dao, drawing much of their strength from it, Little Python included. Now he found his connection to the Dao fading, and thus his own strength as well. Lin Moya checked. Little Python's realm was unchanged, but his aura indeed was weakening. Threads of ancient great Dao power permeated his body, and the omnipresent force relentlessly drove away Little Python's original Dao connection, replacing it. When his original Dao was fully expelled, Little Python would lose all ties to it, keeping his realm but losing most of his power. Once that happened, in the eyes of the Daos, Little Python would cease to exist. It dawned on Lin Moya what the great whale meant by danger and why Eternals die here. Eternals are not supposed to die because their Daos are anchored in the origin land. So long as the Dao persists, they can reincarnate through it, and after a dormant period, revive. But once their Dao is severed, they are, at best, Dao Lord peak cultivators and thus, susceptible to death. Here, the ancient Daos can strip away a cultivator's original Dao, breaking the connection. This would be impossible in the outer world. The domain's rules wouldn't allow it. But here, where those rules don't reach, the impossible happens. Without a Dao anchor, an Eternal would truly die if killed here. No dormancy, just final death. Beneath the yellow springs, Lin Moya discovered a new world, as if seeing the other face of the domain. Yet for some reason, he himself felt untouched. His bond with the undying Dao was unchanged, unaffected by the ancient Daos. Lin Moya attributed it to the unique nature of the undying Dao only that could explain it. Little Python, anxious, was powerless to resist the ancient Dao's invasion. Lin Moya, with a thought, sent the power of death towards him. Hold still. Little Python shivered, not daring to move, as the power of death wrapped him. Death's force corrupted and consumed the invading ancient Dao. As the battle raged within Little Python's body, wounds appeared all over him, but he dared not utter a sound. The expressions of pain were almost comically exaggerated. Once the ancient Dao was purged, Lin Moya opened his storage space, saying, "Get in, you'll come out when it's safe." Little Python zipped inside, genuinely terrified. Only those who had experienced the loss of Dao could understand how frightening it was. Disconnection from the Dao was just the first danger. Eternals might detect and resist it, and there were 9 spring eyes. Any could admit escape from the yellow springs. There had to be more to threaten an Eternal here. 9 spring eyes. Lin Moya's gaze sharpened. Moments ago, he'd glimpsed a 10th spring eye. When he looked again, it was gone. 9 spring eyes corresponded to the 9 beast chasms. Where did the 10th lead? He searched for the 10th spring eye, but no matter how much he tried, it did not reappear. Yet Lin Moya trusted his senses. It was not an illusion. The 10th spring eye did exist. He didn't give up, running repeated, meticulous searches of every corner of the space, confirming also that the ancient Dao could not invade him and his undying Dao remained unchanged. The only issue, he could not return directly to the origin land from here. Despite not finding the 10th spring, Lin Moyo made a new discovery. Each of the 9 spring eyes endlessly drew in Dao force, spun into ribbons that fed into the springs. The mouths of the 9 spring eyes were slowly moving, reflecting shifts in the beast chasms themselves. But something was off. As the springs absorbed Dao force, the brilliance on those ribbons never changed, a clear anomaly. Lin Moyo soon noted that these ribbons, faintly reflective, twined through the void until they formed a divine rune. He recognized it as the Divine Path Rune, a spatial rune that forms a portal to a specific location. He had now found the Divine Path Rune, and from that, a way to trace the space channel to its true destination. Chapter 4213. Chapter 4213, 4213. Chapter 4213, Does your master know? The 10th spring did not appear, but a divine road talisman was discovered, which could also be considered a harvest. According to the direction indicated by the talisman, Lin Moyo quickly locked onto a certain space, which was less than 10 meters above the ground, essentially on the surface of the earth. Here, the ground was also woven from ancient great Daos and was not real earth. Lin Moyo's gaze fixed on that space and soon sensed spatial distortion. As the space twisted, a faint radiance appeared. Lin Moyo instantly caught a trace of that light, which projected onto the void and formed a spring. The spring flickered and disappeared in the blink of an eye, exactly as he had seen before. So, the destination marked by the Divine Road Talisman is precisely where the 10th spring lies. But, it shouldn't be that simple. Previously, in the Yellow Springs, he had seen the giant whale, and also those creatures similar to soul devourers, but now there wasn't even a shadow of them. They must be in hiding. Although the space didn't seem large, the surroundings were filled with ancient great Daos. Lin Moyo guessed they must be hiding within them. These creatures hadn't appeared, probably waiting for him to be eroded by the ancient Daos, leading to a dramatic loss of strength, so they could attack him then. Admittedly, this was a correct approach, but unfortunately, it was useless against him. Lin Moyo snapped his fingers, and a mass of undead servants appeared. Waves of powerful attacks swept in all directions. The undead servants had no specific targets and simply unleashed a saturation attack upon this space. Their assaults completely disrupted the ancient great Daos, turning this once safe haven upside down. The ancient Daos, which had flowed for countless years, were severed, preventing the spring from absorbing the Dao force. As usual, at this rate even the yellow springs could dry up. The spring vibrated and roared, causing the whole space to quake violently. Lin Moyo, with his method, recklessly sabotaged this area. If you don't come out, I'll force you out. Stop. With an angry shout, the giant whale shot from the Dao, seething with fury as it charged Lin Moyo. Stop? What a joke. With a thought, Lin Moyo directed the undead servants to switch targets, now focusing their bombardment on the giant whale. The undead servant's strength was infinitely close to eternity. The giant whale had eternal level combat strength, a bit stronger than the undead, but not by much. Facing their relentless onslaught, the giant whale let out bizarre wails. Its body sprouted countless holes as immense force gushed out, blocking each attack. Yet when one barrage was blocked, another would follow. There were just too many undead servants, and their offensives came in waves. The giant whale raged. I told you to stop, didn't you hear? Lin Moyo ignored him, and instead the attacks only intensified. The giant whale fought back furiously, launching titanic attacks and wounding many undead, but it didn't matter. For every 100 fallen, there were 10,000 more. Lin Moyo wasn't even going all out. He had only summoned 10,000 undead servants, yet that was enough to thoroughly suppress the giant whale. Although the giant whale's defenses were formidable and it remained largely unhurt, it must have realized Lin Moyo wouldn't desist. Its roars turned to piercing shrieks that echoed through the void. The great Dao churned, and countless soul devourer-like beings materialized and charged over. They had hidden deep within, using the cover of the ancient Daos to avoid Lin Moyo's senses. Now, summoned by the giant whale, they came forth to attack. Lin Moyo snorted coldly, and world-burning fire erupted in the void, instantly incinerating any of the soul devourer-like creatures as soon as they appeared. No matter how many came, Lin Moyo would burn them all. Seeing this, the giant whale howled again, raising its pitch several times. Lin Moyo watched it with curiosity, wondering what new trick it could produce. To him, the giant whale was very interesting. Clearly not an eternal, possessing none of the eternal aura and unconnected to any Dao, yet still wielding power on par with an eternal. This form of existence was radically different from anything in the Five Realms domain. Lin Moyo even suspected it came from another domain entirely. There could well be more such existences beyond the Divine Road Talisman, so he wanted to probe the giant whale's methods to be prepared for whatever might come. The giant whale's howl grew louder and higher, making the ancient Dao seem alive. Vast Dao power surged in, scattering the undead and swallowing up the giant whale. Then, it vanished into the Dao, replaced by the sound of waves in the void as the ancient Daos transformed the space into an ocean. Interesting. Lin Moyo sensed that the giant whale had merged with the ancient Daos, becoming omnipresent within this place. As the Dao churned, a giant mouth appeared in the void, snapping at Lin Moyo. The undead servants reflexively launched attacks, but their blows were swallowed by the giant mouth, having no effect. With a stomp, Lin Moyo teleported back, letting the mouth snap on empty air. Snap! Another finger snap, and a wave of undead servants appeared. This time, Lin Moyo summoned 1,000,000 undead, a hundredfold increase, packing the void to the brim. 1,000,000 undead servants attacked in unison, again blanketing all directions, saturating the space. Their increased numbers and density far outstripped the previous assault, plunging the void into unparalleled chaos. The Dao power was scattered, unable to condense, and the whale, fused with the Dao, likewise failed to reconstitute. The undead servants forcibly cleared an area devoid of ancient Dao, expanding it outward. The ancient Daos were pressed, shrinking their domain further. The spring could no longer absorb from the Daos, and the yellow springs seemed on the verge of drying up. Stop it! From within the Daos came the whale's voice, clearly anxious. He pleaded repeatedly for a halt, but Lin Moyo paid no attention. Finally, unable to hold out, the whale began to beg. Stop for now, let the yellow springs flow again, and we can talk about anything. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you. Now he had dropped his lofty airs. Lin Moya smiled. What right do you have to bargain with me? You're not in the position to negotiate. The giant whale felt insulted, its voice turned ferocious again. You overstep yourself, Junior. Junior? Lin Moya replied with faint disdain. You're just a gatekeeper. Does your master know you speak this way? You. The giant whale's roar was cut short as Lin Moya said again, you'd better consider what punishment awaits if the yellow springs run dry. From their exchange, Lin Moya caught that the yellow springs breaking would spell big trouble for the whale, even causing fear in it. What could frighten the whale, except for someone even stronger? 10-1, the whale was just a watchman. Whether this guess was true, one test would suffice. The whale fell silent upon hearing Lin Moya's words. Lin Moya realized he was correct. At last, the whale yielded. I've lost. Enough. Whatever you want to know, you can ask. With a more subdued tone, Lin Moya said, now you're talking. So what's at the other end of the Divine Road Talisman? Chapter 42:14. Chapter 42:14, 4214. Chapter 42:14, what are the 5 world domains? Lin Moya paused, letting the ancient Great Dao recover somewhat to ensure the spring could draw upon Dao power. He wasn't worried the giant whale would go back on its word. His undead servants stood ready to cut off the Dao power at any moment. The giant whale emerged from the Dao, transforming into the shape of a middle-aged man in black. He looked at Lin Moya with a complicated expression. You could discover the Divine Road rune, so you must be skilled in runes. Lin Moya said directly, answer my question. The giant whale's gaze grew complex. The other end of the Divine Road rune is Tangsu. Lin Moya was momentarily stunned. Suyan. The giant whale shook his head. Not Suyan Palace, but Tangsu itself. Suyan Palace is merely one part of Tangsu. Lin Moya sensed things were becoming increasingly complex. Suyan Palace was already a legendary entity, yet now Tangsu appeared a place unknown even in legend. He asked, then what is Tangsu? The giant whale shook his head again. What exactly Tangsu is, you'll only know by going in yourself. I am only Tangsu's gatekeeper. The giant whale spoke of his own origins. He was once a void beast within the beast abyss, entering along with other void beasts and, influenced by the voice of the abyss, queued up mindlessly. At some point, chaos erupted, and he fell into Huangyuan. After some unclear interval, he reached the deepest part of the underworld and came through the spring to this place. Here, his Dao was stripped away, but he didn't die instead. He became Tangsu's gatekeeper. There's an administrator within Tangsu who appointed me to manage the underworld. If the underworld's flow is cut off, I'll be punished. He gave me eternal combat power and endless life. I can't defy him. He spoke pitifully, none of his former arrogance left. Lin Moya could sense there was no deception. Words might lie, but the soul rarely could. He asked further, in all these years, has anyone else entered? The giant whale replied, once, someone at the half-step chaos realm went in. Hold on. Lin Moya interrupted. You said half-step chaos realm, what stage is that? It's the realm you're in now, said the giant whale, looking at him oddly, as if to say, you really don't know your own realm. Lin Moya realized, then, that the stage after eternity was called Chaos Realm. Perhaps that was just the whale's term, the way cultivators called post-transcendence Holy Spirit Realm. So it was Kunlun Emperor who entered. Lin Moya wondered. Of those who'd taken that step, only Kunlun Emperor fit. He pressed, did he come back out? The whale shook his head. He did, but I was asleep then. I don't know where he went. So it was possible to leave Tangsu. If he wanted answers, he'd have to enter himself. Confident in his strength, Lin Moya figured if others could return, so could he. Before entering, he asked the whale further about things in the beast abyss. As long as he followed the line of void beasts down the underworld, he'd reach the abysses and a huge waterfall, which would open occasionally, letting some void beasts through. They'd leap in, but what happened afterward was unknown. Those who'd come with the whale out of the underworld weren't his subordinates but beast abyss spirits, found all over the abyss. In the underworld, the whale could control them via the Dao, but elsewhere he could not. Beast abyss spirits instinctively attacked any invaders. Lin Moyo had only encountered spirits from the underworld since he hadn't yet delved deeply. Burning the underworld brought out the whale. If not for that, the whale would have kept hibernating and avoided disaster. Lin Moya said, that settles things between us. You continue watching this place, I'll go into Tangsu. The whale readily agreed, happy to see him go. He regarded Lin Moya as a harbinger of calamity. Lin Moya's half-step chaos realm strength didn't intimidate the whale. Using the power of the Dao here, he could have contended with Lin Moya. The longer things dragged on, the weaker Lin Moya would become as the Dao here eroded his strength, until he'd be forced to retreat or perish. But who could have predicted Lin Moya's many subordinates, or that he was immune to such erosion? The whale ended up utterly suppressed, without recourse. Lin Moya reached the spot indicated by the Divine Road rune, sent another rune from his fingertip, and activated a rune forged entirely by the Dao itself. As space twisted, the rune shone, and a spatial passage appeared in the void. At its end was Tangsu, with great Dao power flowing out, the very source of Dao in this place. Lin Moya stepped into the passage and vanished. The whale let out a long sigh of relief. Finally gone. The rune's glow faded, the passage disappeared, and the whale was swallowed back into the Dao, resuming his stillness. The place soon returned to its usual silence, as it had for untold years. The spatial passage wasn't long. Soon, Lin Moya reached its end, where another divine road rune anchored the exit. These paired runes made for a stable passage, unshakable for eons. He passed through the rune, greeted by an ancient, boundless Tao. The exit opened onto solid ground, surrounded by lush, ancient forest. Lin Moya stood motionless, shock etched across his face. Few things could surprise him, but this time, he was genuinely startled. The Tao here was drastically different. In the prior spring eye space, what he sensed was age-old, formed by blending hundreds or thousands of Taos into a single, orderly chaos. But here, the Tao was not only ancient and fused, but more numerous. There were many Taos, each blending countless others, untouched yet patterned, swirling through this space. The Tao found in the spring eye space was but one of several similar innate Taos abounded. There was similarity as well as variety, many shared attributes. After a long, stunned examination, Lin Moya finally grasped their true nature. And he arrived at a terrifying guess. Why was it called the 5 world domains? These are Taos from different eras. Each Tao represents an era within the domain. Chapter 4215. Chapter 4215, 4215. Chapter 4215, the heavenly void palace of this era. Strands of the great Tao woven flew through the void, sometimes merging, sometimes scattering. When gathered, they resembled dragons or phoenixes, manifesting marvelous spirit beasts, many of which Lin Moya had never seen before. When dispersed, they became as mist and dream, transforming into fantastic, illusory visions. Upon careful observation, Lin Moya discerned that though there were many Taos, their true origin lay with just 4. These 4 Taos existed independently, yet each was a fusion of countless lesser Taos, in turn interweaving to produce the sights before him. While each of the 4 Taos had unique characteristics, they also shared familiar qualities, as if they were kin. As Lin Moya studied them, a series of possibilities raced through his mind, leading him to a conclusion so shocking that he himself could scarcely believe it. 4 Taos, each representing an era of the domain. Therefore, this domain is called the 5 worlds domain. Prior to this age, it has already seen 4 worlds. This answer was astonishing. Hardly anyone would believe it. Even Lin Moya himself wavered, finding the concept incredible. After all, a domain is not just a world. While a world can erase an age under the will of the world and give birth to a new one, the underlying Tao foundation remains unchanged through cycles. Even if new beings are born with great differences compared to their predecessors, the core truth does not shift. But if the domain itself also had the ability to erase an era and give birth to a new one, how could new Taos emerge? This ran counter to everything Lin Moya understood of the nature of domains. His Tao heart was shaken, but the 4 Taos before him, and the name 5 worlds domain, hinted that this answer might well be correct. His thoughts circled, eventually returning to the Taos before his eyes. Lin Moya muttered, if this is true, how was it ever accomplished? Suddenly, the Taos began to roil. In the void, a projection appeared, neither quite human nor dragon, shifting form ceaselessly, its true nature obscured. As the shadow appeared, an aged voice sounded. How it was done is a good question. Unfortunately, those who knew the answer are no longer here. Lin Moya was taken aback, and recognizing the figure's status, greeted with 3 parts respect. Junior Lin Moya greets senior. The other laughed softly, a sound filled with subtle meaning Lin Moya could not decipher. After the laughter faded, the voice continued, you are only the 2nd person of the 5th world to enter this place. Come, I will show you something. With that, the projection drifted through the Taos, and Lin Moya followed. Along the way, the figure continued to shift shape, and Lin Moya's curiosity was piqued. According to the enormous whale, this person should be the region's manager. At first, Lin Moya thought a manager would be similar to a rule administrator and therefore extremely powerful, but standing in the manager's presence, he did not sense overwhelming strength. However, as all the Taos circled around the manager, it seemed to confirm the authority of his role. Even if not personally strong, being able to command the Taos here was enough for formidable might. Lin Moya gave him due respect. He softly asked, how should I address senior? The reply came from ahead, I am nameless. You can call me Steward. Steward. Lin Moya found the title intriguing from the name alone, the other seemed more like a caretaker. Lin Moya pursued his questioning, what is this place? Didn't that whale tell you? The steward replied. He called this place the Heavenly Void, but what is the so-called Heavenly Void, truly? Lin Moya pressed. The steward chuckled, if you wish to know what is the Heavenly Void, you must first understand what is heaven and what is void. What is heaven? What is void? These were questions Lin Moya realized he'd never considered. Though his knowledge of the Tao was extensive, he'd never reflected on the singular concept of heaven. Having never considered it, he pondered it now. If I'm not mistaken, on the grandest scale, heaven refers to all of creation, the entire domain. Stretch it further, and it's all chaos. For cultivators, heaven is their Tao heart, their own vision of the heavenly Tao, unique to each. As for void, all things have a real and illusory aspect, heaven included. The heavenly Tao of our hearts is impartial, but it can also be partial. The steward's laughter interrupted him. You're making things too complicated. The Tao is utmost simplicity, think again. Lin Moya nodded, knowing the truth of the Tao's simplicity, a concept he had studied. What seems profound at first becomes simple to the adept. He said, the simplicity of the Tao is relative, what is simple to me may be extraordinary to others. The steward smiled but did not elaborate further, leaving the true answer unsaid, perhaps by choice, or because the time was not yet right. They walked on, unnoticed, for a million li, always amidst dense forest, seeing little new scenery. Lin Moya had the intuition that flying here would bring ill fortune. Trusting his instincts, he kept to the ground. As they walked, he noticed the Taos around them thickening toward their destination. Finally, the steward halted, forming a great hand from the Tao to point ahead. We're here. Have a look. Lin Moyo advanced and saw he stood atop a slope descending into a basin. Ancient trees filled the hollow from the basin, rose the threads of the Tao, as if this were their source. But here, unlike elsewhere, the primeval forest was filled with living beings, not those evolved by the Tao, but true creatures. Yet they were trapped here, unable to escape, bound by an intangible force. Their forms varied greatly, many unfamiliar even to Lin Moyo. These beings were all strong, the weakest a lord of the Tao, some even of eternal level. His gaze swept to the center of the basin where a palace stood. This is the Heavenly Void Palace. Lin Moyo was startled. The palace was nearly identical to the Heavenly Void Palace he had seen before, even bearing the same breach in its structure, confirming that his vision had not been an illusion, but real. At this, the steward smiled softly. Strictly speaking, it is the Heavenly Void Palace of this era. Chapter 42:16. Chapter 42:16, 4216. Chapter 42:16, what is the test? The butler's words once again altered Lin Moyo's worldview. Perhaps he had been startled too many times. He remained quite calm after hearing this, just a little surprised. What is the Heavenly Void Palace of this era? The butler replied, there's nothing that comes free in this world. If you want answers, you have to seek them for yourself inside the Heavenly Void Palace. However, let me warn you, it's not safe within the palace. You may get what you want, but there's also a chance you'll lose your life. All I can tell you is that this place hides the greatest secret of the entire domain. Through countless ages, many have come here, all seeking this secret and wanting to become lord of the domain. None succeeded. Lin Moyo's mind spun as he parsed the butler's brief statements in just a couple sentences. There was a wealth of hidden information. Earlier, the great whale had said, since becoming gatekeeper, only one person had entered. The butler had said he was the second to do so. Yet now he said many people had come across countless eras. This contradiction made Lin Moyo realize that when the butler said he was the second, he referred only to the current era. Now, speaking of countless ages, he meant other times entirely. He also spoke of this as the Heavenly Void Palace of this era, suggesting that there was more than one such palace, perhaps one for every era. According to the butler, the secret of the Heavenly Void Palace was likely tied to becoming the lord of the domain. This was precisely why Lin Moyo had no choice but to enter. He wished to become the lord, but the path he'd chosen might not be correct. If he could find the right method within the palace, so much the better. As for the dangers, Lin Moyo already had strategies in mind. The butler spoke quietly, consider your choice carefully. If you wish to go, follow that path. At its end is the Heavenly Void Palace. Lin Moyo saw the small path the butler indicated, upon which faint divine runes flickered. After a moment's scrutiny, Lin Moyo murmured, is this the path of seeking truth? The butler chuckled, you are correct. That is the path of seeking truth. Only by walking the path can you reach the Heavenly Void Palace. If you do not, you'll never arrive. The path of seeking truth was a special kind of road constructed of divine runes or with formations by many sects for their disciples. It tested one's mind and, at the same time, could lead to different destinations. Thus, many disciples could walk the same route but reach different ends. To reach the palace, one had to walk the path of seeking truth. Nothing unusual there. Lin Moyo gave the butler a slight bow, then walked to the starting point of the path and stepped forward. The path lit up, countless divine runes sparkling, drawing a flood of Tao power. In it, Lin Moyo felt his body grow heavier. He knew the path had been fully activated. His vision filled with scores of divine runes, a clear sign that great trials lay ahead. Fail, and he could not reach the end. The path's test was nothing but a test of character and strength, which Lin Moyo didn't care about. If even he couldn't pass, who in the domain could? Yet, a faint smirk played at Lin Moyo's lips. He had no intention of being tested. He had cultivated to the very peak of the domain. Who dared test him now? With inward pride, he strolled onto the path and did not rush forward, but stood and watched quietly. This path is of a very high grade. The one who said it had a profound understanding of divine runes, though still lacking. Just moments later, Lin Moyo had completely grasped the layout of the path and deduced that the designer's craftsmanship didn't match his own. Light flickered at his fingertips, divine runes sketched themselves and flew into the path at once. The whole path began to shake. More and more runes shot forth, and stunningly, the path's runes made way for his. In no time, Lin Moyo's divine formations had suffused the path. It now belonged to Lin Moyo. With control of the path, Lin Moyo became its master and walked through it at leisure. There was no test for him at all. From afar, the butler saw this change, his expression shifting, body's transformations accelerating. He actually took control of the path of seeking truth. He murmured in absolute shock, then, lower still, could he really have returned? Those words carried deep complexity. Had Lin Moyo heard them, he'd have pondered them long and hard. Watching Lin Moyo depart, the butler let out a long sigh and faded from sight. Walking onward, Lin Moyo found the path had sealed itself behind a transparent barrier. Along the way, many living beings watched him, but none drew close. Lin Moyo noticed they seemed wary of the path despite their great strength, even some radiating eternal aura. None would approach. Clearly, strict prohibitions held here. Carefully observing them, Lin Moyo saw that while powerful, their wisdom was not commensurate. Almost all their acts were driven by instinct. Why had so many powerful but witless beings been left here, and imprisoned at that? This, too, was a question to be answered, perhaps within the Heavenly Void Palace. At the end of the path, Lin Moyo stepped out and the palace came into view. It was vast, towering, exuding a terrifying aura. At this moment, Lin Moyo felt as if he faced the whole domain itself. If someone claimed this palace was the true heart of the domain, he would find it hard to doubt. Countless Taos swirled above, spinning in vortices just like, or perhaps surpassing, those seen at the origin ancestral land. It felt like this was the true source of all Daos. The source seemed to merely copy the Heavenly Void Palace's heavenly principles. Lin Moyo approached, the other beings still only watching. The palace itself emanated a formless might, barring them from him. In front of its sealed great doors, on the plaza, Lin Moyo saw long marked signs of previous battle. He summoned Little Python. Take a look. Does any of this seem familiar? Little Python, appearing drowsy, looked around, eyes narrowing, and muttered uncertainly, I think I've seen this before. The instant he spoke, the tightly closed gate of the Heavenly Void Palace began to glow. Chapter 42:17. Chapter 42:17, 4217. Chapter 42:17, The Gate Guardian Divine Beast. On the plaza before the Heavenly Void Palace, Tingsu Palace, traces of a battle remained, some marks serpentine in shape very much like the large python, and the python itself was indeed a giant serpent. Previously, during the python's evolution, there had been glimpses of the Heavenly Void Palace. Jokes had even been made then that the python might be the palace's gatekeeping beast. Now the main gate of the Heavenly Void Palace glowed, the pattern on the door acquiring a new image, a python beast identical to the python beside them. The python's gaze was fixed on the palace gate, unable to look away. It muttered, Is that me? Suddenly, the python beast pattern on the gate became a beam of light that shone on the python's body. It seemed stimulated, howling skyward without end. The sound shook the forests, and countless other creatures joined in with frantic cries, echoing the python's call. Far away, the great Dao surged and the house steward's figure appeared, looking toward the python and murmuring, What's happening? In the sky's Dao, a giant python danced with the Dao, coiling in the air. The steward was startled. The five-world python has returned. As he spoke, more beastly roars rang out in the distance. Heavenly Void itself seemed to come alive. With a complicated look, the steward continued, Why would the five-world python return? The time shouldn't be right yet. Lin Moyo watched the giant python appear in the void, now certain the python was really the gatekeeping divine beast of the Heavenly Void Palace. For certain reasons, the python had once fallen, its soul reincarnated countless times until it became the current little python taken as Lin Moyo's companion and now finally led home. Here, the python's memories and power had been preserved, and it was now truly returning to its roots. Lin Moyo saw the python's aura grow stronger, breaking through to the level of eternity, then climbing to the peak of eternal existence. Yet it did not transcend further, some force held it back. At this point, the python was no weaker than a beast emperor. With the Heavenly Void Palace's power, it could absolutely suppress a beast emperor. Among all the living creatures outside the Heavenly Void Palace, the python was now the strongest. In Lin Moyo's estimation, if the python fought with all its might, it could even take on a half-step chaos level, being not guaranteed to win, but it could certainly put up a fight. As the radiance faded, the python descended, resuming its post as the Gate Guardian Beast. It obediently curled up at Lin Moyo's feet and said, Master, now I know who I am. Lin Moyo looked the python over. It had changed. Its scales were thicker, its form larger, and it now emanated an inky, glossy light like a black hole swallowing the surrounding brilliance. Its crimson eyes glowed ominously in the darkness. Lin Moyo sighed, Not as cute as before, you know. The python answered, Aggrieved, I was born this way. It's fine, ugly is fine too. Lin Moyo laughed. So, who are you? I am the Gate Guardian Divine Beast of the 5 generations Heavenly Void Palace, and the Lord of the Beasts in this primordial forest of Daos. The Heavenly Void Palace. Gate Guardian Divine Beast of 5 generations, Lin Moyo repeated softly. So, there are more than one Heavenly Void Palace. There are 5, the python said. Each palace has its own Gate Guardian. I am the weakest. Just then, Lin Moyo also heard the powerful roars from afar, containing immense might already beyond the eternal realm. Those must be the guardian beasts of the other palaces. How did you, this Gate Guardian Divine Beast, fall? Lin Moyo asked. I was wounded by the Chaos Emperor. I fell into a deep sleep after that, and at some point, I simply died, the python whimpered nearly tearfully. Lin Moyo snorted. You don't know how? I was asleep. How would I know? Think about it. Besides you, who else could get here? The python tilted its head, thinking hard, and then shouted, Are you suggesting the steward? Who else? Lin Moyo replied. The python shook its head, Impossible. He would never do such a thing, and he couldn't even walk the path of seeking truth. But Lin Moyo disagreed. The steward had been in Heavenly Void for who knows how many years. With so much time, much could change. It's hard to know anyone's heart. Only a stone never changes. Anyone with wisdom and life can change. And, the path of seeking truth may seem tough, but perhaps it isn't. Do you know who made the path of seeking truth? Lin Moyo asked. The python shook its head again, No idea. It's always just been there. And the origins of the Heavenly Void Palace? Again the python could not answer, Don't know. When I awakened to intelligence, I was already the Gate Guardian. It didn't become the guardian by struggling for it, the palace chose it. Perhaps before that, the python was just another ordinary creature on the palace's outskirts, simply lucky to be chosen. Lin Moyo pressed on, I'm going in now. Anything I should watch out for? It's not safe inside, the python warned. If Master is going in, you must be careful. As for what's inside, I have no idea. So, it truly was a guardian in name, only knew little, guarded less. Lin Moya easily imagined the ancient scene, the little python, battling the Chaos Emperor who came to enter the Heavenly Void Palace. The python tried to block it and ended up mortally wounded. The Chaos Emperor spared it, merely leaving it defeated to slumber, but in the end, the steward finished the job, no doubt for other reasons. The python, of course, was not about to stop Lin Moya. In fact, it eagerly opened the heavenly gate of the palace for him. The gate, sealed for uncounted ages, now swung wide, releasing a mighty ancient aura that surged skyward like a dragon, its roar resounding, causing all the dows to ring, and riling the recently calmed heavenly void anew. "Master, you must be careful," the python urged. Lin Moya smiled lightly. "Don't worry, I won't die." When the breath from the door faded, Lin Moya strode boldly into the 5 generations Heavenly Void Palace. Elsewhere in Heavenly Void, the steward appeared, gazing at the palace, murmuring, "He's gone in. Then I must begin as well." With a wave, he created a vast formation upon the earth crafted from divine runes and even more complex than the path of seeking truth. The steward entered the formation, taking its core position, and fully activated it. The formation boomed into life. A torrent of dows descended from the sky, pouring into the formation. The steward then faded, merging himself entirely into the Tao. Chapter 42:18. Chapter 42:18, 4218. Chapter 42:18, First planting the fruit within the Heavenly Void Palace. Heavenly Void Palace, a place that existed only in legend. Not only was it real, but it wasn't the only one of its kind. Lin Moya stepped in, treading on the ground of the Heavenly Void Palace, feeling a faint sense of unreality. The floor of the Heavenly Void Palace was incomparably solid, and Lin Moya could easily tell the material was none other than innate primordial treasure. Using such an incredibly valuable material as building stone for a palace, just as paving slabs, what kind of extravagance was this? So extravagant. The reality of the Heavenly Void Palace exceeded even Lin Moya's imagination. How powerful must its master have been? Probably only the lord of the domain could gather so much primordial treasure. After entering the palace, there was a long corridor that extended for a kilometer, and then split into 2 branching paths on either side. Lin Moya did not walk in immediately, but instead took out the causal ring and silently activated it. Effect without cause. Lin Moya decisively planted a fruit, the fruit being that he would certainly return safely from the Heavenly Void Palace. The force of backlash surged against him, and with a bang Lin Moya was smashed to pieces, then a moment later reborn in a flash of violet light. Lin Moya was long used to it, silently reborn, then silently died, his face showing no expression. The pain of total destruction meant nothing to him anymore. In all his cultivation, he had lost count of how many times he'd died. Fear and pain alike were things of the distant past. After 12 rebirths in a row, the backlash finally ended. Lin Moya took a deep breath. 12 times, so there really is quite some danger here. But not mortal danger, so it's not a big deal. By counting how many rebirths he went through, Lin Moya could gauge the intensity of the backlash. From this, he could analyze the difficulty of planting the fruit. The lower the number, the safer the path, the higher, the riskier. 12 times it wasn't too treacherous. At most, a narrow escape. Lin Moya waited a moment, still not taking action. He planted another fruit. Effect without cause. His second use of the effect without cause was even more direct. He set the fruit that every choice he made would be correct. This was a totally unreasonable fruit, but then that's the entire point of effect without cause. In Lin Moya's mind, after he had died so many times already, what was left to be reasonable about? He set the fruit so that, no matter what, his choice would be right. The causal ring flickered with a faint glow. He was once again shattered to pieces, but birth and death had both become things he took calmly. The purple radiance flashed again and again, 8 deaths in a row, and finally the backlash faded. Only died 8 times. So, looks like the choices won't be too hard to figure out. After planting the 2 fruits, Lin Moya finally proceeded along the corridor deeper into the Heavenly Void Palace. As he entered, he sensed that his own immortality Great Tao was being somewhat suppressed. This was the first time his immortality Tao had ever been suppressed, even it was being affected. Lin Moya immediately realized that the Heavenly Void Palace was extraordinary. The immortality Great Tao was truly unique, it practically surpassed the realm. If even it was being suppressed here, what of other Taos? Lin Moya estimated he could not even unleash 1/10 of his power here. He soon reached the end of the corridor, and was faced with 2 paths, one on the left and one on the right. Without hesitation, Lin Moya turned left. He'd already planted the fruit, his choice could not be wrong. No need to think about it, just follow his heart. Not long after, he came to another end, again chose the left without the slightest hesitation, as if the route were second nature to him. Another kilometer, another choice, left again and again, until he had long left the entrance far behind. After the last choice, he was cut off from where he'd started. A glance back revealed mists everywhere. Clearly there was no way to turn back. So he kept pressing on. The Heavenly Void Palace was immense. Lin Moya could feel the power of the space Great Tao at work, making the space itself shift and change in complexity. He continued boldly forward, making another dozen or so left or right choices until he finally saw the corridor's end. At its end was a small garden, with a towering ancient tree in the center so tall, its crown could not be seen. The moment Lin Moya saw it, a warning rose from deep within his soul. This tree was far from ordinary and was a real threat to him. Lin Moya halted at the end of the corridor, not stepping into the garden. As long as he didn't enter, the ancient tree wouldn't act. Snap! With a snap of his fingers, 1,000 undead servants appeared, charging toward the ancient tree. Read crazy good novels at Follow. His spiritual sense had never failed him after countless tests. If something was a threat, he would attack first. The undead servants brandished their ghostly blades and charged at the tree, but in this place, the power of the great Tao was heavily suppressed. Their combat power was far less than usual, not even at the Tao Lord level, dropping a full realm. Lin Moya sent a thought, and the vast world suddenly manifested, forcibly counteracting the Heavenly Void Palace's pressure to restore his undead servants' power to peak. The ancient tree came to life with a thunderous movement, countless branches whipping down like whips. This ancient tree's power had already reached the very peak of eternity, stronger than the undead. Please send flowers. The undead were hurled away by the strikes. Branches transformed into treant warriors who engaged the undead in fierce combat. These treant warriors were very strong, stronger than the undead, and extremely numerous at first. The undead shock force was suppressed. No one really knew how many years the tree had lived, and how many branches it had. Lin Moya's initial force of 1,000 undead was utterly insufficient. If so, he'd just add more when it came to fighting with numbers. Lin Moya was never afraid. Space twisted, and 100,000 undead surged forth, a hundredfold increase, and the momentum shifted back to Lin Moya's side. The ancient tree sent down innumerable branches. The earth trembled, and vast networks of roots shot from below, lashing through space to strike the undead servants. The tree roots were even mightier, able to cleave through space, impossible to dodge or parry. Undead were smashed apart by roots, but the next instant, they revived and kept fighting. The garden wasn't that big, but as the battle escalated, the space inside rapidly expanded, swelling hundreds of times larger enough to fit more branches, more roots, and more action. The tree's maneuvering space was greater, and so, beneficially, was Lin Moya's. Lin Moya could tell that the ancient tree commanded the space. Great Tao expanding the space was necessary, as it had been limited to the garden, cramping its combat potential. If the space stayed small, the tree couldn't unleash its strength. Now that it was vast, both sides could go all out. It benefited the tree, but Lin Moya more. With another thought, undead servants multiplied tenfold again. 1,000,000 filled half the available space. However fierce the tree became, it couldn't quickly break 1,000,000-strong undead blockade. The undead's attacks rained endlessly on the tree's body, like torrents from the heavens. Soon, cracks began to spider across the trunk, spreading out until they covered it. In just a few moments, the ancient tree collapsed with a shudder. The trunk snapped, but the roots didn't die. Vast masses of roots scattered the local undead and then, clutching the trunk base, drilled down into the earth, vanishing. The garden was left with just a huge pit. Lin Moya didn't send the undead after it. There was no need. Given the dangers within the Heavenly Void Palace, any undead pursuing the roots would only die pointlessly, and learn nothing for their trouble. He crossed the garden and entered a new section. In the rolling waves of the great Tao up in the void, a faint projection slowly materialized. The butler appeared. The butler gazed silently at the garden, then quietly dissipated. kofi.com/translate Toki. Only donate if you want to. Chapter 4219. Chapter 4219, 4219. Chapter 4219, You Can't Turn Back. Lin Moya passed through the small garden and found himself before a palace lake, above which water bridges crisscrossed in a lattice. Suddenly, the space around him began shrinking, and the scenery in his vision distorted. An immense force slammed into him from the front, as though a solid, unbreakable wall crashed hard into his body. With a bang, Lin Moya was knocked back several hundred meters before coming to a stop, almost returning to the small garden he had just left. This force took him by surprise, but it wasn't strong enough to injure him. Once steady, Lin Moya understood what had happened. After the tree escaped, the previously expanded space rapidly collapsed back to its original size, forming a spatial wall that knocked him back. The space inside the Heavenly Void Palace seemed independent and extremely sturdy. Had a battle of that scale occurred elsewhere, the entire void would have shattered, but here, space remained unmoved. Looking back at the small garden, Lin Moya let slip a barely perceptible smile and swept his gaze toward the sky. Then he continued on toward the lake, his movements on the surface appearing utterly normal. Inwardly, though, Lin Moya remarked, "So it really is you. Looks like you want to get inside the Heavenly Void Palace too. What is truly in there?" Just now, as he was nearly forced back into the small garden, he noticed something. Within the network of spatial DAOs overhead, he sensed the butler's, Guanjia's, aura. The house steward hid himself well, but not well enough to evade Lin Moya's perception. For the steward to silently enter the Heavenly Void Palace and trail behind meant he must be up to something. Countless years ago, when the Kunlun Emperor came, the butler took advantage. After Kunlun wounded little Python, the steward killed the Python, stripping this era's palace of its guardian. Over all those years, the butler must have entered the palace more than once, yet never achieved his goal. Perhaps he needed someone else's hand to succeed. By now, though, he had surely learned to circumvent the guardian and slip inside quietly, and as soon as Lin Moya arrived, he followed. Lin Moya's curiosity only deepened. What was hidden within the Heavenly Void Palace? From his exchanges with the butler, he could already infer a few things, be the steward an artifact spirit or a living being. Ultimately he sought one of two things, power or freedom, and these are often inseparable. The butler likely wanted both. He wasn't worried the butler would show himself eventually, and Lin Moya could then find out his intentions. Returning to the lake, he stepped onto the bridges. The lake was sizable, and the bridges formed a dense maze. Here, a powerful force prevailed. The sky pressed so low it was hard to fly. Lin Moya tested the air, realizing it wasn't impossible to fly, but doing so would trigger a restriction and bring attack. With his perception, Lin Moya could see the restrictions above the lake. It was all one gigantic formation, grander than the path of seeking truth but less complex, possessing some of the Tao's simplicity. Where there's a formation, he could take control, and by mastering the formation that blanketed the lake, he could pierce the maze's secrets. Boom! Suddenly, the lake erupted with spray, and a host of flying fish shot from the water, transforming into sharp arrows aimed at Lin Moyo. Each of these arrow fish was as strong as an eternal. In the Heavenly Void Palace, eternity seemed commonplace, making Lin Moyo feel a rare sense of awe. After all, eternity was already at the pinnacle of the domain, yet here it appeared almost everywhere, which only testified to the palace's overwhelming level. A wave of undead servants appeared, morphing into shields to block the arrow fish. When arrow fish met undead, they erupted with thunderous blasts, disintegrating the undead instantly to dust. Each explosion was like an eternal self-destructing. The undead couldn't withstand it. Strangely, though, the explosions only affected the undead, with no impact on the surroundings. This made Lin Moyo cautious. If he, rather than his undead, were targeted, the explosion could reduce him to fragments too. While he could revive, if the number of deaths surpassed his limit, it might mean true death. His current limit was once per second, resetting every 20 seconds. He couldn't exceed that. If he did, actual death could occur. But he still had enough undead. When one batch died, the next instantly replaced them, and so the cycle continued, with neither side exhausting its numbers. Arrowfish kept surging endlessly from below the lake, as if infinite. As the deadly cycle repeated, Lin Moyo realized something was wrong. No conjured enemy should sustain itself forever. Examining the lake, at last he saw its true nature. The lake, too, housed a formation one integrated with the formation above. The heavenly formation supplied a flood of Tao, and the arrowfish were not real, but attacks born of the formation. As long as the Heavenly Void Palace's Tao was not exhausted, the attacks would never cease. The more he studied it, the more wrong it felt. The power here would overwhelm even him. If the Kunlun Emperor once came and walked a similar path, he must have faced something similar, and yet the Emperor clearly passed through. This meant a solution must exist. Lin Moyo's current approach was not the correct one. Deciding to solve it by unraveling the formation, Lin Moyo focused on the sky's formation. The one in the lake was too well hidden, with its workings uncertain. The formation in the sky was subtle and, paradoxically, more difficult to break for its simplicity. The whole thing maintained a kind of balance akin to a natural formation, stymieing easy efforts. After some observation, Lin Moyo figured out the trick. So that's how it works. He took 3 steps forward. Instantly, the tumultuous lake stilled, and all the arrowfish vanished as if the previous assault were a dream. He hadn't yet broken the formation, but he understood its operating logic. The formation imposed a rule on the bridge above the lake: remain still on the walkway, and the lake's formation would attack. Try to retrace your steps, and you'd be attacked as well. You could only go forward, never back. Only by continually pressing on would the lake remain calm. But the walkways were as twisted as a labyrinth. If anyone lost their way and tried to turn back, they would be beset with overwhelming attacks that even most Eternals couldn't survive, much less anyone less than half-step to Chaos Realm. If indeed the Kunlun Emperor once walked here, he must have simply kept moving, never pausing, following the right path. While pondering, the lake exploded again into arrowfish as Lin Moyo stopped a moment. With just 2 seconds of hesitation, the formation reactivated, unleashing another round of attacks. Chapter 4220. Chapter 4220, 4220. Chapter 4220, Controlling the Formation, Surpassing the Formation. Lin Moyo walked and stopped in turns. When he moved, the formation on the lake would halt, and when he stood still, it would resume. He acted like a wanderer, constantly teasing both formations, toggling them between active and inactive states. By observing their operation, Lin Moyo became increasingly clear on how to tackle the formation. His 10 fingers danced in the air, drawing divine runes that left countless afterimages. Each intricate, layered rune flew from his fingertips. Every rune formed a small formation. Lin Moyo resolved to counter simplicity with complexity, using a host of intricate divine runes to alter the structure of the formation above the lake, thereby gaining control. The formation in the sky was far too simple. If he just followed its established path, he would go astray. The only way was to do the opposite, to walk against its direction. More and more runes shot out, taking positions in the midair above the lake, some even darting extremely far away. Before long, Lin Moyo's runes were everywhere over the lake. The formation within the lake ignored the runes. Lin Moyo realized this formation only targeted living beings and paid no attention to the runes, confirming his suspicion that breaking the formation with another formation was the optimal solution. Finding the right path was only secondary. If this place were a game, walking the maze was merely clearing the level, while cracking the formation meant becoming the master of the game, not just a player. A shift in both role and mindset, like a chess piece suddenly becoming the player. With his divine runes in place, Lin Moyo activated the network. Each rune was a self-contained formation, but upon activation, they linked together into a vast, complex network whose sole function was to suppress and control the formation above and stabilize its behavior. From Lin Moyo's perspective, it was like laying a shell over the sky's formation, allowing him to become its new master. The network rose into the sky, enveloping the formation with a great rumble. His array merged into and seized control of the original. Lin Moyo's mind entered this new core. Gazing down at the lake, he could now see the true safe route clearly. Still, he didn't act right away. Instead, he controlled the formations, cutting off power to the lake's formation. Where arrowfish had attacked moments ago, they vanished instantly. He'd passed the main part of this trial, but there was another half, the formation in the lake itself. It seemed that the lake hid a deeper secret. Observing from above, Lin Moyo found it was easy to analyze the inner formation. He began drawing runes again, replicating his earlier method. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, his body shot upward, necromancer servants retreating to shield him in layers, reinforcing his defenses. Just then, from the bottom of the lake, columns of water shot skyward with a violent crash. The water was unusual, unlike anything Lin Moya could name, yet of extremely high grade, not inferior to innate primordial treasure materials. The water pillars acted like steel, bursting with power, sending necromancer servants flying and shattering their bodies as they passed, breaking through layer after layer of protection. In an instant, more than half of the defensive rings were destroyed. The water pillars kept coming, with fresh necromancers appearing constantly to take the brunt. It really isn't that simple, Lin Moya noted. At the lake's deepest part, beneath the formation, he spotted a glowing item. This object was feeding energy to the lake's formation and even controlling its operation to some extent. Now, the formation in the lake became more aggressive. Pillars of water battered the necromancers, while waves of arrow fish attacked. Lin Moya responded by summoning even more necromancer servants, some serving as shields, others countering the arrow fish. There were so many, the situation quickly stabilized, letting Lin Moya keep working on his runes without concern. As before, the lake's formation ignored the runes, targeting only Lin Moya. Soon, a whole new network of formations covered the lake, then sank in to encase the old one. With both sky and lake formations under his control, the area finally grew peaceful. Done, he thought, yet he had barely relaxed when, with a thunderous boom, the lake erupted, a massive water column shooting skyward, shattering the bridges overhead and annihilating his necromancer servants, with even Lin Moya himself being blasted away. Fortunately, the undead had absorbed most of the impact, and Lin Moya only got knocked back. A gigantic figure of pure silver glass rose from the lake, a mountain-shaped treasure blazing on its chest. This mountain-shaped treasure had formed the giant, and now became the final opponent. Only by first controlling the sky's formation could one activate the treasure. It then provided power to the lake's formation. Defeating the formation in the lake made the treasure itself emerge. The giant stood mid-lake, upper body exposed, frantically drawing power from the lake. The more it absorbed, the stronger it grew. Lin Moya manipulated both formations at once. The sky's array poured down into the lake's array, which in turn sent a storm of arrow fish to assault the giant. Thus, he confronted the giant purely via the formations, without acting himself. Knowing this was exactly what the test required, he had to master both arrays and use them against the giant. Lin Moya fully understood the test setter's intentions, so he played the game accordingly. The giant battled the arrow fish in a ferocious clash. Both sides unleashed immense power. The arrow fish exploded within the giant's body, detonating with devastating force, covering it in wounds. They seemed to be winning. But before long, the giant began adapting to their attacks. Soon, their explosions only caused superficial injuries and would eventually lose all effect. Realizing that merely relying on the arrays would not suffice to defeat the giant, Lin Moya understood, beyond merely controlling the formations, he needed to innovate, enhancing the formations beyond their original design. So be it, let's make this fun. Competitive fire burned in Lin Moya's heart as he resolved to claim victory through mastery of the art of formations itself. Chapter 4221. Chapter 4221, 4221. Chapter 4221, Fatty Girl. Lin Moya had gained complete control over both formations, knowing every detail by heart. With a little consideration, he instantly knew how to further enhance them. One after another, divine runes flew out, quickly forming a brand new array in mid-air. Now, both the sky and the lake each hosted a formation, and in between, a new array bridged them. The formation in the sky gradually descended, while the one in the lake slowly rose. As one ascended and the other descended, they made contact with the new formation at the midpoint. The three formations linked together, their power increasing dramatically as endless great Tao energy was drawn in. From within the array, a giant made of pure Tao force stepped forth. The battlefield transformed into a clash between two such giants, each letting out guttural roars and delivering heavy blows. Transcendent power beyond eternity shot through the void, space itself warping and quaking as if it might shatter at any moment. The battle was fierce. Lin Moya manipulated his Tao giant as though he were fighting in person, suppressing his opponent. At the same time, he improved the formation further, making his Tao giant ever stronger. The lake's surface sank, cracks appeared on the shore, and under a barrage of blows, the giant formed from the mountain-shaped treasure began to split and fracture. Finally, after endless hammering, its body was smashed to pieces. The mountain-shaped treasure was revealed, and, like a startled bird, tried to flee with a shrill screech. Trying to escape. Lin Moya snorted, having his Tao giant reach out and firmly seize the treasure. The mountain-shaped treasure struggled madly in the giant's grasp, screeching in panic, but to no avail. With no path left, it tried to burrow into the Tao giant's body, attempting to gain control itself. Wishful thinking. Lin Moya sneered, unleashing the power of death to envelop the treasure in an instant. The force of death devours all. Given time, Lin Moya could corrode even a treasure of this strength. Even if he couldn't destroy it entirely, the artifact spirit inside would be in for a very hard time. The world-burning fire joined the power of death, enveloping the mountain-shaped treasure. World-burning fire is particularly effective against artifact spirits. Lin Moya was confident it would be afraid. He'd already sensed the artifact spirit within, and dealing with artifact spirits was old hat for him. Now that it was in his hands, no matter how wild it was, he could make it behave. The Tao giant held the treasure tight, death's power wrapped around it, and the world-burning fire seared the inside. Soon, a wailing cry erupted from the artifact spirit. Stop, stop, you win, let me go. The artifact spirit finally gave in, shouting in surrender. Lin Moya heard a crisp voice. It sounded female and was sharp and forceful. He coldly ordered, absorb my blood essence. Acknowledge your master. A drop of blood essence flew from him, landing on the treasure's core. For artifact spirits, absorbing the master's blood essence was an act of submission. There was no getting around it. Other artifact spirits he could subdue without such measures, but for this one, Lin Moya could not be sure, so he forced it. No negotiation. The spirit clearly did not want to submit, begging for mercy, but Lin Moyo ignored her. If she didn't comply, he would not cease. After a dozen minutes of relentless flames, the spirit finally caved, conceding within the world-burning fire. She absorbed his blood essence, which then circulated through the treasure, inscribing Lin Moya's soul imprint on it, a basic level of refinement. Information about the treasure entered Lin Moya's mind. Its name was Domain Rivers and Mountains Order. Once accepted, he released the treasure and murmured, "Come out." His words were a command the spirit could only obey. A large head poked out of the treasure, followed by the whole body, an artifact spirit resembling a 5 or 6-year-old girl, a bit chubby, with a cute, round face but a fierce look in her eyes. She didn't seem particularly happy about surrendering, but recognized her position and obediently said, "Fatty greets master." Lin Moyo asked, "Who gave you that name?" Fatty shook her head. "I've known that name since I gained consciousness, but who gave it to me, I don't know." "You don't know who made you either?" Lin Moyo pressed. She shook her head again. "Nope." "Then do you know what you're supposed to do here?" "I do. I've always known, if someone controls both heaven and earth formations, I come out and kill them." Fatty even balled her fists, trying to look formidable. Lin Moyo, having controlled both arrays, triggered her emergence and she'd failed to kill him, instead being subdued and refined. She looked more resentful than ever, yet couldn't fight her fate. He pondered, surely the one who set up this trial was the master of the Heavenly Void Palace. But what was the point? Was it just to test skill at formations? What benefit was there in that? He asked. "Your body is called Domain Rivers and Mountains Order. What exactly can it do?" Fatty replied, "I gather the power of all the mountains and rivers in the domain. I can manifest a giant whose strength surpasses eternity. In addition, I can suppress the domain's rivers and mountains, making them more stable and preventing collapse. And I can absorb chaos force, refining it into the power of the domain, so the domain's strength increases." 3 abilities: combat, suppression, reinforcement. Just from her explanation, Lin Moyo understood its worth. The Domain Rivers and Mountains Order was immensely strong. If possessed by any Eternal, they'd nearly be invincible among their peers. That said, no Eternal could easily tame it. To merely avoid being suppressed would already be a feat. "You've always been asleep beneath the lake?" Lin Moyo asked. "Pretty much. Wake up if someone comes, sleep when no one does." "Before me, did anyone else ever pass this way?" Fatty answered, "There's one guy who came by often, always flying over from above. He never triggered the array. Only one person ever triggered it, but he never tried to control it. He just walked through the maze. So, I didn't bother with him." So it really was like that. The one she referred to as always flying over was the steward. The one who activated the array and passed through the maze was the Kunlun Emperor. Lin Moyo hadn't expected he'd choose the same path as Kunlun Emperor. Sometimes, life is just that coincidental. "Now that you're mine, come with me. I'll take you out of the Heavenly Void Palace, let you see the wider world." Fatty didn't seem excited by the prospect, but asked, "Master, how do you plan to leave the palace?" "Are there several ways? One is through the side door. Something went wrong there. It was supposed to be closed, but now it's open. The last guy left by that way, with help from a powerful treasure to bypass the mighty guardian. The other way is to the palace's core. If you crack the maze there, you can control the whole palace." Chapter 4222. Chapter 4222, 4222. Chapter 4222, The Fairy of Tribulations appears again. Lin Moyo looked at Fatty. "How do you know all this?" Fatty shook her head. "I don't know. I've just always known it since I became conscious." Despite acknowledging Lin Moyo as master, she kept her assertive, self-assured tone. Lin Moyo didn't mind, as long as she obeyed. He asked, "That side gate guardian, can you beat it?" Fatty thought for a moment. "Shouldn't be a problem. Let's go check the side gate first. Do you know the way?" Lin Moyo said. Fatty pointed, "That way." Lin Moyo decided to visit the side gate first. According to Fatty, the Kunlun Emperor escaped through it, with the help of some treasure. Although countless years had passed, time seemed to lose meaning inside the Heavenly Void Palace, and all traces and marks remained unchanged. By going there, Lin Moyo could still observe the traces and perhaps deduce what happened in the distant past. He was curious about what treasure the Kunlun Emperor found that allowed him to escape. While there was no danger for Lin Moyo himself inside the palace, it was indeed deadly for other Eternals, even for a half-step chaos cultivator like Kunlun Emperor. This wasn't arrogance, it was fact. As for the butler, who had visited many times, Lin Moyo easily guessed that his real goal was the heart of the Heavenly Void Palace, perhaps to control the palace or use it for some other scheme. Lin Moyo ignored him for now, planning to settle the score after visiting the palace center. The butler, content to hide in the shadows and play tricks, wasn't worth taking too seriously. They crossed the lake and entered a narrow path. Fatty said that at the end of the path was the side gate. She didn't know which treasure Kunlun Emperor got there. Lin Moyo soon reached the path's end. Before him was a small palace, not very large nor particularly ornate, but exquisitely built, constructed entirely from innate primordial treasure materials. While such a structure outside would be a supreme treasure, inside the Heavenly Void Palace, even the paving stones were of the same stuff, so it was unremarkable. Looking at the palace, Lin Moyo felt a sense of déjà vu. He asked, "Is this the side gate?" "More or less. The side gate's behind this palace, and the guardian is behind it too," Fatty replied. "What's this palace for?" Lin Moyo asked again. Fatty shook her head. "I don't know. I've never been inside." Lin Moyo found it strange. "You say you were born with all this knowledge, yet you don't know what this building is for." Fatty replied, "That's just how it is. I know most paths in the Heavenly Void Palace, but as for every room or building, I really don't know their functions." Lin Moya thought her memory was clearly artificially implanted, and the only one who could have done so was her creator, the master of the Heavenly Void Palace. But why implant memories like this? She seemed to have an internal map but not knowledge of each room's purpose. Lin Moya proceeded into the palace, trusting Fatty wouldn't deceive him. The interior wasn't large, just 10 meters deep and wide, with no expansion by space Dao power. Inside was a mess, like it had been through a fight. Items were scattered everywhere: pens, papers, decorations, overturned tables and chairs. That sense of familiarity grew stronger in Lin Moya's heart. He realized the palace was more like a storeroom, filled with unimportant things. Every scattered piece was a treasure, gleaming with spiritual radiance, but Lin Moya didn't bother picking them up, as another suspicion was growing inside him. The current situation was matching up with a certain memory, he just needed to confirm it. At the back of the palace, he stopped suddenly. There was a platform, which must have once held something. Now it was gone, leaving just a mark. The mark was long and narrow, letting him guesstimate the shape of the missing item. There was also lingering, familiar, and powerful energy suffusing the area. Lin Moya's heart surged. He figured out what Kunlun Emperor had acquired here. Exiting the palace, he encountered another short passageway, only 10 meters long, leading to a door. This door had a gap on the left, clearly smashed open by someone. Standing nearby was a puppet radiating dazzling golden light, which slowly turned its head toward Lin Moya, exuding a terrifying aura. This was no ordinary puppet. Its whole body was forged of innate primordial treasure material, refined to perfect solidity. Lin Moya knew that even his world-ending palm wouldn't hurt it. It radiated an aura beyond eternity, with both immense defense and attack power. No wonder the Kunlun Emperor hadn't been able to beat it, having to crash through the wall to escape, probably using the treasure obtained inside. Lin Moya said, "She's yours," to Fatty. Fatty agreed cheerily, shooting from his hand and morphing mid-air into a giant, charging at the puppet guardian. The puppet shot forward like lightning, the two colliding fiercely in a narrow corridor. Multiple tiers of light sprang up around them, absorbing all the shockwaves. The Heavenly Void Palace itself was totally unaffected. The battle was a stalemate, neither side able to secure victory for the moment. With Fatty keeping the guardian busy, Lin Moya strolled over to the side gate, checking the hole smashed in it. The opening's shape confirmed his guess. The Kunlun Emperor must have used the Ferry of Tribulations he found in the palace to crash through the door and escape. But if that's the case, others shouldn't have known he acquired the ferry, Lin Moya mused. And the legend places the ferry appearing long before the Kunlun Emperor. How does that make sense? Solving one mystery just brought him a new one. At that moment, Lin Moya glanced up and, through the gap, spotted a black speck zipping along the Daos, rapidly approaching the 5 generations Heavenly Void Palace. The Ferry of Tribulations. Lin Moya cried quietly. The very ferry he had been seeking was now flying straight for the palace, soon coming to hover overhead before slowly descending, right to the center of the palace. Without hesitation, Lin Moya called to Fatty, "Let's go." Chapter 4223. Chapter 4223, 4223. Chapter 4223, My choice is the right choice. Fatty was very obedient, immediately stopping and following Lin Moya away. The side gate guardian was only responsible for guarding the side gate. Once inside the palace, it would not act again, instead returning at once to stand straight at the side gate, meticulously fulfilling its duty. Standing inside the palace, Lin Moya glanced at the side gate guardian. This puppet, surpassing even the eternity level, might well be the peak of puppet crafting arts. If there were more of such puppets, they would constitute a terrifying force. In another sense, if not for his own existence in the 5 regions domain, a single one of these puppets, once unleashed, could sweep through the entire domain. Even the half-step chaos-level Kunlun Emperor, when faced with this guardian, had no choice but to use the Ferry of Tribulations to smash his way out of the Heavenly Void Palace and escape. This shows just how powerful the Heavenly Void Palace is and how strong its master must be. Lin Moya proceeded with 3 parts caution, telling Fatty to lead the way to the palace's central area. According to Fatty, their current location was only at the edge of the Heavenly Void Palace, the outermost layer. To reach the center, they would have to cross the ancient forest inside the palace, which would not be an easy task. Even Fatty was not certain of making it through. Following corridors and passing through layer upon layer of palace walls, Lin Moya realized the internal structure was extremely complex, a giant maze in itself. Without Fatty's guidance, one would likely never even leave the periphery, let alone see the ancient forest or reach the core. Moreover, many dangers lurked here. A wrong turn could spell trouble. Even an Eternal might meet their death. Lin Moya speculated that the Kunlun Emperor most likely got lost in these outer parts, eventually stumbled into that storeroom palace, and by luck obtained the Ferry of Tribulations, managing to save his own life as a result. The designs within the Heavenly Void Palace were intricately linked. Had Lin Moya not cracked the 2 formations of heaven and earth over the lake or tamed Fatty, he too would have struggled to find the right way. The fruit he had planted, via causal ritual, was already subtly working, pointing him to the correct path, perhaps even the only correct path. After roaming the palace for about half the day, Lin Moya encountered a most unusual door. This door was far higher than any others, and terrifying power surged from it to the sky, linking straight to the Heavenly Tao. This meant that the only way through was straight from the front. Neither above nor below offered any path. In front of the door stood 2 puppet guardians, just like the one at the side gate, each boasting power beyond eternity. Any Eternal would be stopped, and even a half-step chaos being couldn't pass. Lin Moya was not worried. He didn't even need to act personally to get through. Fatty said, "I can hold off one." Meaning the other would be up to Lin Moya alone. Even so, though Fatty had become his artifact, her stubborn personality remained unchanged. Of course, had Lin Moya insisted she go against both, she would have done so only with some irritation. Lin Moya shook his head. No need for you to act. I'll handle it. With a thought, an ocean of crystal undead servants surged forth. Against these two puppet guardians, even numbers would not help. The undead simply weren't strong enough. As puppets rooted in the Heavenly Void Palace, with limitless energy supply, they had no fear of attrition. But Lin Moya never meant to defeat them outright. The role of the undead servants was just to entangle, tying them up so he could move forward and open the door. The undead and the puppets fought it out, swaths of the undead being smashed to bits, but every second they regenerated back to life. The undead adjusted tactics on their own, using relay attacks to keep the two puppets occupied and gradually pulling them aside to open up space in front of the door for Lin Moya. Leisurely, Lin Moya strolled to the grand door. At a glance it looked 100 meters tall, but upon close scrutiny one would find it effectively boundless, as if one's eyes could not reach its end. Upon its surface were endless patterns intertwining into a staggeringly complex design. He tried pushing the door. It didn't budge. "Fatty, your turn." Fatty answered and transformed into a giant, bracing herself to push open the door. The engravings on the door all lit up, emitting an ear-splitting grinding noise. This door, unopened for countless years, seemed in this moment ready to move. Fatty bore the power of the entire domain's mountains and rivers, her strength unmatched, beyond even the Lord of Force. The door grew brighter and brighter until all the patterns glowed. Then, with a sudden blast of force, Fatty was sent flying, and even Lin Moya was forced back a dozen steps before finding his footing. A ceaseless downpour of Dao force rained upon the door, making it shine ever brighter, yet it remained unmoved. Fatty flew back and said, "I'll try again." She looked deeply unwilling to give up. Lin Moya let her proceed. Fatty turned into a giant once more and threw all her strength at the door. This time, as soon as she exerted force, the door boomed and lit up, flinging Fatty a kilometer away. She only stopped upon crashing into a tall wall. Lin Moya chuckled, "Wanna try again?" "Flowers, please." Fatty, though unwilling, knew her limits. No more. Lin Moya had already seen that Fatty couldn't open the door. Neither could he. The door was sealed by a formation, a unique one, impossible to push open unless the formation was solved first. The carvings on the door were not ordinary patterns but a weaving of over 1,000 divine runes. Lin Moya recognized this style. The runes had been broken apart, but not entirely disconnected, forming a state between continuity and division. Then, those scattered runes were blended together to create this unique design. Within the design, a powerful formation was hidden. Fatty's Heaven and Earth Grand Array was a simplified expression of rune manipulation, while this door represented the most complex style. One simple, one complex. It showed two extremes in divine rune use. Since entering the Heavenly Void Palace, formations and divine runes had been everywhere. Clearly, the palace's master was a master of the art. Lin Moya analyzed the structure of the door's array, reassembling the scattered runes until he understood its core and deduced how it could be unraveled. Soon, he made out the logic, but his expression grew heavy. He discovered there was no way to solve this formation, a dead array. Such arrays are designed to require a specific key objective that is lost or destroyed. The formation becomes insolvable, even to its own creator. The keys to the formation before him were the two puppet guardians, meaning only they could open this door, no one else could. Thus, one would need to control both puppet guardians at least temporarily. To control two half-step chaos puppets harder than killing them. Lin Moya remarked to himself. This was no easy feat. While Lin Moya pondered, Fatty timidly tried pushing the door again and again, only to be repeatedly blasted away. Agitated, she stomped her foot, cracking the primordial treasure floor beneath her feet. After a moment, powerful energy surged from Lin Moya, and he murmured to himself, "I have already planted the fruit. My choice is the right choice. It doesn't have to follow your prescribed path." Chapter 42:24. Chapter 42:24, 4224. Chapter 42:24, The Ancient Forest Within the Palace. Lin Moya's aura grew ever stronger. Ever since he entered the Heavenly Void Palace, he'd maintained power-gathering mode, holding himself in a half-step Chaos Realm state. Within the Heavenly Void Palace, half-step Chaos Realm was just enough to ensure self-preservation, like an invincible chess piece able to wreak havoc on the board, but still only a piece, not the player. At this moment, Lin Moya aimed to overturn the board, either become the player himself, or end the game for everyone. Controlling the guardian puppets was nearly an impossible task, of doing them by force would even be easier. Since that was the case, he'd just break down the door directly. Lin Moya realized one thing: with the fruit planted by the causal ring, every choice he made would be the correct one. Power surged, thunder roared within him, and his aura leapt to the next level. The difference between half-step Chaos Realm and true Chaos Realm was vast, like the gap between eternity and the Great Tao Realm, hundreds or thousands of times over. Fatty was so startled by Lin Moya's surge in power that she stood to the side with huge, shocked eyes, unable to speak a word. Inside the Heavenly Void Palace, domain rules could not reach, so Lin Moya had no fear of being expelled by domain rejection. World-annihilating palm of the Great Tao. Lin Moya, now in Chaos Realm, unleashed a palm strike with his full force. A massive handprint appeared in the void, drawing upon the power of the Tao. All the Tao forces were gathered up, instantly refined into primordial Tao energy. The handprint slammed down on the great door. The door burst with dazzling radiance, resisting the world-annihilating palm. Lin Moya was smashed to pieces, but immediately revived in a flash of violet light. Watching, he saw his attack was steadily crushing the resistance. Both sides' forces were sources of Tao power, but the world-annihilating palm had a unique trait: it could refine the Tao force it struck, turning it into its own. So, for every bit the imprint pressed forward, the door's power was depleted, but so too did the hand's power decline. Power gather. Lin Moya's aura surged again. The scene replayed itself. If he couldn't overturn the board in one strike, then he'd do it twice. If twice wasn't enough, he'd do it 3 times. Once more, Lin Moyo broke into Chaos Realm, launching another world-annihilating palm. Without pause, he cycled in and out of Chaos Realm, dying and being reborn with every strike. This was nothing new to him, just routine by now. With 10 consecutive strikes, the door could no longer withstand him. With a thunderous crash, it finally shattered. The door wasn't opened, it was battered to pieces by brute force. Lin Moyo looked at his handiwork with satisfaction, muttering, "Another way to deal with an insolvable array is to simply break it by force." This was a valid alternative Lin Moyo had also considered. If the world-annihilating palm failed, he'd simply use his catastrophic scepter. He refused to believe this door could block such a divine weapon. Fatty was not only shocked but also a little bewildered. "So, you can do it like that?" Lin Moyo grinned. "There's nothing you can't do. Let's go." With that, he strode across the shattered door in 2 or 3 steps, Fatty hurrying to follow. As Lin Moyo passed through, the undead servants instantly vanished as though they'd never been there. The 2 guardian puppets, deprived of opponents, simultaneously returned to their posts at the 2 sides of the heavenly gate. Their job was to guard the door. Whether the door was intact or destroyed was none of their concern. They were only puppets without intelligence, incapable of reflection, acting solely on orders. Beyond the door was a grassy prairie, and ahead, an ancient dense forest. In the depths of the misty woods stood a spired hall faintly visible. Fatty pointed to the barely discernible hall. "That's the center of the Heavenly Void Palace." Looking at the spired hall, Lin Moyo felt it looked oddly familiar, and he could also see the Ferry of Tribulations, which had arrived from afar, currently parked atop the spire. Around the tower, great Tao energy billowed, forming drifting clouds. Lin Moyo could also see a certain figure inside, hiding sneakily among the mists. It was the butler, the steward. The butler, though formless, could blend himself with the Tao force, making him difficult to spot. But as long as one had a soul, the undead eye could always find it. The butler never expected that his presence would be so easily detected. "So lively." Lin Moyo laughed. His hunch was correct. The butler's goal was indeed the heart of the Heavenly Void Palace. Fatty was puzzled. "What's so lively?" Lin Moyo just smiled. "Nothing, just that the ancient forest of the palace lies ahead, right?" Fatty took the cue. "That's right. We're in the heart of the palace now. To reach the center, we have to go through the ancient forest, and the forest is very dangerous." "What kind of dangers?" Lin Moyo pressed. Fatty shook her head. "I only know it's dangerous, but as for what the risks are, I don't really know." Once again, a half solution. Fatty was essentially a guidepost, and little more. She wasn't withholding information, she simply wasn't aware of it herself. At the edge of the forest, Lin Moyo saw ancient trees of various heights and girths, rooted in graceful disorder across the ground. These trees had existed since the construction of the Heavenly Void Palace, now countless years old. Thick and towering, they seemed to have grown to their limit compared to the tree he'd seen in the small garden. These were even more formidable. Each tree held peak eternal level combat power. Plus, given their nature, every tree had countless branches and roots, capable of forming warriors or transforming into weapons when all activated. They could lock down the whole ancient forest. At that point, it wouldn't be a matter of numbers. Even if Lin Moyo summoned an army of undead, there would be too few able to truly fight at the front. Just imagining it, Lin Moyo realized that his undead servants would never breach this defense. It was as if his own tactic of surrounding the enemy with undead was now being used against him. No matter how many he deployed, they'd never get through. In addition, the ancient forest offered more than just trees. Through his undead eye, Lin Moyo saw that each tree had a soul, all of about equal strength. But deeper in, closer to the center, there were even more powerful souls. Such souls exceeded even the power of eternity. Lin Moyo judged them to be half-step chaos level. There were roughly 10 of them in the area near the center. Closer still to the very core, there was a soul of even greater power. This, Lin Moyo judged, would be the real challenge. Now, Lin Moyo had 2 choices. 1, keep using power gathering, raise himself to Chaos Realm, then open a way with the world-annihilating palm, blasting his way inside. 2, find a way to break through the situation, because with such a careful arrangement from the palace's master, there had to be a correct method. He just had to figure it out. He pondered over the intentions behind such an elaborate design. Since his arrival in the Heavenly Void Palace, everything related to divine runes and formation arts. Clearly, the palace master sought someone skilled in formations, but after solving a portion, Lin Moyo had rebelled, overturning the plan instead of following the intended route. Since he'd come this far, he might as well keep going on his own path, come what may. Lin Moyo resolved to force his way through, but not relying entirely on power gathering and brute strength. Chapter 4225. Chapter 4225, 4225. Chapter 4225, Experiment after Experiment. A massive number of undead servants were summoned, densely occupying both the sky and the ground. Though the ancient forest within the palace was vast, it could not withstand such sheer numbers of undead. Over 100 trillion undead servants surrounded the ancient forest, forming a complete ring of encirclement. In terms of sheer numbers, the undead were not fewer than the ancient trees of the forest, and perhaps even surpassed them. But in terms of individual combat strength, each undead was somewhat inferior. Next, Lin Moyo took out the Catastrophic Scepter. Such a good opportunity is hard to come by. Not running an experiment would be a real waste. Fatty girl, didn't understand what Lin Moyo meant, but when she saw the Catastrophic Scepter, she immediately felt a bone-chilling fear. With a swoosh, she retreated more than 100 meters, her voice sharper than usual. "What is that thing?" Lin Moyo chuckled. "My artifact." Fatty stared at the Catastrophic Scepter, an intense feeling arising. If she was struck by that thing a few times, she could actually die. Her own body was incomparably sturdy. She never believed it possible that anything could shatter her. Now, with the Catastrophic Scepter, she had a whole new understanding. Lin Moya willed and activated the Catastrophic Scepter. With his greater strength, controlling the scepter was now much easier. It responded to his every thought. The 4 gemstones on the Catastrophic Scepter lit up, then the balanced gemstone suddenly glowed brilliantly, its light enveloping a vast area. At least a third of the ancient forest was covered by this radiance, and far more undead servants were included in its range. The balanced gemstone radiated its unique glory, rewriting the rules within its coverage. The aura of the undead began to rise, while the aura of each ancient tree in the forest began to fall. The ancient trees awakened one by one, as if greatly stimulated. Countless branches whipped through the void. Fatty simultaneously cried out, "What's happening? Why is my power weakening?" Lin Moya smiled softly, "Don't panic. This is a normal change." Fatty knew Lin Moya was the culprit, or more accurately, it was his artifact. But Lin Moya was the master and she merely the servant. Whatever he did, she had to obey. She stopped fussing, but continued to watch the Catastrophic Scepter warily, deeply afraid of it. The ancient trees woke from slumber and immediately locked onto the origin, the source. Countless branches pierced space, lashing toward Lin Moya. Lin Moya, as the instigator of everything, naturally became the primary target of their assault. He didn't need to do anything personally. His undead servants were already arrayed in front, blocking all attacks on his behalf. The ancient trees were individually stronger than the undead normally. It would take tens or even hundreds of times more undead as meat shields to barely block their attacks. But under the influence of the balanced gemstone, the undead's power increased, while the ancient tree's power diminished, bringing both sides to the same level, neither able to overpower the other. The undead blocked the ancient tree's attacks, and the undead affected by the balanced gemstone turned to assault the forest. They became vanguard blades, stabbing into the ancient woods as if to rip the forest open. The trees waved their branches, and endless roots burst from the ground to weave into walls in the void, firmly stopping the undead. Everything unfolded just as Lin Moya had expected. Neither side could best the other. Even using the balanced gemstone to equalize both sides' strength, the undead serving Lin Moya still could not break through the forest head-on. There were simply too many formidable trees, with endless branches, and only the foremost ranks of undead could actually fight. The branches formed tree warriors and fought the undead, while the roots turned into massive shields protecting the entire forest. Lin Moya slowly rose into the air, surveying the forest from above. When the large-scale clash between the undead and the ancient woods erupted, uncountable divine runes lit up within the forest. Each rune developed into a formation, and these in turn wove themselves into a huge network of arrays, linking the whole forest as one. This allowed the power of the trees to intermingle and be shared. Even if Lin Moya wanted to break a single point, he could not. He realized this was the real solution intended, to crack the Great Formation, and use it to fight back against the forest. This was the arrangement set by the master of the Heavenly Void Palace, the right answer to the game. But Lin Moya deliberately didn't want to play by those rules. He had his own ideas. Since he was overturning the game board, why walk someone else's route? To Lin Moya, breaking this formation was only a question of time. After a glance, he already had an idea. The formation's array technique did not surpass his own, nor did it offer anything for him to study, so there was no need to waste time on it. Instead, he decided to use the ancient forest and its endless trees to run 10 experiments of his own. The balanced gemstone continued to shine, sending the whole battle into a bizarre state of equilibrium. No one could win. Now, faint and unusual auras began to rise from Lin Moya. A force beyond the Tao itself spontaneously manifested within him, quickly spreading to every undead servant present. Chaos spell, fortify troops. This was a powerful chaos-level spell on par with Power Gathering, able to boost all summons by one realm. Even if only a small step, it was enough. With the balanced gemstone in play, Lin Moya's undead had already barely reached the Eternal Realm's higher levels, nearly approaching the Eternal Peak. The ancient trees, originally Peak Eternal, were pulled down in power by the balanced gemstone, leaving them also near but still not quite at Eternal Peak. Lin Moya cast the Fortify Troops spell, causing the undead to leap in power, rocketing instantly to the true peak of eternity, barely a thread away from half-step chaos. Surprisingly, the balanced gemstone did not suppress the sudden rise in undead power, and the equilibrium remained. In other words, the chaos-level Fortify Troops spell was not restrained by the balanced gemstone. Now, the undead's power surpassed that of the trees. The earlier equilibrium was broken, and the undead began to breach the tangled defenses of the trees and pressed inside. This was precisely the experiment Lin Moya wanted to conduct, and the results were exceedingly gratifying. From then on, he would have a new trump card. With undead servants, supported by both Fortify Troops and the balanced gemstone, their combat force could rise dramatically. The tree-formed defenses were totally shattered. Undead surged in from multiple points, breaking through lines, and teams of undead rampaged inward, leaving the forest riddled with devastation. Undead attacks poured down like a rainstorm. Cracks appeared on tree after tree, which then toppled to the ground. Even when their trunks broke, the roots of the trees still put up fierce resistance, fighting on. The undead didn't hold back, breaking the earth. They plunged below the surface, uprooting ancient trees and hacking them to pieces. The trees' vitality was tremendous. Even when 70 or 80% of their roots were destroyed, they didn't die, and kept fighting. Still, the undead showed no mercy, killing until there were none left standing. At last, an ancient tree was slaughtered and, in death, released a wail while its soul fire was extinguished. Lin Moya smiled lightly. The next experiment can begin. I want to take a moment to address an ongoing issue that's become frustrating. Recently, I ran into problems with the chapter titles because things got mixed up, and I believe it's time to say this again, clearly. Please do not post future chapter names or spoilers in the comments. If you're that eager to share, you're welcome to make your own account and post chapters yourself, but don't ruin the experience for others. I've mentioned this multiple times in the past, yet it keeps happening. I post here because I genuinely enjoy the interface and want to share the story with fellow readers who appreciate it. Spoilers don't just affect others, they affect me too. Let's respect the space and keep it enjoyable for everyone. Chapter 4226. Chapter 4226, 4226. Chapter 4226, sweeping forward all the way. The ancient tree fell in battle, its corpse rapidly rotting into dust. Yet even as dust there was substance remaining, and to Lin Moyo, that was enough. For his next experiment, corpse explosion. These ancient trees were immensely strong, their base strength having touched upon the half-step chaos realm. Yet their bodies had not truly undergone chaos transformation and still belonged to a category acceptable within the domain. Lin Moyo understood that chaotification and domain level were two completely different concepts. If a body was not chaotified, then even an Eternal's physical body and soul, once inside chaos, would not last long. The power of chaos could inflict immense damage on an Eternal's body and soul, and this damage was irresistible. The most basic requirement for chaotification was to reach the half-step chaos realm, in other words, the final step for an Eternal, at least the need to step out that half-step. In the past, even though the Kunlun Emperor made it to the half-step, he did not enter chaos, his body was not chaotified. He didn't make it through the Soul Devourer test then. It's not clear whether he gave up, or realized that half-step chaos realm was not enough to get through the Soul Devourer ordeal. In the Spirit Demon clan previously, through the Supreme Monument, Lin Moyo learned some information about chaotification. Only when both body and soul had completed chaotification could one truly transcend. At that time, the strength of flesh and soul would increase dramatically by dozens or even hundreds of times. In this ancient forest, there were 10 powerful ancient trees at half-step chaos realm. Closer to the central spire palace, there were another 10 that seemed to have reached true chaos realm. Even if Lin Moyo entered chaos realm, he wasn't sure he could face those. But he didn't want to walk the usual road or follow the chessboard laid out by the Heavenly Void Palace's master, so he had to figure out other methods to take them down. But chaos realm was too formidable even with spell methods letting him step briefly into chaos realm. Lin Moyo felt how terrifying that realm was. If the other party was truly chaos realm, it was even unknown whether the balanced gemstone would have effect or not. For this, Lin Moyo wanted to conduct his second experiment not by using the ancient forest's formations as weapons, but by turning the ancient trees themselves into weapons against each other. He also wanted to see if corpse explosion could injure a Chaos Realm opponent, and just how savage Chaos Realm truly was. His soul wrapped around the corpse of a slain ancient tree, and a puff of dust floated up, emitting an odd aura. Lin Moyo raised his hand and gently pointed, corpse explosion. His movement was incredibly gentle, seemingly casual, yet the ancient tree he pointed at suddenly erupted in a blast that shook the heavens. Its body exploded from within. One moment it was fighting, the next it was shattered to pieces, the explosion spreading from its body to its roots. It didn't just die itself, even nearby ancient trees were drawn in. The underground roots of the ancient trees were tangled and interconnected. The explosion's effects spread to at least 5 nearby trees, each damaged to some degree, with countless branches and roots torn apart. But this was just the beginning. As the corpse of the blasted tree hadn't yet fully turned into dust, Lin Moyo locked onto it again. Once again, a gentle point, corpse explosion. Boom! The explosion was earth-shaking, rushing all the way skyward. Even the heavenly Tao in the sky was shattered by the shock. 2 explosions, each one more powerful than an Eternal's all-out blow. The force was terrifying. Fatty watched, aghast. Master, what did you just do? Lin Moyo's array of techniques was far too bizarre. Fatty could not discern what method Lin Moyo had used. Just such a casual gesture, and an ancient tree of the Eternal level simply blew up. If that finger were pointed at her, would she detonate on the spot? Fatty decided it was best to rein in her temper and be more polite to this master, Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo gave Fatty a calm glance and said indifferently, just an experiment, nothing to dwell on. The calmer Lin Moyo appeared, the more unfathomable he seemed to Fatty. The 2 explosions were just the opening scene, not even worthy of being called the overture. The real show began. Lin Moyo's finger kept pointing, explosions followed one after another, and ancient trees fell continuously. His corpse explosion, coordinated with the crushing advance of the undead servants, caused more and more ancient trees to die. The once densely packed ancient forest was quickly cleared away in huge patches. With more corpses, Lin Moyo's experiments deepened. He started detonating 2 trees at once, then 3, then 4, measuring the effects. After a round of explosions, Lin Moyo determined the most efficient approach, exploding 5 trees at once. Though this couldn't immediately kill all 5, it did severely injure them. One more explosion would finish them off. Thus, 2 tree corpses could kill 5 trees, yielding 5 more corpses. These 5 could explode and kill more than 10 ancient trees. Lin Moyo strolled through the ancient woods as if at leisure, walking upon the dust from ancient corpses and over the bodies of fallen trees. The footprints left in the dust were his last gift to them. Dust to dust, earth to earth. You never truly belonged in this world. Go in peace. Lin Moyo murmured these words, as if giving them their final blessings. Fatty followed speechlessly behind. Earlier she'd called the ancient woods deadly, but before Lin Moyo they were as easy as walking through a garden, even easier than dealing with herself had been. Fatty even felt relieved. If Lin Moyo had used these methods on her, she'd probably have been killed instantly. The balanced gemstone's light swept over more of the area. Lin Moyo's undead crashed forth in a rolling tide, the ancient tree's deaths replenishing his energy with soul force. The slaughter pressed forward ever faster, until at last the 10 powerful ancient trees deep in the forest were awakened. Their soul flames blazed, exuding a terrifying aura. They were far beyond the other trees. They stood outside the coverage of the balanced gemstone, and tens of millions of branches whipped through space. As soon as they appeared, the branches grew to enormous size over a kilometer thick, crashing down like mountains. Countless undead were smashed to pieces, and the branches seemed immune to the balanced gemstones effects, sweeping the battlefield and putting the undead to rout. The situation had instantly reversed. Fatty exclaimed, "The Tree Kings are awake. They have half-step Chaos Realm strength. Very hard to deal with." Lin Moya responded, "So they're called Tree Kings. Then there must be a Tree Sovereign as well. How strong is it?" Fatty replied, "Yes, there is a Tree Sovereign. Its true strength is unknown, but it must be incredibly powerful. It's only awakened once in all this time. That one time, someone flew in from outside, apparently headed for the central Spire Palace, but was blocked by the Tree Sovereign. The Tree Sovereign sent a single branch skyward, then crashed it down, transforming it into the ancient forest and smashing that guy to pieces. But he didn't die, just escaped." This time, Fatty's attitude was much better. Lin Moya didn't even need to ask much, she volunteered everything. Lin Moya deduced that the guy she mentioned was probably the butler. It seemed that anyone wanting to reach the central palace would have to pass the Tree Sovereign's trial. But for now, Lin Moya would focus on dealing with the Tree Kings. He willed, but immediately frowned. He couldn't lock onto the Tree Kings at all. Chapter 4227. Chapter 4227, 4227. Chapter 4227, truly tough. When Lin Moya's soul swept over the area where the Tree Kings were located, he found it empty, yet he had a strange, indescribable feeling. The Tree Kings were shrouded by an invisible power. Though they clearly existed in the world, and the undead I could see the soul flames within them, it was as if they did not truly inhabit this realm. The sensation was bizarre. They obviously were there, yet simultaneously absent. It was like seeing an object that you could look at but could not touch, while the object itself could, nevertheless, attack you at will. With a gentle flick of his finger, Lin Moya sent forth a cascade of scarlet flames, and the Hell of Bones descended from the sky to cover the Tree Kings. Countless fearsome ghosts of hell rushed out of the Hell of Bones, but it was as if they had lost their targets. Countless branches lashed out like a dense net of sharp blades, tearing the Hell ghosts to shreds in an instant. The entire Hell of Bones trembled as though it would shatter at any moment. Black Prison, Heiyu, with a roar, charged out, spewing dragon breath to burn the branches while sweeping its tail through the air to scatter them. Its dragon claws seized upon branches, trying to rip them apart. But the branches were far too tough. Black Prison's tearing had almost no effect, and the dragon's breath barely worked. More branches whipped in, overpowering Black Prison. The current Hell of Bones was extremely powerful. The might of its hell ghosts was in no way inferior to Lin Moya's undead servants, and Black Prison by now exceeded many Eternals in strength. Even so, they were still not a match for the Tree Kings. Lin Moya squinted. When the Hell of Bones was attacked, it should automatically lock onto its attacker. This function had never failed before, yet now it had. Even Hell of Bones could not lock onto the Tree King's. Black Prison could only grip a few branches. If the branches were not actively attacking, there likely wouldn't even be an opportunity to touch them. As things stood, he could only passively defend. How was one supposed to fight like this? Multitasking, Lin Moya continued bombarding other ancient trees, while turning part of his focus to the Tree Kings. He observed, analyzed, and searched for weaknesses. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The space before Lin Moya shattered as several branches lashed out from the sky. Fatty reacted instantaneously, transforming into a giant, leaping in front of Lin Moya and smashing the branches away with both fists, only to be driven back nearly a kilometer. Cracks appeared all over Fatty's fists. As the domain rivers and mountains order, her whole body was forged from innate primordial treasure unparalleled in solidity. Yet, she cracked from just one hit, which showed the sheer force behind the blow. Had it struck Lin Moya, he would surely have died. The branches circled back and struck again. Fatty returned as well, intercepting them once more. In less than half a second, the cracks on her fists vanished, her recovery astonishing. Lin Moya quietly ordered, "Grab it." Fatty, now exceedingly obedient, instantly changed her attack to a grip and seized one of the branches tightly. The remaining branches struck her again, causing fresh cracks to spread across her body. Lin Moya produced a rarely used artifact, the Icy Jade Meditation Mat. He sat on it directly, letting his soul power pour into it. He had used the Icy Jade Meditation Mat many times before. It could freeze even the Great Tao in the vacuum of the virtual realm and had once been invaluable when dealing with the young Domain King, but those instances were only a fraction of its true abilities. Now, Lin Moya was pushing the mat to its limits, making it blaze with light. Countless fine white threads shot out, instantly wrapping the branch that Fatty held. Wherever the white threads touched, the void froze and all flows of power ceased. There is nothing in existence that cannot be frozen given low enough temperatures and strong enough power. Even the Great Tao can be frozen, even entire domains. The crazily thrashing branch went still in an instant. A layer of white frost appeared on its surface inside. It was already occupied by the power of frost. "Let go," Lin Moya instructed. Fatty obeyed, letting go immediately. The cold force violently erupted, freezing the surrounding void and making Fatty retreat in haste. She could sense the ice's danger, realizing she too might be frozen. In the next moment, the freezing followed the branch through the void, enveloping the Tree King. On one of the Tree Kings, icy frost rose, spreading a layer of cold all over it until it was transformed into an ice sculpture. Within the ice sculpture, a pair of eyes appeared, Lin Moya's eyes. Through the Icy Jade Meditation Mat, he let his soul permeate the frost into the Tree King itself. He had not hoped to kill a Tree King with the mat. He only wanted to know why he could not lock onto it. With his soul contacting the Tree King through the frost, Lin Moya finally realized the answer. Chaotification. So that's it. He whispered this to himself. The surface of the Tree King's body had undergone strange changes, different from all other creatures of the domain. The Tree King hadn't just reached half-step chaos in combat power, its body's surface was already chaotified. Once the Tree King's skin was chaotified, it no longer belonged to the domain. Chaos is the source of the Great Tao, the source of the domain in terms of hierarchy. It is innately above the domain. Therefore, with a soul that was not chaotified, he naturally could not lock onto such a target. Lin Moya felt a headache, but not about the Tree King itself. Though its surface was chaotified, it wasn't complete. There were still ways to deal with it. What really worried him was the Tree Sovereign. Judging from the state of the Tree Kings, the Tree Sovereign might already be fully chaotified, a truly formidable entity. For now, since he had no solution to the Tree Sovereign, Lin Moya decided to handle the Tree Kings first. The Tree King that had been frozen had started to adapt, struggling madly. Its comrades lashed out with branches and roots, smashing the shell of ice, which splintered and threatened to shatter at any moment. Lin Moya's will surged, sending more power into the frost. Countless icy spikes erupted and pierced the Tree King's outer skin. 012107227180290170. The Tree King had only chaotified its surface. Inside, its body had not. Lin Moya's soul followed the ice spikes into the Tree King's body, passing beyond the outer skin and at last managing to lock onto it. With a gentle flick, corpse explosion. A huge number of prepared tree corpses turned to ash, and the Tree King's body exploded from within. One explosion wasn't enough to kill the Tree King, so Lin Moya repeated the process again and again. He had a massive reserve of corpses. He wanted to see just how much punishment the Tree King could endure. The difference between half-step chaos and eternity really was immense. Even after multiple explosions, the Tree King howled in pain and rage, its screams like razors to the soul. So awful. Fatty clasped her ears, not wanting to hear the noise, but it cut straight to the soul. Covering her ears made no difference. Lin Moya blasted 10 corpse explosions in an instant, yet the Tree King was wounded but not dead. Truly tough. Lin Moya realized that there really was a formidable gap between himself and the Tree Kings. On the strength side, with power gathered he could achieve half-step chaos, but his body and soul, lacking true chaotification, were much weaker in defense. His thoughts whirled, but he kept up the assault. If 10 explosions weren't enough, then 20, 40, or even more. He had more than enough corpses, so there was no risk of running out. Chapter 4228. Chapter 4228, 4228. Chapter 4228, Drain Dry. The sound of explosions, mingled with the Tree King's shrieks, woke the entire heavenly void palace. The Tree King seemed to sense mortal danger, screaming even more fiercely than before, and the other 9 Tree Kings who hadn't yet been attacked started to scream too. Their attacks grew even wilder and more violent. Countless branches and roots tore through the void, striking at Lin Moya and his undead servants, killing off huge numbers of undead. But the undead were like immortal cockroaches. They died and immediately revived, and their numbers even increased, simply unable to be eradicated. The icy jade meditation mat steamed with white mist, freezing nearly 100 meters around Lin Moya in solid ice, forming icy walls that also blocked the Tree King's attacks. Fatty Girl, guarded outside the shield of ice, doing her utmost to take the brunt of each branch, relieving as much pressure from Lin Moya as possible. The whole heavenly void palace was shuddering. In the outer areas within that massive maze, streaks of aura soared to the heavens. These auras were similar to those of the ancient trees, making Lin Moya think of the one tree that had previously escaped. There must have been many similar ancient trees in the outer regions, and hearing the Tree King's cries, they were now awakening. The ground began to quake. Cracks appeared far off and ancient trees burst from the earth, joining the battle. These trees could move underground, and Lin Moya had no idea how many might hide in the palace's outer regions, but now that they returned to support the center, it was good news for him. Under the light of the balanced gemstone, these trees could stir up no great storm. On the contrary, they sent him an abundance of ammunition. Good. The more the merrier. Lin Moya smiled, growing more entertained by the fight. Corpse explosions followed one after another. No matter what the Tree King tried, it couldn't stop the explosions, which were formless and sourceless, impossible to avoid or block, only to endure. After 30 successive deadly blasts, each one as fierce as an Eternal's last-ditch blow, and each one detonating inside the Tree King, even a Tree King at half-step Chaos Realm couldn't handle it. Its body was left with gaping holes. The corpse explosions damaged not only its flesh but also its soul, and wounds of the body were echoes of wounds to the soul. The Tree King's surface was sparkling. Wisp after wisp of Chaos Force seeped in from the skin into its innards. Wherever the Chaos Force touched, the Tree King's wounds rapidly mended, and even its soul was being restored. In the blink of an eye, most of its injuries recovered. Almost everything Lin Moya had done was erased. So, that's chaotification's power. Lin Moya was surprised. He hadn't expected this kind of functionality for a chaotified body. But his interest only sharpened. He wanted to see what else Chaos Force could do. By his reckoning, the Tree King was the toughest foe he'd ever tried to kill with corpse explosion. Half a realm's difference really did make a world of difference. Luckily, the ancient forest was filled with trees. His arsenal was limitless. He continued unleashing corpse explosions. The Tree King fought back desperately, but Chaos Force seemed finite. After a few healing bursts, it stopped appearing. Lin Moya kept up his barrage, until the Tree King's chaotified skin finally began to give way, wide cracks appearing, its soul aura dimming. No other tricks. If the only function of the Chaos Force was to recover from injuries, that was a bit disappointing to Lin Moya. He'd hoped to see more. But he didn't hold back for that reason. Suffering dozens of corpse explosions, the Tree King's body was covered in wounds. Even its chaotified outer layer began to collapse. The screaming intensified, but it was helpless. Death was approaching. The other 9 Tree Kings did everything they could, wrapping their roots around their companion, trying to shield it and send its strength to heal. It was useless. Corpse explosion could not be blocked by space or time, it simply could not be stopped. This Tree King's life was almost at an end. But Lin Moya didn't relax for a second, staring at the Tree Sovereign in the far distance. That towering, terrifying presence hadn't moved at all. No matter how awful the Tree King's screams, it stayed still. It was certainly not just asleep, it clearly didn't care about the Tree King's life or death. Lin Moya guessed it had its own mission, or perhaps the Tree Kings were irrelevant to it. Maybe the entire forest simply didn't matter to it at all. Just how powerful was Chaos Realm? Lin Moya had only scratched the surface, maybe today he'd learn. After a full 100 corpse explosions, the Tree King was finally reduced to dust. If it was that hard to kill a half-step Chaos being, a full Chaos Realm being would be nearly unimaginable. With the Tree King dead, its body turned to ash, ready to be used as material for Lin Moya's next weapon. He didn't use the Tree King's corpse immediately against the other Tree Kings. He intended to save it, perhaps it would come in handy against the Tree Sovereign. As for the other Tree Kings, he could handle them as before, using the lesser trees from the forest. There was no shortage of corpses, no shortage of dust. This ancient forest was strewn with remains, more than enough for his needs. To Lin Moya, the whole battle was nothing but another experiment. Now he knew corpse explosion could kill a half-step Chaos being. That was sufficient knowledge. As one Tree King fell, the remaining 9 only grew more crazed. But for some reason they could not move. Their only option was to stand their ground, using branches and roots to fight. They were passive by nature. Once Lin Moya had found a means to kill them, their fate was already sealed. The balanced gemstone's light eventually shone on several more Tree Kings. As Lin Moya expected, its effect was less than ideal. Their chaotified skins blocked most of the gemstone's power. But at least, their attacks were somewhat weakened. With the lesson of the first Tree King, Lin Moya was bolder this time. He channeled a great surge of power into the icy jade meditation mat, making it shine more brightly and unleashing an aura even greater than before. Suddenly, a message flowed into Lin Moya's mind. The mat had truly activated now, and he learned one of its abilities: Heaven and Earth Frozen Seal. With a low shout, all the power in Lin Moya's body, including his soul force, was instantly drawn out, leaving him instantly drained dry. Fortify troops and power gather spells collapsed at once. Luckily, the balanced gemstone still functioned, so even after those spells ended, the undead army remained unshakable. Now Lin Moya looked like a dried-up corpse with a bitter smile. He chose to self-destruct, his body exploding into a mist of blood, then regenerating anew in a flash of violet light. He hadn't expected the icy jade meditation mat to need so much energy, enough to drain even someone of his level in an instant. But he barely managed to meet its requirements. The mat released a pure white glow, rising through the air and solidifying into ice, forming a mirror. Within the mirror, much of the ancient forest was reflected and then began to freeze at the same time. The actual forest began freezing too. With a thought, Lin Moya instantly recalled all his undead. A moment later, all the trees were frozen. A once vibrant world fell silent and dead. Chapter 4229. Chapter 4229, 4229. Chapter 4229, What fault is there? Heaven and earth were frozen not with ordinary ice, but with cold energy. This cold penetrated to the soul, bursting forth from the deepest parts of one's spirit, spreading through the flesh, and then permeating every corner of the world. That's why it is called the Heaven and Earth Cold Seal, not just heaven and earth freezing. Within the area covered by the cold seal, everything was shrouded in cold energy, and all life force was extinguished. The cold turned into wind, swirling everywhere it went, bringing endless death. Only within 100 meters around Lin Moya was the cold kept at bay, a safe zone. Luckily, there were no more walls of ice by Lin Moya's side at this time. Fatty girl, Pang Nyo, clung close to him, not daring to stray far. She could sense that this cold wind could kill her outright. Lin Moya looked around and said, "Not dead yet." Within the range, not a single ancient tree survived, but 3 of the Tree Kings weren't entirely dead. They'd been sealed in cold, their surfaces glowing faintly as they struggled against it. Even their souls did the same, resisting the cold's invasion. They survived, but for now had no power to attack, not even to move. Lin Moya muttered, "It's still that my strength is insufficient, unable to bring out the full power." Even with all his might driving the Heaven and Earth Cold Seal, he could only use about half its strength. With the full power, he'd be able to kill the Tree Kings. The icy jade meditation mat, Bingyu Fuchuan, was more powerful than Lin Moya expected, but its requirements were too high. Every use cost him a death. With a thought, he saw that all ancient trees frozen to death remained intact and hadn't turned to dust, but that did not stop them from being used as weapons. When he'd unleashed the cold seal, Lin Moya's soul flowed with the cold energy into the Tree Kings, locking onto them. Corpse explosion. The trees felled by cold all turned to dust, each erupting in explosions, using their last reserves for one final blast. This time, Lin Moya didn't detonate them one at a time, but blasted 3 Tree Kings at once. With a thunderous roar, the Tree Kings barely holding out against the seal suffered a fatal blow. Trapped in the cold, they couldn't even scream, only meeting death in frustration. Lin Moya killed them with little effort, much easier than before. He said softly, "A powerful, convenient treasure really does save a lot of effort." Fatty girl's expression was complicated. She now felt her master was a complete monster, and all the treasures he produced were monstrous too. Heaven and Earth Cold Seal would persist for some time, and Lin Moya, manipulating the balanced gemstone, advanced with balanced light into the remaining areas. Well over half of the ancient trees remained. 6 Tree Kings left. Lin Moya had only taken 2 steps when Fatty girl suddenly shouted, "Master, be careful." A massive vine lashed down from above. Lin Moya's vision went black, as if all of heaven and earth were collapsing on him. Fatty transformed into a giant to block in front of him. With a bang, she was sent flying, screaming in pain. The giant form collapsed, Fatty Girl vanished, and the domain rivers and mountains order revealed its true form. A huge crack had appeared on the treasure, almost breaking it to pieces. Lin Moyo immediately appeared beside her artifact body, picking up the domain rivers and mountains order and examining it with relief. It was badly damaged, but the core was intact, and as it had self-repair capability it would recover soon. In the air, sounds of shattering grew more frequent around them, the space sealed by cold broke apart. That single strike not only gravely wounded Fatty Girl, it also shattered the heaven and earth cold seal, destroying much of the frozen space. Lin Moyo looked at the perpetrator. Not far from the center stood the tree sovereign. A massive branch slowly withdrew. It was clear the tree sovereign had just acted. It actually woke up. Lin Moyo showed no fear. He understood that the tree sovereign's message was, "Don't touch any more trees, or it would continue to intervene." He drew a deep breath and continued walking toward the tree sovereign, and as expected, the tree sovereign did not attack again. The remaining ancient forest fell into a hush. All trees and the remaining tree kings received the order and went still. As he passed by the tree king's corpses, Lin Moyo casually swept them up, collecting numerous tree corpses along his way. For him, these were weapons, and it was always wise to gather more. As he neared the center, the closer he drew, the stronger the tree sovereign's power felt. Fatty Girl, recovering, finally managed to transform back and appear at Lin Moyo's side, weakly saying, "Master, the tree sovereign is incomparably powerful." Lin Moyo nodded, "Don't worry, I can handle it." Fatty Girl, though knowing Lin Moyo had many tricks, was not at all confident in his ability to best the tree sovereign. That previous strike had only been a test, yet already so terrifying. If the tree sovereign had gone all out, she herself could have died instantly. Its strength was unlike anything before. She didn't know the source of Lin Moyo's confidence. His belief rested with the causal ring. When he first entered the Heavenly Void Palace, he'd used the ring to plant a fruit that guaranteed he would safely return. He trusted in the causal ring. He believed he would ultimately make it out unharmed. Thus, Lin Moyo had no fear at all before the tree sovereign. As he got closer to the center, Lin Moyo clearly saw the Fairy of Tribulation, which sat motionless atop the central spire, as if waiting for something. Elsewhere, the butler also hid in the clouds of Tao energy, also biding his time. It seemed the thing they each sought was inside the central spire, but none could enter. To reach the central spire, one had to face the tree sovereign, a daunting task. At about a kilometer from the tree sovereign, the ground shook. Roots slid across the soil like dragons, drawing a line before Lin Moyo. "Do not cross this line." The tree sovereign's deep, aged voice sounded like an old, ancient being. Lin Moyo stopped, respectfully bowed. "Lin Moyo greets Senior Tree Sovereign." The tree sovereign spoke gravely, "Do you know your fault?" Lin Moyo was stunned, then replied without thinking, "What fault is there?" The tree sovereign's tone darkened, "You have slaughtered my descendants. That is your fault." Lin Moyo shook his head. "I had to reach the center. They blocked my way. That made them my enemies. I killed my enemies. What fault is there in that? If Senior wishes to stop me too, I will not show mercy. Whether I win or lose, I will fight with everything I have." The tree sovereign did not argue, merely said, "You have not solved this challenge in the way my master arranged. That is also your fault." Lin Moyo said, "Your master is not mine. Why should I follow his designs, whose purpose I do not know? Even if he himself appears and tries to stop me, I will fight him with all I have." With a trace of disdain, the tree sovereign replied, "Your strength is low. You are no match for my master." Lin Moyo retorted, "Whether I'm a match or not is another question. If this is all Senior wishes to say, words are pointless. Let's settle this with force." The tree sovereign, however, did not attack. Instead, a thick branch slowly lifted, its light projecting an image. "Solve this puzzle, and you may enter the Heavenly Void Tower." In his heart, Lin Moyo whispered, "I guessed right. In case if someone missed it, I want to take a moment to address an ongoing issue that's become frustrating. Recently, I ran into problems with the chapter titles because things got mixed up, and I believe it's time to say this again, clearly. Please do not post future chapter names or spoilers in the comments. If you're that eager to share, you're welcome to make your own account and post chapters yourself, but don't ruin the experience for others. I've mentioned this multiple times in the past, yet it keeps happening. I post here because I genuinely enjoy the interface and want to share the story with fellow readers who appreciate it. Spoilers don't just affect others, they affect me too. Let's respect the space and keep it enjoyable for everyone. Chapter 4230. Chapter 4230, 4230. Chapter 4230, The Intentions of the Heavenly Void Palace Master. The Tree Sovereign is the final guardian of the Heavenly Void Palace, and can also be regarded as the gatekeeper of the central treasure tower within the Heavenly Void. Its existence is bound by many rules. The master of the Heavenly Void Palace would never allow it to act freely. Just like the Torch Dragon in former times, it could have certain privileges, but still had to act within set boundaries. From the first moment the Tree Sovereign attacked, Lin Moyo had already been pondering the purpose behind the Tree Sovereign's existence. All the ancient trees in the ancient forest, including the Tree Kings, could strictly be seen as the Tree Sovereign's subordinates. Given how fiercely the battle raged just now, it is impossible the Tree Sovereign wasn't aware. The reason it didn't interfere may have been for many reasons, one of which could be that it didn't really care. As long as it remains, such ancient trees can proliferate and grow endlessly, so losing a few is of little consequence. However, when Lin Moyo was about to truly exterminate the ancient trees, the Tree Sovereign then intervened, but only as a warning, acting just once. Lin Moyo understood this. Once he stopped attacking the other trees, the Tree Sovereign stopped targeting him. When he confronted it directly, the Tree Sovereign questioned his actions, but naturally, Lin Moyo refused to acknowledge fault. That's because the purpose of the Heavenly Void Palace Master isn't really here. Since such an elaborate setup exists, it can only be to select someone qualified to enter the Heavenly Void Palace, someone with excellent command over divine rune formations, and possessing strength as well. Both are necessary. To reach this stage, one must pass Fatty Girl's trial. Without her guidance, it would be impossible to even reach the ancient forest. And those who meet these standards are always proud and headstrong. Chances are high they will see through any arrangement and are very likely to go against the intended path. Lin Moya was exactly this sort of person, and the Palace Master would certainly have predicted that. So, reaching this place purely by force is possible. The Tree Sovereign's accusation is just part of the process. But since the Palace Master wants to select someone proficient in divine rune formations, he would leave the greatest formation test at the final threshold, placed under the Tree Sovereign's jurisdiction. Only after passing this ultimate trial can one enter the center, the Heavenly Void Tower. Because the Tree Sovereign's power is absolute, no one in the entire domain can surpass it. Those who reach the Chaos Realm will eventually leave the domain and cannot come here, and those not yet in Chaos Realm cannot be a match for the Tree Sovereign. It's clear the Palace Master's arrangement is watertight. Even Lin Moyo himself did not have full confidence he could defeat the Tree Sovereign, not to mention anyone else. To put it bluntly, even the Torch Dragon in his heyday would have to mind its behavior here. Even if the Torch Dragon, after transcending, returned with its Chaos Realm cultivation, it might not outmatch the Tree Sovereign. The Tree Sovereign has lived for countless years, its true strength is incalculable. Lin Moya stood less than a kilometer from the Tree Sovereign. In his vision, the Tree Sovereign stretched from earth to heaven, and in the sight of the undead eye, its soul flame was equally terrifying. Yet to his soul perception, it was as though the Tree Sovereign did not even exist, a rift that made Lin Moya's heart tremble. However, he had already planted the fruit. In the causal ring, even if he had to fight, he would not be afraid. But if it could be avoided, there was no need to fight. Hearing the Tree Sovereign's last words, Lin Moya knew he had guessed right. The Tree Sovereign was bound to act by the rules and would not harm him. The Tree Sovereign's branch projected an image, the distant Heavenly Void Tower, its surroundings veiled by the power of the Tao, misty and unclear. Now, the Tree Sovereign used a projection to display a portion of the tower. The tower and the projection slowly revolved, showing its first floor. The Heavenly Void Tower had 8 great doors, each shimmering with multicolored light, displaying all manner of images, lively, dynamic, always changing. The Tree Sovereign said, "For every door you open, you may ascend a floor. My master once said, if you have broken through the formations to reach here, you need only unlock 2 doors, and I may allow you entry to the tower. If you are not someone who reached here by breaking formations, you must unlock 4 doors before being admitted." Lin Moya glanced at the projection. The Heavenly Void Tower in the image was exactly as it appeared at that very moment, with not a single detail in error. Breaking through formations here or at the actual tower was no different. The ever-changing patterns on the doors were the real formation, created by divine runes split apart and rewoven, their positions constantly shifting, producing complex patterns that massively raised the challenge. If a true formation master came, a single glance at those images would already be dazzling. Even Lin Moya felt a headache. Clearly, the Palace Master's attainments in divine rune formations surpassed his expectations. He turned his head to glance at the main body of the Heavenly Void Palace, cloaked in the Tao's power, hazy but faintly revealing 9 floors. Lin Moya said, "It seems there are 9 floors in the Heavenly Void Palace, but only 8 doors here." The Tree Sovereign replied, "My master once said, only by opening all 8 doors can you even have a chance at the 9th floor. As for how to enter the 9th, you must figure that out yourself." Lin Moya nodded and asked again, "In all these years, besides me, has anyone else ever come here?" He actually knew the answer from Fatty Girl, but wanted to verify it. After all, Fatty sometimes slept and might have missed things. The Tree Sovereign answered, "Those 2 above have both been here before, both managed to open 2 doors." Lin Moya looked up. "They're both back again this time. What do they want?" The Tree Sovereign said, "If you successfully open the doors, they can follow you inside as well." Lin Moya was a bit surprised. "You mean, if I open the doors, they can enter with me?" The Tree Sovereign said, "That's what my master said." All right, Lin Moya roughly understood the Palace Master's logic. If someone unlocks the door's formations, others can follow through, not just the opener. So if the person unlocking the doors doesn't want others to tag along, it's up to them to prevent it, since the Tree Sovereign will never interfere. If you can't stop them, it just means you lack strength or luck. Accept it as fate. Lin Moya found this reasonable. To be chosen by the Palace Master, you must be skilled in divine runes, powerful, and have strong luck as well. Such people are exceedingly rare. No wonder so few have entered successfully over all the ages. Lin Moya didn't act immediately. He had other questions. This is the 5th generation Heavenly Void Palace. What about the other Heavenly Void Palaces? The Tree Sovereign said, "The answer to that is inside the Heavenly Void Tower. Whether you can obtain it will depend on your luck and strength. But I sincerely hope you can open all 8 doors. Should you do so, I promise to grant you one request." Lin Moya's brow rose. For a chaos level being to say this, opening all 8 doors clearly offers the Tree Sovereign some truly great benefit. The specific benefit didn't matter. The Tree Sovereign's promise did, and besides, Lin Moya also wanted to open all 8 doors and try for the 9th. He guessed that the answer he sought lay on the 9th floor. Lin Moya whispered, "I will do my best." His eyes fell on the formation patterns in the Tree Sovereign's projection. He began to delve into the divine rune array. It was extremely challenging, but Lin Moya was confident he was sure he could do it. Chapter 4231. Chapter 4231, 4231. Chapter 4231, Opening the Door. The divine rune patterns in the projection continuously shifted, displaying all sorts of living beings. Among the creatures woven from these patterns were three types, some that Lin Moyo had seen and recognized, some that he had never seen before, and a third kind that he had encountered only in passing but whose names he did not know. The nascent beings in these rune images encompassed all worlds, ranging from the tiny like ants and beetles to enormous beasts, as well as a great variety of cultivators. Within the projection, the heavenly void tower rotated slowly without pause. The 8 doors constantly changed their images. These are all the living beings throughout the entire domain. Lin Moya suddenly realized that the patterns displayed on the 8 doors of the heavenly void tower were not illusions, but depictions of the myriad living beings nurtured by the many worlds of the domain without a single omission, all manifested through divine runes, vivid and lifelike. To stand for a time before the heavenly void tower would be to witness all the lifeforms that existed in the entire domain. It was simply incomprehensible. What he was seeing now was only a projection. If he truly stood before the doors themselves, the experience might be even more stunning. As he studied the projection and worked to decipher the divine runes, Lin Moyo also reflected. These projections were so realistic, and since they could be used directly to unlock the doors, it was clear they were not ordinary images. It must have been some technique from the master of the Heavenly Void Palace, connecting the projection and the real doors directly. Time passed, second by second. Lin Moya became absorbed in the process. Never before had he seen such a display and transformation of divine runes. Proficient in divine runes himself, he found them deeply fascinating. Now, he was not just seeking to break open the doors, but to understand the subtle mysteries hidden within these divine runes. He had the feeling that only by thoroughly grasping the many profound principles within the runes and achieving mastery could he discover a way to enter the 9th floor and finally solve all the riddles. The Tree Sovereign waited patiently. Having existed here for countless years, it no longer remembered what it was to feel anxious. In the sky above, the Fairy of Tribulation floated, radiating a dim oppressive aura. The butler, on the other end, hid within the power of the Tao. They were both waiting for Lin Moya to open the door, hoping to follow him in. Both had entered the Heavenly Void Tower before, but each had only reached the 2nd level. They must know something of what was contained within the tower and now wanted to go back in, aiming to get even higher. Fatty Girl had said the butler had come many times, but, as far as she knew, the Kunlun Emperor had not returned. In reality, after escaping the Heavenly Void Palace with the Fairy of Tribulation, the Kunlun Emperor had used the fairy to return multiple times only. During those times, Fatty Girl had not been aware. Lin Moyo had now sorted out his thinking and had also considered whether or not to let them enter with him. According to the master of the Heavenly Void Palace's intentions, if several people entered at the same time, conflict would be inevitable. No one wants others to accompany them in, especially the one who had opened the way, as no one wants to be taken advantage of. But Lin Moyo intended to do the opposite. He did not want to stop the Kunlun Emperor or the butler. As long as they were willing to pay a price, he would permit them through. As for what price, Lin Moyo already had something in mind. His reason for making this decision was that he refused to act according to the designs of the Heavenly Void Palace master. Time ticked by, and for 10 days Lin Moya sat completely motionless. Fatty Girl was so bored that she curled up at the side and fell fast asleep, as she couldn't make sense of the runes at all and would rather sleep. After 10 days, Lin Moya finally acted. He placed his finger on the projection and, passing through it, appeared before the gate of the Heavenly Void Tower. His fingertip glowed slightly. Using his soul force as ink, he drew out one divine rune after another. The runes floated in the air, accompanied by crisp crackling sounds as they split apart on the spot. Though the runes appeared torn, they still remained faintly connected, broken but not severed, and still able to function. More and more runes split, only to rejoin and recombine into what appeared a chaotic yet distinctly organized rune. This rune, dizzyingly complicated and almost like mysterious script, in fact now constituted a formation. The rune shone with light and then flew into one of the tower's doors, fitting precisely into a missing space in the pattern upon the door. Boom! The Heavenly Void Tower burst with radiance that shot straight into the clouds, the ground shaking and rumbling continuously, as if in celebration of Lin Moya's accomplishment. The Tree Sovereign murmured, "Not bad, only 10 days to open the first door. You are much faster than those 2 others." Lin Moyo asked, "How long did it take them?" The Tree Sovereign replied, "The one inside the Fairy of Tribulation took 99 years, the other took 95. Both took nearly a century, while Lin Moyo had only used a handful of days. The difference was enormous. As the radiance faded, the Heavenly Void Tower returned to calm. One of the 8 doors was now fully open, 7 remained. From the open door, the divine runes flowed like water into the adjacent door. That door shimmered with a faint light, its runes rapidly becoming still more intricate, making the task even harder. Meanwhile, the other 6 doors dimmed, as if falling into slumber. Suddenly, Lin Moya realized that he would have to open that specific next door in order to continue, and only after that could he try to open the rest. This too was a rule set by the master of the Heavenly Void Palace. The first door could be any, but from the second onward, they must be opened in order, and each door's difficulty would increase beyond the last, not simply by a multiple, but drastically. There was no brute forcing the later doors by sheer time. If you couldn't figure it out, then no matter how long you tried, you wouldn't succeed. No wonder the Kunlun Emperor and the butler had each only opened 2 doors. The first one took them a century or so, the second at least several thousand, perhaps tens of thousands, of years. The third probably exceeded their ability, and even a million years would be futile. Lin Moya muttered to himself, already clear on the reason for all this. He now focused his attention on the second door, regarding its even more complex divine runes, and began the new round of decoding. The difficulty was indeed much higher, but his interest only burned stronger. He had already realized that the Heavenly Void Palace master's mastery of runes surpassed his own for now. But this process of cracking open the doors was itself a path of cultivation, through which he could comprehend more of the rune's mysteries and, eventually, perhaps even surpass the master himself. Silence fell again all around. Fatty Girl slumbered on, and the tree sovereign was wordless. At some point, the devastated ancient forest began to recover. Sprouts poked up from the earth, silently growing at a tremendous rate, becoming towering trees in just a few dozen days. Some powerful saplings quietly took the place of the former tree kings, their auras slowly building up to become the new tree kings. At this pace, it would take only a few hundred days for the ancient forest to fully recover. Thus, the tree sovereign paid no heed to casualties. It could restore things fast enough. 100 days later, Lin Moyo acted again. Just like before, his finger passed through the projection and appeared before the second gate of the tower. At his fingertip, a flood of divine runes burst out, then shattered and recombined, finally assembling into a runic formation several-fold more complex than before. The rune formation seemed fractured, yet contained its own internal logic. With a push of his finger, the runes shot into the door. With a low rumble, the second great door slowly opened. Chapter 4232. Chapter 4232, 4232. Chapter 4232, actually not that difficult. Looking at the rainbow light shooting into the sky, Lin Moyo asked, how long did it take them to open the second door? The tree sovereign answered slowly, 9,674 years and 7,588 years, respectively. The tree sovereign remembered it clearly. If Lin Moyo wanted, it could give the precise time down to the second. The Kunlun Emperor spent 99 years on the first door. The second door took nearly 100 times longer. The butler spent 95 years on the first, and about 80 times that for the second. Their time difference on the first door wasn't too big, but on the second, the gap became very noticeable, which meant there was a real difference in their talent for divine runes. However, both of them stopped there. The third door was already beyond their limits. If your talent isn't enough, no amount of hard work can make up for it. With divine rune arrays, it really isn't just about how much time you spend. If you don't understand, then you simply don't understand. If time alone could solve everything, then all those at the Dao Realm and Dao Lord level in the domain would be experts in divine runes. Clearly, that's not the case. As the second door opened, its runes all flowed into the third door, which became even more complex, the difficulty again increasing by several times. This sharp increase in difficulty meant that the next door might need dozens or even hundreds of times more time, possibly breaking through your limit entirely. A faint smile appeared on Lin Moyo's lips. He was more and more intrigued and immediately threw himself into breaking down the third door. After opening 2 doors in a row, he gained a lot, not the satisfaction of solving the puzzle but a deepening of his understanding of divine runes. He was not just opening doors, he was comprehending the Tao of divine runes left behind by the Heavenly Void Palace Master. Opening the gates was secondary, the most important thing was inheriting the knowledge. If Lin Moyo only wanted to open the door as fast as possible, he could go even faster. The first door, he could have done in, at most, 2 days. There was no need for 10 days at all. The second door would have taken him 5 days. Any extra time was devoted to studying the Heavenly Void Palace Master's formation Tao. But Lin Moyo didn't tell anyone this. The tree sovereign was already shocked at Lin Moyo's speed. After all, others measured their time in years, while Lin Moyo moved forward in days. Just 300 days later, Lin Moyo took action again. A flood of runes shot out, split apart and entwined, forming incredibly complex patterns. The tree sovereign gave a slight sound of surprise, marveling that Lin Moyo had solved the third door in just 300 days. It had thought Lin Moyo would at least need several decades. He hadn't even taken a full year. It also noticed that Lin Moyo was drawing runes even faster than before, barely pausing. His proficiency had greatly improved. Suddenly the tree sovereign realized Lin Moyo was making astonishing progress. Maybe he really can open all 8 doors. This thought suddenly leapt up in the tree sovereign's heart, shaking its soul with excitement. Lin Moyo sensed the tree sovereign's agitation and silently thought, it looks like the tree sovereign really does hope I can open all 8 doors. Does it also want to enter the Heavenly Void Tower, or is there some other reason? As the rainbow light faded, the runes from the first 3 doors all flowed into the fourth, and the difficulty again rose. Lin Moyo drew his mind in tight and began analyzing the fourth door. His acceleration was a result of digesting a portion of the runic knowledge left behind by the Heavenly Void Palace Master. The runes on the doors looked complicated, but there was a logic to them. Ultimately, it was always those same core runes being split apart, then recombined with others. As long as he could firmly grasp those core fixed runes, solving the puzzle would be straightforward and he'd go faster and faster. For most people, it would get harder and harder the farther they went, but for Lin Moyo, the later gates actually became easier. He was learning, he was inheriting, and gradually making these divine runes his own. With that, he was able to draw analogies between patterns and comprehend everything in a flash. Just 500 days later, Lin Moyo made another move, beginning to break down the fourth door. Such a fast pace once again shocked the tree sovereign. It wasn't only the tree sovereign, the presence in the Fairy of Tribulation was equally shocked. Even the Fairy of Tribulation itself trembled, and the butler, within the way of the Tao, was shifting shapes in surprise. Both of them had spent nearly 10,000 years on the second door and gave up on the third. Lin Moyo opened the fourth door in only 500 days. The difference in accomplishment was enough to cause despair. Lin Moyo didn't care what others thought. He had already started studying the fifth door. He had now digested most of the Heavenly Void Palace Master's divine rune knowledge, which made his pace only increase. The fifth door gathered together all the runes from the previous 4 doors and looked as complex as could be, but Lin Moyo had already fully grasped its structure, and no matter how complex, he could quickly find the key. Unconsciously, Lin Moyo had already mastered its essence. This time, after just 400 days, Lin Moyo unlocked the fifth door. His decoding speed not only showed no sign of slowing, it kept getting faster completely against reason. But in Lin Moya's view, this was only natural, because he had truly mastered the mysteries within the divine runes. Another 300 days passed, and the sixth door was opened. After that, only 200 days more, and the seventh door was opened. At last, it was time for the eighth and final door. Its surface was densely covered by runes, without the slightest gap. All the runes from the previous 8 doors had gathered here. For an ordinary person, a single glance would be enough to shatter their soul. Dizziness and confusion were nothing compared to these runes. It was in a completely different league. The images on the door kept changing. All kinds of living beings from the domain appeared before Lin Moya's eyes. He could vaguely hear the shouts and cries of these beings as the runes became more numerous and the creatures evolved ever more real. Lin Moyo had the strange sense that the Heavenly Void Palace Master seemed to want to use runes to create living beings, but, for now at least, it was just short of success. After watching for a while, Lin Moyo raised his head and said to the Tree Sovereign, "Senior, remember your promise." The Tree Sovereign spoke in a deep voice, "Can you really unlock it?" There was clear, tightly restrained excitement in its tone. It dearly hoped Lin Moyo could break the eighth door, but also knew the eighth was the most difficult. Even for itself, looking at those runes made its own heart uneasy. Lin Moyo said, "I can. The eighth door is actually the easiest one." "Huh? Something so complicated, and it was easier than those before? How could that be possible?" The Tree Sovereign didn't think Lin Moyo was spouting nonsense, and chose to believe him. "As long as you can open the eighth door, my promise will absolutely hold." Lin Moyo said, "Good." As he spoke, he pressed his finger into the projection and appeared before the eighth door. With his soul as ink, he formed a single rune, a rune that did not crack, but was complex and complete. Lin Moyo spoke calmly, "Actually, the eighth door is the simplest. Here, all the runes of the previous doors are gathered together. Although they remain balanced, this balance is weak. A single disruption breaks it, and the door will open." The Tree Sovereign faintly understood this, but while it could see the principle, it could never actually do it. Not everyone can break such a balance. If someone can, it means their mastery of runes already exceeds that of the one who set it up. Lin Moyo finished his rune and pressed it, and the rune turned into light and fused into the door. Boom! The Heavenly Void Tower shook violently, an unprecedented radiance soaring into the sky. The 8 gates fully opened. The first floor of the Heavenly Void Tower vanished, and the entire tower now floated in the air. Chapter 4233. Chapter 4233, 4233. Chapter 4233, Let's Negotiate. The entire first floor of the Heavenly Void Tower vanished, leaving the tower itself suspended, crystal clear, in midair. Lin Moyo asked, "Is the Heavenly Void Tower normally like this?" The Tree Sovereign shook its head. "I don't know, I've never seen this before." Well, the Tree Sovereign was just a gatekeeper, having no idea was normal. Suddenly, a beam of iridescent light shot down from the Heavenly Void Tower and landed perfectly on the Tree Sovereign. Thunder rumbled from the Tree Sovereign as if some kind of shackle had just been broken. An enormous surge of soul force erupted from within the Tree Sovereign, sweeping out in a hurricane. Lin Moyo was blown helplessly away. Fatty Girl, who was sleeping soundly, was also sent tumbling through the air. The Fairy of Tribulation and the Butler were both blown far off and found it hard to approach for a while. A hole opened above the Tree Sovereign's head, as the space of the Heavenly Void cracked open and soul force from beyond began to pour in. Lin Moyo suddenly understood why the Tree Sovereign had hoped he could open all 8 doors, because, under the rules set by the Master of the Heavenly Void Palace, the Tree Sovereign was the gatekeeper. Even after it had achieved the Chaos Realm, it was still trapped here, serving as guardian. The tower itself was a shackle. By unlocking the 8 doors, Lin Moyo had set it free. Now it could enter the chaos and obtain freedom. But chaos is hardly a friendly place. While the Tree Sovereign had gained its freedom, it would also face new dangers. Lin Moyo could already sense the presence of chaotic beings from the passage. The Tree Sovereign looked at Lin Moyo. "Thank you for helping break my shackles. I will enter the chaos now, but I will not forget my promise. One day, when you seek me there, I will honor it." As it spoke, a piece of gleaming green heartwood split from the Tree Sovereign and flew into Lin Moyo's hand. This was the Tree Sovereign's heartwood, one of its most crucial possessions, like a dragon's pearl. In giving a piece to Lin Moyo, it was extending a promise in the future. He would be able to use it to find the Tree Sovereign. Lin Moyo bowed slightly. "Congratulations, Senior, on gaining your freedom. I wish you a safe journey." The Tree Sovereign let out a gentle laugh. All its branches retracted in an instant and then stabbed into the spatial passage. Wails echoed from the tunnel as the Tree Sovereign tore chaotic beings to pieces. The ancient forest shook violently, every ancient tree drilling into the earth at once, the land rupturing around the Tree Sovereign. The Tree Sovereign lifted itself from the earth, its massive tangled roots finally revealed to Lin Moyo. He was deeply shocked. The Tree Sovereign's roots were unimaginably vast by now. The entire forest, it turned out, grew atop those roots. Even the Tree Kings all sprouted from the Tree Sovereign's root system. It could be said that the ancient trees and even the Tree Kings were just branches and offshoots of the Tree Sovereign. They each had their own independent souls and lives, and yet were still subsidiary beings of the Tree Sovereign, a rather unique existence. Lin Moyo gave a wry smile. After fighting the ancient forest for so long, it turned out he'd been battling only the Tree Sovereign's appendages. What kind of tree was the Tree Sovereign to have reached this point? As the Tree Sovereign rose skyward, its form gradually shrank, then floated into the Chaos Tunnel. Throughout, Soul Force held. No one could approach until the Sovereign had fully departed and things returned to normal. The ancient ground was left full of holes and scars. Restoring it would take some time. With a thought, Lin Moyo unleashed billions of undead servants and sent them surging at the Heavenly Void Tower. The tower's restriction had now lifted, so anyone could enter. The undead surrounded the first level of the tower inside and out, forming layer after layer of guards. Their task was to encircle the tower and prevent anyone else from entering. This gave Lin Moyo bargaining chips in any negotiation. Of course, the Fairy of Tribulation and the butler could still try to force their way in, but if they did, it would mean open war with Lin Moyo. Given Lin Moyo's temperament, he'd rather fight, even to mutual destruction, than back down. If anyone wanted to profit at his expense, no way. Lin Moyo called out loudly, "Gentlemen, let's have a discussion." The Fairy of Tribulation drifted over, a rough and somewhat hoarse voice echoing out, "I did not expect you to grow so fast." Lin Moyo recognized the voice, replying calmly, "Is that you, Emperor Jean?" After a few seconds' silence, the fairy's voice answered again, "It is." Lin Moyo felt a jolt of apprehension. Clearly, after the Kunlun Emperor had obtained the fairy back then, something else had happened since. Just then, the butler floated over too, his form shifting amid the Dao force. "You could say I'm about half the same as before, but not completely." A cold snort issued from inside the fairy. "Butler, you meddle too much." The butler chuckled, "I am the butler, it's my job to meddle. Am I wrong?" The Fairy of Tribulation gave no response, tacitly accepting the butler's comment. Lin Moyo realized the butler must know what happened, so asked directly, "What exactly happened inside the Fairy of Tribulation?" The butler laughed. "Not much, really. Some lingering wills in the fairy fused with the Kunlun Emperor. But it's still the Kunlun Emperor in control. He's just grown a bit different from how he was at first. Of course, to most people, he's still the Kunlun Emperor." A cold snort echoed from the fairy, "Enough nonsense. Fellow Lin, I want to enter the Heavenly Void Tower. Tell me your terms, I will try to satisfy them." Lin Moyo responded, "Before that, keep your previous promise to me." No matter what change had occurred to the Kunlun Emperor, what mattered to Lin Moyo was the fifth gemstone. The Emperor had once promised that as long as Lin Moyo found the fourth gemstone, he would give him the fifth. The presence in the fairy went silent again, apparently troubled by Lin Moyo's request. Lin Moyo's brow furrowed. He sensed something was off. The butler chuckled, "He does possess the Fairy of Tribulation, but the fairy is special. Not everything inside it is up to him." "Enough!" the Kunlun Emperor roared, cutting off the butler. The butler kept smiling, not the least bit offended. The Kunlun Emperor finally said, "Fellow Lin, first let me apologize for this. I did obtain the Fairy of Tribulation, but it's a special vessel. My authority isn't absolute within it." At this, Lin Moyo understood. His tone grew cold. "So you can't give me the fifth gemstone after all?" As he spoke, Lin Moyo was already preparing to fight, but the Kunlun Emperor hurriedly said, "Not so. I have another way." Lin Moyo said coldly, "Speak." The Kunlun Emperor said, "I can give up the fairy and let you take it for yourself if you wish." Lin Moyo wasn't convinced. "Would you really give it up?" The Kunlun Emperor replied, "I am only a step away from final transcendence. If you allow me into the Heavenly Void Tower, I promise I will leave the fairy for you." Lin Moyo thought for a moment, then said, "Hand over the Fairy of Tribulation now. Let me refine it before I let you into the tower. If you do not agree, I will take what's mine myself." Chapter 4234. Chapter 4234, 4234. Chapter 4234, Not Understanding the Great Tao. Lin Moyo wasn't negotiating. His tone was a final ultimatum. Once, the Fairy of Tribulation had seemed too mysterious and powerful for him to ever face. If a Tao Lord entered the fairy, they would lose their minds and become slaves. Even a great Tao Lord would find it almost impossible to return. This was because the being inside the fairy was half-step chaos. The Kunlun Emperor himself, even an eternal who entered, would be in real trouble. But now, even though Lin Moyo's cultivation was only at the eternal level, his combat power had long since surpassed eternity. He could even briefly unleash the destructive force of Chaos Realm. Now, even if he entered the fairy again, he felt confident he could fight his way out. Both Lin Moyo and the Kunlun Emperor understood this well, which was why the Fairy of Tribulation was being so civil with Lin Moyo here. Otherwise, it would have already tried to force its way through. Beings of this level don't usually speak nicely. Power is always leverage. Wherever you are, it's a universal truth. The butler watched as the Fairy of Tribulation fell silent and Lin Moyo presented unwavering pressure, a little surprised. By all rights, the Kunlun Emperor should not be bowing and scraping like this, and the butler began to wonder if Lin Moyo had some hidden advantage, and if perhaps he himself should be a little more polite and make more concessions when it came time for his own negotiation. But the butler didn't know Lin Moyo's strength was not the only reason for his aggressive stance. He also had his own reasons. The last time he had entered the fairy, Lin Moyo had already detected something was different about the Kunlun Emperor's attitude toward him. The Emperor must have found something out, and that was why he behaved differently toward Lin Moyo. This, too, became part of Lin Moyo's bargaining leverage, allowing him to push further within a certain limit. But Lin Moyo didn't push too far overall. He stayed within what the other party could accept. As he waited a few seconds without reply, Lin Moyo's aura began to surge, as if he was about to strike. The Kunlun Emperor finally spoke up before Lin Moyo ran out of patience. "Fine, I agree. I hope you can keep your word." Lin Moyo replied calmly, "Don't worry. When I, Lin, say something, I always keep my word." The Kunlun Emperor sighed. "You truly don't go back on your word." Then, a figure slowly materialized atop the Fairy of Tribulation. Lin Moyo immediately recognized him as the Kunlun Emperor, and at that moment the Emperor's voice shifted. "This is my last gamble. If I fail, the worst is utter destruction. The best would be to go quietly back to the spirit domain and fade away." For that fleeting moment, the Kunlun Emperor's true will appeared. Lin Moya responded, look on the bright side. What if you succeed? Besides, your entire great domain was already wrecked by you, anyway. The Kunlun Emperor replied softly, to gain, you must pay a price. I've done all this, schemed for endless years, countless people have sacrificed for me and that was their fate. A whole great domain, countless worlds, innumerable living beings all summed up by a single word, destiny. Lin Moya didn't comment on this. To him, the Kunlun Emperor's approach was only natural. But when it comes to karma, who can really see it all? Even half-step chaos, and perhaps even those who reach true chaos realm, can't necessarily escape karma. Unfortunately, as a Void Emperor, the Kunlun Emperor's understanding of the Great Tao was biased. There were many things he did not comprehend. The Kunlun Emperor gave a sharp cry, his aura abruptly changing as he severed his connection with the Ferry of Tribulation. To a vessel spirit, this meant true freedom. But for the Kunlun Emperor, he was still a step away. The Ferry of Tribulation shrank into Lin Moya's hand, turning into a decorative object less than half a meter long. Lin Moya infused his soul into the ferry, imprinting it with his spiritual brand. The whole process went exceedingly smoothly, costing him almost no effort. The Kunlun Emperor watched, and his expression clearly changed. He knew very well that refining the ferry should not have been that easy, but Lin Moya did it effortlessly, which reassured him that his own decision was not a mistake. Lin Moya put away the Ferry of Tribulation. Even though he was eager to obtain the fifth gemstone, now was not the time. He turned to the butler and asked bluntly, Senior, what price are you prepared to pay? The butler chuckled, this old man has nothing particular of value, there's only one thing I can offer. Let's hear it. Lin Moya wanted to know if the butler's offer matched his own expectations. The butler explained, you should know this is the 5th generation Heavenly Void Palace. Besides this one, there are 4 more. I know their exact locations, and I possess an array that can teleport you directly to the front of any of them. In this domain of the Heavenly Void, there are many dangers. Lin Dao friend, even though you are strong, you don't really need to go looking for trouble and wasting time on these perils. Once the butler left the Heavenly Void, the layout of formations here wouldn't matter anymore, and so this was the only thing he could use as leverage in this deal. Lin Moya did not immediately answer, but looked to the Kunlun Emperor. Is what he says true? The Kunlun Emperor replied quietly, it's true. There are indeed many weird and dangerous beings around here. You are strong, but don't expect to win every time. The butler added, in the map I give you, all those dangerous locations are marked, which will save you a lot of trouble. Lin Moya thought for a while. Alright, it's a deal, but you must give me the item first. That's natural, replied the butler, instantly condensing a glowing jade tablet that flew into Lin Moya's hand. Examining it, Lin Moya saw a map, thoroughly marking every region, all the dangers, and the locations of the other Heavenly Void palaces. The teleportation array he mentioned was not far away, it could send him directly to any one of the palaces. Lin Moya said, very well, since the deal is struck, let's go in. His undead servants immediately cleared 8 pathways, each one leading straight to a different tower gate. Lin Moya made a pleased gesture, letting them freely choose whichever entrance they wanted. The Kunlun Emperor quickly chose a door, turned into a beam of light, and shot toward what had previously been the 4th door. The butler selected the position of the 5th door and entered in a swirl of Dao clouds. After they went inside, Lin Moya recalled his undead servants and murmured to himself, actually, it doesn't matter which door you enter, they're all the same. There's really no need to pick. Earlier, when Lin Moya had been solving the first layer, he realized that these gates were nothing but switches for each floor. The more doors you open, the higher a level of the tower you can access. As for which one you enter, it makes no difference. That's why you can open the first door from anywhere. The master of the Heavenly Void Palace hid a lot of information within the 8 doors. Those who understand, will understand. Lin Moya approached the Heavenly Void Tower, gazing at the now floated first floor, and chuckled, what a clever technique, Palace Master. If I hadn't probed further, I'd have been fooled too. Chapter 4235. Chapter 4235, 4235. Chapter 4235, the 9th floor. When breaking down the 8 great doors, Lin Moya discovered something special. Each door contained a unique divine rune within. This rune was present, yet did not participate in the transformations of the other runes in the door, it simply existed there. Moreover, when one door was unlocked, this particular rune would vanish with it, it would not flow into the next door. Every door had one such special rune, making 8 in total across the 8 doors. Individually, the 8 runes were meaningless, but combined together they were entirely different. There were dozens of ways to combine the 8 runes, allowing them to form dozens of new runes, and these runes could in turn be combined into numerous arrays. The possible array combinations were nearly endless. However, the master of the Heavenly Void Palace had also provided clues, visible both on the tower itself and on the 8 doors. Lin Moya approached the Heavenly Void Tower. The first floor had vanished, and the 8 remaining layers were concealed within clouds. He slowly ascended into the mist to study the tower's body. The tower itself bore many designs as well, and the clues were hidden within them. The mist was made of Dao Force, and as soon as Lin Moya entered, the Dao Force pressed down on him. He didn't bother figuring out the rules here and simply relied on brute strength to withstand it. The Dao Force, like countless giant hands, pressed down with the intent to crush Lin Moya to a pulp. For a great Dao Lord, being here for 10 breaths would see them smashed to pieces, body and soul alike. Even an eternal would struggle to last long. But Lin Moya moved through it without any difficulty. All the pressure was divided among his undead servants and the vast world he commanded, so he was unaffected. What he feared least were these sustained, endlessly pressing, but not explosive, attacks. Lin Moyo examined the tower closely and found that the images on its surface corresponded exactly to the images found on the doors, though the tower's images did not change, they were fixed, and even clearer and richer than the constantly changing images on the doors. Comparing the two, the images produced by the doors were always missing something compared to those on the tower. The clue lay in what was missing. Recalling every image he had previously seen, Lin Moyo scanned his memory and compared them in detail to those on the tower's body, pinpointing every point of absence. He then took the 8 divine runes, combining, overlaying, and rearranging them to fill those gaps in the pattern. Repeating this process again and again, a framework for a formation gradually began to take shape in his mind. As more and more elements came together, Lin Moyo was able to follow the thread to completion and construct the formation in its entirety. After several hundred days, Lin Moyo finally finished outlining the entire array in his mind. The array did not look so complex at first glance, but in reality, it was comprised of 8 fragments, the very runes he'd obtained from each door. Through this process, Lin Moyo had opened a new gateway into the Tao of Divine Runes. The arrangement set by the master of the Heavenly Void Palace was designed to gradually pass on his knowledge of divine runes. In order to break through, a person had to fully grasp all of his rune teachings. Only then could they truly solve the puzzle. Lin Moyo slowly ascended, drawing ever closer to the 9th floor of the Heavenly Void Tower. Within the 9th floor, there was a blank space. This was the entrance. Drawing upon all he had sketched in his mind, Lin Moyo recreated the formation perfectly and then gave a gentle forward push. The formation shot into the blank space, forming a new image that blended perfectly with the other images across the tower, harmoniously completing the pattern. Hum! A deep sound rang out, reverberating like a heavy drum upon the soul. Fatty Girl let out a little yelp, her plump face contorted with discomfort. As that reverberation boomed, the Tao force surrounding the Heavenly Void Tower transformed into a tornado, rushing toward the tower. The tower's body became a vortex, sucking up every last drop of Tao force until none remained, and in that instant, all pressure vanished. The images spun on the tower's body, weaving like dragons around its surface. Once they were sated with Tao force, before Lin Moyo's eyes, the 9th floor of the Heavenly Void Tower, the 9th door slowly opened. Only now did Fatty Girl snap to herself and exclaim in surprise, so the entrance to the 9th floor of the Heavenly Void Tower isn't from inside at all. Lin Moyo chuckled. If you search within and find nothing, sometimes the way forward isn't inside but outside. With that, Lin Moyo stepped through the gate, and the scene before his eyes changed. A starry sky appeared. A flicker of surprise flashed in his gaze. The starry sky seemed familiar to him. He recalled that, at the very start of his cultivation, when he first awakened his skills, the skill demonstration had displayed such a starry sky. During the skill demonstration, he'd seen this kind of starfield. Later, when he entered the greater world, he guessed this starry sky must be somewhere in that world, and he even sought it out deliberately, but never found anything similar. After he became the lord of the greater world, with all its secrets at his command, still he never located a starry sky like this one. They might all look similar, but to Lin Moyo, each starfield had its own unique character. Now, what he saw was nearly identical to what had appeared during the skill demonstration. Just then, an artifact appeared from the void behind him. Lin Moyo reached back and caught it. It was the true form of the Domain Rivers and Mountains Order. With Fatty Girl following Lin Moyo inside, she reverted to her true form and could not manifest visibly. There was no longer any sound from Fatty Girl. She seemed to have fallen deeply asleep. Lin Moyo immediately knew it was the space here that was suppressing her. Since she was an artifact forged by the master of the Heavenly Void Palace, it was as easy as breathing for the master to suppress her in this domain. So you have finally arrived. A heavy voice echoed out from the depths of the starry sky, where a bright star path stretched out and ended at Lin Moyo's feet. If he was not mistaken, the voice belonged to the master of the Heavenly Void Palace. The words were, "You have finally arrived." This meant he'd been waiting for Lin Moyo all along. Lin Moyo felt certain that when the master said you, he meant him and no one else. The greatest secret of the Heavenly Void Palace was about to be revealed, perhaps one tied to the fate of the entire domain, or even far beyond. There was no use in overthinking. If he wanted answers, he had to step forward. He set foot on the star path, and with each brilliant radiance, the stars receded swiftly while carrying Lin Moyo ever deeper into the starry expanse. The starry sky was vast, countless stars sparkling in every direction, but they were far away and gone in a flash. Even with Lin Moyo's formidable eyesight, he couldn't make out their finer details. At his clearest, all he could see was the glow diffusing from the stars, bringing a touch of light. At last, the star path reached its destination. Lin Moyo no longer knew how far he had traveled. The journey along the star path wasn't conventional flight, but rather warping through the void with a series of teleports. Lin Moyo couldn't even retrace his steps. The catastrophic scepter silently appeared in his hand. This was his greatest trump card, and if any danger arose, he might need it to survive. At the end of the star path, a giant boulder floated 1,000 meters long and wide, nearly square, and 5 or 6 meters thick. Lin Moyo saw that on top of the boulder there was a patch of grass and blooming flowers. In the middle of the grass stood a simple thatched hut. Since he'd come all this way, there was no reason to hesitate now. Lin Moyo stepped onto the boulder, followed a narrow trail through the grass, and arrived before the hut. The door slowly opened, and a gentle breeze wafted out. At that instant, the breeze transformed into sword chi, erupting in the surrounding void. Chapter 4236. Chapter 4236, 4236. Chapter 4236, The Heavenly Void Land and the Heavenly Void Palace. Countless sword lights flashed past Lin Moyo, streaking off into the distance and exploding amid the stars. Each sword light was lethal enough to slay even an Eternal. To those who stood at the very peak of the domain, the ultimate Eternals facing this sword light would be as helpless as children. If that sword light struck him, he too would die, but he could be reborn, so there was no real danger for him. What struck Lin Moya was truly strange was that, despite their ferocity, the sword lights actively avoided him. What shocked Lin Moya even more was the source of the sword lights, a lone blade of grass planted before the thatched hut. Earlier, when the door had opened, a faint breeze had blown and stirred that blade of grass, igniting this frenzy of sword light. This blade of grass was a wondrous treasure, of a truly unfathomable grade. Footsteps sounded, and a figure stepped out from behind the door. His whole form was ethereal and indistinct. Lin Moya could not make out his features. He came to the door, reached out, and pulled up the little blade of grass by the roots. The grass erupted with another burst of sword light, which the man easily snuffed out with a pinch of his fingers. Watching this, Lin Moya realized the stranger's power had reached an unimaginable level. In his memory, perhaps only the two robed elders, green robe and white robe, could compare to this strength. After uprooting the blade of grass, the figure tossed it aside casually. "Hey, stray weed growing by the door, you weren't frightened, were you, fellow deist?" Lin Moya gave a respectful bow. "Lin Moya gives greetings, senior." This man was simply far too powerful. Lin Moya knew that, should he ever cross swords with him, he would have no hope of victory. The sense of helplessness here was even greater than when he had faced the tree sovereign. So he was honest and extremely polite. The figure let out a soft laugh. "No need to be so formal, deist. I am but a sliver of a lingering soul, subsisting here for countless years, hardly worthy of being called a senior." At these words, Lin Moya felt thunderstruck in his heart, barely able to steady his Dao mind. Such overwhelming power, yet only a mere remnant soul. Just this fragment alone could annihilate Eternals and suppress even those of Chaos Realm. How powerful must the true body have been? Lin Moya could not imagine. The figure moved to the front of the hut and, with a wave of his hand, made two meditation mats appear on the grass. He gestured for Lin Moya to sit. "I have no real belongings to offer, please forgive the meagerness and make do for now." Lin Moya had nothing to object to and settled himself on the mat, very much owing his place. The figure sat as well, saying calmly, "When I set things up long ago, I required strength, wisdom, and talent, all were essential. Since you have made it here, you have already proven your ability, fellow deist." Lin Moya asked quietly, "Senior, are you the master of the Heavenly Void Palace?" From the misty figure came a soft chuckle. "Perhaps I once was. After all, my name is Wushi, 5th generation." His words left Lin Moya a bit puzzled. What did he mean by, "perhaps I once was"? The ambiguity in this statement held too many implications, and was far from certain. If you analyzed it deeply, it almost seemed as if even he couldn't be sure he had ever truly been the Heavenly Void Palace master. To wield this kind of strength yet still lack certainty, what exactly was the Heavenly Void Palace? With a chuckle, 5th generation asked, "Deist, how do you see this Heavenly Void land and the Heavenly Void Palace?" Lin Moya shook his head. "This junior's knowledge is lacking, I have no real opinion." 5th said, "Sometimes, abstaining from wild speculation is actually a wise course. You are clever undoubtedly, you must have pondered many possibilities, but in the end, guesses are just guesses, not facts. Some matters can be questioned in the heart, but must never be spoken aloud. A single slip of the tongue can bring great misfortune. Since ancient times, there have been countless mighty ones who understood the heavens, the earth, and even gained insight into chaos itself. Yet compared to the chaos in the universe, the hardest thing of all to fathom is the human heart. Keep everything in your heart, and you'll bring no trouble. Voice it, and even if no one else hears, heaven and earth will know." His words made Lin Moya worry. He immediately recognized the key point and replied, "Thank you for the lesson, senior. I understand now." 5th generation was telling him, there are many things that, if kept unspoken, no matter how much you stir inside, only you know. Once released from the lips, even if no one else hears, some being, or even the universe itself, might sense it, possibly drawing disaster. In the domain, this might not happen, but in the chaos beyond, who could say? From his words, Lin Moya guessed that perhaps in chaos, there really were entities who knew all, like the discerning beast in the domain. Such entities might not be able to read the thoughts of living beings, but 5th said, "Since you aren't hazarding any guesses as to what the Heavenly Void is, let me tell you. Listen well. Please, senior." Lin Moya sat up straight, feeling he was about to learn a world-shaking secret. 5th generation said, "A domain world must eventually return to the void. Long ago, when the primordial domain world returned to nothingness, it became the Heavenly Void. From that, the 1st generation Heavenly Void Palace appeared, its master presiding, gathering primal chaos energy, and from that forging sky and earth, creating new domain worlds." He continued step by step, explaining the origin of the Heavenly Void Land and the Heavenly Void Palace, allowing Lin Moya to gradually understand everything's source. The domain world in which he found himself was known as the 5th generation domain. Long ago, it had a single origin. That origin was known as the primordial domain world. Due to certain reasons, it was destroyed. This destruction was called returning to the void. After the world returned to the void, a region formed that was the Heavenly Void Land. When the Heavenly Void Land first formed, chaos energies gathered there, and from them a palace was formed, the 1st generation Heavenly Void Palace. At that time, it gained a palace master of immense power, who sat in the 1st Heavenly Void Palace, fused its might with chaos, and used that to forge a new world. The world he forged was called the First Generation Domain. When the First Generation Domain finally also returned to the Void, a second Heavenly Void Palace appeared, the Second Generation Heavenly Void Palace. A new Palace Master rose and, like before, gathered chaos anew and forged another domain. Each time, as each domain completed its cycle and returned to the Void, a new palace arose and a new Palace Master shouldered the task. This happened 5 times, so the present age is called the Fifth Generation Domain. The name of the domain had been determined from the very beginning, which is why the Torch Dragon had said what he did. Every domain was forged by the contemporary Palace Master. It was their mission, their destiny. In creating the domain, each master spent all their power, even their life. When the new domain was complete, the Palace Master perished. There were no exceptions in any generation. The figure before him was the 5th generation Heavenly Void Palace Master, born with the mission of forging the 5th domain. Once he completed that mission, he died. But in the process of forging the domain, he developed many doubts. Why did he have to create 5 domains and give his life for that purpose? Why was he chosen to be the 5th generation Heavenly Void Palace Master? Where did he come from in the first place? He could not resist his destiny, but though he doubted, he still followed it. Still, those doubts prompted him to take precautions. He didn't use all his power in forging the 5th generation domain but arranged a plan within the Heavenly Void Palace, planted a fruit with the power of the Tao, and waited for someone to come and unravel his challenge. Because of this, the 5th generation domain was not perfect and had many flaws. That's why there arose things like chaos-born ferocious beasts, which bogged down cultivators, and the imperfection of the domain made it harder for cultivators inside to transcend. But to 5th generation, he did not actually care what happened to the domain. What mattered was whether the puzzle could be solved. And Lin Moya was the one he was waiting for. Chapter 4237. Chapter 4237, 4237. Chapter 4237, The Transaction. After listening to 5th generation's explanation, Lin Moya finally understood why he said, "Perhaps I was once the Heavenly Void Palace Master." There was a deep meaning behind those words. At the time, he indeed was the master, able to control everything about the Heavenly Void Palace. But the Heavenly Void Palace was not his creation, and he didn't even know his own origin. How could such a palace master truly count as a real master? He thought of himself as just a tool, a device for evolving the domain. He even felt that the previous domains and their so-called powerful palace masters were also just tools. He was unwilling to fade away like that, so he wanted to break free from fate. This former 5th generation Heavenly Void Palace Master, with only clues and feelings to go on, had considered many things and tried to change his outcome. Unable to resist his mission, he could only find alternate methods. He must have tried a number of things, though he did not explain the details. Leaving behind a remnant soul here was one of these attempts. Doubtless, he had left other backdoors as well. As Lin Moya listened, he began to contemplate more deeply, combining this with all that he'd previously learned. He arrived at a deeper realization. The breakthrough point lay with the Spirit Demon clan. The reason the Spirit Demons came to the 5th generation domain was due to commands from the Heavenly Supreme. And as for why the Supreme would send the Spirit Demons, part of the reason was to help the cultivators of the 5th domain, otherwise it might have been destroyed by the beasts or gone in a very bad direction. This means the 5th domain had always been under the Supreme's watchful gaze. Pushing the logic further, the earlier domains, most likely, were also watched, and perhaps all the domains in all generations were the same, all ultimately directed by the Supreme. If so, anything the 5th generation Palace Master did was likely known and permitted by the Supreme. A single thought from the Supreme could determine his entire plan's success or failure. Generation after generation of domains. Lin Moya sensed it was like the endless cycle of reincarnation for living beings. If an ultimate manipulator like the Supreme is behind it all, then he must have his own grand plan. If Lin Moya rashly got involved, it might not be wise. Suddenly, he was startled by a new possibility. In the Supreme's eyes, domains are nothing. An entire domain could be erased with a wave of his hand. If everything was orchestrated by the Supreme, then an imperfect 5th domain could be destroyed and simply replaced with a 6th, or even a 7th, without hassle. So, why go to such trouble to send spirit demons and maintain a balance? There had to be something unique about the 5th domain, some reason why it could not be immediately destroyed. And what was that special factor? Lin Moya thought about himself and realized it could only be him. The green-robed and white-robed elders were likely the Heavenly Supremes, and both treated him differently, even with a touch of friendliness, showing none of the detachment or disdain one would expect from a transcendent being. Green Robe even imprisoned Ghost Husband, whose avatar was hidden at the core of the domain. Clearly, Ghost Husband was scheming against the domain and so was imprisoned. The basic reason for this, ultimately, was to prevent the domain's collapse. On top of that, the unaging, immortality, Great Tao was uniquely special. It had come from outside the domain and forcibly entered the origin land. And the only person carrying this immortality Tao was Lin Moya himself. Piecing everything together, Lin Moya arrived at a conclusion that shocked him. The only reason the 5th generation domain still existed was because of him. It was a shocking answer, but seemed completely logical. He couldn't find any other explanation. What is so special about me, Lin Moya wondered, that I'm being given such extraordinary consideration? However, having thought this far, he made up his mind he would participate in the 5th Palace Master's rebellion. He would use the Palace Master's arrangement to try and figure out what the Supremes truly wanted. After all, maybe his very appearance here, encountering the 5th generation Palace Master, was already within the Heavenly Supreme's oversight. If there was anything inappropriate, they would have warned him by now. Since they didn't react, maybe it meant they tacitly approved his choice. A game within a game, and Lin Moya had gradually transformed from a pawn into a player. Now, he was about to step onto the grandest chessboard of all, about to see who held the ultimate pieces. How could he possibly turn back now? Lin Moya said quietly, "So, what do you want me to do? And what can you offer me in return?" Fifth generation replied, "I have always suspected that the other heavenly void palaces hide secrets about our origins, but I cannot enter the other palaces. I hope you can go there and uncover their mysteries. I once had the strange feeling that I might be somehow connected to the first generation palace master. This must also be verified. As for what I can offer you." He gestured, and 10 blades of grass flew over from afar, each identical to the one before the door that had unleashed sword light. Fifth said, "These are chaos sword grass. Each one can unleash a sword cut, with destructive power comparable to a full-strength blow from a minor accomplishment chaos realm cultivator." Minor accomplishment chaos realm. Lin Moyo asked. He'd never heard this term before. Fifth generation explained, "The chaos realm is a universal stage. I know that some domains use other terms. Once you enter chaos and your body and soul are fully chaotified, you're called a chaos realm cultivator. Right after you transcend but before full chaotification, that's called initial entry chaos realm. Once you fully chowtify, it's minor accomplishment, and with experience and understanding, you move from minor accomplishment to major accomplishment." Lin Moyo asked, "After achieving major accomplishment, do you become a heavenly supreme?" Fifth generation replied, "After major accomplishment there is one more level, called perfection or domain lord. This is the foundation for becoming a heavenly supreme. If you want to be a supreme, you must wield a domain. If you lack domain power, you can't become a supreme." Lin Moya realized that the road he'd chosen before had been correct. Without becoming a domain lord, you could never become a supreme. Someone like the Torch Dragon, for example, had chosen the wrong path and limited his future. But something about fifth generation's words struck Lin Moyo as odd. How could he know this in such detail? If he was just a tool, a being raised to evolve the domain for the supreme's use, he shouldn't know all of this. A tool should understand the processes but not the reasons behind them. Lin Moya then asked, "Was the tree sovereign also one of your arrangements?" Fifth generation replied, "When I was evolving the fifth generation domain, I discovered an ancient yet vibrant seed, so I planted it outside the void. I never expected it would grow so strong, even reaching the chaos realm. I drew in chaos energy to help it achieve chaotification, reaching minor accomplishment, and had it guard the heavenly void palace until someone could open the 8 doors. So that's the answer. The tree sovereign was minor accomplishment chaos realm, while at Lin Moya's best he could only reach initial entry chaos realm. The gap between them was enormous. The higher the realm, the more every difference was infinitely magnified." Those words were indeed true. At this point, fifth generation added, "If you can fulfill my request, I can help you achieve initial chaotification. Initial chaotification, that is, the same state as the Tree Kings. Your flesh and soul would be chaotified in surface, only not yet fully completed, but still a huge leap in power." Lin Moyo had already decided to help him, so with this extra benefit he promptly answered, "Deal." Chapter 4238. Chapter 4238, 4238. Chapter 4238, All Our Schemes. Seeing that Lin Moyo accepted, fifth generation clearly seemed happy, even a bit excited. His phantom image wavered several times. After countless years of waiting, the person he had hoped for had finally arrived. Fifth smiled softly. "Fellow deist, you know, I am truly pleased right now." Lin Moyo could feel his emotions. Even though he was just a wisp of remnant soul, he was no different from a real living being. Fifth said, "Now that you have agreed, let me tell you some things about the various heavenly void palaces and the heavenly void domain itself. You've already obtained the heavenly void map from the butler, so I won't repeat those details. His array is very effective and allows access to the main gate of each heavenly void palace in every era. But as for the interior of those palaces, he actually knows very little. Over countless years, I have made some attempts to explore them and have achieved a few results." Fifth generation, having once been the palace master of the fifth heavenly void palace, understood everything that had taken place in this palace better than anyone. That included how the Kunlun Emperor obtained the Fairy of Tribulation, and how the butler made repeated visits. Everything happened under Fifth's eye. Even the butler's entry was tacitly permitted by him. Otherwise, the butler could never have come in, nor could the Kunlun Emperor have obtained the Fairy of Tribulation. The more Lin Moya listened, the more shocked he became. Fifth not only monitored every move Kunlun Emperor and the butler made, but even left marks on them. Kunlun Emperor's acquisition of the Fairy of Tribulation was no accident, it was fate. At the time, the Kunlun Emperor was lost in the palace and happened to stumble across a side door guarded by a puppet. Normally, if he'd simply backed off, the puppet wouldn't have pursued him. But that time, the puppet did not stop because Fifth was manipulating events behind the scenes. With Fifth's unseen guidance, the Kunlun Emperor obtained the Fairy of Tribulation and then used it to break through the palace wall and escape. On the surface, it seemed the Kunlun Emperor became the owner of the Fairy of Tribulation, but in truth, he only held partial control. The fairy could travel between reality and the void, wandering everywhere. Thanks to the fairy, Fifth could observe a portion of the domain he had created, and learn about many things inside the domain. Still, even Fifth was not the true master of the Fairy of Tribulation. According to him, the fairy always existed within the Heavenly Void Palace. He tried to refine it but had never been successful, so he was merely one among the fairy's users, just with permissions higher than Kunlun Emperor's. The Fairy of Tribulation is critical. If Lin Moya wanted to enter any other Heavenly Void Palace, the fairy would be the key. Fortunately, the fairy is now in Lin Moya's possession, otherwise, Fifth would have made sure it got to Lin Moya anyway. The timing of Kunlun Emperor's return, what appeared pure coincidence, was, in truth, orchestrated by Fifth. His manipulation was so subtle even Kunlun Emperor never knew. After hearing everything about the Kunlun Emperor, Lin Moya couldn't help but suspect that the causal ring played a role as well. The fruit he'd planted ensured every choice he made was correct unknowingly, that karmic fruit was pushing the development of events. Fifth then spoke about the butler who was a being birthed by the heavenly void land itself, a special entity with extremely high affinity with the great Tao, able to hide in the Tao, manipulate all sorts of Tao, and transform endlessly through the Tao. The butler had existed for an even longer era than the fifth heavenly void palace itself, but his power was limited by the laws of the heavenly void land, and so he was forever stuck at half-step chaos realm. Leaning on this domain's Tao, the butler could demonstrate power greater than half-step chaos, but was still not quite on the level of true chaos. To break free, the butler plotted for many years. When the Kunlun Emperor first arrived, he wounded Little Python, then forced his way in. The butler followed Kunlun Emperor, struck the final blow to Little Python, and directly sent Little Python into Beast Abyss, beginning a cycle of reincarnation. The butler thought that without the palace guardian beast, he'd have unrestricted access. Fifth witnessed all this and, adjusting his own plans, let things flow that way. The butler entered the fifth heavenly void palace again and again, relying on the Tao to come and go, and set up formations inside. He imagined his actions went unnoticed, but through the butler's own formations, Fifth was able to slip out of the fifth palace and observe the others. That's why Fifth enabled some of the butler's actions. The butler was his tool. Everyone has their own desires, their own pursuits in the end, it's all for self-interest, each using the other, and in the end only one can come out on top. Last, Fifth talked about the other heavenly void palaces. He couldn't get in. The 4 other palaces were all tightly shut, and his special place as 5th Gen Palace Master meant that, unless he forced his way in, he had no access. Lin Moyu, on the other hand, could enter. There are several ways in. One is through the main door, but that requires cracking the main gate's formation, which is different for each palace. The other is to use the Ferry of Tribulation to fly directly inside. The risk in that is whatever the palace masters may have left behind, no one knows what lies within, so a direct entry would be dangerous. How Lin Moya chooses is up to him. Fifth gave no advice and left the decision entirely to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo asked, "Are you certain all the other palace masters have perished?" Fifth replied quietly, "Absolutely certain. See, I am only a remnant soul now. If one day the fifth domain returns to the void, a 6th generation heavenly void palace will appear, and I will vanish completely." Lin Moyo understood. With every generation, each succeeding the last, the arrival of a new era always meant the passing of the old. The only traces remaining from previous generations are the heavenly void palaces, nothing else. No one knows when the fifth domain will return to void. Fifth can only wait and hope that a solution is found before that moment comes. Lin Moya said, "Alright, I'll try soon. I hope I can uncover the truth here and learn why all this came to be." Fifth's voice was heavy. "I leave it in your hands." Lin Moya smiled and replied, "I'll do my best. One more question, what about the Kunlun Emperor and the butler? Can either of them achieve transcendence?" Fifth shook his head. "No chance." As he spoke, he raised a finger, and 2 scenes appeared in the starry sky, one with the Kunlun Emperor, one with the butler. Though both had entered the first floor, they were each in entirely separate spaces, never meeting. Who knows what the 2 were experiencing? Both looked troubled, and Lin Moya could sense a certain instability in their auras, as if both had been wounded. Fifth explained, "I had selfish motives while evolving the 5th domain, especially the void realm. The domain emperors inside all had innate flaws. Their limit is half-step chaos, and they can never go further. If they really did move ahead, it would become their downfall. The Soul Devourer Emperor test would destroy them. There are some things worth striving for, but others you can't force. If you insist on going beyond your destiny, you'll only experience disaster." His words sounded reasonable, but Lin Moyo was unconvinced. "I'd rather believe in self-determination than fate." Fifth said, "Heaven never blocks every path. For all things and methods, there is always a sliver of hope, but you need vast luck to find that chance, and that luck is not easily obtained. For the Kunlun Emperor, it's impossible. He is weighed down by too much karma. Even heaven no longer acknowledges him. His one strand of hope is already cut off." Chapter 4239. Chapter 4239, 4239. Chapter 4239, Using Each Other. Lin Moya could naturally understand what 5th generation implied. He had previously noticed that the Kunlun Emperor carried far too much karmic baggage, and that the world's fortune could never truly accept him. That single slender thread of hope that belonged to him had long since been severed. No matter how brilliant he was, there was simply no way for him to go any further. The Heavenly Void Tower would be his final stop. If he knew when to retreat, he could still go back and be an emperor, ruling as leader of the Eternals at the half-step Chaos Realm. Within the domain, he would still be at the top, and even in the Void Realm, he'd be unmatched. But if he insisted on pushing ahead, the Heavenly Void Palace would become his grave. If he died here without someone to send him into the Beast Abyss, he wouldn't even get a chance at reincarnation. Back then, at least, the butler had given Little Python the finishing blow and sent it to the Beast Abyss. Otherwise, Little Python would have perished completely. 5th generation finished describing what he knew about each Heavenly Void Palace, then said in a low voice, "Now I'll draw in chaos power to help you enter initial chaotification. In this way, your strength will soar, and your safety will also be better secured." Lin Moya nodded. "Then I'll trouble you, senior." His tone was sincere, with a touch of gratitude, as if he truly trusted this 5th generation palace master. But Lin Moya's mind was like a clear mirror. He knew 5th generation only spoke so nicely because it benefited himself. Sending him to the other heavenly void palaces surely meant there was some plot behind it. He schemed against the Kunlun Emperor and the butler, making plans within plans, each step thought out 3 moves ahead. It was never so simple. And the wisp before Lin Moya was only a remnant soul. But was it really just a remnant? In any case, there was no harm in accepting the benefit first. With a light tap of his finger, 5th generation made the massive chaos swordgrass on the lawn sway, their power gathering into a single sword that slashed open the starry sky. The sky split open with a great crack, and beyond was a thick mass of chaos chi. This isn't chaos. Lin Moya instantly recognized it. Beyond that crack was not the chaos world. He had peered through a rift in the Deadlands and felt true chaos before the difference was obvious. 5th generation said, when I was evolving the domain, I drew in a vast amount of chaos energy, but, for selfish reasons, kept some aside. Now, I can use it to help you achieve an initial chaotification. He sounded completely honest, but Lin Moya was alert. He didn't trust, so he naturally did not believe every word 5th generation said. In Lin Moya's eyes, 9.5 out of 10 things 5th generation said were true, but the half-lie was always at the critical core. Yet in the current situation, he couldn't refuse. And since his soul gave no warning, it seemed there was no immediate danger. 5th generation guided the chaos energy down like sweet rain upon Lin Moya. Refine it, if you please. Lin Moya nodded and began. Immediately, he sensed something was off. Within the chaos energy there lurked a trace of impurity. It seemed insignificant, but was stubbornly difficult to remove. At the heart of that impurity, there seemed to be a sliver of consciousness. Lin Moya instantly realized this was the backdoor 5th generation had left, just as he did when watching the Kunlun Emperor and the butler. If Lin Moya refined this chaos energy, 5th generation would be able to observe or even influence him. Fortunately, Lin Moya's soul was sharp enough to detect this. 5th generation not only wanted him to do things, but also planned to use him as a tool. Since that was the case, Lin Moya would make sure he gained the benefit without being used. Chaos chi from the vast world surged up in silence and clashed with the chaos energy drawn forth by 5th generation. In this process, Lin Moya did not undergo any chaotification at all. But outwardly, it looked like he was earnestly refining and absorbing it at high speed, using up a great amount of chaos energy, while his body underwent no change. 5th generation was surprised. Deist, why is this happening? Lin Moya shook his head. I'm not sure. No matter what I try, it doesn't work. How strange, 5th murmured. He too couldn't quite figure out what was happening. Lin Moya mused, could it be because I'm still merely at the eternal level? 5th considered. Perhaps that's all there is to it. Not being able to find any other reason, they accepted that explanation. Lin Moya said, then don't waste any more chaos chi, senior. Even though I may not achieve chaotification, with my abilities, I should still be some help to you. At this point, it has to be that way. Just be careful, that's all. 5th withdrew the chaos energy, seeming to offer a kind reminder. But Lin Moya heard a note of disappointment. Perhaps 5th was frustrated at being unable to observe him. But then again, 5th still had other ways, such as the Ferry of Tribulation. He had previously claimed that once the ferry went into other heavenly void palaces, he would lose his connection to it. Lin Moya wasn't sure he fully believed this. Even the chaos swordgrass he had received was suspect using it. Could there be danger? If he ever became 5th's enemy or was no longer useful, would the swordgrass turn on him immediately? After reclaiming the chaos chi, 5th generation opened a passageway with a wave. Go on. Whether you succeed or not, I'll remember what you've done. If anything comes up, return and we'll talk more. Lin Moya rose, bowed slightly, and stepped into the passage to leave. Once he left, a long sigh echoed out in the starry sky, a sigh that would not fade even after millions of years, filling the entire starfield with a sense of regret. The scene shifted, and Lin Moya found himself standing before the 5th generation heavenly void palace. Little Python, the guardian beast, had its eyes wide open, watching him. Master, you're finally back. I was so worried. Little Python called out loudly. Although titled the Guardian Beast, in truth it was not allowed inside the Heavenly Void Palace. It was only a figurehead. Lin Moya nodded and, with a turn of his hand, stored away the Chaos Swordgrass. For now, it naturally had its uses so long as he was not 5th's enemy. It was a trump card, but if he ever did turn against 5th, the Swordgrass could become a fatal threat. Little Python, do you still want to stick around as the Guardian Beast? Little Python shook its big head energetically. I want to stay with you, Master. All right, go inside and stay put for now. Once we return, I'll let you out again. With a wave, Lin Moya stowed Little Python away too. Truthfully, after so many cycles of reincarnation, Little Python no longer had much to do with the founding Heavenly Void Palace. Besides, anyone could become the Guardian Beast or no one, it didn't matter. 5th wouldn't object to him taking Little Python along. Lin Moya knew perfectly well, he still had used to 5th, so there'd be no falling out. But he also had to be ready in case one day there was a clash. He'd need a plan. Following the map the butler had given, Lin Moya set out across the Heavenly Void land, taking in the sense of deep antiquity everywhere. Soon he arrived at the formation the butler had set up. Following the instructions, he activated it. He did not go in at once, but took time to closely observe the formation. The butler wasn't entirely trustworthy, and 5th had likely tinkered with this array, so who knew what lay inside? After a moment, Lin Moya smiled faintly. Sure enough, there's something wrong here. Chapter 4240. Chapter 4240, 4240. Chapter 4240, Refining the Ferry of Tribulation. The 5th generation Heavenly Void Palace Master had once tampered with the butler's formation, adding his own tricks completely unbeknownst to the butler. The 5th's mastery of divine runes was far beyond the butler's. The two were not on the same level at all. But trying to hide such schemes from Lin Moya was not so easy. Despite 5th generation's caution, Lin Moya still managed to spot clues. In one rather inconspicuous spot on the teleportation array, a few broken divine runes could be found. These runes blended in perfectly with the formation. Most of the time they seemed like mere scraps, discovered only when the array was actually activated. So Lin Moya first activated the array before searching for them. His analysis indicated that this particular rune's function was to mark the user of the teleport array a nearly invisible trace, but enough to allow 5th generation to observe anyone using it. For years, almost everything the butler did had been under 5th generation's eyes, and there had to be deeper intentions behind it all. Lin Moya did not remove the runes left by 5th generation. As soon as he did, 5th would notice. Instead, Lin Moya took out a blank jade slip, an empty, unmarked piece. With a touch of soul fire, he quickly refined it, turning it into a solid little array plate. He then casually drew a simple formation on the plate, and, holding the jade in hand, entered the teleportation array, headed for the 4th generation Heavenly Void Palace. The array rumbled to life, opening a spatial channel between the Tao, and Lin Moya saw the world blur into rivers of light as he was transmitted. The 5th's hidden runes activated too, slipping into the flow of light and stealthily heading toward Lin Moya. But Lin Moya activated his own array plate, setting his formation into motion. It drew the 5th's mark into itself. 5th generation would believe his rune had activated and attached to someone, and with no one else in the teleportation formation except Lin Moya, he'd never suspect otherwise. When the transmission ended, Lin Moya was standing before the grand gate of the 4th generation Heavenly Void Palace. He kept the array plate attached to his waist, feigning total ignorance. Looking around, Lin Moya examined the palace. The patterns on the gate were quite different from those in the 5th generation domain. Almost all the lifeforms depicted were unfamiliar to him. These were all beings from the 4th generation domain. Each generation's world contained utterly distinct creatures. Not recognizing them was only natural. From the characteristics, however, Lin Moya could glean some information. The 5th generation domain was marked by a complete set of great Tao, giving rise to all sorts of life. The diversity was such that no type was considered absolutely superior. But the 4th generation's palace doors and walls mostly depicted fish-like creatures, and Lin Moya felt powerful traces of water Tao and cause and effect Tao from them. So, the 4th generation domain was a world evolved primarily from the great Tao of water. No, a single great Tao of water wouldn't be enough to make an entire domain. At best, it played an outsized role. Since the 5th succeeded the 4th, and the 4th generation palace went silent at the moment the 5th palace appeared, there probably shouldn't be any life left inside. Lin Moya walked up and tried to push open the grand gates, but they were tightly sealed, not budging no matter how much strength he used. To enter, he had to solve the riddle of the door. But where was the riddle? And how was it to be unraveled? There was no visible divine rune, no clear formation. Lin Moya could not immediately see any solution. The 4th generation domain had its own rules, born from the former master's intent, a wholly different system from the 5th. If he searched slowly enough he would surely find the answer, but that would mean wasting considerable time. He didn't want to waste so much effort. The 4th generation was already gone outside of its historical and Tao value. It had little to offer the present or future. Being straightforward, Lin Moya simply produced the Ferry of Tribulation. He'd use it to crash inside. The ferry was already partially refined, so with a thought, Lin Moya entered its space. Upon the deck, many Tao Lord level beings, some real, some illusory, were hard at work, hailing from diverse realms. They'd already lost all sense of self, functioning only on the ferry's orders. Without consciousness, such beings were nothing but walking corpses in Lin Moya's eyes, worse than dead. He realized now he could command these soul slaves, order them to do anything, even charge out in battle for him if needed. But that was pointless. They were only Tao Lords, their power negligible in his eyes. Partial refinement of the ferry allowed him to move freely about its deck. To go deeper, into the ship's interior, required further refining, and at present, he could not yet command its core. His soul force surged through the Ferry of Tribulation, probing for deeper control. As his soul delved, Lin Moya mapped out the internal structure and understood the purpose of each region. The ferry was split into outer, inner, and central regions. The outer region was the deck, where the ferry could control or erase the souls of those aboard, making them slaves. Whether it could erase or enslave a target depended on the controller's own strength. When the Kunlun Emperor controlled the ferry, he'd only been a weak half-step chaos, barely above eternal level, so the ferry could overpower Tao Lords and lesser beings, but struggled against great Tao Lords. You can only suppress enemies one major realm below you. Honestly, that's not so useful. If you're already that much stronger, you could crush opponents yourself. Why bother with the ferry? So the true ability was not combat but rather in erasing souls to create ferry slaves, though even this was less useful than his own army of undead servants. The ferry, after all, was not a weapon of mass destruction, its strength lay elsewhere. The inner region was the administrator's zone, the part Lin Moya had reached before, including the statue. With this refined, he'd be able to fully command the ferry. The center was reserved for the ferry's true master. Its function was still unclear, as he hadn't refined it yet. Lin Moya had mastered the outer region and was refining the inner, but it was getting slower and more difficult. He soon understood, the Kunlun Emperor had only ever refined the inner region, as had 5th generation neither had truly become the ferry's owner, just its managers and controllers. The ferry had existed long before the 5th generation palace, indicating its creator was far more mysterious. Dozens of days later, Lin Moya finally finished refining the inner region. He became the new manager and controller. When he attempted to refine the central region, though, his soul force was blocked. He stopped right away. The core felt dangerous, and he sensed that a forced refinement would end very badly. That's enough for now. I'll just use it as it is. With a single thought, the Fairy of Tribulation flared with dazzling light, illuminating the main gate of the 4th generation Heavenly Void Palace. Chapter 4241. Chapter 4241, 4241. Chapter 4241, The Soul Controller. The Fairy of Tribulation slowly drifted toward the main gate of the 4th generation Heavenly Void Palace. It did not move quickly, and no overwhelming power seemed to be unleashed. Just as the fairy's hull was about to touch the gate, the great door suddenly opened by itself. Standing on the deck, Lin Moya was stunned. He'd braced himself to take the impact, only to watch this scene unfold. The door wasn't broken open by force at all. The Fairy of Tribulation acted like the perfect key, and the gate opened automatically for it. The Fairy of Tribulation is the key to the Heavenly Void Palace's gate. This thought surfaced in Lin Moya's mind. He didn't know if this notion was correct, but at that moment it felt right. If that was truly the case, then the Fairy of Tribulation's role was even greater than what the 5th generation Heavenly Void Palace Master had described. Very likely, each palace was inseparable from the Fairy's connection, and that connection was hidden within the Fairy's central region, a place even the 5th Palace Master could not touch. The Fairy glided inside the 4th Heavenly Void Palace, and Lin Moya seemed to enter an entirely new domain, confronted by a completely different order of human Tao. Except for the Immortality Great Tao, all the other Great Taos he'd comprehended were rendered useless. Here the rules were entirely different. Lin Moya brought the Fairy to a halt and did not venture further. His expression grew somewhat cold. "In here, you can't see me anymore, can you?" Within the 4th Heavenly Void Palace, the utterly distinct rules and powers of the Great Tao formed a brand new, independent domain. Lin Moya could even sense an intense force of domain power all around. He was completely certain the wisp of soul that the 5th had left within the Fairy was now completely cut off from his main body. He could no longer control it at all. Now, what Lin Moya needed to do was fully refine the inner region of the Fairy of Tribulation, erase all forces that did not belong to him himself, and become the sole administrator and controller of the Fairy. As for whether he could eventually become its true master, that would be a challenge for another day. His soul force surged forth, sweeping powerfully into the interior of the Fairy. During the previous rounds of refinement, Lin Moya had been very cautious. With his keen spirit, he distinctly sensed 2 residual soul marks left inside the Fairy. These 2 souls each occupied a corner of the Fairy. One was somewhat poorly hidden, the other extremely deeply concealed. They belonged to the Emperor and to 5th, respectively. Neither of them had truly given up the Fairy of Tribulation, though the Kunlun Emperor had no idea someone else lurked there after his own attempt. Still, Lin Moya had detected both. While refining before, he had avoided touching them, acting as if they didn't exist, and carefully stepped around them. At that time, Lin Moya became the 3rd controller of the Fairy. If Kunlun Emperor or 5th wanted, they could have expelled him and reclaimed the Fairy whenever they wished. But now, using the environment of the 4th Heavenly Void Palace, Lin Moya intended to completely wipe them out, making the Fairy truly his own. If successful, he would be invincible. If 5th ever turned against him, Lin Moya could use the Fairy to protect himself. His soul force first targeted the wisp left by Kunlun Emperor. Although he could muster half-step chaos-level power with his gathering force technique, his soul itself was still just at the eternal peak, clearly weaker than the Emperor's. Fortunately, all Kunlun Emperor had left was the tiniest trace of soul under Lin Moya's overwhelming spiritual attack. That trace was steadily ground down and faded away. He renewed his assault until the Emperor's last spiritual remnant was erased. Your turn. Lin Moya set his sights on 5th's hidden soul remnant, which was so well hidden even Kunlun Emperor had never discovered it. This was the real hard obstacle. 5th's cultivation was at least major accomplishment Chaos Realm, making this a very tough nut to crack. His repeated soul assaults had no effect. The soul mark stood unaffected, unflinching under pressure. A gap of 1 major realm could not be overcome by sheer numbers alone. Yet Lin Moya was not worried. He had many other options at his disposal. The world-burning fire, death power, skeletal hell. Anyone could potentially wear down 5th's remnant soul, but all would take time. Lin Moya decided to use the most convenient and direct method. His soul condensed into form, and as he gazed at 5th's residual spirit, the Catastrophic Scepter appeared in his hand. He figured that either the Balance Gem or the Soul Gem could likewise deal with this problem. Catastrophic Scepter in hand, Lin Moya felt a sense of unrivaled confidence. Once he eliminated 5th's soul, he could truly enter the inner region and seize the 5th gemstone atop the statue, making the Catastrophic Scepter whole again. He was curious what the 5th gemstone's ability would be. He activated the Balance Gem, which radiated a faint glow enveloping 5th soul remnant. At the same time, masses of undead servants manifested. The Balance Gem could balance power and realm level. Using a massive number of undead servants as a standard, the realm of 5th spiritual remnant began to decrease. He started with 10,000 undead servants, but 5th soul only dropped a little in level, remaining in the chaos realm. It didn't make much difference, likely because the undead he'd summoned were far weaker. This was testament to how enormous the gap between Chaos Realm and Great Tao Lord was, and even the Balance Gem's effect was greatly diminished here. Lin Moya summoned more undead, ramping up from 10,000 to 100 million, a 10,000-fold leap. While the Balance Gem's effect was greatly reduced against Chaos Realm remnants, 5th soul was at least just a wisp of consciousness lingering here. As Lin Moya kept grinding away, 5th soul finally dropped below Chaos Realm to his own level. Now it got easier. Lin Moya kept up the grind, slowly reducing 5th soul with his own. With no foundation or source of strength, 5th spirit remnant couldn't withstand Lin Moya's relentless attacks and was finally erased completely. Hum! Lin Moya heard a faint hum from the Fairy of Tribulation. Suddenly, his connection to the vessel grew much stronger. The mysterious and important region once occupied by 5th soul was now his. Lin Moyo had finally become the sole controller of the Ferry of Tribulation. Unless its true master appeared personally, no one could wrest it from him. Now, in times of danger, he could hide inside the ferry and avoid disaster. Even when seeking transcendence, he could take the ferry and break through the Soul Devourer's blockade, charging straight into chaos itself. Ferry catastrophe or salvation, this was its greatest value. Upon realizing its true use, Lin Moyo felt a pang of regret on the Kunlun Emperor's behalf. Had the Emperor figured this out, he could have used the ferry to break free to chaos, but he'd never realized, and Fifth wouldn't have permitted it either. With a thought, Lin Moyo appeared within the ferry's inner realm, finding himself once more in the large plaza staring at the enormous statue. This towering statue, 1,000 meters tall and crafted from primeval origin treasure materials, radiated an intense and mysterious aura. Last time, when Lin Moyo tried to view the statue's face, the Kunlun Emperor had stopped him. This time, no one could stand in his way. With a single thought, Lin Moyo flashed to the statue's base. When he looked up, he frowned. The statue had no face at all. Does it have no face, or am I simply not qualified to see its true form? He wondered silently. At that moment, the fifth gemstone rose gently from the statue's crown. Gemstone. Lin Moyo's heart leapt in joy. But before he could do anything, a single eye appeared suddenly on the faceless statue. A divine light shot down, freezing Lin Moyo instantly in place, unable to move at all. Chapter 4242. Chapter 4242, 4242. Chapter 4242, The Calamity Supreme. Countless visions surged before Lin Moyo's eyes. He witnessed a magnificent figure, traversing all kinds of domains, slaying innumerable powerful beings, fighting his way through chaos, destroying strange and fantastic lifeforms no one had ever seen. Vast domains collapsed before him as easily as a mound of eggs crushed in the palm of a hand. His weapon was precisely the Catastrophic Scepter. The scepter's 5 gemstones gleamed brilliantly wherever their light swept. All things were annihilated. All these scenes were fleeting fragments, and Lin Moyo could only glimpse the figure's back, never his true face. That figure fought through all of chaos, reaching its very end, until finally, in the last instant, his body exploded and turned to ashes. The Catastrophic Scepter vanished, the 5 gemstones scattered. With the end of the divine radiance, Lin Moyo shook himself awake. So these are his experiences. The mighty figure in the visions was the person represented by the statue before him. With such astonishing power, how could he have ended up utterly destroyed, even his bones gone? What exactly happened? Why would a treasure as mighty as the Catastrophic Scepter be shattered? What kind of existence could defeat him? Thoughts spun rapidly in his mind. Just then, the 5th gemstone atop the statue turned into a stream of light, whistling straight into the depths of the Ferry of Tribulation. Lin Moyo didn't even have time to stop it. The 5th gemstone flew into the ferry's core, a place Lin Moyo still could not reach. This statue, the 5th gemstone, none were under the control of the Kunlun Emperor. Yet, back then, why did the Kunlun Emperor claim that if Lin Moyo found the 4th gemstone, he would hand over the 5th? Lin Moyo gazed at the palace in front of the statue. Back then, it seemed the Kunlun Emperor had spoken to him from within this palace. This palace was called the Central Hall, reserved for the controller of the Ferry of Tribulation. If he wished to enter the core region, Lin Moyo had to pass through the Central Hall. Maybe the answer's in there. With a step, Lin Moyo appeared at the entrance and strode inside. The hall was empty, with only a single ornate throne in the center, nothing else. Lin Moyo glanced around. The hall was filled with divine runes, all dormant. If activated, they would form an extremely complex array. And the heart of this array was that central throne. This throne was prepared for the controller. By sitting there, one could operate the Ferry of Tribulation. Lin Moyo sat down and poured his soul force into the throne. Instantly, he felt as if he and the ferry were fused into one. Aside from the core region, everything else inside the ferry appeared instantly before his mind's eye. He could see and control it all with a single thought. The grand array of the hall activated, divine runes lit up one after another, and at the same time, a deep voice echoed in the hall. I am the Calamity Supreme, master of the Ferry of Tribulation. If you would inherit my mantle, you must find the Catastrophic Scepter and gather the soul, elemental, balance, and domain gemstones, then the final gemstone may be gained. Reach the Chaos Realm and enter the core hall of the Supreme, and you will receive my legacy. Upon hearing this, and recalling what he'd seen before, together with the Kunlun Emperor's words so many years ago, Lin Moyo pieced together the truth. The ferry's true owner was the Calamity Supreme, a being like the green-robed and white-robed elders, a supreme disaster of heaven and earth, and the statue was of him. The Catastrophic Scepter was his weapon. It had 5 gemstones. Whoever obtained the scepter, collecting the 4 main stones, and then reached Chaos Realm, would have a chance to inherit his mantle and truly become his successor. The Kunlun Emperor had clearly figured this out, but had limitations. He couldn't leave the ferry. Back then, the Kunlun Emperor saw that Lin Moyo had obtained the scepter and already collected 3 stones, so he plotted to have Lin Moyo finish finding the gemstones and then take them for himself. That was the purpose behind his words to Lin Moyo. He'd planned to strike when Lin Moyo gathered all 4. If Lin Moyo entered the ferry, the Kunlun Emperor would seize the opportunity. But fate took an unexpected turn. In just a short span, Lin Moyo had advanced from Tao Lord to eternal existence, able to battle across realms, no weaker than the Emperor, and it was nearly impossible for the Emperor to snatch the scepter away now. Perhaps realizing the Catastrophic Scepter was beyond his destiny, the Kunlun Emperor gave up on it and resolved to use the Heavenly Void Tower to transcend. To chase after transcendence, he was willing to give up even the ferry, wagering everything for one last chance. But ultimately, with flaws in the world and himself, a domain emperor was always fated to fail at transcendence. His sole chance was lost because he lacked a true grasp of cause and effect. His own path was cut off. In truth, all those years of plotting by the Kunlun Emperor were doomed from the start. He may have excelled at cultivation, but was lacking in other ways. Going too far always brings a price. Now, with the fifth gemstone gone to the core, Lin Moya could not collect it or restore the Catastrophic Scepter until he reached Chaos Realm. Still, he'd gained something from this trip. He now knew the Calamity Supreme existed, knew who had been the previous wielder of the scepter, and now understood how to obtain the fifth gemstone. His matters in the ferry concluded, Lin Moya prepared to explore the fourth Heavenly Void Palace. But before that, there was still one more thing he needed to do. To guard against fifth palace master turning on him, Lin Moya had to take precautions. He took out the causal ring and infused it with soul force, activating it. A fruit without a cause. He immediately planted a karmic fruit. His first and only requirement was a safe return from the fourth Heavenly Void Palace. He didn't demand any harvest if there really was nothing in the palace. That would be too much to ask for, and might drain his talent for rebirth even if he died 20 times. If his only goal was to get back safely, and with the fairy in hand, the challenge should not be too hard. Sure enough, the backlash from the causal ring killed him just 5 times before it was satisfied, so the result was not difficult. After a few dozen breaths' time, Lin Moya planted a second fruit, this time requesting safe departure from the Heavenly Void Land. The backlash this time was fierce. Lin Moya died 18 times to balance it, nearly exceeding the limits of his rebirth talent. Dying 18 times meant the challenge was dangerous indeed. Danger awaited him out there in the Heavenly Void Land. But with the karma planted, fate would make sure he survived. Lin Moya guessed what that danger would be. Very likely from fifth. If the earlier palace masters are truly dead, then he's the only threat left. He was already preparing for the possibility of a falling out with fifth. Having finished setting his 2 fruits, Lin Moya finally relaxed and began inspecting the fourth Heavenly Void Palace. He did not leave the ferry for a vessel forged by the Calamity Supreme to survive from ancient times. Its security was as good as it gets. If not for the restrictions on the Kunlun Emperor in fifth, he could never have gotten such a treasure. The formation shimmered, and the hall became translucent, giving Lin Moya a crystal clear view of everything outside. Seated in the innermost hall, Lin Moya could easily see all that lay within the fourth Heavenly Void Palace. The ferry was floating atop a vast ocean. Waves surged all around, and from a distant coastline, pillars of fire shot into the sky. Flames and the sea blended together, creating a brilliant spectacle. Lin Moya immediately steered the ferry toward it, eager to see what it was. kofi.com/translate Toki. Only donate if you want to. Chapter 4243. Chapter 4243, 4243. Chapter 4243, Another Slumbering Coffin. The ferry of tribulation flew across the ocean and came to a land of red flames. Rivers of magma flowed, and there were many volcanoes, erupting constantly. Fiery eruptions spewed out countless rocks, stone rain falling from the skies. Water and fire are supposed to be incompatible, but between these two regions was a faint golden light, which kept the two sides separated. The gold light was not strong, yet neither side could cross it. Seeing this, Lin Moya overturned his previous assumptions. The inside and outside of the fourth generation Heavenly Void Palace were like two worlds. From the outside you couldn't see in, while inside was a shattered 5-element world. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth here, for had already appeared, the ocean for water, the flaming magma for fire, the giant stones from the eruptions for earth, and the golden light is metal. There should also be a region representing wood. At this moment, the fourth generation Heavenly Void Palace had become a ruin. Lin Moya believed the palace had once been different. After the fourth generation domain returned to the void and the fifth generation domain appeared, everything belonging to the fourth generation had to be buried. Hence, the palace ended up like this. Lin Moya continued piloting the ferry through the sky. With a deafening boom, a waterspout transformed into a massive dragon and surged towards the ferry. That watery dragon held a power comparable to a half-step Chaos Realm strike. Yet the ferry did not budge under such an attack. It blocked it easily. Even a true Chaos Realm being might not shake the ferry, so this half-step power was nothing at all. The assault from the water Dao had opened the battle, and immediately gold, fire, and earth Dao powers unleashed wave after wave of attacks, bombarding the foreign ferry of tribulation. Endless attacks crashed upon the ferry, but it remained unshaken and entirely unaffected. Even the Dao Lord boat slaves on the deck continued working as normal. None were injured. The ferry pressed on, weathering the assault, flying through the Heavenly Void Palace until Lin Moya spotted a swath of green. Here, a palace appeared and disappeared amidst the verdant hues. Every Heavenly Void Palace had a central grand hall, a core of the whole palace. The fifth generation had the 9-story treasure tower at its center. Lin Moya was curious what would anchor the fourth generation's core. The palace was now a ruin, so the surviving central hall must be extraordinary. The ferry quickly drew near, leaving behind water, fire, gold, and earth, and entered a domain of the wood and cause and effect Dao. In an instant, all the attacks vanished. Lin Moya sensed the aura of the wood Dao. Although he could not comprehend the wood Dao in this place, he could still recognize its unique character. It seems the fourth generation palace master favored the Dao of trapping. From the palace remains, Lin Moya deduced the master's preferences. The central section was dominated completely by the wood Dao. The wood Dao had manifested a green earth, delivering a hint of vitality to the ruined palace. Within the green expanse, the shattered central hall appeared in sight. The central hall had fallen into ruin. 5 small ponds encircled it, each containing the power of one of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. At the heart of the ruined grand hall sat a coffin. The moment he spotted the coffin, Lin Moya blurted out, "A slumbering coffin." He would not be mistaken, this was indeed a slumbering coffin. He had obtained such an item before and had personally crafted one himself, there was no way he could mistake it. The slumbering coffin he once acquired in the mysterious manner was still lying in the corner of his storage space. He never expected to see yet another slumbering coffin here. Two domains with different DAOs, yet the slumbering coffin was usable in both. This was very odd. The ferry eased down to the side of the slumbering coffin, and Lin Moya sent out a strand of soul to leave the ferry and examine it. There were minor differences, but Lin Moya was certain this truly was a slumbering coffin, and after being sealed shut, it had never been opened again. To be left in the central hall of the 4th Gen Heavenly Void Palace, there was no doubt who lay inside. The 4th Palace Master buried himself in it, clearly unwilling to perish and wishing to escape oblivion in slumber. But sadly, the slumbering coffin cannot be opened from the inside. Since no one could enter after the 4th Palace, the Master could only sleep forever if nothing unexpected happened. And even then, entering the coffin didn't guarantee survival. The slumbering coffin was not limitless, it had its own boundaries. Once those boundaries were exceeded, the being inside would also die. But before the coffin was opened, no one could know the state within. At this thought, Lin Moya realized there was an exception, Heavenly Supreme. Back then, the green-robed elder had silently entered his soul world, opened the slumbering coffin, and taken away his wife. Thinking of this, Lin Moya ground his teeth in anger. This old score would someday be settled. He did not open the slumbering coffin, but stowed it away instead. Even if it needed to be opened, it wouldn't be here. This was after all the domain of the 4th Palace Master. If he was somehow alive and turned hostile, opening the coffin on someone else's turf was asking for trouble. If there was to be an opening, it would be somewhere safe, like in the vast world or inside the ferry. With the coffin retrieved, the ruined Grand Hall collapsed, and the verdant earth burst into dazzling green light. Endless vitality swept forth in a wild gale. Vitality was usually a good thing, but in excess it became deadly poison here. The Wood Dao's vitality transformed into a lethal toxin, flooding the ferry. The Wood Dao could poison even a great Dao Lord, but for the Ferry of Tribulation this was nothing. Lin Moya carefully piloted the ferry at a steady pace and left. With the slumbering coffin taken, the 4th Palace was now completely collapsed. Though the palace itself physically existed, its soul and core were gone. What was left was merely a relic of the 4th generation domain, now devoid of all value. The ferry flew out of the 4th Palace, soaring high in the sky, not returning to the butler's teleportation formation, but instead heading directly for the 3rd generation Heavenly Void Palace. Previously, when passing through the teleportation array, the mark 5th had left on him was captured by Lin Moya's own array plate. Once the array plate entered the 4th Palace, the link was broken. Lin Moya put the plate into his storage space, severing it for good. The soul remnants in the ferry had also been wiped out by Lin Moya. 5th had no further means of monitoring him. At this moment, 5th would still believe Lin Moya to be inside the 4th Palace. So Lin Moya no longer used the teleport array. Instead, he piloted the ferry across the Heavenly Void Land directly. The previously silent Heavenly Void Land now came alive. Numerous Dao-formed living beings attacked the ferry, trying to stop the intruding outsider. Yet most were only Dao Lords, with a few mighty ones reaching Eternal Realm, but they were nothing to the ferry, barely more than drizzle, not even enough to scratch it. Flying straight through the Heavenly Void Land, Lin Moya reached the 3rd generation Heavenly Void Palace, and without pause crashed the ferry straight into the gates. The tightly shut doors responded and swung open as the ferry plowed inside. Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder roared, violet gold bolts hammering the ferry and causing it to lurch and shake. The boat slaves on the deck were knocked head over heels, sprawling everywhere. Lin Moya frowned. The defenses of the 3rd Palace were actually able to rock the ferry. kofi.com/translate Toki. Only donate if you want to. Chapter 4244. Chapter 4244, 4244. Chapter 4244, Palm of Yin and Yang, Evolving the Domain. Although it was only a slight shaking of the Ferry of Tribulation, it was still astonishing. At least an attack from a minor accomplishment Chaos Realm would be required to achieve that effect. If the 3rd generation Heavenly Void Palace Master were still alive, reaching minor accomplishment Chaos Realm would have posed no challenge for him. Perhaps even attacks at major accomplishment Chaos Realm could be unleashed. But now, the Master had long since fallen. The 3rd generation Heavenly Void Palace is shattered, so who could still launch an attack of such magnitude? If the Palace Master had nurtured a being similar to the Tree Sovereign, that would have been impossible when the 4th generation domain was created. Everything of the 3rd would have been buried, nothing could be cultivated or preserved. The only things that could remain are the Daos belonging to the 3rd generation domain. Thunder continued to flash as the ferry shook its way forward. Only after passing through the thunderclouds did Lin Moya finally see inside the palace. All directions inside were filled with masses of thunderclouds, vast and small. The larger ones spanned tens of millions of miles, while the smallest were just a few thousand feet across. The space within was obviously expanded, and continued expanding. Even now the force expanding it emanated from these clouds of thunder. There was no spatial Dao force within the thunderclouds, yet they still produced the effect of expanding space. Besides, Lin Moya could feel all kinds of great Dao auras. Space, time, 5 elements, all were here. Each thundercloud was unique. Its strength and size did not necessarily correspond. Some clouds looked small but radiated terrifying power. Others were large yet felt unimpressive to Lin Moya. Of course, some were both huge and strong. As soon as the ferry had entered, it crashed straight into a thundercloud. It wasn't a particularly formidable one, but it was still strong enough to shake the ferry. And there were even stronger clouds here, approaching the power of the Chaos Realm. It seems the third-generation Palace Master was stronger than the fourth, Lin Moya thought, steering the ferry closer to a thundercloud for further analysis. He sketched a divine rune, found it worked with some difficulty but still retained most of its effects. With a few tweaks, Lin Moya drew an array of formation that spread out like a great net, enveloping the thundercloud. A torrent of information streamed back to him through the formation. Lin Moya broke down and analyzed the thundercloud. Layer by layer, the thundercloud's mysteries were revealed. At that moment, the very structure of the third-generation Heavenly Void Palace, and the essence of the third domain itself, were made clear to Lin Moya. Despite all the changes possible in the tracks of the Great Tao, their root nature remains the same. At the core of the third-generation Heavenly Void Palace's power were the two great Taos of Yin and Yang. The Palace Master used these two Taos to evolve the rest, deriving all other Taos, and, through that, all things in the world itself. The thunderclouds took yin-yang as their foundation, then merged in other Taos. The stronger the yin-yang Taos, the more powerful the thundercloud. The more Taos merged, the bigger the cloud. But more merged Taos didn't always mean stronger clouds. What mattered most was the fundamental strength of yin-yang. As expected, the great Tao is ultimately simple, Lin Moya murmured. The five elements Tao are already a simplification, but still not as pure as yin and yang. He recalled the saying, the Tao gave birth to one gave birth to two gave birth to three, and three to all things. The two here can be seen as yin and yang Taos. The three is not literal but stands for multiplicity. The five elements can be thought of as three, and the myriad Taos of the fifth-generation domain is all things. Perhaps this explanation isn't flawless, but it's not far off. Lin Moya was gaining deeper understanding of the third-generation domain's core. He seemed to glimpse the Palace Master, wielding yin and yang in his palm, creating all things. The Palace Master was strong, yet even so, he could not escape his destiny and ultimately perished. In this system, the third-gen Palace Master wielded yin and yang, which would be the two. Then what did the second-gen Palace Master wield? The one that gives rise to two. Could that be chaos? And then what is the Tao, truly? Lin Moya's thoughts ran deeper. If the great Tao comes from chaos, what is after chaos itself? The master of the fairy, the Calamity Supreme, killed his way to the end of chaos. Why did he suddenly shatter? What did he see? Was it the Tao? And what is it, through the endless schemes of the green-robed and white-robed supremes, that they pursue so tirelessly? Now, standing at his current height, more profound and intricate questions came to Lin Moya. He realized, the higher one stands, the less they understand. There is always more to seek. But that only inflamed his curiosity. He felt a pull inside, a desire to do as Calamity Supreme had done, fight his way to the end of chaos and see what lies there. The fairy navigated the third-generation palace for a long time, eventually reaching its center. The grand hall at the core had been destroyed, leaving only a thunder pool. The thunder pool was black and white, a visible manifestation of yin and yang. Within the pool, a phantom image appeared, an echo of the third-generation palace master in his day. He sat in the pool, channeling the power of yin and yang, sending out two bolts of lightning that blasted into the void. Out of the explosion, the seed of a domain was born. Chaos energy surged in, which he refined with yin and yang and merged into the new domain. The phantom image broke up intermittently. Much was missing, and Lin Moya had to fill in the gaps. Still, he understood most of what was shown. When the image vanished, Lin Moya saw a round stone with black and white patterns, resting in the thunder pool. What is this? Instinctively, he felt it was unusual. He left the ferry and reached into the pool, retrieving the stone. The moment it left, the thunder pool erupted. Without the stone, the pool's balance was destroyed, and the pool, having existed for countless ages, began to collapse. Lin Moya hurried back to the ferry. The force within the thunder pool was so immense that, had it exploded, he'd have died several times over. Boom! He'd scarcely ducked inside before the destabilized pool exploded. Yin and Yang collided and released a terrifying burst of force, wiping out what remained of the central hall. The palace was filled with thunderclouds, now compressed by the blast and detonating in turn. Each blast fed into the next. In a cataclysmic chain reaction, the entire third-generation Heavenly Void Palace was thrown into utter chaos. The explosions went on unending, space consuming itself in a cascade of collapse, as still greater forces were released. Lin Moya guided the ferry out of the conflagration, only stopping once he'd cleared the palace. He looked back at the endlessly exploding ruins with lingering fear. Things were worse than he thought without the ferry. Even his rebirth talent wouldn't have saved him. Each explosion came close to true chaos level and could have killed him for good. Fortunately, with the ferry he'd escaped in one piece. He glanced at the black and white round stone in his hand. Its surface was smooth, filled inside with yin and yang, not innate treasure but even more wondrous than innate treasures. After a bit of study, he couldn't guess its use and simply stashed it away for now. The ferry of tribulation left the third palace, heading for its next destination. Explosions still rocked the remains of the third palace. Their shockwaves sent all the domain's living creatures into fits of terror, so Lin Moya found his path peaceful for a change. Very soon, he arrived before the main gate of the second-generation Heavenly Void Palace. Lin Moya frowned. This gate, why is it like this? kofi.com/translate Toki. Only donate if you want to. Chapter 4245. Chapter 4245, 4245. Chapter 4245, The Message. The second-generation Heavenly Void Palace, as Lin Moya understood, represented the Tao giving birth to the One, which in turn evolves into yin and yang. The One in reality should be chaos. This was only his guess before, but standing before the gates of the second-generation Heavenly Void Palace, Lin Moya discovered he was correct. The doors were tightly shut. In front of them, a vortex slowly spun, filled with mist interwoven of all kinds of forces, just like chaos. After observing for a while, Lin Moya confirmed that the vortex was not truly chaos, but a force similar to chaos. Chaos Chi is the foundation of a domain, but you can't use primordial chaos directly to create a domain, so this isn't actual chaos. The second generation Palace Master must have tried to imitate chaos to evolve the domain, forsaking the clearer Great Tao. But that means the entire domain remained in a hazy state. For its lifeforms, cultivating would be incredibly hard, never mind achieving the highest realms, even getting started would be difficult. The advantage is, if you do succeed in cultivation, you'd become extremely powerful, and it would be much easier to undergo chaotification and transcend in the future. Just standing before the gates and looking at the vortex, Lin Moyo understood how the second Palace Master constructed his domain. To be able to construct a domain in this way, this alone proved the second generation Palace Master's formidable strength, far above any who came after. With each passing generation, the power of each domain seemed to wane. The Ferry of Tribulation drifted over. As soon as it touched the vortex, the grand doors rumbled open. No, the ferry was being welcomed in. As the controller of the ferry, Lin Moya sensed that the Ferry of Tribulation was indeed being invited inside. This suggested the ferry had been here before, maybe spent a long period in this palace. Within the second Heavenly Void Palace, thick mists pervaded everything, resembling chaos chi, yet capable of evolving endless Taos. The mists were even more powerful than thunderclouds. If they erupted, Lin Moyo had no doubt he would be instantly slain inside. No amount of undead servants would help, no matter how many he summoned, they'd be annihilated just as quickly, and endlessly. For any being below Chaos Realm, this was a forbidden land. The very first thing Lin Moya did was use the causal ring to plant a karmic fruit, ensuring he could return safely. To his surprise, the backlash from the causal ring cost him only a single death, meaning this place was extremely safe for him. That safety came from the Ferry of Tribulation. The ferry journeyed through the mists, searching for a path. Fortunately, the second generation palace wasn't very large, and Lin Moya soon found the central hall. The central hall was mostly intact, a force inside supporting its structure. The ferry entered the hall, when suddenly a voice sounded, "You have arrived." The voice pierced the ferry and rang directly in Lin Moya's ears, startling him. There was someone still here? Could it be a lingering soul like the 5th Gen Palace Master? Lin Moya found this hard to believe. The second palace should have been long destroyed. How could any being survive? The voice continued, "I have already perished. What remains here is neither a soul nor a consciousness, but only a message I left behind. There is no need for surprise, only the Ferry of Tribulation can come here. Even the Heavenly Supreme cannot." Even a Heavenly Supreme can't enter? That was a bold claim. Lin Moya was a bit skeptical. The voice went on, "If a Heavenly Supreme were to enter, this hall would instantly collapse, and nothing would remain." Now Lin Moyo understood it was a matter of structural rules within the palace. No wonder the Ferry of Tribulation was welcomed, and everything depended on the intentions of the second generation Palace Master. He continued, "I don't know your name, but I can guess who you are. Many answers you'll have to find for yourself, but I also have something I need to entrust to you. At the bottom of this hall, I have left something behind. Take it to the first generation Heavenly Void Palace, perhaps there you'll find what you seek." With that, the message ended. Lin Moya took a deep breath and steered the ferry down to the bottom of the hall. But just a few seconds later, the same voice sounded again. "You have arrived. I have already perished. What remains here is neither a soul nor a consciousness, but only a message I left behind. There is no need for surprise, only the Ferry of Tribulation can enter here. Even the Heavenly Supreme cannot." The exact same disclaimer, repeating itself. Lin Moya couldn't help but smile wryly. So it could be set up like this? Honestly, this was much simpler and more reliable than leaving behind 10 different lingering soul fragments. The Ferry of Tribulation came to a gentle halt at the base of the hall, where Lin Moya saw what the second generation Palace Master had left. It was an ancestral plaque, inscribed with just 2 characters at the base, "Honor Seat." Whatever else was written had been erased. There was no way to know whose tablet it actually was. At the foot of the hall, there was no chaotic mist. That was clearly the Palace Master's doing, ensuring Lin Moya could safely collect the plaque. Lin Moya sent a projection out from the ferry to get it. The moment the plaque was removed, the repeating voice ceased. Its mission was now over, regardless of whether the person who took the plaque was actually the right one. For the second Palace Master, this chapter was now closed. And for Lin Moya, this particular mystery was drawing to its end. He piloted the Ferry of Tribulation out from the mists and set course for the first generation Heavenly Void Palace. The first palace, as the origin point of all the Heavenly Void land, ought to be the strongest out of the 5. Lin Moya had no idea what secrets waited inside. The first generation Heavenly Void Palace stood deep within the Heavenly Void land, and the closer Lin Moya got, the quieter his surroundings became. In all directions for tens of thousands of li, centered on the palace, there was not a single living thing, not even a blade of grass. All was barren. A constant wind blew, and when it struck the ferry, the vessel rang with an endless rumble and vibration. That wind was chaos wind. Any unchaotified lifeform would be shredded in an instant. Even Lin Moya himself couldn't last 2 seconds in that wind before being wholly destroyed. Wherever the chaos wind went, nothing lived, so how could even a trace of life remain in this place? Lin Moya understood that, if not for the ferry, he would never have been able to reach the first palace. At least on this point, the 5th generation master had told the truth. The Ferry of Tribulation was essential here. Finally, a grand palace came into view. Unlike the earlier palaces, the first-gen Heavenly Void Palace was a true palace, tens of thousands of meters high and wide, overwhelmingly magnificent. Pure chaos chi gushed from its heart, transforming into the chaos wind that swept far into the distance. It appeared utterly intact. The collapse of domains seemed to have had no effect on it. Lin Moyo had an odd feeling. Why does the first Heavenly Void Palace look more like a sacrificial hall? He considered the plaque he'd just received. Perhaps this was truly its intended use, a vessel for sacrifice. Guiding the ferry closer, Lin Moyo took out the causal ring to ensure he could leave the palace safely if need be. Boom! A violent backlash from the causal ring tore his body to shreds. kofi.com/translate Toki. Only donate if you want to. Chapter 4246. Chapter 4246, 4246. Chapter 4246, The Heavenly Void Sun. Purple light constantly shone on the ferry of tribulation. Lin Moyo died and revived again and again, an excruciating yet familiar pain. 16 times in a row, the backlash finally ceased, and Lin Moyo felt lingering dread, so it really is dangerous. Although he had died 16 times, Lin Moyo was unfazed. He was already used to it, and didn't consider it anything remarkable. As life and death alternated, the karmic fruit was already planted. That meant all future dangers would turn into nothing, and might even produce unexpected advantages. After seeding the fruit, he guided the ferry of tribulation into the Heavenly Void Palace. Chaos G crashed down on the ferry, producing the clang of metal on metal and drastically slowing the ferry's speed. Lin Moyo willed the vessel forward, radiance flashing on both ferry and staff, inching his way through the Chaos G. The ferry vanished into the chaos, moving forward through swirling mists. He could not see anything, everything was shrouded in mist. Lin Moyo felt as if he had entered the very depths of chaos itself. The second generation Heavenly Void Palace Master had only simulated chaos, but here this was real chaos. Lin Moyo even wondered if he had actually left the domain and entered actual chaos for real. Of course, this was just an illusion. The truth was, the first generation Heavenly Void Palace Master had drawn in vast amounts of chaos chi and left it here, enveloping the whole palace. He could not leave now. Stepping out of the ferry of tribulation meant instant death, with no hope for rebirth. After all, in real chaos, even if you revived, you would immediately die again once you exhausted your rebirths. It would be true annihilation. To survive chaos, at the very least you needed initial chaotification, your body and soul surface transformed by chaos, then you could live within chaos chi. The ferry went deeper and deeper. Lin Moyo still could not see, chaos chi blocking both eyes and senses, so he was forced to move blindly. In this chaos, the concepts of time and space were lost. Thankfully, the vast world could still provide Lin Moyo with the exact passage of time, but for space, there was no help. After nearly 100 days, Lin Moyo had no idea how far he'd traveled, until finally the ferry crashed into something, bouncing violently off and altering course. What the ferry struck was extremely hard. Lin Moyo felt an intense recoil push the ferry away, while the object itself wasn't harmed in the slightest. Given the ferry of tribulation's toughness, able to plow through the walls of the Heavenly Void Palace, the strength of the obstacle was obvious. After coming to a halt, a light suddenly flashed, banishing the nearby chaos mist. Lin Moyo could finally see what he'd hit. It was a statue, a huge one, nearly a kilometer tall. Looking at its form, it bore some resemblance to the statue of the Calamity Supreme in the Ferry of Tribulation, but only just. Is this statue imitating the Calamity Supreme? Lin Moyo instinctively sensed this was indeed a mimicry. In the dim, the statue's features suddenly moved as though it came to life. Those previously wooden eyes turned sharp and piercing, fixing on the ferry. You have arrived. Lin Moyo frowned slightly. Another similar script across so many generations. The masters of the Heavenly Void Palace all seemed to be waiting for him. They never explicitly stated it, but over so many years, he was the only one to ever face them. If not him, who else could they have been waiting for? Suddenly inspired, Lin Moyo took out the ancestral plaque given to him by the second generation palace master and sent it out from the ferry. The plaque shone with light and swiftly enlarged, floating before the statue. Where before it had been blank, now 4 large characters appeared: Heavenly Void Master. Together, it amounted to Honor Seat of the Heavenly Void Master. Lin Moyo was shocked. So the first generation Heavenly Void Palace Master is the Heavenly Void Sun. Just as this thought arose, the statue spoke again. There are other items. Please give them to me as well, fellow deist. Lin Moyo realized what was wanted. He immediately took out both the slumbering coffin and the black and white orb and offered them. The black and white orb slowly floated up, affixed itself atop the statue's head, and burrowed into its brow, becoming its third eye. The slumbering coffin slowly sank, positioning itself at the statue's feet. Watching this, Lin Moyo felt there was still something missing. The statue then spoke again. Fellow deist, you also have another slumbering coffin. Please hand it over as well. Only then did Lin Moyo remember, a long time ago, in that mysterious garden, he had obtained a slumbering coffin. Back then, with his meager strength and the relative weakness of the beings in the garden, once he left the great world he hadn't thought about it much. That slumbering coffin had always been lying in his storage space, untouched and unexamined. Rummaging through his storage, Lin Moyo found the coffin and sent it out from the ferry. It too landed by the statue's feet, so that now there were 2 slumbering coffins, one on either side. The statue's radiance grew even brighter, driving back the chaos chi and revealing a far broader space. Beams of black and white shot out from the orb between the statue's brows, shining onto the 2 coffins, causing them to slowly open and release ancient auras. Misty vapors rose from the coffins, obscuring Lin Moyo's vision, but he could sense something leaving the coffins and entering the statue. The statue's expression grew ever more lifelike. A moment later, a middle-aged man in black and white robes stepped out from the light, made a slow bow to the ferry, and said, I invite fellow deists to come forward for a meeting. Now that the chaos chi had dispersed, Lin Moyo sent only a projection out of the ferry of tribulation. He was on his guard without knowing the other's intentions. He'd keep his true body safe within the ferry. The middle-aged man in black and white regarded Lin Moyo with a subtle smile, nodding slightly. Lin Moya noticed a deeper, more complex meaning in his gaze, but couldn't decipher it. After a moment of silence, the man bowed and said, "Heavenly Void Sun greets fellow deist. May I ask your name?" Lin Moya returned the greeting at once. "Junior Lin Moya greets Senior." Heavenly Void Sun laughed gently. "You and I are both seekers of the Tao. There's no need for excessive formality, fellow deist." This made Lin Moya feel all the more uneasy. It really did seem as though this person regarded him as a peer. Even the fifth-generation palace master, whose words were polite, revealed occasional traces of superiority, a gap created by the disparity in power and impossible to fully conceal. Ordinary people wouldn't sense such a thing, but Lin Moya could feel it keenly. Yet with Heavenly Void Sun, a single sentence radiated authentic sincerity. Very odd indeed. Since this was so, Lin Moya dispensed with excessive courtesy. "Deist, you asked for me to come forth. Is there something you would say?" Heavenly Void Sun smiled again. "I'd like to invite you to see a play." "A play?" Lin Moya was puzzled. Heavenly Void Sun lifted a hand and pointed into the void. Chaos Chi rolled forth, and scene after scene appeared like a grand drama, slowly unfurling before Lin Moya. Instantly, Lin Moya's consciousness was swept away. He became wholly submerged in the experience, as if a participant, not merely a spectator. The play began in chaos. Its lead role, Heavenly Void Sun, standing before a domain world. With a single finger, Heavenly Void Sun intoned, "Return to the void." The domain world instantly collapsed. Chapter 4247. Chapter 4247, 4247. Chapter 4247, Evolving the Domain. A vast domain world greater even than the fifth-generation domain, in Lin Moya's view shattered with a single word from Heavenly Void Sun. Countless worlds and living beings were reduced to ash in an instant. Chaos was blasted open, a huge hole torn into it. An ocean of chaotic chi was first blown apart, then swirled back in, pouring into the domain. Immediately afterward, a new world began to unfold. This world wasn't large, but it was suffused with chaotic chi, giving it a primordial, ancient feel. "With the blood of living beings, the world's origin, and my own soul, I forged the heavenly void." Accompanied by this deep, chant-like intonation, Heavenly Void Sun shattered himself, offering his body to this nascent world in the process of evolution. Lin Moya watched as if witnessing it firsthand, utterly shaken within. Heavenly Void Sun willingly destroyed his own domain, sacrificed himself, only to forge the Heavenly Void Land. What, truly, was the point of the Heavenly Void, that it was worth such an enormous price? It was clear to Lin Moya the domain that Heavenly Void Sun destroyed was his own. If he was not a Heavenly Supreme, then at least he had reached perfection. In the Chaos Realm, there were 4 stages of Chaos Realm. Initial Chaos, when body and soul are chaotified only on the surface. Minor Accomplishment Chaos, body and soul fully chaotified, and one can start to manipulate chaotic chi with their own Tao. Major Accomplishment Chaos, one's Tao merges with chaos whenever they wield their Tao, torrents of chaos respond, and their power soars dramatically. Perfection, the final stage, requiring not only strength but also possession of one's own domain. Only by refining chaos chi with the power of a domain, then merging refined chaos back into oneself, could one fuse their Tao with chaos itself. At that level, one didn't merely borrow from chaos, but began to truly control it. Only with perfection could someone take the next step, becoming a Heavenly Supreme. In Lin Moya's eyes, Heavenly Void Sun was perfection, a top-tier powerhouse, only a half step below the Supremes. If he'd gone further, he could have become a Supreme. Instead, he destroyed his own domain, sacrificing every world and living being inside, and merged his soul to create the Heavenly Void Land. Why? What could possibly justify this? Lin Moya pressed himself for an answer. No matter how he turned it over in his mind, he couldn't fathom it. Not even becoming a Supreme seemed worth such an exorbitant cost. The risk, giving up everything, was too great. The vision shifted. Lin Moya now witnessed the aftermath, the Heavenly Void Land freshly formed, not even the Heavenly Void Palace existing yet. All around was endless chaos chi. It pervaded everything, making it impossible for normal life to exist, save perhaps for chaos-born beings. Now, Heavenly Void Sun appeared in this place, his soul fused with the Heavenly Void Land, allowing him to freely shape and evolve everything within. "With my decree, scatter." With a word of power, the chaotic chi exploded outward, clearing a space of sky and earth. With another gesture he proclaimed, "Heavenly Void Palace, arise." A booming shook the land, the Heavenly Void Land quaking as a great palace rose from the ground, the first-generation Heavenly Void Palace. The palace inhaled and exhaled chaos chi. Out of the chaos strode a giant, the physical form of Heavenly Void Sun. Though not at perfection in flesh, even his physical body was enough to shake heaven and earth. With every step, he parted the infinite chaos. The chaos chi yielded to his correct, upright, Tao. His physical body entered the first-generation palace, and Lin Moya's vision followed him inside. The palace was empty, boundless chaos filling every inch. The Heavenly Void Land, in its formation, had drawn in an unimaginable amount of chaos chi. Heavenly Void Sun's body raised a hand, and from his fingertips countless divine runes flew, merging into the chaos. As the palace devoured the chaos, these runes spread through the entire Heavenly Void Land. The once chaotic land gradually developed order. The creator and lawgiver was Heavenly Void Sun. Once order stabilized, he gathered and compressed even more chaos chi, countless torrents drawn together, molded by his control into 10 seeds. Each seed throbbed with unfathomable power. Lin Moya sensed that, unleashed in the fifth-generation domain, a single seed could obliterate the entire region. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the seed detonated, rocking not only the palace but the entire Heavenly Void Land. Lin Moya watched in awe. A domain world was being created out of destruction. Heavenly Void Sun threw the seed beyond the Heavenly Void Land, continuing to shape its evolution with his own strength. The domain developed rapidly, many worlds formed, teeming with aquatic life. During this process, Lin Moya felt a miraculous force at work, a power filled with thriving vitality, a force he had never encountered before. He was thunderstruck, yet he held his questions. The drama was not yet finished. The new domain filled with life, as creatures survived the primordial wilds, some gaining greater and greater wisdom and starting to cultivate. There were even some natural prodigies able to absorb and expel Dao energy, born innately strong. Yet chaotic chi permeated everything, the great Daos hidden away for those seeking cultivation. The path was unbearably hard, but whoever succeeded at cultivation in such a place would be terrifyingly powerful. Ages whisked by, Lin Moya watched legendary beings erupt from the world, some even breaking free of the domain and achieving transcendence, entering chaos. His eyes narrowed. He saw two figures, hiding in the chaos yet visible, one wore green robes, the other white. All those who transcended from the world were taken away by these two, none left behind. What are they doing? Lin Moya was sure he wasn't mistaken. The green-robed old man and white-robed old man took all the transcenders from the first-generation domain with them. There had to be a reason. As the transcenders multiplied, the domain weakened. Lin Moya realized a domain's power is finite. Each time someone transcends, that power is diminished. If too many transcend, the domain's power drains away, and future transcendence becomes more difficult, even impossible. After a very long time, a sigh sounded. It is not this generation. The voice was Heavenly Void Sun's. With his words, the first domain began to crumble, wither, and was finally distilled into a single seed. Perhaps because of all it had endured, the seed was no longer what it once was. Suddenly, the vision snapped back to the first-generation palace. Lin Moya saw that Heavenly Void Sun's flesh was weak, drastically reduced from his former strength. He'd spent nearly everything in the act of giving birth to a domain. With a flick of his finger, the domain seed flew forth, and he spoke softly, "The next generation." Then, as he spoke, his body turned into a statue, a wisp of soul flying off with the domain seed, heading into the distance. Lin Moya's vision pursued the seed, which landed in an unknown place. With a thunderclap, the second-generation Heavenly Void Palace appeared. Chapter 4248. Chapter 4248, 4248. Chapter 4248, one generation after another. The first-generation domain collapsed and shattered, its domain seed transforming into the second-generation Heavenly Void Palace. Heavenly Void Sun's body became a statue, all of his power drawn in, as if he had fallen into a deep slumber. Yet, a thread of his will followed the domain seed onward, not dissipating. The second-generation Heavenly Void Palace appeared. The Palace Master was born and began to cultivate and evolve within, burdened with a great mission. From the moment of his birth, he already possessed great Dao Chaos Realm strength. But he too was limited, unable to take a single step outside the Heavenly Void Palace. Inside the palace, he completed his mission, continuing the work of evolving the domain. But the cornerstone for evolving the domain was always the domain seed created by Heavenly Void Sun. Only, in this second cycle of evolution, the chaotic chi was no longer as rich as before. The second-generation Palace Master could only imitate. His version of chaos was far weaker than the real thing. Under his management, a second-generation domain gradually took shape. As it evolved, the Palace Master weakened. Once the formation was complete, the second-generation Palace Master perished. The Heavenly Void Suns will emerge from the fading force, turning into a plaque at first. The plaque bore the words for the seed of the Heavenly Void Master. This plaque was not a memorial tablet for the dead, but the solidified will of Heavenly Void Sun, a part of his soul. Yet, like the second-gen Palace Master, it too could not leave, nor return home. The second-generation domain, though only an imitation of Chaos Chi, was still incomparably powerful and gave rise to several transcenders. Without exception, all these transcenders were taken away by the green-robed and white-robed elders. Until the domain weakened, a sigh came from the plaque, the next generation. Then, the voice was laden with helplessness. He had hoped for something, but it never came to pass. With those words, the second-generation domain collapsed. The domain seed reappeared. Clearly weakened, no longer as powerful as before, the seed flew away from the Heavenly Palace, heading toward distant lands. At this point, a black and white orb flew from the first-generation palace. Now Lin Moya finally understood the origin of that orb. It was the third eye of Heavenly Void Sun. Heavenly Void Sun had a third eye at his brow, but Lin Moya didn't know if it was an innate trait or achieved through cultivation, only that it was unimaginably powerful. Now, that third eye transformed into an orb and followed the domain seed into the distance, eventually landing in another region. The third-generation Heavenly Void Palace rose from the ground simultaneously. The second-gen palace was thoroughly destroyed. Within the third-gen palace, a new palace master was born, one who wielded the orb and harnessed the power of yin and yang, using the domain seed as a foundation to evolve the third-generation domain. This time, the chaotic chi was used up. The primary force now was yin and yang, and though yin and yang are derived from chaos, they are not its equal. In addition, this was already the third iteration for the domain seed, which was, again, weaker than before. Thus, the third-generation domain was not as powerful as the previous two. But there was a benefit. Without chaos chi shrouding everything, the great Tao was revealed and cultivation became easier. The number of cultivators in the third domain greatly surpassed previous generations. However, there were fewer transcenders, and those who reached similar realms were not as strong as before. The first generation had 12 transcenders, the second had 8, and this third generation only 5, all taken by the green-robed and white-robed elders. With the appearance of 5 transcenders, the domain's power dropped sharply and could no longer produce new ones. A sigh sounded. Its fate. This time the disappointment was even greater, with a hint of anxiety as well. Heavenly Void Sun probably realized that he was running out of chances. The domain seed was getting weaker, and with further evolutions, it might be impossible to produce even a single transcender. Clearly, he was trying to use the evolution of the domain to achieve something, but it was not under his control. He could only try, and try again, hoping and waiting. So much had been sacrificed he'd risked even himself. If all failed, not even Heavenly Void Sun could bear the price. Yet Lin Moya was turning over another question in his mind. Every generation's transcenders were being taken away by the green-robed and white-robed elders. What exactly was the intention of these two heavenly supremes? Was Heavenly Void Sun acting of his own will, or was he forced into this by greater powers? With the collapse of the third-generation domain, the domain seed flew out again from the first-generation palace. A slumbering coffin flew forth as well, accompanying the domain seed in the creation of the fourth-gen palace. This time Lin Moya saw clearly. Heavenly Void Sun placed a portion of his own soul into the slumbering coffin. So, in the slumbering coffin was a piece of Heavenly Void Sun's soul all along. Now Lin Moya finally had an answer. His entire quest was to gather together these fragments, the soul, the third eye, and the plaque, in order to restore Heavenly Void Sun's wholeness. But there was a doubt. What was within that slumbering coffin he'd found in the mysterious garden so long ago? If it was a fragment of Heavenly Void Sun's soul, why did it end up in a mysterious garden, instead of being kept in one of the Heavenly Void Palaces? The fourth-generation palace rose up, with a piece of Heavenly Void Sun's soul as its core, and he continued the process again. The fourth-generation domain was dominated by the five elements Tao, yet each cycle was noticeably weakened from the last. A vast number of cultivators sprang up in this world, their numbers peaking, but in the end only two managed to transcend. Again, they were taken away by the green-robed and white-robed elders, and again, with a long sigh, Heavenly Void Sun moved the process on. The domain seed continued its journey, flying through the Heavenly Void land, seeking a suitable site to create the fifth-gen palace. At this time, yet another slumbering coffin shot forth again containing a fragment of Heavenly Void Sun's soul. But by now, most of his soul had been spent in the domain's evolution. Only a trace remained for the fourth generation, a mere wisp for the fifth. The fifth generation palace emerged, starting the evolution of the current domain. But just then, an accident occurred. A power of unimaginable might crashed into the Heavenly Void land, rending an enormous crack through it. The blow nearly shattered the entire Heavenly Void land. Sounds of fury echoed from the void. A titanic battle erupted. Lin Moya did not know who the combatants were. The aftermath buffeted the Heavenly Void land without end, plunging everything into chaotic turmoil. The Heavenly Void land still housed a sliver of Heavenly Void Sun's soul. His flesh, too, remained in the first-gen palace. With tremendous effort, he managed to rouse himself and stabilize the land. But after this battle, Lin Moya could clearly sense that the Heavenly Void land had changed. It seemed that Heavenly Void Sun had truly fallen into slumber, losing his grip over the Heavenly Void land in the process of domain evolution. The fifth-generation palace master, born out of this revolution, began to devise his own plans. When developing the fifth domain, he deliberately sent the slumbering coffin containing the residual soul into chaos itself. He also began making preparations for his own escape. It was clear the fifth-gen palace master wanted to break free of his fate. He had no desire to become yet another casualty in the endless sacrificial cycle of domain evolution. He set up all manner of contingencies, withheld much of his power, and, using the chaos and confusion, sent his true self into the domain, hoping then to use the domain as a gateway to chaos. He also left behind an avatar, creating the illusion that his true body was dead. Meanwhile, in the chaos of the Heavenly Void land, another being who had long gained sentience began developing its own ambitions, the butler. While these two were carrying out their secret plans, neither realized that in every single cycle of domain evolution, there were things happening outside their knowledge. Chapter 4249. Chapter 4249, 4249. Chapter 4249, I bet on your victory. The Heavenly Void record itself possesses the ability to record all that happens in the Heavenly Void land is written down, in exhaustive detail. Someday, when Heavenly Void Sun awakens, all he needs is a thought to know everything that transpired. From the time the second generation domain evolved, something appeared in the Heavenly Void Palace that shouldn't have, the Fairy of Tribulation. Every successive palace master studied the fairy, but Heavenly Void Sun, aiming for perfect evolution in each domain, always stayed behind the scenes, never intervened directly. So none of those palace masters knew the fairy's origins. At most they learned a bit of the surface. It's only after they died that they learned the truth. In fact, everything was within Heavenly Void Sun's grasp from the start. Until the fifth generation domain, due to outside interference, things changed. Heavenly Void Sun lost his absolute control over the Heavenly Void land. The butler appeared and did many things, though in truth these were petty little schemes, nothing substantial. The butler is a being nurtured by the Heavenly Void land itself, born with no chance for transcendence. All his dreams were illusions. The selfishness bred by the fifth generation palace master did have some effect. He really did win himself a few chances. But those chances were not his alone to control, because besides the Heavenly Void Sun, out there waited two old fellows in green and white robes, watching. The fifth palace master thought he was playing chess, but in truth, he was merely a pawn in someone else's greater game. The fifth domain's evolution was pretty much as Lin Moya had previously witnessed, but this time, watching it again, he saw many new details. Because of all that selfish manipulation, the fifth domain was flawed with many defects. The domain seed was already weak, and without Heavenly Void Sun's guidance, the domain's great Taos were chaotic, 1,000 paths, none supreme. With things as they were, there could be many cultivators, but it was nearly impossible for any to transcend. With innate flaws in the domain, someone like the Kunlun Emperor, born into the Void realm, only had the faintest sliver of hope for ascension, but he brought his own downfall as well. As the fifth palace master laid his traps, Lin Moya saw the green-robed elder appear. Right after the domain's creation, the green robe showed up. Lin Moya guessed it was to stop the fifth palace master. But then, all at once, the green-robed elder withdrew because a great Tao suddenly emerged within the ancestral land of origins. That great Tao was none other than the Immortality Tao. Seeing the Immortality Tao, even as a bystander, Lin Moya was stunned. He hadn't even noticed where the Immortality Tao came from one moment, it was just there. When it appeared, the fifth palace master was engrossed in studying the Fairy of Tribulation and paid it no mind. At that time, he'd already let the domain evolve at its own pace, weaving his plans to break free from Heavenly Void Sun's control and win his own freedom. That slumbering coffin containing Heavenly Void Sun's soul, though thrown into chaos by the fifth master, for some reason returned to the fifth domain. Perhaps the chaos had affected it, causing it to open and Heavenly Void Sun's remnant soul to awaken. He built his own power within the domain, conquered several worlds, and launched campaigns against others. Lin Moya noted his techniques were oddly familiar, 6 or 7 parts like his own, but still distinct. At first, Heavenly Void Sun's soul was strong, but as time passed, he grew weaker until his empire collapsed, his worlds shattering around him. Some made it to the ancestral land of origins and finally became part of the Boundary Sea world. Others wandered lost in cracks of time and space, surfacing only now and again. One such event was the appearance of the mysterious Manor. By then, they were greatly weakened, their records vague and incomplete. The beast skin Lin Moya acquired had once detailed their ancient glory, but now all of it was illusion, nothing real. Researching it would yield no truths. What shouldn't have existed in the domain's evolution was eventually corrected, setting everything back on the intended course. Despite his power, Heavenly Void Sun's tiny sliver of soul, after all its ordeals, slumber, chaos, awakening, was left utterly weak. Each use of power spent more than could be replaced, while the domain's cultivators only grew stronger. So, naturally, he fell in the end. And at last, the slumbering coffin was recovered by Lin Moya, restored to the Heavenly Void Land, and made complete once again. What truly puzzled Lin Moya was why Heavenly Void Sun's methods so closely resembled his own. And even more, that something seemed missing from the process of the domain's evolution. The Heavenly Void Land was supposed to record every detail of every evolution, leaving nothing from real to virtual, not a single thing left unnoted. Yet Lin Moya found some of his own memories missing. His little world where he started did not appear anywhere. From the very beginning, it was as if he entered the greater world fully formed. That entire set of experiences seemed to have been deliberately hidden. Then there was the system that had helped him through his earliest stages, established his foundation, and disappeared after leaving the virtual world. It too was absent. These two remain mysteries. Lin Moya guessed that perhaps his little world had to do with the green-robed elder. As for the system, that was harder to pinpoint. Why did the appearance of the Immortality Tao make the green-robed elder withdraw? Does that mean Heavenly Void Sun was waiting for the Immortality Tao, and as the Immortality Tao's master, was he waiting all this time for me? The vision shattered. Lin Moya's consciousness returned to the first-generation Heavenly Void Palace. Heavenly Void Sun gazed at him and said, "You understand now, don't you?" Lin Moya nodded. "I understand some, but..." Heavenly Void Sun cut him off. "That's enough. Anything more, you must seek for yourself. Some things cannot be said, even asked." Lin Moya frowned. Heavenly Void Sun seemed to be speaking in riddles. Heavenly Void Sun continued, "Don't think I refuse you out of ill will. In time, when you reach perfection in chaos, you'll understand. Chaos is complicated beyond imagining. Many eyes are on that one position." That position. Lin Moya couldn't help thinking, was he talking about the seat of Supreme? Was becoming a Supreme not just a matter of cultivation, but something else? He decided to trust Heavenly Void Sun's words and let the matter rest. Instead, he asked, "What will you do about the butler and the fifth palace master?" Heavenly Void Sun replied, "Nothing needs to be done, they are ants. Give them hope, time and again, only to utterly snuff it out after all their striving. That is the best outcome." A fatal blow, pure psychological destruction. Heavenly Void Sun seemed to do nothing, yet had already decided the most hopeless fate. Time and again, hope is handed out, then in the end ripped away. Just thinking about it sent chills down Lin Moya's spine. In Heavenly Void Sun's eyes, the butler was a mere ant, and the fifth palace master only a slightly bigger ant, no more. Heavenly Void Sun said, "Now that I'm awake, something interesting caught my eye. As for the fifth, please, deist, leave him to you." Lin Moya's mind raced at these words. Suddenly, it dawned on him. "Heavenly Void deist, do you mean I will have to battle him?" Heavenly Void Sun nodded. "Yes, a fight to the death. But I bet on you to win." Lin Moya understood, murmuring to himself, so the tampering in the domain core was his handiwork. He remembered the vortex behind the core's divine rune, endlessly siphoning domain power and fortune. Such a thing couldn't be done by an outsider. But if it was fifth, it all made sense. Heavenly Void Sun said nothing, implicitly confirming it. Lin Moya knew this battle could no longer be avoided. Chapter 4250. Chapter 4250, 4250. Chapter 4250, The Greatest Secret. After chatting with Heavenly Void Sun, Ting Suza, for a while, Lin Moya began asking about things he hadn't understood before. Heavenly Void Sun answered each question in detail, showing not the slightest impatience. The two conversed like longtime friends. As their discussion went on, Lin Moya even developed the illusion that Heavenly Void Sun held a degree of respect for him. For someone perfected at the Chaos Realm to treat a yet untranscended being as an equal was already remarkable. If such a being even showed Lin Moya genuine respect, it truly defied explanation. Lin Moya instinctively thought of the immortality Great Tao. He recalled how Heavenly Void Sun had waited for lifetimes, seemingly for that very Tao. Even the green-robed elder, who had originally planned to wipe out the world, changed his mind the instant the immortality great Tao appeared. All of it made Lin Moya wonder if he was the reincarnation of some great figure. That great figure must have been a Suprema Daijun, only someone on the same level as the green-robed elder could earn such treatment from Heavenly Void Sun, could command such special attention from the green-robed elder. From these speculations, the words Calamity Supreme, Tinzei Daijun, boldly appeared in his mind. Lin Moya couldn't help doubting, was he truly the reincarnation of the Calamity Supreme? If so, a lot made sense. It would explain why the green-robed elder acted as he did. But even if he guessed right, that was something he could never utter aloud. Because he had seen how the Calamity Supreme fell to his demise fighting his way to the uttermost limits of chaos, encountering some unimaginable existence, and dying on the spot. If such a being truly existed, Lin Moya had every reason to believe it was all-knowing. That would also explain why Heavenly Void Sun spoke so circumspectly, why he left so much unsaid. Heavenly Void Sun had told Lin Moya that the human heart is unfathomable, and if you speak a thing aloud, even with no living soul to hear, still heaven and earth may know. The green-robed elder was also extremely careful, once saying walls have ears. At the time, Lin Moya thought the green robe was simply wary of enemies and unnecessarily cautious, but now he understood. Perhaps they didn't fear a tangible rival, but some nameless presence, even one whose form they themselves could not grasp, possessing omniscience. Seeing Lin Moya suddenly fall silent, Heavenly Void Sun wore a knowing smile. Evidently, all their previous conversation had its deeper intent, and now Lin Moya finally grasped it. Lin Moya sketched out a divine rune, a complex, three-dimensional sigil, more like a picture than a formation and serving no practical function. Only one deeply versed in the Tao of divine runes could understand its meaning. Lin Moya believed Heavenly Void Sun would certainly understand the 5th-generation Palace Master's mastery of runes had, after all, come from Heavenly Void Sun. Lin Moya felt Heavenly Void Sun's divine rune skills were at least equal to or stronger than his own. He would surely be able to read it. The rune was perfectly round, layered over itself some 10 times, each layer with a single purpose: to screen, to block perception, to block spying, to block auras, with the exception of what the naked eye could see. Lin Moya had no idea if his method would really work, but it gave him peace of mind to try. At the center of the rune, a divine symbol was shattered into hundreds of fragments, the pieces all still connected by faint strands. These fragments could be assembled into many different runes, but in truth there was only one real answer. Heavenly Void Sun saw through Lin Moya's technique. "You understand now." Lin Moya nodded, tapping his head. "It's all in here." Heavenly Void Sun nodded as well. "Knowing is enough." Lin Moya asked, "It's hard, isn't it?" Heavenly Void Sun's expression grew 3 parts grave, but the answer was unexpected. "I do not know." After thinking for a second, Lin Moya understood. What he meant was not that he didn't know how hard it was, but that he didn't know the depth of the adversary, nor their true strength that was beyond even the concept of difficulty. Lin Moya erased the rune. Everything was clear, there was nothing more to discuss. Many answers were now kept safely in Lin Moya's heart, never to be known by outsiders. Heavenly Void Deist, what comes next? Lin Moya knew that now Heavenly Void Sun was awake, there must be something more ahead. Heavenly Void Sun looked all around, with 5 domains evolved from this place, plus the Heavenly Void Land. This makes it possible to evolve a 6th domain here. As he spoke, his third eye in the center of his brow slowly opened, clearly passing the answer to Lin Moya. Lin Moya immediately understood, bowed, and said, "Thank you, Deist." Heavenly Void Sun shook his head. "This is simply what I ought to do. Besides, I have my own motives, no need for such courtesy, Deist." Lin Moya replied, "If all goes as hoped, whatever Heavenly Void Deist asks of me in the future, so long as it's in my power, I vow to help." Heavenly Void Sun chuckled, "Very well." The Ferry of Tribulation departed the 1st-generation palace and headed back for the 5th palace. Inside the ferry, Lin Moya was left deeply unsettled. On the surface, this journey didn't seem to yield much, but in fact, he had unveiled a piece of the greatest secret in all of chaos. There was a 19 in 20 chance he was the reincarnation of the Calamity Supreme, and the reason for the Supreme's demise was precisely this secret. The secret was so immense that even Supremes like the green-robed elder didn't dare to speak of it openly. But maybe it wasn't a matter of daring, not afraid to speak, but cannot speak. Lin Moya revised his thinking. He realized the green robe was probably arranging an undertaking of staggering scale. Until it was completed, nothing could be said. Any premature slip would ruin the whole scheme, and the entire secret was coded into the divine rune he had just drawn. Within Lin Moya's own mind resided that very divine rune, the one he'd shown Heavenly Void Sun. The difference was, in his own mind the rune was whole, the one true answer. The meaning it represented was very simple, a single word, Tao. By synthesizing all his analysis, he arrived at this ultimate answer. At the end of chaos, the thing that destroyed the Calamity Supreme was the Tao. As for what the Tao truly was other than Calamity Supreme himself, perhaps no one else knew. It was something nameless, something omniscient, a being wholly all-knowing. Speak of it, and it would know. A word uttered even 100 million years ago could be plucked from the flow of time by such an existence. With an entity like that, all plans and stratagems were just child's play. The only thing it could not penetrate was the human heart. Thus, speak nothing, hint nothing, do nothing to catch its attention. Everything must be silent, secret, until the very end. That was the final answer Lin Moya arrived at, once all things made sense. At last, he had a clear goal. He must transcend not ordinary transcendence, but something greater. If he only achieved ordinary transcendence, even if he regained the Calamity Supreme's place, nothing would change. The Calamity Supreme was obliterated in an instant. The gulf between the adversaries was obvious, and the key to everything was hidden in Heavenly Void Sun's last words. Within the Heavenly Void Land, 5 domain worlds had formed together with the Void Land itself. That made 6. Lin Moya possessed 3 domains already: the Vast World, the Spirit Marvel domain, though damaged, it was healing, and the Kudao domain, which also counted. With the 6 domains of the Void Land, if he succeeded, he could have 9 domains in total. And 9 is the number of ultimate extremity, a mystical, transcendent number, both a limit and the foundation for surpassing all limits. Chapter 4251. Chapter 4251, 4251. Chapter 4251. Today, I grant you death. The Fairy of Tribulation, Du Yizhou, returned to the 5th generation Heavenly Void Palace, flying directly into the central Heavenly Void Tower. 5th opened the gate, allowing Lin Moya inside. On the 9th floor, Lin Moya disembarked from the ferry and entered the area under 5th's control. Did you gain anything, deist? 5th's voice was low, clearly suppressing an urgent longing inside. Lin Moya now understood well what he yearned for: transcendence, escape from the shackles of the Heavenly Void Land, and true freedom. Yet, given his identity, that would be difficult to realize. So he was desperate for information about the other Heavenly Void Palaces, especially the 1st generation palace, hoping to find a chance for himself there. Naturally, Lin Moya would not reveal the matter of the Heavenly Void Sun to him. He calmly recited the explanation he'd already prepared. The 4th generation palace was based on the power of the 5 elements. It's now collapsed. The 5 elements inside are in chaos. I flew a circle through it with the ferry, and found nothing. 5th immediately asked, what about the central main hall? Lin Moya shook his head. Collapsed, just ruins left. I checked it, but there was nothing. The 3rd palace was based on the power of Yin and Yang. The palace master back then used Yin and Yang to evolve the domain. I could sense the domain was powerful. But, unfortunately, it too is gone, with nothing remaining. As for the 2nd palace, it imitated chaotic chi stronger than the 3rd palace, but it's collapsed as well, though it left behind a plaque. 5th cut him off. What kind of plaque? Lin Moya took out the plaque from the Heavenly Void Sun. This was the plaque that seemed like a memorial tablet, but wasn't. The 3 characters for Heavenly Void Sun honor once glimmered at the top, but now only the last 2 remain. 5th accepted the plaque, studying it for some time, his gaze heavy and somber. Lin Moya knew this was normal. The plaque belonged to the Heavenly Void Sun, carrying his aura, and 5th, as one nurtured by the evolutionary process of the Heavenly Void Palace, traced his route to the Heavenly Void Sun. The aura on the plaque was as if seeing his own ancestor. Understandably mixed feelings. Without waiting for Lin Moya's permission, 5th put the plaque away. And did you finally visit the 1st Heavenly Void Palace? Was there anything there? Lin Moya replied, the 1st palace hasn't collapsed, but inside there's nothing, just a statue. What statue? 5th probed. Lin Moya answered, the same kind as inside the Fairy of Tribulation. Surely Senior has seen it. 5th nodded. He had indeed seen that statue in the ferry, though he didn't have the Calamity Scepter and didn't know who it represented. Did you see anything else, deist? He pressed, clearly hoping for more information. Lin Moya shook his head. That's all, Senior. I don't know if it's any help to you. 5th said, it appears things aren't as I imagined. Each generation of the Heavenly Void Palace erases the last, such as fate, unchangeable. Perhaps the ferry is still a slim hope, but it's so hard to fully refine. Even just the central region is difficult. And to think you, deist, managed to erase my brand from the ferry. That means you have refined the central region completely. As he spoke, 5th's tone grew lower and lower, and at last boomed like thunder. The intonation had changed. There was now a clear hostility toward Lin Moya. Clearly, Lin Moya's erasure of 5th's soul mark within the ferry had filled him with resentment. This meant Lin Moya was now the ferry's sole controller. The item that once belonged to 5th had been seized. 5th didn't say it directly, but he'd stopped pretending altogether. A surge of great power swept in from all sides, encasing the ferry in layers and blocking all routes of retreat. Lin Moya said, Senior, you're planning to take back the ferry by force, aren't you? 5th replied, tell me how you refined the Fairy of Tribulation, and everything you saw and learned inside it. Do that, and I'll spare you. The ferry was unusual. 5th could never fully master it, able only to leave a mark buried in the central region, at most being one controller. Kunlun Emperor, less powerful, left a shallower mark but also counted as a controller. 5th had tolerated it because he hoped Kunlun Emperor would travel the domain for him. But what Kunlun Emperor learned from inside the ferry was limited. 5th never realized that Lin Moya would be able to fully refine the vessel, doing so while in other Heavenly Void Palaces and thus escaping 5th's senses. Not until Lin Moya returned did he know. Now, he urgently wanted to know just how Lin Moya had refined the ferry, and what secret knowledge he had gleaned within. Lin Moya said, are you really resolved to use force? 5th's brow furrowed. He sensed something was off. Lin Moya continued, ever since we met, 1 out of every 10 things you've said was a lie. With so much truth and falsity mixed, have you considered I could lie too? 5th's voice grew cold. What did you really see? Lin Moya said, originally I didn't intend to fight after all. A certain senior once said he wanted to destroy not only bodies, but also hope, and like to play with his prey a bit longer. But since you're determined to take the ferry from me, you can't blame me for what comes next. When Lin Moya spoke the words Heavenly Void Sun, 5th blew up in sudden shock and rage. Just then, the plaque in his hand flared to life, unleashing a mighty force that sealed all directions, cutting everything off. 5th's expression changed dramatically. What did you do? In this moment, his bond with the Heavenly Void Palace was utterly severed. He had lost all power over the palace. At the same time, the connection to his true form snapped as well. Fifth was now nothing but a true remnant soul, without any backup at all. This wasn't something an ordinary person could manage, though Fifth was only a remnant, he was at least Chaos Realm level. The plaque glowed, the three characters Heavenly Void Sun floating across its surface. Lin Moya now clearly understood, this plaque was a Chaos Domain Lord's token. It was an artifact condensed by a perfection Chaos Realm powerhouse. Using the power of his own domain, it could channel great power and serve as a vessel for force. When evolving the second gen palace, Heavenly Void Sun had used this token as a focal link, providing power to aid the palace's birth. Originally, Heavenly Void Sun had wanted to see how far Fifth would go, giving a glimmer of hope, only to later destroy its psychological torment as the final blow. But Lin Moya saw no reason to let dreams fester. He decided in the end to lure and kill him. If Fifth did nothing, then let Heavenly Void Sun toy with him. If he made a move, then he would be slain. Of course, this was only the end of the avatar for his true body, that would be Lin Moya's concern. From the Chaos Domain Lord's token, Heavenly Void Sun's voice rang out, "You are a child I nurtured, yet you gave in to selfishness and dared to betray. Today, I grant you death." A titanic hand reached from the plaque, grabbing at Fifth. Despite his great power, Fifth was as helpless as a child before it, unable even to resist. It was a fundamental suppression. He simply had no power left to fight. Chapter 4252. Chapter 4252, 4252. Chapter 4252, Return to the Beast Abyss. Just as Heavenly Void Sun had said, in his eyes, the 5th generation Palace Master was nothing but an ant. He could be crushed at any time. This Chaos Domain Lord's plaque placed in the 5th palace was basically a token of death. At any moment, Heavenly Void Sun could execute 5th. Now completely seized by Heavenly Void Sun, 5th struggled with all his might, but it was utterly futile. Gritting his teeth, 5th stared desperately at Lin Moya. "If I die, my true body will sense it. The entire domain will perish along with me." Lin Moya shook his head. "You still don't understand your situation. You were birthed by Senior Heavenly Void, so if you die, it isn't really you dying, just your consciousness. You will always remain here, and in the end, you'll be very obedient." Hearing Lin Moya's words, 5th's face twisted. He understood what Lin Moya meant. There are many ways to kill. Total destruction of body and soul is just one. Another is to erase only the consciousness, leaving the being apparently alive, but in truth, it is someone else, and the original personality is dead. 5th's true body was not here and was tied directly to the domain that was his confidence. But facing Heavenly Void Sun, such confidence was meaningless. Heavenly Void Sun demonstrated with action, an ant is an ant. His giant hand squeezed, and 5th's remnant soul was distorted from the pressure. Ah! With a shrill scream, 5th's remnant soul was crushed and smattered to bits, its consciousness utterly annihilated. "Gather!" Heavenly Void Sun gave a low command, and the shattered soul fragments reassembled, swiftly reforming. The remnant soul of 5th returned, but it was no longer the same. While the fragments were identical, the consciousness was entirely new. He now bowed low at the feet of Heavenly Void Sun, full of deference. Heavenly Void Sun said quietly, "The words of Deist Lin are my words. Do you understand?" The remnant soul of 5th respectfully replied, "5th understands." Heavenly Void Sun turned to Lin Moya. "Deist Lin, I'll leave him to you." Lin Moya nodded. "Safe journey, Senior." Heavenly Void Sun withdrew into the Chaos Domain Lord's plaque, which split the void and vanished. Lin Moya faced the remnant soul of 5th. "So, tell me, what is your real relationship with your true body?" The remnant soul respectfully answered, "Back then, to gain freedom, I split my soul in two, one primary, one secondary. Each soul was independent and had its own consciousness, an attempt to fool the Heavenly Void Land." Lin Moya asked, "And then?" "Continue." 5th continued, "At the time, a great war was raging. The Heavenly Void Land was unstable, with countless spatial rifts. Taking advantage of these, the main soul and the physical body left the Heavenly Void Land, intending to enter the chaos. But the restrictions of the Heavenly Void Land still existed, and it was impossible to enter chaos. The true body could only merge with the domain, absorb its fortune, refine chaotic chi, and seek other methods. By now, my true body has almost fully fused with the domain. Its thoughts permeate the domain core. If it learns of the appearance of a Heavenly Void Palace, it will explode its own consciousness, taking all living beings in the domain down with it." Lin Moya frowned. "Why so extreme?" Heavenly Void Sun, for now, could not leave the Heavenly Void Land. Killing the remnant soul did not threaten 5th's main body, so why would 5th's true body be so quick to threaten mutual destruction? The remnant soul explained, "I know Heavenly Void Sun has always been waiting for something. This domain isn't perfect, but he hasn't destroyed it, meaning there is something here in the domain that he's waiting for." It turned out 5th was observant. He'd realized this point, and used it as leverage. Indeed, Heavenly Void Sun was waiting, and the object of his wait was here. But, at the time when Heavenly Void Sun had fallen into slumber, the one who almost destroyed the domain wasn't him, it was the green robe. Now, none of that mattered. By chance, 5th really had made the correct wager. For now, his true body was safe. No one would or could move against it. Heavenly Void Sun couldn't, green robe wouldn't. The resolution of 5th's true body would fall to Lin Moya himself. Lin Moya asked, "With your current condition, will your true body sense anything?" The remnant soul said, "No. We are fundamentally two independent entities, only tied by soul connection. If he achieves transcendence, I can give up my own consciousness and merge with him." Lin Moya nodded, "Then continue to play the role of 5th Palace Master. Stay here and perform as needed." "I will." The remnant soul replied deferentially. This resolved that matter completely. As for the Kunlun Emperor and the butler, Lin Moya didn't care at all, their fates weren't his concern. Everyone had their own destiny, success or failure fate had already decided. He had much greater, far more important things to do, to achieve, transcendence, fully refine the Ferry of Tribulation, obtain the 5th gemstone, and complete the Catastrophic Scepter. Ultimately, he would likely have to confront that powerful and terrifying presence, and he did not know whether he would survive. Everything was unknown, and the pressure moving forward was immense. The Ferry of Tribulation left the heavenly void land, flying out from the Yellow Springs and advancing along the river within the Beast Abyss. Sensing the atmosphere in the Beast Abyss, Lin Moyo exhaled deeply. At last, he was back. After all, this was the world he was familiar with. Compared to the heavenly void land, he felt much more at ease here. He released Little Python, who curiously spun around inside the Ferry of Tribulation. "Master, where is this?" Lin Moya replied, "Inside the Ferry of Tribulation." "Ah!" Little Python squealed in fright, shouting, "Is this really the Ferry of Tribulation?" Lin Moya said, "Calm down. No need to panic." Little Python's voice trembled, "But in the legends, the Ferry of Tribulation is terribly dangerous. You go in, you never come out." Lin Moya smiled but didn't answer. The Ferry of Tribulation was indeed dangerous, but not as bad as legend. Its greatest usefulness was safety, insurance. The ferry followed the river to its end. At the end of the Yellow Springs, huge fissures barred the way. Lines of void beasts moved along the fissures, while from within, great winds rushed skyward. With the wind came many powerful living beings. These creatures came from every corner of the domain, representing countless worlds. They were beings from the real world. After death, real-world beings arrive here to join the hordes of void beasts, together forming endless processions, wandering in confusion. The ferry soared overhead. The wind battered its hull, causing it to rumble. The wind carried immense attacking power. Without the ferry, even a great Tao Lord would be injured here. The lines of gathered souls stretched endlessly into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the ferry had flown 1,000,000 miles past them. Suddenly, Little Python called out, "Master, there's something ahead." "I see it. No need to fuss." Lin Moyo had already spotted it. Ahead, a patch of white fog rose, suddenly transforming into a monstrous wave that swept wildly through the fissured land. The huge wave engulfed countless souls, carrying them away, vanishing without a trace. Arrays appeared on the ground, flinging waves towards different regions and sweeping away more souls. Some giant waves surged out from within the fissures, combining with the roaring winds to take away yet more souls. Little Python murmured, "Master, where did they go?" Lin Moya replied, "To reincarnation." These beings were not dead. They were simply swept away by the waves, entering their next cycle of rebirth. What they would reincarnate as depended on luck, karma, strength, and the rules of this place. Amid the crashing waves, a beastly roar sounded ahead. A huge beast appeared. It looked like a giant lion, its whole body ablaze, radiating an aura close to the eternal realm. It charged at the ferry, but before it could get close, another gigantic beast appeared and swatted it back like a toy. Chapter 4253. Chapter 4253, 4253. Chapter 4253, Lillian's Resurrection. The soulless beast appeared and smacked the flame lion, flying away. The flame lion tumbled back hundreds of miles, roaring furiously the whole way. Soon, more flame lions came flying in from afar, and within the great waves across the ground, several lions exuding steaming water vapor emerged. Lin Moyo murmured to himself, "Yin Yang divine lions, guardian beasts of the Beast Abyss." Little Python was puzzled, "Isn't this just water and fire?" Lin Moya smiled faintly, "Water and fire are just appearances. The core is yin and yang, but that doesn't really matter now." He sent a mental message to the soulless beast, "Make them move aside." The soulless beast accepted the command and let out a series of roars. The rules of heaven and earth themselves trembled. A vast pressure fell from the sky. The few yin-yang divine lions let out low whimpers, lowered their heads, and retreated, making way immediately. Before the rule-bending might, the guardian beasts of the Beast Abyss yielded without a fight. The Ferry of Tribulation passed over them and sailed deeper, into layers of mist. Ahead, flames surged through the sky, countless fiery meteors raining down from above. On the ground, vast quantities of water vapor soared up, meeting the fire meteors head-on in explosions of thunderous force. If one looked deeper, the collisions of fire and water grew ever more intense, finally transforming into a giant wall completely sealing the way forward. The soulless beast said, "Up ahead is the core of the Beast Abyss." Lin Moyo asked, "And what's beyond the core?" The soulless beast shook its head, "I don't know, I can't get there." By now, Lin Moyo already had an idea what lay beyond. "I'll go have a look." The soulless beast did not question him, only said, "I'll clear a path." The soulless beast manipulated the rules to create a channel through the region where water and fire intertwined. Lin Moyo guided the Ferry of Tribulation ahead, advancing until he touched an invisible barrier. It seemed he'd reached the end of the Beast Abyss, but Lin Moyo knew that wasn't really the case. He chose not to try smashing through with the ferry, though he could. Doing so would alarm what lay beyond. He left the ferry and reached out to the barrier, injecting soul force into it at once. The invisible wall lit up. On the barrier surfaced a great many divine runes, which together formed a grand array. Both the style of the runes and the array itself were extremely familiar to Lin Moyo. He inscribed a few divine runes of his own and infused them at once. The runic array on the barrier suddenly shifted and produced a gap. He did not enter, instead peering through the gap to observe what lay beyond. Beyond was a limited space not large. Within it, someone was sleeping, from whose body issued countless fine threads that vanished into the void. "So, you really are hiding here." This was Lin Moya's thought as he withdrew his runes, closing the gap and ceasing further observation. Though the figure within slept, he was also keenly alert. Look too long, and you might be caught. This was the true body of the 5th-generation Heavenly Void Palace Master, hiding in the deepest point of the Beast Abyss. The countless threads coming off his body were the ones linking to the domain's core transformed into the vortex by divine runes. The true body had been found, but now was not the time to act rashly. To deal with him, the core vortices had to be settled first, otherwise, if panicked, he truly had the power to blow up the core and drag down the entire domain with him. Lin Moya also noticed, over countless years, he had constantly drawn on the fate and power of the domain. The scars from splitting his soul ages ago were completely healed, and more, he had already attained initial accomplishment in the Chaos Realm, beyond Lin Moya's current power to fight. Long ago, out of self-interest, Fifth did not perfect the domain's evolution and channeled away part of his strength instead. Later, when the Heavenly Void domain was attacked, he split his remaining soul again, one part left in the Heavenly Void land, the other with his body escaped to this place. Over these years, his wounds healed, but he was still not back at peak. At full strength, Fifth's original self would have had major accomplishment. Chaos Realm power truly a threat. Lin Moya returned to the ferry and withdrew, moving quietly and at an unhurried pace, so as not to attract attention. Only when at a great distance did the ferry speed up, flashing through both real and virtual worlds until it returned to the real world, where Lin Moya's waiting flesh and soul recombined. A newcomer now walked the real world, Little Python, who had been brought out by the Ferry of Tribulation. With Little Python's current power, it was fine to stay in the real world for a while, but over the long term, he would be forced out by the world's rules. That was easy to fix. Lin Moya had the soulless beast forge a new body for Little Python, good enough for functional use. Whatever Lin Moya asked, the soulless beast obeyed without hesitation right away. It used the power of the rules to give Little Python a practical, sufficient body. Just as Lin Moya was about to enter the domain core again to continue refining the divine runes, he felt a call and his mind shifted into the vast world. In a certain place in the vast world, the origin force was incredibly thick, hundreds of times denser than anywhere else. There was not a single living being here. Lin Moya had personally crafted this haven. Here sat a single crystal coffin, constantly absorbing origin force within the coffin. Lillian slept peacefully. Lin Moya had moved Lillian through numerous places, waiting until the vast world's evolution was perfect enough, then transferred the crystal coffin here, arranging this special sanctuary for her. Over the years, the crystal coffin had absorbed untold quantities of origin power, strengthening Lillian until she surpassed even her previous peak. Lin Moya watched with his own eyes as Lillian grew stronger. Long ago, her power had already reached the Tao Sovereign realm, yet she still never woke. Only after much study did Lin Moya determine the issue. Lillian's true spirit had been damaged. Fortunately, Lillian's true spirit still existed within the origin continent. Lin Moya found it and brought it into the vast world. He then used the power of the vast world's rules to nurture and restore Lillian's true spirit. After all this time, it finally began to heal. Within the crystal coffin, Lillian's brows shifted faintly and then her eyes slowly opened. A sleepy confusion filled her gaze, showing she had no clear idea what had happened. As the coffin lid opened, she saw Lin Moya and let surprise cross her face. Lin Moya smiled. "Welcome back, mighty fiend empress." Lillian was clearly still muddled and mumbled, "I'm not dead." Lin Moya grinned. "You died but now you live again." Lillian realized Lin Moya had saved her. Quietly she said, "Thank you." Lin Moya shook his head. "No need for thanks. After all you gave, what I did doesn't count for much." Lillian was very straightforward. She didn't quibble further. She stepped out of the crystal coffin, looking around. "Where is this?" Lin Moya said, "This is my own world. I made a sanctuary to bring you back." "Sanctuary?" Lillian repeated softly, then, taking a step, immediately vanished, reappearing 1,000 miles away in an instant. Lillian exclaimed in surprise, "What's happening?" Lin Moya smiled, "Your strength has increased greatly, but you can't fully control it yet. It will take time to adapt. For now, get used to your new power. I'll fill you in on what's happening outside, and once you're comfortable, you can decide what you want for yourself, where you want to go." Lillian nodded gently, "All right, then I'll trouble you a little longer." Chapter 4254. Chapter 4254, 4254. Chapter 4254, Changing Plans, Dealing with the Ghost Husband. First, Lin Moya briefly recounted the events after Lillian's death. Once the Demon Empress, though not very high in realm, she had long held a prominent position, and her acceptance of things was naturally far beyond common folk. She quickly absorbed what Lin Moya told her, understanding the environment she now found herself in. Lin Moya said, "You are now a Tao Sovereign, and have accumulated vast amounts of origin chi in your body. Properly refining it will take only 100 years, and then you have the chance to step into the great Tao realm, living forever, never dying. If you have any requests, speak up. Whatever I can do, I will help you." A trace of loneliness appeared in Lillian's eyes. "I am truly alone now, no relatives, no friends. But my heart is unwilling. I want to rebuild the Soul Clan." Lin Moya said, "Then I will find a world for you in the vast world, grant you privileges, and allow you to command some of the power of the great Tao." Lillian replied, "Good." Lin Moya fully understood Lillian's thoughts. The depths of her soul bore a fixation when her realm was low. She was naive and unaware. This fixation was hidden. Later, as her realm rose, the fixation appeared, and for the sake of the vast world she sacrificed herself. Lin Moya remembered this well, so he understood her clearly. When the Soul Tao Sovereign created the Soul Clan ages ago, it was only at the Tao Sovereign realm, and it wasn't true creation of life but fusion of existing beings. Such fusion is hard to replicate, but since Lillian wanted to try, Lin Moya would not forbid it. Lin Moya continued, "I have sought the Soul Tao Sovereign, but haven't found him. He might be dead, but I will continue searching. If one day I do find him, I will bring him here. Until then, you can attempt it yourself. Lillian said, whether or not he can be found no longer matters. What he could do, I can do now. I'm reborn, have no connection to who I was before. Alright, I'll take you to that world. By the time of the conversation, Lin Moyo had already chosen a world for Lillian. In the vast world there are many worlds, varying greatly in form and environment, so selecting a suitable one was not difficult. The world Lin Moyo chose was a small thousand world, of moderate size, about 10 times larger than Lillian's former small world. This world was ruled by the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, showing prominently in the environment. Many creatures lived there, some were naturally strong but lacked intelligence. Upon Lillian's descent, she would become the supreme being in that world. Lillian could use the creatures to experiment, perhaps she could truly revive the Soul Clan. Lin Moyo took Lillian on a tour of the world. How do you like it? Satisfied? Lillian said, very good. Let's settle here. Lin Moyo nodded. I've imprinted your soul on the core of the world. You should feel you are the world's ruler. The power of the world is yours to command. Reach out anytime you need me. Lillian hummed, I understand. Then I wish you success. Call on me anytime, Lin Moyo said. With Lillian settled, one concern was lifted from his mind. This was a karmic debt owed to Lillian, and now it was finally resolved. Lillian began to live in this small thousand world. A palace rose there, where she refined the massive origin she had accumulated over the years, preparing to break into the Great Dao realm before making any further moves. Lin Moyo had already explained all key points of striving into the Great Dao realm, being in the vast world, where Lin Moyo controlled everything and granted privileges. Lillian's success was guaranteed. After confirming everything was fine, Lin Moyo instructed the soulless beast to open a path for him, and he entered the domain core again. Earlier, he had paused progress in refinement while visiting the heavenly void land, but now it resumed. The domain core was filled with countless divine runes, each associated with a vortex connected to 5th generation Palace Master's true body. Lin Moyo had to refine these runes quietly, without awakening him, to regain control. By his estimate, at least 80% of the runes needed refining, only then could 5th's main body wake without destroying the domain, at most plunging it into chaos temporarily. As long as the domain survived, everything could be managed. But as more runes were refined, 5th would sense it and could awaken at any moment. Lin Moyo's plan was idealistic, the reality would certainly be worse. If 5th awakened, Lin Moyo would face a half-step Chaos Realm enemy, one he wasn't confident to defeat. While pondering in the domain core and understanding his enemy's identity and tactics, Lin Moyo discovered many flaws in his previous actions. I must change my strategy. The most important runes lie in the core region of the domain. They represent the origin Great Dao. The core's runes cannot be damaged. Similarly, the importance of runes differed drastically inside the domain core. The outer runes were insignificant compared to the core. From Lin Moyo's understanding, as long as the core runes were preserved, abandoning all outer runes was acceptable. Therefore, he must first refine the core runes, and before 5th's true body notices, refine all core runes entirely. Within the core lay a clone of Ghost Husband, Gifu, who must be dealt with before the runes can be refined. The Ghost Husband's power was enormous. Lin Moyo believed he might be a perfection Chaos Realm existence, but his clone's presence in the domain core meant its realm was not beyond Eternal Realm. Still, a being of this level had many methods to rapidly ascend, greatly boosting power. If a battle erupts here, the runes would be severely affected. Though strong outside, the runes were fragile within the core. Such a strike would throw the entire domain into chaos, possibly shattering it and cause 5th's true body to awaken, plunging everything into grave trouble. I must find a way to get him out of the domain core. This was the only way. Unless he was removed, Lin Moyo would not act, and he must do so silently, without alerting the third party. As Lin Moyo pondered methods, he silently crept into the core region, hiding in the distance, watching the Ghost Husband's clone. The runes were densest here, reinforcing Lin Moyo's earlier thought, no fighting in this place. Gradually, a plan formed in his mind, though he had no certainty of success. But at this point, he had to try. If he didn't dare to attempt, it would become an endless deadlock. He began to draw divine runes, silently executing his plan within the domain core. The divine runes were the only solution. Rune after rune flew forth, converging into a circular orb. The orb quietly expanded, hiding any aura. At its center, a vortex formed. Lin Moyo's inspiration came from the vortices created by the 5th Palace Master, but his vortex was stronger and more concentrated. Chapter 4255. Chapter 4255, 4255. Chapter 4255, Changing the Battlefield. Divine runes transform in myriad ways, and so do formations. The entire 5th generation domain could be evolved from divine runes. With Lin Moyo's current mastery, he could freely achieve almost anything. The formation before him was exactly that. Lin Moyo pushed its power to the utmost according to his intent. This formation had only one function, to absorb, drawing the target from one end to the other. The simpler the function, the more powerful the effect. By Lin Moyo's estimate, this formation could even swallow an eternal existence, making it hard to escape for a short time. If the opponent were a soul body, the effect would be doubled. After setting the formation, Lin Moyo's palm displayed a phantom of the vast world. He connected the other end of the formation to a remote corner of the vast world. Lin Moyo's plan was to use this self-created formation to draw the Ghost Husband's soul clone into the vast world and deal with him there. The chance of success was over 70%, an acceptable risk. But Lin Moya wasn't satisfied. He hoped to raise the success rate even further. The soulless beast was summoned by Lin Moya, originally making a body for Little Python, but now forced to interrupt. Master, please command. The soulless beast was respectfully obedient, ready to do whatever Lin Moya asked. Lin Moya said, I will absorb the ghost husband into the vast world with the formation. He will inevitably resist, likely causing turmoil in the domain core, which may affect some divine runes. You must do two things: stabilize the divine runes, and if there is strength left, help me control the ghost husband's clone. Lin Moya explained his plan to the soulless beast and asked for its opinion. The soulless beast was intelligent, and knowing the domain core's rules better than most, it considered the plan feasible. The remaining problem was the great battle after getting the ghost husband into the vast world. Lin Moya was prepared to pay any price. He adjusted the layout inside the vast world, trying to secure a large enough area. But this adjustment had limits. It was impossible to compress all the contained worlds indefinitely. When all was ready, Lin Moya acted. The soulless beast wielded the rules to conceal Lin Moya's presence as he silently approached the ghost husband's clone. It was Lin Moya's first close encounter with the ghost husband's soul clone. Though only a fraction of a soul, it was still undeniably strong. Its power was innate. When Lin Moya compared it to his own soul, he felt significantly inferior. The ghost husband's soul was like a thin, tough steel wire. Lin Moya's soul was more like a boulder. Though the boulder was sturdy, it could be cut by the steel wire. Of course, Lin Moya might fracture the wire, but this required subtlety. The soul clone radiated a chilling coldness. The nearer he got, the more oppressive it felt. When distance closed below 100 meters, Lin Moya felt his soul was repeatedly frozen. This freezing differed from the cold of the ice jade mat. It was as if his thought flow was being suppressed, while hidden agitation threatened to erupt, a violent impulse to roar. He forced his Dao heart steady to resist the ghost husband's aura. The ghost husband influenced Lin Moya with only his natural aura, indicating just how terrifying he was. Lin Moya believed the ghost husband at peak was probably no weaker than Heavenly Void Sun. Calming himself, Lin Moya advanced further, finally stopping 50 meters from the clone. Here he could see every detail. Behind the ghost husband's clone were 18 special divine runes. Unlike the 5th generation palace master, who extended countless hands to grasp every rune, the ghost husband only occupied 18. But these 18 divine runes were the root of the entire domain, the oldest appearing in its evolution. If reversed to origin, these 18 runes could reform the domain seed. If damaged, even if the domain itself didn't collapse, it would suffer severe injury. The ghost husband's power extended from behind him as 18 threads that tightly bound the 18 rune seeds. Lin Moya whispered cautiously to the soulless beast, "Are you confident you can sever them?" The soulless beast understood immediately, answering confidently, "No problem." Though powerful, the ghost husband suppressed his strength to not violate the domain's rules, limiting himself to the peak of the eternal realm. As the administrator of the rules, the soulless beast transformed rule power into blades. It was no trouble at all to sever these strands. Lin Moya then produced the formation pre-prepared. "All right, I'm acting now." Together, Lin Moya and the soulless beast drew a deep breath. All or nothing. The formation activated, instantly spreading out. A vortex appeared in the core region. The soulless beast commanded the surrounding divine runes to disperse as far as possible, clearing space for Lin Moya. The vortex was immediately pushed to the limit, a vast power crashing down on the ghost husband's clone. The clone awoke with a roar. He originally was sleeping and needed time to wake fully. This process was very brief, under 0.1 seconds, but enough time for Lin Moya and the soulless beast to act. As he roared, a flash crossed behind him. A brilliant light formed from rule power, an indestructible blade severing the connection between the ghost husband and the 18 divine runes. The vortex's power concurrently burst stronger as Lin Moya infused his soul power into the formation, intensifying it. The ghost husband's clone was uncontrollably pulled from its place and hurled toward the formation. Roaring in rage, the ghost husband unleashed tremendous fury, but it was useless. The formation's suction surpassed his limit. A terrifying aura burst forth, forming a giant hand that reached for Lin Moya. Ice jade mat appeared beneath Lin Moya's feet, cold energy gushing forth to freeze the ghost husband's aura. Seeing this, the ghost husband's aura shattered, cold ice cracking. He ceased attacking Lin Moya and instead struck at the surrounding divine runes. The soulless beast wielded the rule power, pressing from all directions to force back the ghost husband's aura and protect the runes. Lin Moya snorted coldly as he continued to strengthen the ice jade mat. Layers of chilling air surged toward the ghost husband. Though it didn't freeze him completely, it markedly slowed his movements. With their combined efforts, the ghost husband's clone could not resist and was forced into the vortex. At the other end of the formation, a phantom of the vast world appeared. The phantom conflicted with the domain core, causing spatial fractures. The soulless beast used the rules to stabilize space, but could only hold out so long. "Go in." Lin Moya kept pushing the formation, forcefully sucking the ghost husband's clone out of the domain core and into the vast world. The vast world phantom vanished instantly. Lin Moya whispered, "I'll go kill him. Hold down the fort here." The soulless beast softly affirmed, "Good." Chapter 4256. Chapter 4256, 4256. Chapter 4256, Cannot Speak It. In one corner of the vast world, Lin Moya had already cleared a battlefield. Trillions of undead minions were mobilized, sealing off this area completely. At the center of the battlefield, space twisted, and the ghost husband's clone appeared. Once inside the vast world, the ghost husband's clone actually calmed down, no more shouting or roaring. He glanced over the dense ranks of undead minions, his expression void of fear as he sneered coldly, "You think these trash can kill me? Aren't you looking down on me too much?" Lin Moyo appeared in the void, his gaze icy as he faced the ghost husband's clone. Why can't I kill you? The ghost husband's clone asked. Who are you? Lin Moyo replied, a cultivator within the domain, once benefited by a senior like you. The real body of the ghost husband was imprisoned, already separated from all connection to his clones, so his clone did not know Lin Moyo. The ghost husband's clone snorted coldly. Young man, you're quite strong for your age, but what? Are you looking to take this domain? If so, I advise you to reconsider. Don't take the wrong path. Lin Moya's mind moved. From the ghost husband's words, he picked out some extra information. He said, since senior can have ambitions, why can't I? The ghost husband's clone's laughter turned icy. You haven't transcended this domain is useless to you. Lin Moya replied, but I don't want to repeat the old path. Some things are best settled before transcendence. The ghost husband's clone shook his head. You may say so, but some things can't be done just because you want to. My advice is to first transcend, then set your sights on this domain. Lin Moya said, isn't that what you did, senior? I'm just more ambitious, I want to do it earlier. The ghost husband's clone sighed. You wouldn't understand. Lin Moya said, then please enlighten me, senior. If you really convince me, maybe I'll listen to your advice. The ghost husband's clone said, you should transcend first, and when you reach major accomplishment in the chaos realm, then find a suitable domain and make your move slowly. With just one domain you can reach perfection in the chaos realm. If the targeted domain is powerful enough, it may help you take another step, ascend to the position of supreme, heaven earth Dejun. If it isn't enough, then find another domain and see if you can merge the two. If it works, even if you don't become supreme, you'll be among the strongest at the perfection level. Lin Moya's face clearly showed interest. So that's how it is. Have I chosen the wrong way? The ghost husband's clone answered, it's not easy to become a domain lord, the odds of success are almost zero. Lin Moya nodded. Are there many people at perfection in the chaos realm? The ghost husband's clone said, not too many, not too few either. There's no limit on the number, after all. Here, he suddenly stopped and changed the subject. Now you know, right? Let me go, I won't hold any grudge against you. Lin Moyo had already gleaned the information he wanted. All of a sudden, he smiled. Senior said a lot, but it's hard to tell truth from falsehood. You deceived me once before, so this time, I choose not to believe you. The ghost husband's clone's expression changed. You've seen my true body? What happened to my body? Lin Moya smirked. Oh, your true body. Just as the ghost husband pricked up his ears, a vague world appeared in the void, coming down on him like a sky-covering mountain. The ghost husband's clone's face changed. He hurled a fist, evil chill surging. His massive fist struck the blurry world. Boom! The huge fist instantly shattered, but the attack didn't slow. The world came crashing onto the ghost husband's clone, smashing him back with a pain scream. In that instant, all the undead minions also attacked, unleashing a barrage of strikes. The ghost husband's clone roared, ghostly chi soars. A billowing wave of icy, evil chi exploded, immediately obliterating the undead minions' attacks and more. The ghost chi swept over them, killing tens of thousands in a moment. The undead did not fear death in death. They revived and surrounded him as before, preventing escape. Despite little realm difference, the ghost husband's clone's combat power far surpassed the undead minions. Fortunately, their numbers made up for what was lacking in raw strength. Fatty appeared in that misty world, shifting into giant form and barreling at the ghost husband. Earlier, it was Fatty who had blasted the ghost husband's clone back. Lin Moyu, after leaving the heavenly void land, had brought her out as well. Fatty was no ordinary treasure. Her combat power was at least half-step chaos realm, especially since she was so heavy, making her capable of stalemating the ghost husband's clone. They clashed in a furious fight, neither able to overpower the other. Lin Moyu quickly observed, the ghost husband's clone was at half-step chaos realm power. This was enough to crush every eternal in the domain. That such a small fragment of soul could be so strong showed just how terrifying the original was. Lin Moya didn't want delays, he wanted a quick resolution. With a light flick of his finger, Dao fire appeared. Ah! A shriek erupted as burning flames engulfed the ghost husband's clone. World-burning fire devoured him, and the ghost husband's clone screamed, Who are you? How do you possess his fire? Lin Moyo asked, Do you know whose fire it is? The ghost husband's clone wailed, Of course I know. No, it's impossible. You can't have his fire. Lin Moya said, Then tell me who is it? If you're right, maybe I'll spare you. The ghost husband's clone reacted without thinking, but couldn't get the words out. He shrieked, What's happening? Why can't I speak? Someone set a rule in chaos. Who was it? Which supreme did this? Why target me this way? I just wanted a domain. Countless have done the same. Why pick on me? Why? He howled furiously, his words growing wild, ghost chi surging as his realm sword. Why? I'll kill you. Kill you. His power kept rising. Fatty was finally forced back and fell into retreat. Lin Moyo frowned as the world-burning fire burned. He saw what the ghost husband's clone had done. He was burning the domain's heavenly fate and the origin power of the fifth domain. The ghost husband had lurked at the core for countless years, absorbing. Who knew how much fate and origin power? If his true body had survived, he might have fully succeeded in seizing the fifth domain. Fifth was no match for him. If that had happened, the fifth domain would have collapsed and the heavenly void sun's plan would have ended in utter failure. But the green-robed old man had intervened, foiling the ghost husband's plan. The fate and origin power the clone had absorbed had nowhere to go, so it accumulated, deepening his foundation even as his power apparently stayed the same. Now, with these resources burning, his realm sword, he was about to break through half-step chaos and enter true chaos realm. The vast world shook, space cracked as huge rifts split the sky. The vast world, too, could not allow a chaos realm existence. Its rules instinctively began to expel the ghost husband's clone. If expelled, it would be very hard for Lin Moya to find him again, so he refused to allow it. With a thought, he forcefully suppressed the vast world's rules, and pointed a finger. Corpse explosion. Chapter 4257. Chapter 4257, 4257. Chapter 4257, Unexpected. Lin Moya still held 4 corpses of ancient tree kings. The ancient tree king was truly a half-step chaos realm existence with incredible vitality. The power released from the corpse explosion was also stronger. Although the ghost husband's clone had increased in strength, its core had not changed. Its state was similar to when Lin Moya used the gathering power technique to enhance himself. Boom! Amidst the explosion, the ghost husband clone's roar abruptly cut off. His soul body fragmented under the bone-crushing attack and could not withstand the corpse explosion's power. But in the next second, the soul reassembled, and the ghost husband clone reappeared. Lin Moya wasn't surprised. If the clone was this easy to deal with, it would be a disappointment. But Lin Moya remained cautious. If the clone was so tough, 5th generation Heavenly Void Palace Master's true body would be even harder to handle. And if the clone proved useless, he could exile it and avoid combat altogether. 5th could not leave the 5th generation domain, so battle was inevitable. After being bombarded once, the ghost husband clone seemed to regain consciousness. Its aura returned to its original level. It still contained the power accumulated over endless years but refrained from reckless use. Fatty's giant form charged again, and the ghost husband clone shouted coldly, "Battle demon ghost body." Suddenly, a giant apparition appeared emanating chilling aura fighting Fatty, while the ghost husband clone coldly watched Lin Moya. "Today, I acknowledge defeat, but your fate is already sealed," it said. "I will watch to see how utterly ruined you become." Lin Moya frowned, catching a peculiar tone in the ghost husband clone's words. The clone clearly knew certain things but could not speak because of the chaotic rules. Yet it was fully aware of its identity. No sooner had it spoken than it ignited in flames, rousing the forces of origin power accumulated over years, along with vast heavenly fate and domain origin power, erupting with earth-shattering fury. The world-burning fire was dispersed. Lin Moya sensed danger and prepared to use corpse explosion again, but suddenly found he could no longer lock onto the ghost husband clone. The clone used domain origin power and heavenly fate to conceal its aura and existence, cutting all lock-ons. Intent turned, rule power of the vast world surged from all directions, but could not approach. Rule power from the vast world collided with the 5th domain's force, rending infinite rifts and shaking the whole vast world. The ghost husband clone whispered, "I'll watch your fall, your destruction." Before it appeared, a massive rift surged with tidal chaotic chi. The ghost husband clone forcibly opened a passage to the chaos through the 5th domain he was escaping. Lin Moya tried to block him but found it impossible. Undead minions surged in a dense tide of attacks but were useless. The clone spewed endless ghost chi, devouring all attacks. The ghost husband had absorbed incomprehensible amounts of domain force over countless years. Although these forces could not raise his realm directly, they granted him great power in a short time and enabled other feats. Once attacked and having learned Lin Moya's identity, the ghost husband clone no longer wished combat and chose to flee. Before entering the spatial rift, the clone glanced back at Lin Moya, its gaze like that of a dead man. Lin Moya's expression was cold yet helpless. None of his methods could stop the clone now. He couldn't approach the clone, and the catastrophic scepter could not kill him in time. Only by using the Fairy of Tribulation to give chase might he catch him, but entering chaos was not yet the time. With no solution, Lin Moya could only watch helplessly as he fled. Suddenly, the ice jade mat blazed to life, cold chi sweeping out everywhere. Immense cold affected friend and foe like trillions of undead minions, Fatty, rule power, space and time all instant frozen, including the ghost husband clone and the newly opened space channel, no exceptions. The clone's eyes still darted, gnashing teeth while struggling, but its vast domain power was completely silenced. Everyone present was frozen, only Lin Moya remained free. Lin Moya was stunned. The sudden eruption of the ice jade mat's power was beyond his imagining. Fortunately, it's precisely the ice jade mat's eruption that stopped the ghost husband clone's escape. The ice jade mat flew forth on its own, and atop it appeared a phantom of the green-robed elder. Seeing the green-robed elder, the ghost husband clone showed immediate fear. He knew the elder and how powerful he was, but he had no idea it was the green-robed elder who had imprisoned his true body. The green-robed elder's methods were too advanced to fathom. He wanted to plead mercy but was frozen solid, unable to utter a sound, only able to move his eyes. Lin Moya said softly, "Why did you come?" The green-robed elder chuckled, "If I did not come, how could this end here?" Lin Moya said, "Ultimately, you let him escape. There'll be time another day to kill him." The green-robed elder said, "If he escapes now, he'll be much harder to capture." Lin Moya said, "His true body is in your hands. Are you afraid you can't find his clones? And yet you know one clone is hiding in the domain core, and you haven't touched it." The green-robed elder chuckled again, "Why haven't I touched him? Surely you can guess." Lin Moya wasn't slow. He knew the elder left the clone for himself. As long as Lin Moya killed the clone, he would gain the heavenly fate and accumulating domain power. The clone possessed tremendous benefits for him. But now some accident happened, forcing the green-robed elder to act. Lin Moya asked, "Doesn't this ruin the plan?" The elder shook his head. "I'm acting now to salvage it. Whether you act yourself or I do, most of the domain power and heavenly fate will still belong to you." He sighed, "In the end, you were too eager. If you were stronger, able to reach half-step chaos realm, then act. There would be no accident." Lin Moya smiled, "Nothing in the world is a perfect plan. There will always be accidents." The elder sighed, "Yes, everything has accidents. If not for that one incident years ago, things wouldn't be like this." But it's still okay, it can be salvaged. You can act now, kill him. Lin Moya said, I'm not strong enough, it's not easy to kill him. The elder said, he can't move here. It's only a matter of how fast you kill him. As he spoke, a hint of regret lingered. He seemed to think Lin Moya was too hasty, making things imperfect. But Lin Moya thought the imperfection was good. Everything must leave a way out, like the laws of heaven and earth, with a thread of hope remaining. Fullness leads to decline, that's the best result. Now is good. Lin Moya flicked his finger, igniting world-burning fire again, while the skeletal hell appeared, engulfed in ice, swallowing the ghost husband clone. Chapter 4258. Chapter 4258, 4258. Chapter 4258, I will return. Balance. The ghost husband's clone was frozen in solid ice, unable to move, forced to watch helplessly as world-burning fire slowly refined him. The hell fiends inside skeletal hell opened their mouths wide, gnawing him down bit by bit. All the power he'd absorbed and all the domain energy and fate he had accumulated over countless years were useless in this moment. He was in pain and despair, unable even to beg for mercy. As world-burning fire continued to burn, massive amounts of domain force and heavenly fate spilled from the ghost husband's clone. Lin Moya was not polite, he absorbed all of it. In the process, he noticed some differences. The 5-domain world and the vast world were completely distinct realms, and their domain energies were essentially incompatible. However, after purification by the ghost husband clone, the domain force lost the aura of a specific domain, becoming pure domain energy compatible with the vast world and causing no conflict. Lin Moya tried fusing this domain force into the vast world, and to his surprise, the vast world could absorb it. With this new influx, the vast world's evolution accelerated dramatically and its very essence strengthened. Every minor change was acutely sensed by Lin Moya. Even now, the vast world's strength was inferior to the 5-domain world, which had evolved over an extremely long time. Though the vast world had Lin Moya's constant nurturing and accelerated growth, overtaking the 5-domain world wouldn't happen overnight. As for the Kadao domain and the spiritual marvel domain, the gap was even greater. So, it's possible to speed up evolution by supplementing with force from other domains. A bold idea flashed in Lin Moya's mind. If he could thoroughly refine the domain force of the 5-domain world, it would greatly accelerate the evolution of his other domains. According to his plan, he would eventually need to refine 9 domains. But these 9 realms would surely vary in strength. If he failed to keep a balance, trouble could occur. It was just a feeling, but Lin Moya had always trusted his instincts, and this time was no exception. Now that he had realized this, he could fully refine domain force and use the strong to bolster the weak, striving for a state of equilibrium among all his realms. The green-robed elder grinned at Lin Moya. This old man can't always step and you'll have to rely on yourself, from now on. Lin Moya asked, is the ghost husband still imprisoned by you? The green-robed elder said, he doesn't matter whether I keep him locked up or not, is just a thought. From his tone, it was clear the ghost husband was nothing but an insignificant pawn to him. Lin Moya didn't dwell on it and instead asked, how many Heaven-Earth Supremes are there in total? The green-robed elder said, 9 is the ultimate number. 9. That seems like quite a lot, Lin Moya muttered. The green-robed elder chuckled, very few, actually. Consider chaos as infinite, how many domains are out there, and how many are at perfection in the chaos realm. There's no need to ask further specifics. When you step into chaos, you'll understand on your own. Lin Moya nodded, I'll be back. I'll be waiting, the green-robed elder answered with a light laugh, his figure gradually fading until he vanished. He was gone, but his presence lingered. The ice jade mat kept radiating cold, and the ghost husband's clone remained frozen. World-burning fire burned like torture, melting him excruciatingly slowly. He was so strong that the fire took ages, prolonging his suffering. In that moment, the ghost husband's clone even regretted his own strength. If he'd been a bit weaker, he'd have turned to ash in no time instead of enduring endless agony. Now he could neither run nor scream, he could only silently wait for death. As the clone was gradually refined, more domain force and fate spilled forth. Lin Moya incorporated the domain force into the vast world, driving its accelerated evolution, while he absorbed the fate, which was invaluable toward becoming master of the 5-domain world. As the world-burning fire and skeletal hell refined and devoured the ghost husband's clone, both grew drastically stronger. After all, the ghost husband's true body was a perfection chaos realm powerhouse. Even this sliver of soul retained that essence, providing great benefit to the world-burning fire and skeletal hell, lifting them to a higher tier. A truly generous man. Lin Moya mused, the ghost husband's centuries of accumulation had all gone to himself. What else could that be but kindness? After 100 days of refining, it was finally over. The ghost husband's clone closed its eyes and faded from existence. Lin Moya put away the ice jade mat, dispelled the cold, and Fatty, once thawed, instantly hollered, I'm freezing to death. The ice jade mat froze everything, but without real harm. Fatty was only cold, nothing more. Lin Moya dismissed the undead minions and closed his eyes, focusing on changes in the vast world. Having absorbed so much domain force was like saving hundreds of thousands of years, an enormous leap. The growth of the vast world in turn improved Lin Moya's own cultivation. Now he stood at eternal peak, the highest tier the 5-domain world could support. Without relying on any spells, only the soulless beast could surpass him in the 5-domain world. Every other eternal was a step below. In other words, his cultivation within the 5-domain world had reached perfection in both body and soul. If he went any further, he would exceed the domain's upper limit and be forcefully ascended, leaving for chaos. But this wasn't his true goal. He still needed to refine the 5-domain world, become its master, and take down the 5th-generation Heavenly Void Palace master, who was a genuine chaos realm powerhouse and very hard to handle. He was now faced with countless problems, giving him some headaches. Although he could use spells to force his way into the Chaos Realm, this would only let him display Chaos Realm offensive power. He was still far from a true Chaos Realm cultivator. He went through all his available tactics, trying to find a breakthrough. My biggest advantage is that he's still asleep and doesn't know what's happening outside. He's a master of divine runes, so formations will be much less effective on him. World-burning fire has grown, but still isn't enough to handle a Chaos Realm expert. The soulless beast can wield rule power, but the Palace Master is the domain's creator. He may know the rules even better than the beast. And the battlefield can't be inside the domain. Even the balance gem might not work well against a Chaos Realm foe. Sorting through every option and plan, Lin Moya found the opponent was nearly unsolvable no matter which approach. He had little certainty, sometimes not even 50% confidence. Chapter 4259. Chapter 4259, 4259. Chapter 4259, the setup begins. One by one, Lin Moya rejected various plans. He acutely sensed that when someone's power reaches a certain level, all schemes and preparations become meaningless. Any strategy, before absolute power, is just a paper tiger. After much consideration, Lin Moya finally set his sights on the Catastrophic Scepter. Only this supreme-level artifact might break through the defenses of the 5th-generation Heavenly Void Palace Master. With this decided, all subsequent preparations must revolve around the Catastrophic Scepter, its core being how to use it to kill the 5th-generation Palace Master. First, determine the battlefield. It couldn't be inside the domain, but also could not be in the chaos. It should be in the area between the domain and chaos, which happens to be the realm of the soul-devouring spirits. For Lin Moya, the biggest problem in this realm was the soul-devouring spirit emperor. Only by settling him could he engage in battle with confidence. The soul-devouring spirit emperor wasn't likely to affect the 5th Palace Master, and due to the latter's special identity, he might even help him. If this area wasn't chosen, there really was no other suitable place for battle. It seems I need to research the Catastrophic Scepter further, see if it has even greater potential. The recent eruption of the Ice Jade Mat had taught him a lesson. Such powerful artifacts were never simple, and their full strength depended on their wielder's cultivation and experience. The cause-seeking ring, for example, possess seek cause, ask effect is only its basic function, but in truth could do far more, such as effect without cause. Catastrophic Scepter should be the same. Besides smashing in the powers of its inlaid jewels, there must be further, untapped abilities. It was just a matter of his own exploration. Moreover, fully leveraging the scepter's power required sufficiently high cultivation. If he could break past the Tao Lord's limit to reach half-step chaos, that would help. If he could actually begin the process of chaotification, it would be even better. After sorting these tangled thoughts, Lin Moya finally had a general plan. First, continue refining the divine runes in the domain core, especially all those at the center. Only then could he fight without risking the domain's destruction. Second, use the Catastrophic Scepter as the axis to construct a battlefield. Only by fighting in a self-set battle arena could he hope for victory. This battlefield would be huge in Lin Moya's vision. Everything outside the domain, yet inside chaos, would become the battle zone. So he intended to set up an unprecedented formation to envelop the entire domain. Finally, a crucial step into half-step chaos. Though this would trigger expulsion from the domain, with the soulless beast's help and his refined divine runes, he might tweak some rules and remain. If all three goals were met, his chance of victory would soar. By his estimate, if all went smoothly, at least 60%. 60% wasn't a lot, but above half, it was worth a gamble. In his entire cultivation life, Lin Moya rarely gambled. He preferred absolute certainty before acting, but this time, he couldn't avoid the bet. So be it. Muttering to himself, Lin Moya returned to the domain core. With the ghost husband's clone gone, the core felt cleaner, impurities expunged. As soon as he returned, the core erupted in thunder. Strands of heavenly fate descended, enveloping Lin Moya. This time, the fate was vast and mighty, much stronger than before, a reward for purging the ghost husband's clone. With the influx of fate, Lin Moya felt even more closely bonded to the domain. The countless divine runes in the domain core seemed to radiate goodwill at him. This wasn't an illusion. Lin Moya knew this was because domain rules instinctively favor those rich in heavenly fate. Heavenly fate is the domain's seal of approval, and now Lin Moya was already the most favored by heavenly fate here. If anyone could become domain lord, it was surely himself. Riding this momentum, Lin Moya began refining divine runes. Splitting off soul clones, he silently attached them to the runes, rapidly refining them one by one without disturbing the underlying vortices. With so much heavenly fate, his refining speed now was several times faster than before. In just a few dozen days, he had refined the 18 most central divine runes. This shocked Lin Moya. These were supposed to be the hardest, and he had braced for a long struggle, but it was all so swift. He knew a big part of this was thanks to heavenly fate. Next, he slowly expanded outwards, refining more runes to enlarge his sphere of influence. He was very cautious, never disturbing the vortices behind the runes. But Lin Moya knew, as he refined more and more, sooner or later, the 5th Palace Master would notice. After all, as Lin Moya controlled more runes, his enemy would receive less domain power. So before the 5th could react, he had to finish all other preparations. 100 years flew by. Lin Moya didn't leave the core for a single step, and by now, about half the central region's runes belonged to him. For the whole domain core, he now controlled about 2/5 of the runes. At this point, Lin Moya paused. He didn't push further, afraid to alarm the 5th Palace Master just yet. It wasn't time. Many tasks remained undone, so Lin Moya stopped refining. Instead, he drew runes and set up formations in the domain core. Once, this would have been impossible, but with 2/5 of the runes under control, now he was qualified. He could even do other things too, if he wished. The formation was quickly completed. Lin Moya summoned the soulless beast, who used rule power to anchor the formation, making it part of the runic array. The divine runes raised no objection. In fact, some even aided by channeling their power into the formation, as if accepting it as kin, all thanks to Lin Moya imbuing it with vast heavenly fate. The process went smoothly just as Lin Moya had hoped. The formation activated, a spatial tunnel appeared, linking the core to the outside of the domain. Lin Moya had made a teleportation array, allowing him to pass freely between the domain core and the exterior. He stepped in and in the next instant, stood beyond the domain. For the second time, feeling the air outside the domain, Lin Moya faintly sensed soul-devouring spirit energies 1,000,000 kilometers away. He sent undead minions as patrols to sweep the area within 500,000 kilometers of the domain, ridding it of soul-devouring spirits to clear the way. Lin Moya then began laying out formations around the domain. This would be his battlefield with the 5th Palace Master. This battle would be fierce, yet could not endanger the domain, so the defensive array must be robust. Countless divine runes flew forth, becoming shields to protect the domain. Chapter 4260. Chapter 4260, 4260. Chapter 4260, Array of Light. Outside the domain, separated by the domain barrier, even though the barrier was extremely sturdy, in Lin Moya's eyes it was not enough. Over the years, he had simulated countless times in his mind what a battle with the 5th generation Heavenly Void Palace Master would be like. At the moment he was awakened, a large number of divine runes in the core of the domain would be detonated, plunging the 5-domain world into chaos. At that time, the domain barrier would inevitably be damaged. If both the inside and outside of the domain suffered damage, any further impact would put the domain at even greater risk. If that person fell behind, he would certainly go mad and destroy the domain, choosing mutually assured destruction. This required advanced preparation. The importance of this formation was self-evident. Lin Moya's requirement was that it must withstand a full force blow from a Chaos Realm expert, at least once. He used countless divine runes, forming layer after layer, continuously stacking them to increase the formation's defense. The domain was vast. Even with Lin Moya's speed, it took a full 2,000 years to finish setting up the formation. At this moment, space within 100,000 li outside the domain barrier was like an armored fortress. Nothing could enter or leave. If anyone attempted transcendence at this time, they would crash headlong into the formation and suffer terribly. This formation was the pinnacle of Lin Moya's formation mastery and was named Firmament War Array. It was, for now, his absolute best. There was none better. But the Firmament War Array was not just defensively powerful, it hosted further mysteries. Inside the formation, 1,000,000 vortices turned slowly, each with a core of countless divine runes. A single glance could severely damage the soul of any great Tao Lord. Anyone below that level might have their soul instantly destroyed. But even this wasn't the limit. Lin Moya also constructed a great teleportation array in the void. This array consisted of a main and subsidiary array, the main array outside the domain, the subsidiary refined into a formation disk. The dual teleportation array was a key step in his plan, the very first step determining success or failure. Just as when battling the Ghost Husband's clone, its function was to forcibly teleport the 5th generation Palace Master's true body here. Once all this was complete, Lin Moya teleported back to the domain core. The soulless beast had been waiting for some time. Master, the task you set is complete. While setting up the Firmament War Array, Lin Moya had given the soulless beast a job: gather domain force to supply for Lin Moya to refine after his return. Now, his own cultivation was limited by the vast world, so to increase his cultivation, he first had to enhance the vast world. Absorbing and refining power from the 5-domain world was the best and fastest way. Strengthening the vast world, stepping past the last threshold and breaking through the eternal stage was one of Lin Moya's next goals. This would take a long time. When the Ghost Husband clone was refining domain force, it took endless years. Even with the soulless beast's help, it wouldn't be quick. While refining domain force, he also delved into the Catastrophic Scepter's power. His soul entered the Catastrophic Scepter for formal research for the first time. He never had the qualifications before. Now that he finally did, Lin Moya hoped to find pleasant surprises. If he could uncover new uses for the scepter, the plan's chance of success could increase. Lin Moya split his mind between the two tasks without the slightest strain. With the soulless beast around, domain force flowed quickly, much faster than what the Ghost Husband clone had obtained. Additionally, the world-burning fire purified the power at an astonishing rate, making domain force exceedingly pure, but Lin Moya held back from infusing it into the vast world immediately. Other preparations were not complete. Compared to smoothly refining domain force, unraveling the Catastrophic Scepter's secrets was much more difficult. His soul power flowed through the scepter and into several jewels, but they only glimmered symbolically, imparting no useful information. Lin Moya tried again, attempting to leave his soul imprint on the Catastrophic Scepter. Since obtaining it, he hadn't been able to do this. It didn't work before, nor did it now. The scepter was totally unresponsive. He tried to leave his imprint on the jewels, but they were like stubborn rocks, yielding nothing. Helpless, Lin Moya continued exploring the interior of the Catastrophic Scepter. Finally, his soul power touched a special, independent space at the center of the 5 jewels. Touching this space, inspiration blossomed. He sensed he was finally on the right track. Soul power turned into a spike, trying to penetrate, but found there was a hard shell outside this independent space, extremely sturdy and difficult to pierce. Unwilling to give up, Lin Moya made his soul power into a drill and began tunneling. With the world tree endlessly supplying soul power, he had the confidence for such persistence. For 10 full years, he never gave up, and at last a tiny opening appeared in the shell. Eternal Peak Soul, drilling at full strength for 10 years, and this is all I get. If it were another Eternal, 1,000 years might not crack it at all. Lin Moyo understood, his soul power was infinite, so he could always persevere. Others would run out and need to recover, drastically reducing efficiency. For someone at a lower realm, like a great Tao Lord, even a billion years wouldn't achieve anything. This meant, the bare minimum requirement for access was the eternal realm. Seeing some small progress gave Lin Moyo hope, and he continued drilling. Another few hundred years passed, and finally, after more than 300 years' effort, he bored through the shell. His soul power surged in with joy and beheld a sky. The void was boundless. Lin Moyo sensed the presence of chaos chi. This space was filled with chaos chi, yet it was different from typical chaos chi. Here, the chaos chi had clearly been refined and was supremely pure. Perhaps because he was the scepter's master, his soul took no harm here. He even felt an unspeakable familiarity. His soul power ventured further, exploring this endless void in all directions, not knowing which way might be right, so he searched everywhere. He had plenty of patience, willing to spend the time needed to map everything. With more and more soul power entering, he split it by tens and hundreds, sending hundreds of probes searching for clues, rapidly improving efficiency. Yet another 1,000 years passed. Finally, within the chaos-filled independent space, Lin Moyo spotted a faint glimmer of light. Chapter 4261. Chapter 4261, 4261. Chapter 4261, Breakthrough. After searching the endless void for many years and finally making a discovery, Lin Moyo was filled more with joy than anything else. It was the same feeling he'd had when he found this independent space in the first place. His refusal to give up had finally borne fruit, and it was a wonderful sensation. Soul clones converged from all directions to the place of the faint glimmer, finally joining to see it clearly. It was a formation, with 5 points, 4 corners each projected a gemstone. Only one was vacant and incomplete, lacking anything. The 4 projected gems were soul, element, balance, and domain. The missing, incomplete point was the 5th jewel that had yet to return. Lin Moyo examined the formation. It looked simple, but embodied endless truth, instantly captivating him. This formation taught Lin Moyo what it meant for the great Tao to be supremely simple. The entire formation was based on a single rune. It wasn't a divine rune, but a symbol he had encountered before, without ever understanding it. It was a rune from chaos. Lin Moyo called it the chaos rune. A single chaos rune looked anything but complex, but its function was the equal of millions of divine runes. Previously, the wound left on the red stone True Venerable bore such a rune, but its tier was vastly inferior to this one. The chaos rune had unfolded into a formation, linking the jewels together. Their powers crossed and melded within. Despite each gem having totally different properties, the power in this not at all complicated formation melded them perfectly. Lin Moyo watched the flow of power in the formation, tracing its lines as he studied not only the formation itself, but the 4 jewels. He was deeply entranced. This chaos rune had opened a new world before Lin Moyo's eyes, a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg of chaos. From the runes that natural-born chaotic creatures possessed, to the chaos rune now in the catastrophic scepter, it was clear, in chaos, runes are omnipresent and still a fundamental principle. Macro level, if he could fully master runes, he could walk through chaos with ease. Micro level, if Lin Moyo could unlock the mysteries of the chaos rune, he could master the catastrophic scepter, and have much higher certainty in defeating the 5th generation Heavenly Void Palace Master. The chaos rune contained the ultimate secret of great Tao, supreme simplicity, simple yet endlessly complex, making Lin Moyo completely forget the passage of time. World-burning fire continued to blaze, refining domain force, storing up the purified domain energy. Just a few thousand years of accumulated refined domain power rivaled what the East Avatar had obtained in total. Lin Moyo could only remark that the ghost husband clone had been far too conservative. Then again, it made sense. Being cut off from the main body, the soul clone, however autonomous, was still just a clone with obvious defects. A lack of change over countless years was already proof of that. When Lin Moyo awakened from his meditation on the formation, 7,000 years had passed. Once again he had experienced how time means so little to cultivators. Thousands of years flashed by in an instant. In those 7,000 years, the vast world and the domain core barely changed. Only Lin Moyo himself had gained something from the chaos rune and the catastrophic scepter. He grasped some of its secrets. Even if it was just a tiny bit, it was a real harvest. He now understood a deeper layer of the catastrophic scepter's power. The catastrophic scepter's power was truly immense. Until now he'd used only a fraction. Even at this stage, he had merely made minor progress. To truly wield its might, he would need to reach the chaos realm himself. But for now, as long as he advanced to half-step chaos realm, he would be able to contest the 5th generation palace master. Formerly his win rate had been 60%. Now it was at least 80% and rising. Lin Moyo left a soul clone inside the catastrophic scepter, while his awareness returned to his own body. After millennia of quiet, he slowly opened his eyes, his voice like thunder. Time to break through. All the preparations were done. Now it was time to raise his realm. Take the final step, achieve half-step chaos realm. In truth, Lin Moyo easily had the power for a full chaos realm ascension, but he refused. He needed to remain at half-step for now to finish critical tasks that would become impossible after a full breakthrough. So he had to step into half-step chaos realm first. Only by doing so could he stick to his original plan. Entering half-step chaos realm would not be difficult. Lin Moyo was fully aware of how deep his own foundation ran. He only needed to elevate the vast world's tier. The moment it was powerful enough, he could break through. The domain power he'd stockpiled over thousands of years now came into play, pouring into the vast world and detonating to life under Lin Moyo's will. The vast world became a ravenous beast, greedily gulping down domain power. The vast world's evolution surged in speed. 10 days' time equaled 10,000 years. Its aura grew stronger, its level rose, and all its inhabitants reaped massive benefits as cultivation speed soared. Countless minor worlds sprang up like mushrooms after rain, and new beings constantly emerged within. Lin Moya sensed that, besides the domain force he supplied, the vast world was also absorbing chaos chi from the chaos itself. Birthing life through evolution still required chaos chi. Lin Moya now fully understood that chaos chi was the root, especially the laws inherent within, which formed the basis of everything. And the Tao once faced by Catastrophic Supreme was the ultimate source. Since its birth, the vast world had always been evolving ever faster. Lin Moya's various methods had saved eons. This time, a few mere years of progress equaled millions of natural years. Lin Moya watched as a thin new barrier appeared outside the vast world. This was the domain barrier. Its appearance meant the vast world had become a complete domain. Previously, the vast world qualified technically as a domain, but was always much weaker than the 5-domain world. The 5-domain world itself wasn't all that strong. The vast world was even weaker aside from its perfect rules and Lin Moya's stewardship, free of the flaws the 5-domain world carried. Now, the vast world's strength had caught up fully. It was no weaker than the 5-domain world. It could truly be renamed the Great Thousand Domain, and now even give birth to transcendence. But this was not its ultimate limit. The 5-domain world had flaws and could not improve. Every prior domain allowed for half-step chaos cultivators, so the vast world could continue advancing. With more domain force to absorb, the vast world kept growing. Unconsciously, Lin Moya realized a subtle link had formed between the vast world and the 5-domain world. The two domains were no longer hostile, and seemed able to tolerate each other's existence. This gave Lin Moya hope for the fusion of domains for his future plan to refine 9 domains. This was crucial. Hundreds of years passed. The vast world finally consumed all the domain energy, reaching its true limit. Lin Moya's own strength also soared. The immortality Great Tao thundered within him, almost urging him toward breakthrough. Then breakthrough it is. Chapter 4262. Chapter 4262, 4262. Chapter 4262, Need Support. Lin Moya left the domain core, entered the origin return land, and stood atop the immortality Great Tao. The power of the Great Tao surged and gathered in his palm, where the forces of life and death intertwined to form a yin-yang sphere. Life and death energies poured in, making the yin-yang sphere ever stronger. When it reached its absolute peak, Lin Moya suddenly slapped the sphere onto himself. Boom! The yin-yang sphere exploded. The powers of life and death enveloped Lin Moya, his body as if split in two, half with the force of life, half with death. Reverse. With Lin Moya's will, the two opposing forces reversed at the same time, each reaching their pinnacle before flipping to the other side. Life power converted into a force of death, even stronger than pure death force. Death energy, in turn, became a vast surging force of life, enveloping one half of his body. After completing this reversal, the combined power was several times greater than before, yet still Lin Moya was unsatisfied. He kept urging the forces of life and death to the summit once more. A second reversal. The power of life and death erupted again, undergoing a second reversal, pushing each further into the opposite extreme. The force generated was so great it nearly tore Lin Moya's body apart. The power of the Great Tao can reverse and ascend multiple times. Lin Moya had performed similar feats using formation techniques in the past, but now he was using himself as the root, reversing and sublating the Tao with his own being. After this double reversal and ascent, the immortality Great Tao grew even stronger. The immense power began to nourish his body, squeezing out the last impurities and making his flesh ever stronger, finally surpassing the eternal level. In the past, on the origin continent, few cultivated the body. The physical strength of cultivators was generally weak. This was a chronic problem if one's body wasn't strong enough. The highest they could ever reach was Origin Tao Lord. Becoming a Great Tao Lord was almost impossible. Every Great Tao Lord, Lin Moya observed, every eternal, had a powerful body. Some were a little weaker or stronger, but all met a minimum standard. After he became the master of the origin continent, Lin Moya changed some of the continent's Tao rules so that every cultivator's body would strengthen as they progressed, even allowing further insight into physical cultivation. This effectively patched the flaw. As for his own physical power, Lin Moya's body had always been among the strongest of the Eternals. Even the Lord of Strength, specializing in the body, was not as strong as him. Repeated use of strength-gathering arts, breaking and remaking his body, had made it powerfully resilient. This strength was preparation for the future, reaching half-step chaos realm and achieving chaotification. At this moment, his flesh led the way, beginning to sublimate and transcend. The domain rules noticed immediately, channeling in tendrils of force to try to expel Lin Moya. Soulless. With a thought, the soulless beast, which had been preparing for this, gave a low roar. The expelling forces were scattered, the soulless beast using its privilege to temporarily keep Lin Moya from being affected by the domain's rules. But this couldn't last forever. Lin Moya needed to complete this breakthrough while it lasted. After breaking through, he could enter the Ferry of Tribulation, which was outside the domain's rules. As long as he stayed inside, he could avoid expulsion, and he had other options as well. His body continued to ascend and strengthen, his aura shifting as if from outside this domain. But he did not stop. He kept urging the immortality Great Tao, driving the power of life and death to their limits. After the second reversal, sublimate. With a low shout, life and death power reversed and ascended a third time, growing even stronger. After this third ascent, both life and death energies doubled again in strength, this time pulling his soul along, beginning to break through. For most people, only one reversal and ascent is required. The resulting force would slowly permeate body and soul, completing transcendence. Lin Moya was different. He wanted to be in complete control, using the moment of self-liberation and sublime reversal to push the immortality great Tao itself forward. Using Tao sublimation for transcendences, in fact, uplifting the Tao, most Eternals were unaware of this. True transcendence was not leaving the Tao behind. Instead, in chaos, one would still use the Tao, drawing on it to channel the power of chaos. So making the Tao stronger now would yield great benefits in the future. Many who seek transcendence find the Tao in their domain evolves a duplicate, merging with them, following them into chaos. But Lin Moya would not do that. He intended to fuse the immortality great Tao directly into himself. So with each sublimation, he fed back his newfound power to the immortality great Tao, making it stronger. 3 times wasn't enough. Lin Moya pushed his powers to the limit for a 4th sublimation. At the 4th ascent, his power multiplied again, putting enormous pressure on both body and soul. Both threatened to shatter. He steadied himself, growling, only 4 times. For ascents was a miracle for most cultivators, inconceivable, yet Lin Moya felt it wasn't enough. A voice inside whispered, 4 is not enough. Yet his body and soul said otherwise. They were at their absolute limit. A 5th would shatter both, not death, as his rebirth talent would restore him, but the current breakthrough would be forfeit once begun. He could not stop. He ran through his cultivation history, especially his path after becoming a Tao Lord. Every step was solid, his foundation unshakable. He could not improve on it with hindsight. If I want to increase the number of sublimations, I'll need external aid. Suddenly, he realized no one could achieve more than 4 on their own, but his subconscious insisted on it because Catastrophic Supreme had once exceeded 4 ascensions. How? Not by personal power, but with external help. What help could he call on? Ice Jade Mat and Cause-Seeking Ring were denied immediately. Neither belonged wholly to him, and the Cause-Seeking Ring's backlash would destroy him if used. Catastrophic Scepter? Also no, it was for killing, not cultivation. Perhaps it could help, but not now. The answer was not some outside artifact, but what he already possessed. Lin Moya instantly realized World Tree and the Chaos Seed. One was sleeping, the other was in the Chaos World, absorbing Chaos Chi. Let's try. I need your help. Lin Moya summoned his will, sending silent calls into his soul world, passing through the World Tree's branches. His intent thundered in the soul world's silent shouts that shook its depths. Moments later, the World Tree's branches shuddered violently. Chapter 4263. Chapter 4263, 4263. Chapter 4263, I'm back. Master, I've come to help you. Little Tree's voice rang out, clear and hopeful. Though it had been in a state of slumber and evolution, Little Tree was instantly awakened by Lin Moya's call. With a chime of hope, it appeared beside Lin Moya's soul. The World Tree's branches unfurled, enveloping the entire soul world and holding it firm as steel. More branches stretched down, covered with blooming spiritual flowers, 10, 100, 1,000, wrapping Lin Moya securely. Then, the branches reached out beyond the soul world, breaking through into the real world. Countless World Tree leaves transformed into armor, encasing Lin Moya completely. At that moment, inspiration struck Lin Moya. Sublimate. The 5th sublimation began. Life and death force reversed, erupted, and ascended all in an instant. Tremendous power poured from Lin Moya's soul and body. Many spiritual flowers on the soul were ripped to shreds, but immediately, more flowers appeared to fill the gaps. On his body, cracks appeared everywhere in the leaf armor, but new leaves quickly replaced them. Little Tree directed the World Tree, flooding Lin Moya with energy and stabilizing his body and soul. The 5th sublimation safely passed. I gambled right. Lin Moya was overjoyed. He had surpassed his former limits. If he now fed this back into his immortality great Tao, he would become almost invincible once he entered the chaos realm. Yet his subconscious urged him 5 was not the real limit, it could go further. 9 is the ultimate number. This idea flashed up out of nowhere, absurd, but somehow plausible. 9 sublations. His subconscious kept hinting at it repeatedly. Where did that urge come from? Perhaps it was nothing, just his mind's fancy, or perhaps it was a remnant impulse left by Catastrophic Supreme. 5 times was already a miracle. To sublimate 9 times would be nearly impossible. Lin Moya sent his thoughts to Little Tree. Can you keep going, Little Tree? Without hesitation, Little Tree answered, no problem, Master, keep going. Trusting Little Tree, Lin Moya launched another cycle with the immortality great Tao, amassing power. Sublimate. A moment later, with another shouted command, the 6th reversal and sublimation began. Power doubled again. Hundreds and thousands of spiritual flowers were shredded, riddling his soul with cracks, but Little Tree instantly replaced them and locked in his soul with a tightening net of branches. Waves of overwhelming power crashed through him. Even Little Tree's own branches shattered, yet new ones always appeared, holding body and soul together. His leaf armor fared no better. It was tough as a forged treasure, but now tore apart like old rags. Still, with an infinite supply to repair it and branches binding his body, Lin Moya's flesh endured. Surges of mighty energy restored body and soul. The 6th sublimation was past risky, but successful. However, Lin Moya sensed that Little Tree was at its limit. The power just unleashed far surpassed the eternal stage and bordered on chaos realm strength. If he tried a 7th sublation, the force might cross fully into chaos, perhaps more than Little Tree could withstand. Yet the urge in his subconscious was relentless, prodding him to attempt a 7th. As he hesitated, Little Tree suddenly spoke up, Master, I sense something near you that would be useful to me. Something? Instantly, Lin Moya knew it was the heartwood left by the ancient Tree King. This. He produced the heartwood and handed it to Little Tree. Ecstatic, Little Tree replied, that's it. What's special about it? Asked Lin Moya. Little Tree said, I can feel that this used to be a part of me, my power lies within. Lin Moya was startled. Wasn't this the ancient tree kings? How could it be little trees? Was there some connection between them? He remembered, the ancient tree king sprang from a seed found by the 5th-generation palace master, and grew under his care. Meanwhile, Little Tree had been fused from Lin Moya's innate flame at a glance, there should be no link. But now wasn't the time for research. Little Tree quickly said, with this, you can sublimate again. Are you sure? Lin Moya pressed. Absolutely. The tree affirmed. Still trusting, Lin Moya said, all right, get ready. Heedless of the oddity, as seen in Wild Novel Fire's focus on the breakthrough. Again, he ramped up the immortality Great Tao. In the Origin Return land, the Great Tao shuddered, unleashing boundless force into him. With 6 ascensions behind him, Lin Moya's demands on the Tao were vast. The immortality Great Tao supplied all it had, so much so that the entire Origin Return land thundered. The commotion soon drew the notice of other Eternals. On several other Great Taos, figures appeared, their consciousnesses entered the Origin Return land to see what was happening. Upon viewing Lin Moya's actions, all gave exclamations of shock, but quickly swallowed their voices, not daring to interrupt. Truly, they feared to disrupt Lin Moya's cultivation. If he were disturbed and bore a grudge afterward, none of them could withstand him. Lin Moya, after all, was no soft touch, and had destroyed Tao cultivators before. The power radiating from Lin Moya was so mighty, even filtered by the rules, that it shook them all. It was clear he had already surpassed the domain's limits. Killing any one of them would have been trivial. Low voice from Old Een Head, Lin Daya's power is amazing. The human emperor said gravely, frightening indeed. We should observe closely for insight. Old Een Head agreed, let's take a good look. His voice was cut off by an unseen force as the soulless beast appeared, invoking the rules to silence the Origin Return land. The whole place fell quiet. Sight was still possible but speech forbidden. At last, Lin Moya amassed enough power and roared, sublimate. The 7th sublimation began, the Tao reversed smoothly, titanic force exploded out. Spiritual flowers on the soul were shredded in an instant, leaves on the body were decimated, not only flowers and leaves, the very branches splintered. Cracks ran through both body and soul, both on the brink of destruction. The unleashed force was now fully within the chaos realm. The shockwaves blew dozens of Eternals from their respective Great Taos, sending them flying and spinning, thrown all over the Origin Return land. Little Tree raised the ancient Tree King's heartwood, suppress. The heartwood blazed, the ancient Tree King's phantom crashed down. Behind Lin Moya's soul and flesh, the phantom melded with him, stabilizing everything. What had been on the verge of shattering now recovered. But the heartwood's glow faded rapidly. It was a one-time gift. At this point, a gap opened in the soul world. With a whoop, the Chaos Seed came flying in. Master, I'm back, I'm back. Chapter 4264. Chapter 4264, 4264. Chapter 4264, Unreliable Things. The Chaos Seed finally returned, darting wildly around the soul world, clearly excited. Master, what are you playing at? Little Tree, spill it, what's the fun here? Change. Lin Moya had just completed his 7th sublimation. I'm transcending my body and soul can't stabilize. Do you know a way? The Chaos Seed answered, that's easy, just finish basic chaotification and you're done. Lin Moya snorted, I haven't transcended yet, how do I chow iffy? The Chaos Seed, entirely confident, said, what's so hard about that? You don't have to transcend first to achieve chaotification, others can't, but I can help. As he spoke, he flew to Lin Moya's head, and the little Chaos Pearl cracked open, pouring out a flood of Chaos Chi. The Chaos Seed's true form was the Chaos Pearl, which contained an independent world inside. Lin Moya had never been inside this world before, but now realized it was filled with Chaos Chi and not ordinary Chaos Chi. The Chaos Chi inside the Chaos Pearl was non-aggressive, somewhat similar to the Chaos Chi within the Catastrophic Scepter. But the key difference, the Chaos Chi inside the Chaos Pearl was under someone's control. The Chaos Seed directed the Chaos Chi down like sweet rain, letting it pour onto Lin Moya's body. The Chaos Chi immediately seeped into the surface of his soul. Lin Moya instantly sensed subtle changes. The skin of his soul altered in nature from eggshell to stone. Both its toughness and solidity underwent a qualitative shift. Lin Moya felt a newfound heaviness to his soul, no longer hazy and illusory as before. He even faintly sensed he was transitioning from the virtual world toward reality. This change in his soul was mirrored in his flesh. As his skin too began to chow iffy, his physical power and defenses soared tremendously. Lin Moya was shocked by the transformation. In his experience, chaotification had always required years of accumulation, if not several thousand at minimum. But with the Chaos Seed's help, it seemed it could be achieved in almost no time. The Chaos Seed suddenly said, Master, quit spacing out, go on, keep sublimating. Lin Moya snapped back into action and powered up the immortality Great Tao, gathering energy once again. Next came the 8th sublimation, which required enormous power, and the Great Tao's own power level wasn't enough. Accumulation took even longer. Throughout, the Chaos Seed kept chow-tiffying Lin Moya, who delightedly enjoyed the process. He did nothing himself. Chaotification finished almost effortlessly. Who else could enjoy such a privilege? At last, when he'd gathered enough power, Lin Moya said, I'm ready to sublimate again. The Chaos Seed guaranteed, Master, go for it. But deep inside, Lin Moya felt a little uneasy. He didn't trust the Chaos Seed quite the way he trusted Little Tree. Still, he decided to continue. Sublimate. With a thought, the 8th sublimation began. Boom. With a deafening roar, the tremendous energy of the 8th sublimation erupted, blowing all nearby Great Taos out of the way again. Luckily, the other Eternals had anticipated this and moved far away to avoid being embarrassed. A surging tide of power ripped through the Origin Return land. Lin Moya's legs abruptly exploded, turning to powder. Both body and soul were hit in the same way. Thankfully, it was only his legs, at least his upper body was still intact, though cracked in places instead of shattering. Lin Moyo frowned. Physical pain wasn't a big deal for him, but this kind of accident shouldn't have occurred. He could feel the 8th sublimation's energy raging inside him, held back by his now chaotified skin, as the wild force tempered his flesh and soul, making both stronger. But his lower body. Lin Moyo was helpless. The Chaos Seed called out apologetically, "Whoops, sorry master, your lower body didn't get chaotified in time." Lin Moyo was speechless. "And you told me just go for it." Chaos Seed said sheepishly, "Didn't expect the power to spike like that, whoops." Turns out Lin Moya's gut feeling was right, the Chaos Seed just wasn't as reliable as Little Tree. Fortunately, his upper body survived, and the sublimation wasn't interrupted. Once things calmed, Little Tree immediately began healing Lin Moyo, and Lin Moyo also used life force to heal himself. Throughout, Little Tree kept quiet clearly, he too found the Chaos Seed exasperating. Gradually, Lin Moya's soul recovered, and his body returned to normal as well. Chaos Seed funneled more Chaos Chi into Lin Moya's legs. "Don't worry, master, next time there won't be any trouble." Lin Moya remained skeptical. "You sure you can keep going? See the most exciting novels on Follow." Chaos Seed replied, "Shouldn't be a problem." Should what the heck does should mean? For the 9th sublimation, where the power would double yet again, Lin Moyo had no confidence, since it was only his skin that had chaotified. Sensing Lin Moya's silence, Chaos Seed whispered, "Master, control the sublimation speed. Wait for chaotification to finish before trying again, and I'm at least 70% sure you'll survive." Alright, at least that made sense. With 70% certainty, Lin Moya decided to risk it. 9 sublimations would grant him unbeatable strength in his realm, even letting him punch above his level. It would boost his odds even more when dueling the 5th generation Palace Master at half-step Chaos. Resolved, Lin Moya once again urged on the Immortality Great Tao, more slowly this time, to buy Chaos Seed more time. Chaos Seed picked up the pace, fully focusing on Chowtifying Lin Moyo. Lin Moya sensed both body and soul's skin reaching an ever greater qualitative change, power rising, flaws disappearing. Once the skin was fully chaotified, he could enter Chaos proper, but he still wouldn't be able to draw on the full power of Chaos. So, this step didn't really change his broader strategy. He still couldn't make Chaos itself his battlefield after all. The 5th Palace Master was true Chaos realm, and Lin Moya would be at a disadvantage fighting in Chaos. The battlefield plan stayed as before, his ultimate strategy was unchanged. Finally, Chaos Seed stopped pouring out Chaos Chi. "Master, you're now fully chaotified." At that moment, Lin Moya filled himself to the limit with Great Tao force, and Little Tree once more summoned masses of spirit flowers and leaves to wrap his soul and body. It might not help much, but it was better than nothing. 70% odds should be fine. Lin Moya decided. "Let's begin." Boom. His soul and body were instantly covered in cracks, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Even with full skin chaotification, he could barely hold out. The mere energy leaking out through the cracks instantly destroyed every spirit flower and world tree leaf. Sublimation raged on, the cracks spreading steadily. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Lin Moya's body and soul completely shattered and the sublimation failed. A miscalculation. He muttered to himself. The 9th sublimation unleashed 2 to 3 times the power of the 8th. No method could keep his soul and body from breaking apart. The destructive force far exceeded what he anticipated. The 9th ascent was truly the ultimate. Something was different. Chaos Seed spurted more Chaos Chi, but it was useless. He transformed into a giant cauldron and tried to cook Lin Moyo inside, but the cauldron hadn't even touched him before it was blasted away by Great Tao force. Strange rules shattered space, and poured in to wrap Lin Moya's soul. The Chaos Seed yelped, "Chaos rules, why are chaos rules coming for him?" Little Tree burst with light. A torrent of world fruits, spirit flowers, and leaves dropped into silver gold sap and dissolved instantly. The sap's aura surged, growing ever stronger, but also rapidly depleting. Little Tree shouted, and the gold-silver sap surged in a great wave toward Lin Moyo. Chapter 4265. Chapter 4265, 4265. Chapter 4265, the 10th sublimation. The gold-silver tree sap usually has the effects of clearing the mind and speeding up cultivation, but now, after merging with world tree branches, world fruits, and spiritual flowers, its effects have mutated. The gold-silver tree sap now possessed stabilizing, restorative, resilient, strengthening effects, all originating from the same source, and all greatly magnified after blending. The only problem was that, where once the gold-silver sap had existed in massive quantities, it was now rapidly depleting, a thousandfold shrinkage in an instant, nearing total exhaustion. This was overdrafting, exhausting all its abilities, and all of Little Tree's strength. The blended sap soaked Lin Moya's body. His soul and flesh, which had been cracking apart, were nourished, the splitting halted, and recovery began. Little Tree's aura was faint, but he was happy, for Lin Moya's sublimation could finally succeed, even if the price was steep. As long as Lin Moya survived, so would Little Tree, and, sooner or later, everything could be replenished. The Chaos Seed zipped over to Little Tree. "Awesome." Little Tree smiled, "He's finally going to make it." The Chaos Seed, a little smug, added, "Of course. With us here, how could he fail?" Bathed in the gold-silver tree sap, Lin Moya's soul and body rapidly stabilized, cracks vanishing in the blink of an eye. The 9th sublimation finally weathered safely. Lin Moya let out a sigh of relief. He could feel vast power burgeoning within. The force of his great Tao had reached an inconceivable level, at least 100 times greater than before. The power sublimation was complete, leaving just one last step. He needed to feed the strength back into his immortality great Tao, draw it into himself, and merge with it. That way, he could break into the Chaos Realm, but he was determined to suppress his breakthrough, remaining for now at half-step Chaos. It was simple. After feeding back to the Tao, refrain from drawing it fully in or merging in this way, he'd stall at half-step Chaos. Once his business in the domain was settled, he would merge with the Tao, break through the Soul Devourer Sovereign's blockade, and step into Chaos. Once exposed to true Chaos Chi, he'd formally enter the Chaos Realm. That had always been the plan. He was just about to feed this power into his immortality Great Tao, when suddenly, the catastrophic scepter in his soul flared to life. The four jewels hummed, the formation at the scepter's core word, and a torrent of power blasted from the scepter into Lin Moyo. Just after sublimation, his power began rising yet again. The ninefold sublimated strength, already at its limit, now exploded upwards one last time because of the catastrophic scepter, pushing his immortality Tao force to an absolute peak. Before Lin Moyo could react, the limit was shattered and he was thrust into another sublimation, the 10th. Horrifying energy surged out from Lin Moyo, blowing away the rules of the origin return land. The other great Taos inside bent and twisted to the brink of collapse. The watching eternal beings all turned pale. They could feel their own Taos becoming unstable, nearing the point of shattering. But there was nothing they could do. The blast of force spat their bodies out of the origin return land, shattering them one after another. The whole origin return land trembled. If this went on, the origin return land itself could collapse. If that happened, those Eternals would be reduced at best to ordinary Tao Lords, at worst to total annihilation. If the origin return land shattered, the divine runes in the domain core would be affected, all life would be thrown into chaos. Devastation would not be the worst outcome, even total world collapse would be in the cards. And all of this was because of Lin Moyo. No matter how great his constitutional heavenly fate, it would all be stripped from him and the domain's laws would treat him as an enemy. The soulless beast roared again and again, pulling on the rules to forcibly stabilize the origin return land and the great Taos. Lin Moyo himself was full of cracks, the 10th sublimation, and he couldn't withstand it, not even with the gold-silver sap. Just a few moments before, the Chaos Seed had been cheerfully gloating, but now he was dumbstruck. How did this happen? Little Tree cried, "Quit talking, do something." "What can I do?" The Chaos Seed shouted instinctively. Little Tree whipped his little hands, sending countless branches to Lin Moyo. The tree trunk split open, surging with power to help stabilize Lin Moyo's body. But after all the energy already expended, even Little Tree's all-out effort wasn't enough. The Chaos Seed, frantic, darted around. After a few breaths, he suddenly yelled, "Forget it, no more thinking, all or nothing." The Chaos Pearl shot to Lin Moya's head, ballooned to 100 meters across, and split with a massive crack. At the same time, the Chaos Seed shouted, "Little Tree, stop now." Little Tree instantly stopped, as the Chaos Pearl erupted with a flood of Chaos Chi that enveloped Lin Moyo. Right now, Lin Moyo was fully occupied holding back the rampaging force within, with no attention for whatever the others were doing. For him, everything was a chaotic mess. He'd finally completed 9 sublimations and reached the limit, but then the catastrophic scepter had suddenly triggered a 10th, breaking all the rules and letting everything spiral out of control. With no way out, Lin Moyo could only trust Little Tree and the Chaos Seed. Read explosive novels at Full. With the help of Chaos Chi, the Chaos Seed linked with Lin Moyo. With this boost, the rate at which Lin Moyo's soul disintegrated slowed slightly, but only slightly. "Sacrifice!" the Chaos Seed wailed. Just then, in the chaotic region outside the vast world, 10 trillion undead followers stirred and awoke. All 10 trillion undead lurched out of the vast world, entered the soul world, and then poured into the Chaos Pearl. Once inside, they immediately self-detonated. The massive release was instantaneously absorbed by the Chaos Pearl, transformed into greater power that surged into Lin Moyo's body. The undead self-detonation created bridges, absorbing Lin Moyo's wild roaring Tao force and sending it back along special channels to the Chaos Pearl. The Chaos Pearl thundered without end, the force drawn out of Lin Moyo detonated inside, making the Chaos Seed howl from agony. The pearl was his true body. When it took a hit, he felt the pain. Despite this, the Chaos Seed never let up. With the undead as the bridge, he kept channeling the chaos in Lin Moyo's body into the pearl, easing the pressure, even as he took greater and greater punishment. Thankfully, the pearl was strong enough. Though the Chaos Seed's screams never stopped, he survived without severe harm. The undead kept up the rush, diving in and self-destructing, building the bridges. Seeing this, Little Tree used up his last gold-silver sap to continue nurturing Lin Moyo. Any little help might just tip the balance. Gradually, Lin Moyo's power began to ebb, the cracks in his soul stabilized, no longer spreading. They were at last under control. The gold-silver sap was exhausted. Little Tree withdrew, hoping the Chaos Seed could hold out. He could see its success was close at hand. The undead's numbers were almost gone, but the Chaos Seed fought on. He could feel the end was near. Within the catastrophic scepter's core, Lin Moyo's clone waited outside the formation as the formation began to spin, and a phantom appeared at its heart. Chapter 4266. Chapter 4266, 4266. Chapter 4266, You are me, yet not me. The faceless phantom appeared in that instant. Lin Moyo felt all space and time freeze. It wasn't an illusion, it was true stasis. Not just within the catastrophic scepter, but even Lin Moyo's soul world, the origin return land, everything, all of time and space, was rendered motionless. The soulless beast hadn't noticed a thing. He was frozen in place. The wild winds and rampant power of the origin return land halted completely as the phantom appeared. The great Tao stopped flowing. The origin return land was sealed by an invisible power. All connections to the outside were severed. Inside the catastrophic scepter, Lin Moyo gazed at the being in the center of the formation, and immediately guessed his identity. He must be the Catastrophic Supreme, his own previous incarnation. A thread of his consciousness had been hidden deep within the Catastrophic Scepter's core, and despite all Lin Moya's years studying the formation, he had not discovered it. The concealment ran unimaginably deep. By instinct, Lin Moya asked in a low voice, "Are you still here?" The phantom had no face, but Lin Moya could feel it watching him. After a while, the phantom's voice slowly echoed out, "I am gone, but you are here." Lin Moya felt a faint shock in his heart. That sentence nearly confirmed he was the reincarnation of the Catastrophic Supreme, leaving Lin Moya both complicated and conflicted inside. When he first suspected he might be the Catastrophic Supreme's reincarnation, he was struck by a nameless emotion, neither joy nor unease. The phantom continued, "I know what's on your mind. You are me, yet you are not me. There's no need to fuss over that." He'd seen through Lin Moya's thoughts and provided an answer. He didn't spell things out. If Lin Moya understood, good. If not, he wouldn't explain further. He gave Lin Moya no time to ponder, but went on, "Back then, I achieved ninefold sublimation, my power peerless. But in the face of him, I still had no ability to resist, because I could not break the rules." Lin Moya naturally understood who he was, the Tao, the end of all. No one knew the Tao's true face, nor how it existed, or where it was simply all-knowing. Merely mentioning it would draw its attention. Even as the Catastrophic Supreme's consciousness froze time and space, his words and actions would not be recorded by the time-great Tao. Yet he still dared not utter the Tao's name. Lin Moya asked, "How do you break the rules?" The Catastrophic Supreme answered, "Breaking the rules requires two things. The Catastrophic Scepter is the first. I expect you've already obtained cause-effect binding. Gather all 5 jewels and you will gain the power to break rules. The second is yourself. If you cannot break the rules yourself, you have no right to oppose him." Lin Moya understood. The Catastrophic Supreme battled to the edge of chaos and faced the Tao. With the Catastrophic Scepter in hand, he should have had a chance to clash with the Tao, yet, because he was still bound by the rules, he lost completely. Ninefold sublimation, matchless power, yet still defeated. The Supreme continued, "To sublimate your Tao's origin is what both those at the Chaos Realm and Supremes do, but there is order. The later cannot compare with the earlier, the less cannot match the more. When breaking into the Chaos Realm, that's the best moment for Tao sublimation. Miss it, and it becomes thousands of times harder. That moment is also the only chance to surpass the rules. I know you want to ask why. Because of rank. He won't pay attention to any being below Chaos Realm, entities not even ants by his measure." Lin Moya got it. The Tao claimed omniscience, yet not everyone was worthy of its attention. The dividing line was Chaos Realm. At Chaos, you were an ant. Below that, less than an insect. Thus, the sole chance to surpass the rules came at the moment of achieving Chaos Realm. Realizing all this, Lin Moya found it almost bitterly funny he'd trained so long only to reach the threshold of being seen as an ant. The Supreme went on, "Now you have surpassed the rules. When you step into chaos, you will be noticed and killed by him without hesitation. That's why I must seal your power until you have the strength to face him, then unseal it." Lin Moya hesitated. "But by doing this, can you really fool him?" The Supreme replied, "The Catastrophic Scepter is an existence that transcends rules and all chaos. Only the scepter can do this. That is why I remained here. My remaining strength is scant. I cannot lock down time and space for long. You must send most of your soul here, and then I will shut this place completely, until you willingly open it again." 2 choices lay before Lin Moya. First, trust the Supreme, seal part of his soul and power here. But doing so, he could not guarantee absolute safety. What if the Supreme harbored ill intent or lied? Second, do not trust, but then, on entering the Chaos Realm, he would likely be killed at once. Lin Moya deliberated at length before deciding to trust the Catastrophic Supreme. In a brief moment, so many thoughts rushed through his mind, his instinct told him, this vestige of the Supreme was not deceiving him. Now, the 10th sublimation was nearly finished. He hadn't yet fed his power back to his Tao. His soul and all his strength were at their peak. The power after the 10th sublimation was immense. Even Lin Moya found it frightening. He even had the illusion that, without needing to use strength-boosting arts, he could already cross ranks and solo a Chaos Realm foe. He sent most of his power and a portion of his soul into the Catastrophic Scepter, embedding them within that independent space and the formation inside. Within the formation, the Supreme acted, sealing Lin Moya's soul and power. Lin Moya watched as the Supreme's presence faded, his remaining energy draining rapidly. By the time the seal was finished, he too would vanish. Lin Moya whispered, "You're about to fade away." The Supreme replied, "That's the meaning of my existence here. Remember this, you are me, but also not me. Walk your own road. All the roads trodden by others lead to failure. You must find your path. On your path, there are no references or signposts, only your own exploration. I hope you can surpass the end and truly stand atop the summit." The Catastrophic Scepter's inner space closed slowly. With his last strength, the Supreme sealed the place. Lin Moya's aura plummeted now. His state was equivalent to when he'd completed his 6th sublimation. The Supreme had sealed most of his power, but Lin Moya could still faintly sense the sealed part of his soul. As long as he held the Catastrophic Scepter, he could use it to connect. If his own power grew, the sealed soul would also grow. Like a divine beast in chains, waiting for a day to break free in an ultimate eruption. Read the most explosive novels at Fala. With a soft sigh, Lin Moya began feeding his power back to the immortality great Tao, preparing to formally step into half-step chaos. Chapter 4267. Chapter 4267, 4267. Chapter 4267, wishing Senior Lin all the best. The immortality great Tao grew ever stronger amidst its resonance. With prior experience, feeding power back into the immortality great Tao progressed smoothly. The chaos seed shrank back to normal size and whirled around Lin Moya. "Master, are you okay? Why has your aura weakened?" Little Tree was also perplexed. Lin Moya's aura, once overwhelmingly powerful, had now diminished manyfold, and they couldn't figure out why. Lin Moya gave no response, lost in deep thought. He had chosen to trust the Catastrophic Supreme. That meant total trust. Filtering all the Supreme's words through this lens brought forth entirely new insights. That wisp of thought that the Catastrophic Supreme left behind was always hidden in the core of the Catastrophic Scepter. Only by hiding so deep could it avoid the Tao's detection. The purpose for remaining there was to ensure that, upon reaching the Chaos Realm, Lin Moya could accomplish tenfold sublimation and thus surpass the rules. He did indeed succeed, but this path was filled with variables. What if he hadn't obtained the Catastrophic Scepter? What if he'd failed to achieve the ninefold sublimation? He'd only finished those 9 layers thanks to the World Tree and Chaos Seed, paying a huge price each step. There were just too many unpredictable factors even a Supreme could not foresee at all. Lin Moya's thoughts instinctively turned to the green-robed elder. He had been the true manipulator behind it all. In other words, the green-robed elder, the white-robed elder, and Heavenly Void Sun, they were all in it together. What, then, was their relationship to Catastrophic Supreme? Brothers, friends, subordinates? Without a doubt, Catastrophic Supreme had already reached the pinnacle of chaos back then. Even among other Supremes, he must have been the strongest. This was a question perhaps only answerable once Lin Moya himself reached that level. In their entire dialogue, the most important thing was what the Catastrophic Supreme said at the end: "You are me, and yet not me. The road you walk is one walked by no one before. There are no signposts, only your own way forward." Lin Moya pondered this deeply. Though he was very likely the Supreme's reincarnation, it was not an ordinary reincarnation. His memories, soul, identity had all changed. Perhaps he'd inherited something from Catastrophic Supreme, but he was already a new individual. I am him, and yet not him. The road he must travel was one no predecessor, including Catastrophic Supreme himself, had ever trodden. Only thus could he hope to defeat the Tao, to leap from the chaos pinnacle to the true summit. It was certain that Tao was the final adversary at the end of chaos and the being he must ultimately overcome. Of course, he could also choose not to try, just muddle along in chaos like all the rest. But Lin Moya believed fate and causality wouldn't let him be so comfortable. Catastrophic Supreme and the green-robed elders had set up a colossal game, using all of chaos as the chessboard, with stakes unimaginably high. If they won, the rewards would be equally unimaginable. If not, there would be endless calamity. Yet Lin Moya had the sense that even if he failed, someone like the green-robed elder who always hid in the shadows would be just fine. He was the secret hand, the one with the chance to overturn the board. Besides him, there was also a white-robed elder, hidden even deeper. With these things clear, Lin Moya's heart was brightened. He understood the direction he must go. Lin Moya slowly opened his eyes and looked at the Chaos Seed and Little Tree. "Thank you both for your hard work." Little Tree shook his head. "It's nothing, so long as Master is safe." The Chaos Seed chimed in, "As long as you're fine." "I suffered heavy losses this time, 10,000 years worth of work ruined." Both Little Tree and the Chaos Seed had paid dearly at this moment. Little Tree was spent, his aura weak, and the Chaos Seed was in the same state. But when Chaos Seed said 10,000 years of effort was wasted, that was an exaggeration. It was closer to a few hundred years. Lin Moya said, "Go rest and recover for now." Little Tree gave a soft hum, his branches stretching out, his roots burrowing back into chaos as he entered slumber again. But he wouldn't sleep long this time and could be summoned anytime if needed. Chaos Seed also pierced the void, heading for chaos. As he left, he called out, "If there's a big deal, call me, otherwise leave me out of it." Lin Moya's mind returned to reality. After being fed by the immortality great Tao, it was now dozens of times stronger. The origin return land could hardly contain it any longer. The soulless beast used the rules to let the immortality great Tao stay in place for the time being, awaiting Lin Moya's full awakening. Looking at the battered origin return land, Lin Moya said, "Thanks for your hard work." The soulless beast shook his head. "Not at all. Master is already half-step chaos, and the immortality great Tao can't remain here long. You'll need to think of a solution." Lin Moya replied, "That's easy." As he spoke, divine runes flew forth, covering the entirety of the immortality great Tao, greatly suppressing its aura. The Tao's strength was unchanged, but its outward strength was masked, thus tricking the domain's rules. Lin Moya did the same, cloaking himself with divine runes to hide his own aura from the rules as well. With each round of power sublimation, Lin Moya had gained much, especially from seeing how the Catastrophic Supreme sealed away his power. There was great insight to be had. Divine runes, with their infinite transformations, could simulate all things, even converting the mundane into the miraculous. The core of the 5-domain world was also divine runes, and now Lin Moya was comprehending them even more deeply, already beginning to touch on chaos runes. Tricking the core of the domain with divine runes was now a simple task. Having thus fooled the rules, the soulless beast could free its hands and tidy up the aftermath in the origin return land. Everything returned to normal. Once finished, he asked, "Master, what's next?" Lin Moya said, "I need to return to the deepest part of the beast abyss and set up a major array there." The soulless beast nodded. "I'll open the path, Master." At that moment, several great Taos quivered. Old Een Head and the others returned to the origin return land. Their earlier projections had been scattered, and with time and space on pause, they hadn't been able to access the origin return land until now. Old Een Head sized Lin Moya up, full of questions. Lin Moya had not only fooled the domain rules but these Eternals as well. In the end, Old Een Head couldn't help but ask, "Fellow Deist Lin, did you succeed?" Lin Moya honestly replied, "Yes, I've made it. I'm now half-step chaos." Old Een Head asked, "So will you be leaving the domain for chaos next?" Lin Moya shook his head. "There are still things I need to finish before I go." Oldine Head didn't ask what those were, it was Lin Moya's private business, none of his concern. The human emperor was clever. He immediately said, then let me wish Senior Lin all the best. Now that Lin Moya was half-step chaos, he was no longer an equal but a senior. It was just an honorific, but it did reflect deep respect for strength. The human emperor had always respected the strong and was wildly ambitious. Lin Moya glanced at him. You're too polite. I see you're also close to a breakthrough. Let me advise, don't break through just yet. When I was breaking through, I observed changes in heaven and earth. There's something strange happening beyond the domain. If you attempt to break through now, it won't work. If you wait a few thousand years, you may reap unexpected rewards. Chapter 4268. Chapter 4268, 4268. Chapter 4268, it's your daddy. Naturally, Lin Moya wasn't about to tell them that he had set up a Sky Dome war array outside the domain. There was absolutely no way they were getting out. He just found another excuse, and whether they believed it or not was their own business. Everyone must accept the consequences of their own choices. If they chose not to trust him and still tried to break through, sorry, that's on them. Failing horribly and crashing and burning is just par for the course. Lin Moya left the origin return land, taking the path opened by the soulless beast, heading directly into the beast abyss to its deepest point. Here there was a barrier. Behind it lay the slumbering body of the 5th generation Heavenly Void Palace Master. Last time, Lin Moya had only made a cursory investigation. This time, he set up an array within the barrier itself. Of course, this required not triggering the formation that already existed inside the barrier. Last time, Lin Moya's formation mastery was not up to that task. But things were different now. His formation skills had improved dramatically, already surpassing the 5th generation Palace Master. Divine runes after divine runes flew from his hand, blending into the barrier. Without disturbing the existing structure, he completed his own array. This formation was extremely important. When his plan was set in motion, this array would be the first detonation point. Next, outside the barrier, Lin Moya placed an array disk. Previously, he'd constructed a massive teleportation formation outside the domain divided into main and sub-arrays. This disk was the sub-array. The main array was at the chosen battlefield outside the domain. After all was ready, he returned straight to the domain core. He continued refining divine runes. By now, half of the central region's runes had been refined. If he could refine more, the whole 5-domain world would suffer less damage. He worked with the utmost care, as soundlessly as possible. But he knew that continuing to refine runes would inevitably arouse the 5th generation Palace Master. The more runes Lin Moya refined, the less domain force the Palace Master could draw. Correspondingly, as Lin Moya mastered more runes, his connection to the domain deepened. Lin Moya was fully prepared to respond to the Palace Master's awakening at any time. No one knew exactly when that would be. He could only hope the Master would snooze as long as possible. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The divine runes at the center were nearly all refined, so Lin Moya could finally relax a bit. As long as he finished the center, even if the 5th generation Palace Master awakened, he would not be able to destroy the domain easily. Master, I sense a fluctuation. The soulless beast's voice rang out suddenly. Over all these years, the soulless beast had kept constant watch on the Palace Master, ready to alert Lin Moya the moment something changed. Lin Moya stopped his hand, and a divine rune flew to land atop one vortex. There were countless vortices in the domain core, and each one was connected to the Palace Master's true body. Through the rune, Lin Moya instantly sensed the other's power pulsing and about to awaken. The rhythm of those pulses sped up. It was clear the Palace Master would wake very soon. Lin Moya took a deep breath. Later than I expected. Good. Who are we? The soulless beast opened a portal straight to the deepest point of the beast abyss, and at the same time, Lin Moya secretly contacted the World Tree, calling it awake to help prepare for the coming battle. After 1,000 years, the World Tree was nearly fully recovered. A major fight would be no issue. Back when Lin Moya became eternal, the World Tree slept for 10,000 years until he awoke it. Now it was still evolving, still in its metamorphosis. On the surface, its attributes hadn't changed much, but Lin Moya could sense a great leap in its power and realm. The World Tree was no longer just support, it could fight, cross the bounds of reality and illusion. Purely in terms of strength, the World Tree was already beyond ordinary Eternals, close to half-step chaos. Lin Moya realized the World Tree's limits were tied to his own. He was its ceiling, and as he became stronger, so did the World Tree. Now fully awakened, the World Tree was ready. In the chaotic zone beyond the vast world, nearly 20 trillion undead minions were massed and ready. In 1,000 years, all consumed undead were replenished. As the vast world's strength grew, so too did the Chaos region, and now the undead army had reached a staggering 20 trillion. It wasn't just numbers, their power had increased as well. By now, each one was as strong as an Eternal. Unfortunately, half-step Chaos was not a true realm. None of his other spells saw much improvement. Only once he truly stepped into the Chaos realm would his techniques undergo a massive transformation. Chaos Seed had said as much, that he'd help merge Lin Moya's arts again, and he'd spent all these years in the Chaos continuing to absorb power. This final battle would be his last before breaking through to the Chaos realm. He could not afford to lose. If he lost, the 5 domains could be destroyed. Lin Moya was confident, but only hoped that if the Palace Master went down fighting, the damage to the domain could be minimized. The soulless beast escorted Lin Moya to the deepest part of the beast abyss, with only a single wall separating them from the Palace Master's true body. By now, the Palace Master's power was surging. It was clear he was about to awaken. This being, who had created and shaped the 5-domain world, might now become its destroyer as well. Lin Moya said to the soulless beast, "I'm leaving you the domain. Minimize losses as much as possible." The soulless beast nodded. Rest assured, I'll do my utmost. Lin Moyo gave a small nod. It's time. He pressed a hand to the barrier. Through it, he could feel the awe-inspiring oppression radiated by the Palace Master. This pressure, belonging to a Chaos Realm powerhouse, was enough to make all Eternals bow their heads. He drew another deep breath, then activated the array he had set up. Boom! The barrier burst open, and the formation Lin Moyo had placed erupted, shattering the barrier and transforming into a massive vortex, forcibly pulling the Palace Master toward it. The vortex was linked to the teleportation subarray, which would send the Palace Master directly outside the domain. With the barrier gone, Lin Moyo faced the true might of Chaos Realm oppression, which swept forth like a tempest, roaring through the entire beast abyss and into the virtual world. The shockwave even broke through the boundary between real and illusory, flooding into the real world and into the origin ancestral land. Every Dao Lord and above felt the astonishing force, their souls all trembling. It was the primal fear provoked by a truly formidable being. So powerful. Lin Moyo realized he might have underestimated how scary a Chaos Realm Master could be. The sheer pressure alone was terrifying. But now, with the arrow notched, he had no recourse. The vortex's suction was greatly weakened by the backlash of the pressure. The Palace Master's body was being sucked away, but very slowly. With the external provocation, the Palace Master's revival accelerated. He snapped open his eyes and fixed a deathly stare on Lin Moyo. Who are you? Your daddy. Lin Moyo retorted, hurling out the Ferry of Tribulation and leaping in, becoming a stream of light that shot straight at the Palace Master. Chapter 4269. Chapter 4269, 4269. Chapter 4269, I think so too. The Ferry of Tribulation traced a graceful arc, slamming hard into the 5th generation Heavenly Void Palace Master. The Palace Master had not fully awakened yet, so the fierce collision sent him uncontrollably flying toward the vortex. Because of this strike, his awakening accelerated. He shuddered, his whole body trembling as he slowly rose to his feet. The Ferry of Tribulation curved again, transformed into a streak of light, and crashed into him once more. The Palace Master roared, hurling a fist to meet the ferry head-on. With a thunderous boom, the ferry was blasted away, but it remained completely unscathed, merely knocked back. The Ferry of Tribulation had once belonged to the Catastrophic Supreme. It survived facing the Tao itself, and its defensive power was unimaginable. While not entirely transcending chaos like the Catastrophic Scepter, it was still among the best artifacts within the rules. Its defense was formidable, though its offensive power insufficient. In a direct clash, it only made the Palace Master stagger back a little. At this moment, the Palace Master was still 10,000 meters from the vortex. The immense suction acted like countless hands dragging him toward it. He didn't know what was inside and instinctively resisted, refusing to be drawn in. Lin Moyo swooped the ferry in again and again for more collisions, simultaneously using the array to greatly increase the vortex's suction. This was the first step of the whole plan. The Palace Master had to be drawn, and the battlefield absolutely could not be within the domain. Since he wasn't fully awakened and his powers were not yet unified, this was the sole opportunity. Over and over, the ferry crashed, getting knocked away, but each time the Palace Master was pushed back closer to the vortex. 8,000 meters. 6,000 meters. With every moment, the Palace Master's revival became more complete, his power surging, and the ferry's effect weakening. The soulless beast appeared, roaring willpower formed into blades that targeted the Palace Master. These blades didn't cut him directly, but severed the tiny threads on his back that linked him to the domain core. The Palace Master roared in anger, batting at the blades. Those threads were the source of his strength for countless years. He would not allow them to be damaged. The soulless beast kept roaring, conjuring 1,000 more blades. The Palace Master, now distracted, crushed all the blades. It was a classic feint. While his focus was broken, Lin Moyo drove the ferry as hard as possible into him, the vessel swelling in size and ramming into the Palace Master once more. He tumbled back 1,000 meters, slapped the ferry away, but just then, a mountain and river manifested. With a mighty shout, Fatty charged and slammed the full weight of the entire region squarely against him. The Palace Master was slammed back another 1,000 meters, now just 2,000 meters from the vortex. He roared over and over, "Who are you?" Lin Moyo stayed silent, directing the ferry to swoop in yet again. The Palace Master slammed both fists together, sending out a terrifying shockwave that flung the ferry away, hardly possible to approach. Inside the ferry, Lin Moyo tapped his fingers beside him. The Space Dao Spirit waved her small hand, opening a spatial tunnel. The tunnel, anchored inside the vortex, was already prepared. Scores of World Tree branches shot out from the vortex, weaving a net to grab the Palace Master. On the World Tree, a vast army of undead minions appeared, as Lin Moyo's body radiated an unusual aura. Chaos technique, strong soldiers. All undead minions surged a realm higher to Eternal Peak, on the verge of half-step chaos. Together, the undead seized the branches, yanking hard, dragging the Palace Master closer and closer to the vortex. Now just 1,000 meters remained. The Palace Master smashed his fists together, power blasting out, shearing branches left and right. Once again, Lin Moyo drove the ferry at him. The Palace Master slapped it away, but behind it came Fatty, carrying a full mountain and ramming the Palace Master straight on. He was thrown back another 500 meters, now only moments from the vortex. With a roar, he smashed Fatty away. She screamed, flying backward, her body covered in cracks, severely wounded. Lin Moyo swept her into the ferry with a flick, then sent the ferry crashing forward the last 500 meters. Just one more hit would do it. The Palace Master raised his palm to block, determined not to cross into the vortex. Lin Moyo pointed, corpse explosion. A corpse of the ancient Tree King turned to dust. The Palace Master was violently jolted as his chest exploded. The blast's force was immense, not enough to harm the Palace Master, but enough to stagger and deform his stance. His palm missed the fairy, which, in a flash, slammed into his body. Roaring in retreat, he finally brushed the vortex, and the immense suction drew him inside. Angry bellows echoed from the vortex. He was clearly furious but powerless. He had just awoken, his power still unintegrated. He could only muster 30 or 40% of his true ability. In this state, Lin Moya's scheming had dragged him in. Immediately, the teleportation array linked to the vortex activated, yanking the palace master away by brute force. Lin Moya exhaled inside the fairy. Finally, he's in. He sent a message to the soulless beast, "You're in charge of the domain now." The soulless beast replied, "Master, be careful." Lin Moya nodded, left the ferry, and entered the teleportation array. Now the true battle would begin. After a lengthy transmission, Lin Moya crossed the boundaries of reality and illusion, emerging outside the domain. The moment he left the array, Lin Moya retreated rapidly to put distance between himself and the palace master. With a thought, he shattered the teleportation array, cutting off the palace master's road back and severing his own retreat as well. This fight he could only win, never lose. The Sky Dome War Array roared to life, making the world seem encased in thousand-fold armor. Vortices whirled within the formation, endlessly absorbing force from the domain. This was the array's power source, and the basis of Lin Moya's confidence in withstanding the palace master's blows. After the repeated beating, and the transmitted passage between realities, the palace master finally snapped awake. His true form, 10,000 meters tall, loomed outside the domain, glaring down at Lin Moya. "Who are you? Why have you attacked me?" Lin Moya replied, "You still don't get it." The palace master genuinely had no clue, but that didn't matter. He growled, "I sense the core domain's aura on you. You've been there, haven't you? You want to become domain lord." Lin Moya grinned, "Smart. And what do you think about that?" To become domain lord, he would have to get past the palace master. The palace master was not domain lord but saw the domain as his alone. He would never tolerate anyone else holding that position. So, to become domain lord was to destroy him, an irreconcilable battle. The palace master muttered, "In that case, I'll kill you." Lin Moya smiled wider, "Funny, that's exactly what I was thinking." Chapter 4270. Chapter 4270, 4270. Chapter 4270, Give him a chance. Because of Lin Moya's path, there was no possibility of compromise between them. Only one could remain. The 5th generation Heavenly Void Palace Master roared, slapping his giant palm at Lin Moya. "Gather power." Lin Moya shouted inwardly. His aura soared, instantly breaking through half-step chaos to fully enter the Chaos Realm. Before, whenever he entered the Chaos Realm, he could only last a second before dying. But now it was different. His soul and body had both undergone preliminary chaotification. Their strength had greatly increased. After entering the Chaos Realm, both his body and soul could withstand it. Great Tao world-ending palm. Lin Moya struck back as well, not retreating in the slightest. Two Chaos Realm forces clashed, a massive shockwave tearing through billions of li of space around them. The Sky Dome War Array activated, forming massive shields outside the domain, blocking all the waves. Their attacks were deadlocked for a full second before dissipating, evenly matched. The 5th Palace Master took a step forward, appearing in front of Lin Moya as if by teleportation. His immense form towered above Lin Moya, who was as small as an ant before him. With a press of his palm, a phantom of the entire 5-domain world appeared in the void. This palm carried the weight of the entire domain. Its terror was indescribable. Fatty had once wielded the weight of all the mountains and rivers of a domain, but that was nothing compared to this strike. Lin Moya tried to respond again with the Great Tao world-ending palm, but this time its power was inferior to before. "I can't mobilize the power of the Great Tao." The world-ending palm was a spell that fused power from the Great Tao, but now, that power seemed sealed away. Lin Moya instantly realized the Palace Master was suppressing the Tao force. The 5-domain world was his creation, and his ability to interfere with the domain was even stronger than the soulless beasts. The world-ending palm's force plummeted. Without hesitating, Lin Moya dove into the Ferry of Tribulation. The Palace Master's palm landed heavily on the ferry, sending it flying into the Sky Dome War Array, which in turn bounced it away. The situation looked dire, but the ferry was utterly unharmed. Lin Moya, hidden inside, felt nearly invincible. But he knew this sense of safety wouldn't last long. If you hide too long, you'll lose. The ferry could only buy him temporary safety. With a thought, space twisted in the void, and countless undead minions charged forth. His strong soldier's technique was still in effect. The minions' combat power approached half-step chaos, and their numbers had reached the tens of trillions. Ants. The Palace Master didn't care at all for these minions. With a cold snort, he swept his hand. Chaos Realm energy erupted. Millions of minions died in an instant. They were shredded by formless power, but revived a second later. The Palace Master kept swatting, instantly killing billions more, but again they poured in even greater numbers. Billions upon billions of attacks blazed through the void. The undead formed war arrays, combining powers to reach half-step chaos level. Lin Moya emerged from the ferry, snorted coldly. "Enough ants can kill an elephant." Minion after minion threw themselves in, fearlessly sacrificing themselves, besieging the Palace Master. Lin Moya watched aside. He knew the minions alone couldn't kill the Palace Master, but through this he could learn much. As the undead minions surrounded him, the Palace Master roared from the battlefield's center, "No matter how many ants, they're still ants. I am not the elephant. I am the true being among the 9 extremes." Heaven-Earth Creation. A seed appeared in the void as if the dawn of creation. The domain seed exploded, spawning new realms, countless worlds rising and perishing within. As the domain evolved, a terrifying force shredded half the minions on the spot. If there had been fewer, they would have been wiped out. Before the rest revived, the palace master lunged toward Lin Moyo. In his eyes, Lin Moyo was the true culprit. Killing him would end the battle. He was unimaginably fast, appearing before Lin Moyo in an instant. Lin Moyo ducked again into the ferry, which drew an arc to evade. The palace master roared and clawed, summoning domain force from all directions to pin the ferry in place. Wings of Time curse. Twin wings unfurled, shaking fiercely. Space-time twisted into chaos, the forces binding the ferry beginning to loosen. The Sky Dome War Array boomed, unleashing endless might, helping Lin Moyo tear apart space-time. With that, the ferry escaped and streaked far off. The Sky Dome formation wasn't just defense, it was immensely powerful, otherwise Lin Moyo wouldn't have spent so long on its construction. The array had 10 interlocking layers. Unless you pierced all 10 at once, the formation would hold. Minions surged back in, chasing the palace master before he could be surrounded. Lin Moyo flicked a finger, absorb. Boom. The array's vortices spun wildly, unleashing terrifying suction that grabbed the palace master and drastically slowed him. The undead seized the chance to encircle him again, launching another furious barrage. The palace master was completely flustered, momentarily unable to respond. Lin Moyo's strength wasn't especially high, not as strong as the palace master's, but his array of weird methods was overwhelming. Pure force alone couldn't break through this chaotic tide. The palace master knew formations and instantly recognized the Sky Dome War Array's strength. So instead of tackling it directly, he focused all his efforts on hunting Lin Moyo. But with all the interference, he was failing to do even that. Wave after wave of attacks killed undead, as the palace master kept searching for an opening. But as he studied the enemy, Lin Moyo was studying him right back. Eventually, Lin Moyo noticed a problem. While the palace master was Chaos Realm and fully chaotified, he wasn't summoning much Chaos Chi in his attacks. Chaos Chi was typically the ultimate killing tool against non-chaotified beings. It was more lethal than nearly any magic. If the palace master could use Chaos Chi at will, he'd already wiped out every undead in an instant. But he wasn't. The Chaos Chi he drew on was pitifully little, hardly enough for major attacks. Lin Moyo soon figured out why. Although the palace master was Chaos Realm and fully chaotified, he was far too special. As the domain's creator, he'd drawn upon massive Chaos Chi during its evolution to forge the world. That process consumed most of his Chaos Chi, and once the evolution was complete, he could never stray too far from the domain, and thus couldn't absorb more. So his stores of Chaos Chi now were limited. If he used it, it had to be for something critical. Probably saving it to kill me. Chaos Chi isn't just for offense, he might use it for defense too. If so, that'll be a problem for me. That means I need to lure him into using his Chaos Chi. Lin Moyo saw that the palace master too was just waiting for an opening to finish him in one blow, so Lin Moyo decided to give him the chance. Chapter 4271. Chapter 4271, 4271. Chapter 4271, Acting. The undead minions cycled through life and death endlessly. Because their numbers were so vast, even after prolonged battle, there was barely any visible decrease. The undead acted with their own tactics, coordinating seamlessly. Those who died retreated, survivors stepped forward, and they never exhausted their resurrection count. Lin Moyo was scheming. The 5th generation Heavenly Void Palace Master was also waiting for his chance. As the slaughter wore on, some undead minions, once destroyed, no longer revived. Their overall numbers began to decrease slowly. This phenomenon was immediately noticed by the Palace Master. He roared furiously, intensified his assault, and with each strike shattered vast tracts of void outside the domain, space torn asunder by the shockwaves. Every blow killed tens of millions of undead. There was a realm gap between Eternal and Chaos Realm. Pure numbers could no longer compensate. Under the Palace Master's onslaught, the minions' losses accelerated. At last, he blasted open a breach, and Lin Moyo appeared in plain sight. In the reflection of his massive, cruel eyes, Lin Moyo standing atop the Ferry of Tribulation was clearly visible. There was obviously panic and disbelief on Lin Moyo's face, as if stunned by how swiftly his undead were faltering. Ants will always be ants. The Palace Master sneered, his form flashing as he charged to kill Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo's expression grew even more frantic. He immediately shrank back into the ferry. The Palace Master sneered, even hiding in that ferry won't save you. Lin Moyo remained silent, piloting the ferry to retreat while the Sky Dome War Array kept pulling the Palace Master back with immense suction. It's useless, you don't understand true power of the Chaos Realm. He sneered, and a layer of hazy mist, the legendary Chaos Chi, finally appeared around his body. In that instant, the suction effect of the Sky Dome Array was greatly diminished, and the Palace Master's speed shot up. In an instant, he nearly overtook the ferry. With a massive grasp, innumerable giant hands formed from every direction and firmly seized the Ferry of Tribulation. Lin Moyo beat his wings, trying to disturb spacetime, but it barely worked. The spacetime was now streaked with tendrils of Chaos Chi, neutralizing Lin Moyo's techniques. The Ferry of Tribulation was now flooded with Chaos Chi that seeped and bored its way inside. In an icy tone, the Palace Master said, "I don't know how you got the Ferry of Tribulation from Kunlun, but you cannot truly control it. Its defenses may be mighty, but it cannot block Chaos Chi, and you won't withstand my Chaos Chi's attack. Even if you've managed half chaotification, how long do you think you can last in my Chaos Chi?" His words dripped with murderous intent. Indeed, the ferry did not block the Chaos Chi, not because it was incapable, but because Lin Moyo had yet to become its true master. He was only a user. The Palace Master had studied the ferry, and knew its weaknesses. It wasn't a flaw of the ferry, but of Lin Moyo. Chaos Chi surged in. Lin Moyo had nowhere to hide inside the ferry. Escaping would mean instant death. Undead minions pursued, attacking the Palace Master's body, but even with such force of numbers, the Chaos Chi armored him, stopping almost all attacks. Inside the ferry, Lin Moyo saw the Chaos Chi flowing in. He could distinctly sense the Palace Master's will within that chi. That chaos chi had been refined by the Palace Master, becoming a weapon completely under his command. Finally, the fairy was saturated in chaos chi, enveloping Lin Moyo completely. He could feel the chaos chi gnawing at him, but the process was very slow. The invasion would take at least 100 years to finish. Suddenly, the Palace Master burst into uproarious laughter. Found you burned. The chaos chi abruptly turned to flames, and Lin Moyo, as the fuel, was surrounded by fire. Soul fire. Lin Moyo, while engulfed in flame, remained calm. He even took the time to study the flame structure. The chaos chi concealed a strand of the Palace Master's soul. The fire was ignited by this. Strictly speaking, it was the Palace Master's soul fire. Having a Chaos Realm soul fire burn you is indeed a terrible threat. For an ordinary half-step chaos cultivator, their soul would burn away in extremely perilous fate. But Lin Moyo, having undergone 10 rounds of Dao sublimation, had toughened soul and body through endless cycles of tempering. Even though most of his power was sealed, the true substance of his soul and body was little inferior to Chaos Realm. Thus, the Palace Master's soul fire could wound him, but the effect was minimal. Give it a few hundred years and maybe he'd be burnt to death then. With his rebirth talent, he could start fresh and be burned again for another few hundred years. See the most exciting novels on Follow. But now he couldn't be so casual. He had purposely shown weakness to lure out the chaos chi, planning to exhaust it completely. Within the fire, Lin Moyo put on a look of agony, groaning and pretending to hold on with gritted teeth. The Palace Master couldn't see Lin Moya's exact condition, but through their soul connection he could partially feel it. Take your time, I'll burn you to death bit by bit, the Palace Master said icily, a faintly cruel laugh under his tone. Lin Moya fired back, this little flame isn't even enough to keep me warm. What's wrong? Spent too long sleeping and now you're weak. Face darkening, the Palace Master poured in more chaos chi and soul fire. Let's see how long you can keep boasting. The fire surged more fiercely. Lin Moyo acted ever more agonized, but still jeered. That all you got? Pathetic, useless. To call a Chaos Realm Master a creator of an entire domain a useless waste was the worst insult. With a chilling smile, the Palace Master said, fine, I'll make you enjoy it. More chaos chi now poured in, fanning the flames even further. But Lin Moyo was not just enduring, he was also countering. Wings of Time Curse kept flapping, shaking up spacetime and, along with the Sky Dome War Array, creating the illusion that he might break free. To prevent Lin Moyo escaping, the Palace Master was forced to expend even more chaos chi. Meanwhile, the undead continued their relentless assault, forcing him to call upon chaos chi for defense. He even created a clone to fight them, but the minions ignored it and attacked his true body only. They scattered and regrouped, making them impossible to kill off in one blow. All these moves kept draining his chaos chi. Lin Moyo gambled that the Palace Master's stockpile of chaos chi was not limitless. Once he lost his versatile chaos chi offensively and defensively, Lin Moya's battle would get a lot easier. The Palace Master burned him for 9 days straight, sensing Lin Moya's soul was nearly destroyed, on the point of death. He raised the flames even more, and after another day of burning, Lin Moya's soul finally hit its limit. Die! The Palace Master shouted with wild laughter. And right then Lin Moya's soul shattered with a bang. A flash of purple light and the Palace Master's laughter was abruptly cut short. Chapter 4272. Chapter 4272, 4272. Chapter 4272, looks like I'm dying again. After being burned for a full 10 days, Lin Moyo, apparently burned to death, suddenly revived, as lively as ever. Once resurrected, Lin Moyo shouted loudly, trash is always trash. Even at the Chaos Realm you're a waste. With your pathetic skills you dream of transcendence? If someone like you could do it, the chaos would be packed wall to wall with Heaven Earth Supremes. Lin Moyo continued using relentless insults to provoke the 5th generation Heavenly Void Palace Master. Over those 10 days, this happened again and again. Lin Moyo had found his opponent's soft spot. The Heavenly Void Palace Master, who from birth carried the mission of evolving the domain, had never met another Chaos Realm cultivator. Deep down, he was resentful and full of inferiority. His power wasn't earned through cultivation, but was something naturally given by the Heavenly Void Palace itself. He'd never experienced the cultivator's climb to the heavens, never gained wisdom through hardship. Born strong, yet essentially ignorant. He could evolve a domain, but knew nothing of true emotion. He was confident he could break free of the domain's bounds, but at the same time did not dare to cross certain lines set by even greater beings. He knew there were stronger forces outside the domain, so all he did was hide, scheming and waiting for his chance. The result was ever-increasing weakness and sensitivity inside. Luckily, he possessed no concept of Dao heart. Had he been the usual cultivator, his Dao heart would have long since shattered. But therein lay the problem: lacking a Dao heart, he was easily influenced. His emotional swings were violent and extreme. Once Lin Moyo saw this, he began purposefully stirring that instability, again and again, pushing his opponent dangerously close to complete loss of control. 10 days of burning. Whenever the Palace Master thought Lin Moyo was finally incinerated, Lin Moyo would pop back to life, even crueler with his words. The Palace Master's greatest obsession was breaking free from the domain of fixation bordering on madness. But Lin Moyo kept telling him that if someone like him could break free, then the whole chaos would be overflowing with Supremes. In his ears, that was the most brutal humiliation. Die! The Palace Master's voice was no longer cold, but crazed. Even vaster chaos chi poured into the Ferry of Tribulation, and the avatar he created also wielded chaos chi, scouring the void with overwhelming power. The consumption of chaos chi greatly increased. The soul flames burned ever hotter, and Lin Moyo flawlessly performed his suffering, pitching in well-timed verbal barbs. Lin Moyo noticed, apart from his unmatched talent with divine runes and formations, it turned out he had a pretty vicious tongue too. Thinking over the ages, he wondered if the Catastrophic Supreme had also been a master of insults. Maybe, but maybe not. He is him, and I am me, two different lives. Lin Moya wiped away the shadow of the Catastrophic Supreme from his own Tao heart. He was not the Supreme at most, an heir to the Supreme's will. After the Palace Master unleashed even fiercer flames and burned Lin Moya for 5 more days, his soul was again on the verge of shattering. Now die, die, roared the Palace Master, and, obligingly, Lin Moya's soul crumbled yet again. But before the Palace Master even had half a second to gloat, Lin Moya was revived, perfectly intact. Freshly living once more, Lin Moya snapped, "Waste. I look down on you. Can't even burn a half-step chaos to death freaking trash. Have you lived so many years just to be outdone by a dog? No, you're not even as good as a dog. A dog bites, at least it's got some fight. You just had." This round of insults was even more brutal. The Palace Master, even more aggravated, erupted in flames himself, turning into a man of fire. Chaos chi rolled massively, wildly pouring into the fairy. Bastard! Bastard! Despite all these years of life, it was clear the Palace Master had never learned to curse properly. He could only repeat those same few lines. Lin Moya was again burned, and while roasting, continued to hurl verbal abuse, further provoking him at every turn. At this stage, the Palace Master seemed to lose all sense, burning Chaos Chi with reckless abandon. Lin Moya could feel the Palace Master's Chaos Chi depleting. At first, even the Avatar could manipulate Chaos Chi to slaughter the undead minions, but now, the Avatars had run out of Chaos Chi to use. The Chaos Chi sealing off the fairy was waning. The prison loosening Lin Moya could have escaped at this point if he'd wanted. The Palace Master had spent all remaining Chaos Chi burning Lin Moya, and Lin Moya, feigning ignorance, didn't flee, playing along to bait out every bit of Chaos Chi. Thus another 3 days passed, Lin Moya's soul once again approaching death. The Palace Master said, "This time you are dead for sure, right?" He seemed less certain now as Chaos Chi was almost exhausted, and he'd become calmer these last few days, since Lin Moya's provocations had slackened. Lin Moya replied with a sigh, "Yeah, looks like I'm dying again." As soon as he spoke, his soul shattered. Yet, just like before, it reformed in a flash of purple light. See the most exciting novels on Follow. With this, Lin Moya showed the Palace Master, the first 2 times, he hadn't been killed, but had simply broken his soul on purpose. It was all an act. Now, he was done acting. The Palace Master, now used to Lin Moya's revivals, was no longer shocked as before. At last, he realized he hadn't actually killed Lin Moya. Lin Moya grinned, "Wanna keep burning?" The Palace Master tried to keep his cool, though his tone stayed fierce. "With that fairy, I can't do anything to you. But you can't stay aboard forever. Even if I can't kill you, I can trap you." Lin Moya laughed, "That's where you're wrong. You can't trap me." He unfurled the wings of time. Curse space-time quivered, but the Palace Master manipulated the domain's time-space, smoothing out disorder. "It's useless. You can't maneuver any DAOs inside the domain." Lin Moya laughed. "Who said I was trying to use the domain's DAOs?" A shadow of the vast world loomed up. Besides the 5-domain world, Lin Moya had the vast world too. He was master of the vast world. Wielding its power was far easier for him than using the 5-domain worlds. Now, the vast world was not much weaker than the 5-domain world. Lin Moya directly projected it, summoning domain power from it to shatter the void. Space-time disintegrated in layers before the Palace Master's stunned eyes. The fairy vanished into shattered emptiness and escaped its prison. A split second later, the fairy reappeared tens of thousands of li away, Lin Moya's voice echoing, "I told you, you can't trap me." The Palace Master, voice low and emotion matching, responded, "You actually possess a domain. How did you do it?" Lin Moya now stood atop the fairy once more and shook his head. "There are things you'll never understand. You've done enough burning, enough fighting. Now it's my turn. Great Tao world-ending palm." With a sudden surge of energy, Lin Moya fully entered the Chaos Realm again, unleashing the palm. This time he used the great Tao of his vast world. This world-ending palm was even mightier than before. The Palace Master threw a punch. With a deafening blast, he was thrown back 10,000 li, while Lin Moya, on the ferry, was also blasted tens of thousands of li away. In pure power, the Palace Master was still about 30% stronger. But by now, the strength gap hardly mattered. 3 points difference could not decide the outcome, and Lin Moya felt his odds of victory were now 90%. Activate the formation. With a thought, the Sky Dome array went fully online. Chapter 4273. Chapter 4273, 4273. Chapter 4273, the time has come. The Sky Dome War Array was the result of Lin Moya's painstaking work. Its core nature was defense, and this was its greatest strength. But beyond defense, it also served 2 other major functions, control and offense. While its control and offensive capabilities couldn't compare to its defense, they were by no means weak. Lin Moya put everything he had learned in his life into this titanic formation, which covered the entire domain, empowered by the force of 10 domains. Earlier, only part of the Sky Dome Array's power had been activated, but now, it was about to be displayed in its entirety. A terrifying aura erupted from the array. 10 layers of formations lit up one after another, shining brightly and illuminating a vast swath of the void, making the 5-domain world a radiant star in the chaos between void and chaos. Atop the formation, a giant figure appeared, left hand holding a shield, right hand gripping a blade, clad in heavy armor, the very picture of a fearless battle king charging to the front lines. The presence radiating from the war giant was startling, every bit as powerful as the 5th-generation Heavenly Void Palace Master. Faced with such might, the Palace Master was actually calmed. "I hadn't expected your mastery of formations to reach such a level. But unfortunately, your array draws on the domain force, and that domain FO, huh? How could this be?" A look of surprise crossed his face. Moments ago, he could freely manipulate the domain force. Now, it seemed detached from him, his control drastically weakened. Lin Moya grinned. You want to say the domain force is yours to command, and my array's advantage is meaningless since you can just cut me off, right? Lin Moya had seen through his intentions. The Palace Master was right about the theory. If the domain force was cut off, the array would be useless. But he soon realized he couldn't control the domain force anymore. Lin Moya smiled lightly. Take your time thinking about it, you might figure it out eventually. The real reason was clear to Lin Moya alone. The soulless beast, as rule manager, held some authority over the domain force. Moreover, Lin Moya possessed the core divine runes in the domain core. Before, he hadn't managed these runes directly, but now, with the array fully awakened, he took charge of the divine runes himself, cutting their connection with the Palace Master. Naturally, the Palace Master was no longer able to drive the domain force as before. But Lin Moya had left the vortices behind the divine runes untouched, so the domain's core couldn't immediately pinpoint the problem. Lin Moya didn't care to explain more. The more puzzled his foe, the better. The War Array Giant was already charging the Palace Master, each stride covering tens of thousands of li, as if teleporting. In a blink, it appeared before the Palace Master and brought its blade down. The Palace Master snorted, manifesting a battle blade of his own, and struck. Bang! The War Array Giant shuddered slightly, its blade shattering, but the Palace Master was blasted back too, his own blade breaking as well. Shockwaves of their collision swept in all directions. The War Array Giant raised its massive shield suppress. A huge suppress character appeared on the shield as the Sky Dome array activated, spawning countless shields, each bearing the suppress symbol, to intercept all the force flying out. The intercepted power rapidly gathered at the center, then launched as a single sharp arrow at the Palace Master. The process finished in less than 0.01 seconds. The Palace Master hadn't regained his footing when an arrow slammed toward him, carrying all the energy of his and the giant's earlier clash. Even that's possible. He had never seen such maneuvers. It was far beyond ordinary counterplay. The Palace Master instinctively tried to dodge, but inside the array, countless vortices spun madly. A powerful suction exploded forth, turning into a formless giant hand that gripped him tight. In the heart of the array, an enormous divine rune appeared, a giant character, Fix. This wasn't a normal divine rune, it already contained partial characteristics of Chaos runes. In fact, the whole Sky Dome War Array incorporated traits of Chaos runes. Lin Moya had woven his understanding of them into the formation, greatly enhancing its power. The Palace Master was immobilized, unable to escape, and had to take the incoming arrow head-on. Chaos Battle Armor. He roared, donning a suit of armor. The arrow crashed into the Chaos armor and exploded, hurling the Palace Master away, though unharmed and the armor unbroken. Lin Moya frowned. He could see the armor was forged after complete chaotification and armor refined from Chaos Chi, with astonishing defense, the main reason Chaos Realm experts could roam the Chaos. There were many chaotic lifeforms born in Chaos itself, but most lacked Chaos armor and thus were weaker than cultivators of equal rank. Chaos Battle Armor was a marker of true Chaos Realm mastery, unmatched defense but at a great energy cost. Within Chaos, replenishing Chaos Chi was easy, but here, every bit used was a bit lost forever. The Palace Master roared in frustration, "You forced me to this. For thrilling novels, just go to Full. Lin Moya sneered, flicking his finger as the War Array Giant attacked again, manifesting another battle blade. The Palace Master extended his hand. A massive sword appeared, sword and armor born of the same source, both overflowing with Chaos Chi. Lin Moya didn't flinch. If you had Chaos armor, you'd definitely have Chaos battle gear too. Sword gleamed. The War Giant's blade shattered. The giant raised its shield in defense, the suppress rune glowing. Boom! The shield was shattered as well. Sword light cut the void, nearly severing the War Giant in two. Chaos weapons were simply too powerful. The giant was no match. The Palace Master tried to pursue and finish the job, but the Fix rune in the formation flared, binding him again. He struck back with a sword, shaking the formation with a violent tremor, splitting it with large cracks. He pierced 7 layers of the Sky Dome array with one sword, but the formation had 10 in all. As long as all 10 didn't break at once, it could repair. Lin Moya flicked his fingers, divine runes firing rapidly. The Sky Dome array ran on, spawning more War Array Giants. Each layer produced a giant 10 in total surrounding the Palace Master. A multitude of shields materialized, pounding at him in unison. Meanwhile, the undead minions attacked from all sides in a saturation assault, instantly engulfing him. Chaos armor and chaos weapons were mighty, but consumed monstrous energy. Sword light flashed, reaping swaths of undead. Earlier, Lin Moya had feigned weakness to trick the Palace Master into using up Chaos Chi, making it look as if the undead were perishing en masse. In truth, he'd simply withdrawn most, and few had actually died. Now the undead attacked again, and no matter how many fell, none withdrew. The giants, too, pressed the attack, submerged the Palace Master in offense. Despite his armor, the Palace Master raged and countered madly. Battle array giants fell, undead perished in droves. He slaughtered at a crazy pace, howling furiously, like a wild beast. Lin Moya's heart stirred. The chance is here. A thought, and in front of him, the void shattered. The world tree pierced through reality and illusion, unleashing endless branches, thick roots drawn from chaos, woven together into a colossal tree. Chapter 4274. Chapter 4274, 4274. Chapter 4274, Mutual Destruction. The world tree used its own roots and branches to form a tree warrior. Its combat power was slightly weaker than that of the War Array Giants, topping out at half-step Chaos Realm. However, it could channel the vast world's power, borrowing domain force from the vast world, allowing its strike force to rival the War Array Giants. Most importantly, Lin Moya had handed the Catastrophic Scepter to the world tree. The Catastrophic Scepter wasn't an item just anyone could wield. The World Tree was among the rare few capable of using it. The World Tree was Lin Moya's innate divine tree, essentially an extension of himself, so with his permission there was no issue in wielding the Catastrophic Scepter. The 5th generation Heavenly Void Palace Master, locked in battle and surrounded, had no idea what was happening outside his battlefield. Because of the Sky Dome War Array, he could not break out of the encirclement quickly and was forced to fight against the formation itself. In that moment, the World Tree swung the Catastrophic Scepter. The simplest use of the Catastrophic Scepter was one word: smash. No technique or flourish, just a direct, crushing blow. Amidst the encirclement, the Palace Master suddenly saw the enormous Catastrophic Scepter descending, shattering the firmament and suppressing all doubts as it came down straight at his head. He roared, raising his Chaos War weapon to meet it. In his mind, his Chaos Battle Blade was unrivaled within the domain. No matter what artifact was used, he could shatter it. Unfortunately for him, he was wrong. Just like smashing tofu, the Catastrophic Scepter utterly obliterated his Chaos Blade. Impossible. With that cry, the Catastrophic Scepter smashed down on him. His Chaos armor first caved in, then exploded with a bang. A scream rang out as the Palace Master was shattered into pieces, flying in all directions. The World Tree swept the scepter back, while Lin Moya's offensive didn't relent. Erase them. The undead minions and War Array giants struck together, grinding down the Palace Master's fragments. As a Chaos Realm powerhouse, he couldn't be killed so easily. The scepter had only smashed him apart, not ended him. Covered in faint light, each fragment sprouted countless threads that wove into flesh and reassembled into tens of thousands of miniature Palace Masters. These tiny versions tore into the undead army, small yet strong, ripping countless holes in their ranks in moments. As expected, not easy to kill. Lin Moya wasn't surprised. This was still a Chaos Realm Master, hardly an easy foe to finish. Using the opportunity from the Catastrophic Scepter's blow, the Palace Master split himself apart and broke through the encirclement of undead in formations, instantly teleporting through the void to appear before Lin Moya, reversing the situation to trap Lin Moya instead. The miniatures all exploded into filaments again, aiming to bore into the Fairy of Tribulation. He was targeting the Fairy's only weakness, getting inside to kill Lin Moya personally. Lin Moya snorted coldly, and a brilliant light burst forth. Bathed in the light, the Palace Master was forced back into his original form, his fine threads coalescing into his full body once again. On the Catastrophic Scepter, the soul gem glittered. The light just now had been a soul attack. When the Palace Master split apart, his soul also fractured and weakened, unable to block the soul gem strike. With a grave expression, he stared at the Fairy of Tribulation, shock in his eyes. What kind of artifact is that? His soul had been wounded in that exchange. Anything that could directly harm his soul was no common item. Lin Moya smiled faintly. Doesn't matter what artifact it is, if it can kill you, it's a good one. With a thought, he unleashed the soul gem's power again, slamming another soul shock into the Palace Master, eliciting another grunt. Over the years, Lin Moya had studied the core formation of the Catastrophic Scepter and gained some insights, learning partial uses of several gems. Though still only scratching the surface, it already had significant utility. For example, he could use the soul gem for soul shocks devastating to same realm opponents and even harmful to those a realm higher. Now, against the Palace Master, the results were satisfying. Even he could not withstand it. The World Tree held the scepter and kept triggering the soul gem, bombarding the Palace Master's soul. Forced to endure one shock after another, the Palace Master was visibly suffering. Powerful as he was, he had no answer to this straightforward but brutal style of attack. You just wait, I won't spare you. He was angry, growling low, but there was helplessness in his tone. In truth, he had lost this battle, completely suppressed by Lin Moya. Continuing was pointless. Since he couldn't do anything to Lin Moya right now, it was better to retreat and find another chance later. As long as he lived, Lin Moya could forget about becoming Domain Lord. Lin Moya snorted. You want to leave? Dream on. The element gem thrummed to life, flaring brightly, silencing the void, scattering all elemental forces. The great Tao vanished. The Palace Master suddenly felt his body sink, all power draining away. And not just him, every part of the area bathed by the element gem's light was the same. Without the great Tao, he could only move on his base physical strength, his speed drastically slower. The Sky Dome War Array struck as well, the fixed rune flashing. Even with the great Tao expelled, the runes still worked somewhat. The Palace Master was held again. He tried to flee, but his speed was now painfully slow. What is this? He cried out, fear creeping in. The Catastrophic Scepter's weirdness surpassed his imagination. The element gem didn't distinguish between friend and foe. Lin Moya and the undead were affected too. But Lin Moya had the vast world to draw strength from, though this power couldn't leave his body. The World Tree, likewise, moved in, swinging the Catastrophic Scepter down. The Palace Master yelped and backed away. He didn't dare meet the scepter head-on after the previous encounter. He knew he couldn't take it. But the World Tree gave him no room to dodge. Countless branches tangled forward, binding him. He tore them apart with his own strength, but more came endlessly, and his already reduced speed dropped further. In the end, he couldn't avoid the scepter. His body was smashed to pieces again. The fragments turned to miniatures, scattering in all directions. The soul gem flared again. A soul shock rippled out, forcibly reassembling him into his original form. When he split into miniatures, his soul also split, making him extremely vulnerable to the gem's strikes and at risk of serious injury or even death. Hounded by the World Tree, the Palace Master was battered into a sorry state. Chaos G exhausted, Chaos armor shattered, tricks all but gone. Cornered, he roared, don't push me, or we'll die together. Lin Moya snorted, die with me? You're not qualified. The World Tree didn't slow. The Palace Master roared, then let's die together. Chapter 4275. Chapter 4275, 4275. Chapter 4275 An Unexpected Development. The fifth-generation Heavenly Void Palace Master was not one to hesitate. After enduring Lin Moya's repeated verbal provocations and being suppressed and battered to such an extent, he had long since been pushed to his limit. In this moment, he exploded, completely determined to drag Lin Moya into death alongside him. Lin Moya, standing upon the ferry of tribulation, fixed his eyes on the Palace Master. A gleam of light shone deep within his gaze. What he was staring at was not the Palace Master's physical form, but rather the countless fine threads trailing behind it. These threads were formless and intangible, composed of the power of rules, and remained completely untouched amidst the battle's destruction. Each thread connected to the divine runes within the domain core, their far ends anchored to the vortices behind those runes. If he detonated these threads, the divine runes could be damaged. And once those divine runes were destroyed, the domain itself would collapse. Destroy enough divine runes, and the domain core would shatter, taking the entire domain down with it. If the domain shattered, the Palace Master would die, and so would Lin Moya. A strange aura surged from Lin Moya's body. In his vision, these rule threads shimmered faintly as the Palace Master triggered their detonation. You really do mean what you say, huh? Lin Moya's thoughts moved, and the catastrophic scepter vanished from the World Tree's hands, appearing in his own. He raised the scepter high, both the domain gem and the balance gem flaring into brilliant light. Balance. Where the balance gem's light spread, the Palace Master's aura plummeted, and not only his aura, but even his rule power diminished rapidly. The Palace Master cried in shock. What did you do? What are you doing? Lin Moya chuckled lightly. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. The balance gem's radiance pierced the Sky Dome War Array, spilling across the entire domain. This was Lin Moya truly unleashing the gem's power, using the entire domain as a scale, balancing all disparities. Every living being in the domain saw the light. It was the glow from the balance gem. Some felt their auras surge, ordinary folk suddenly holding great power. Others felt theirs weaken, hard-earned strength ebbing away, drops in cultivation realm. Under the balance gem's shroud, every force in the domain was equalizing. It wasn't only living beings, every great Tao and rule within the domain was affected. The power of the Taos rose and fell, the rules shifted likewise, subtly altering the world's entire framework. Most importantly, the Palace Master's own strength was dropping along with the rule power he commanded. Following the balance gem came the brilliance of the domain gem. Stabilize. Lin Moya intoned in his heart. The domain gem's light shot directly into the domain core. The domain core instantly became solid and still, every divine rune within cloaked in a radiant sheen, their durability skyrocketing. At that moment, the vortices under the Palace Master's control erupted. The runes took the brunt of the vortex explosions. Those Lin Moya had refined were untouched, the rest sustained heavy shock. Normally, they would have been destroyed. But now, they only cracked under the strain, none shattered. Once the domain's core runes broke, the entire domain would be thrown into chaos. The domain wouldn't collapse, because Lin Moya controlled the core, but severe damage was inevitable, perhaps unrecoverable for millions of years. And with so many worlds destroyed, all life inside them would be wiped out. In the beginning, Lin Moya had been prepared for such destruction, but after grasping bits of the gem's powers, he devised another way. Using the balance gem, with the domain's infinite beings as the counterweight, he forcibly weakened the Palace Master's strength and his rule power. Thus, when the Palace Master tried to detonate the threads, the damage was greatly reduced. Then, wielding the domain gem, he stabilized the core and its divine runes, preventing their breakage. An impact was inevitable, but as long as the runes didn't break, the domain wouldn't be too badly harmed. And all this had to be timed exactly to the moment the Palace Master ignited the vortices. Lin Moya had succeeded. The domain was only in some disarray, not deeply wounded. The Palace Master stood there dazed, muttering, how can this be? He couldn't believe his gambit had been foiled again. From the very start of the battle, he had been countered and calculated against by Lin Moya. Even in moments where he thought himself on top, he was still within Lin Moya's plans. He finally realized he had been in Lin Moya's grasp from beginning to end. Lin Moya smiled faintly. Well, your mutual destruction trick's gone. Now you can die in peace. The Palace Master growled. Who are you, really? Why are you targeting me? Lin Moya shook his head. At this point, do you really think asking serves any purpose? His answer came in the form of more soul shocks. The catastrophic scepter was once again in the World Tree's grip, and the tree was already attacking. The Sky Dome War Array spun at full power, the fixed rune locking the Palace Master in place, giving him no chance to flee. Undead minions and War Array giants swarmed in from all directions, surrounding him completely. No way up to heaven, no path down to earth. The Palace Master began to despair. The siege started anew. The Palace Master fought back in desperation, but his counterattacks were feeble, each one snuffed out. A mighty chaos realm existence, step by step, was falling into death under Lin Moya's designs. After dozens of days, the battle reached its conclusion. As the Palace Master's aura sank beneath the chaos realm, he gave one final plea. I just want to die knowing why. Lin Moya sighed softly. You should know you should have died long ago. Living until now was a fluke. Death was always your fate. The Palace Master suddenly seemed to understand. So you've been to the Heavenly Void territory. But, why didn't he tell me? Did something happen to him? By him he meant the Avatar in the Heavenly Void Palace. Lin Moya said, he just became what he was meant to become. You should know that from the moment you were born, your fate was fixed. Fighting fate isn't impossible, but it's incredibly hard. You failed. And failure means accepting the worst outcome. Honestly, you've already lived longer than the previous few before you. Too bad you never enjoyed living. You just slept. Power is important, but not enough alone. To escape fate, you needed to do far more, to prepare far more. You did nothing and that's why you lost. Lin Moyo had said all that needed saying. Whether the palace master could comprehend it no longer mattered. If not, then let him die without understanding. The world tree raised the catastrophic scepter again. In Lin Moya's hand, the world-burning fire blazed to lifetime to send him off. The palace master closed his eyes, as if accepting his fate. Lin Moya remained wary he wouldn't relax until the man was utterly dead. The void trembled violently. A tentacle ripped through it, smashing into the Sky Dome war array. The entire domain shook. A terrifying chaos realm pressure descended, like a great hand pressing upon the domain, halting all power and rule flows. Even the eerie glow upon the catastrophic scepter dimmed. Chapter 4276. Chapter 4276, 4276. Chapter 4276. A dying man's words are kind. Countless tentacles tore through the void, slamming down on the Sky Dome war array, cracking it in many places. Fortunately, the array was there. Without it, the domain would have suffered calamity. Lin Moya's brows furrowed. He knew who had come. It was the same creature that had injured the Lord of Fate earlier. The Lord of Fate had described endless whip shadows back then. He must have been mistaken. They weren't whips, but tentacles. It was a being from the chaos, not a cultivator. The undead minions reacted first, unleashing a saturating volley into the void. The war array giants raised their shields, countless gigantic barriers manifesting atop the Sky Dome array to block the assault. The enemy's attacks were fierce. Tentacles fell like rain. Undead were smashed to bits in droves. In terms of pure offense, this opponent was equal or superior to the 5th generation Heavenly Void Palace Master, and more critically, every strike carried immense chaos chi. That chi became raging winds, killing all undead caught in their path. One wave hasn't died down before the next rises, Lin Moyo murmured. But let's send you off first. The sudden arrival of an enemy didn't change his mind. First the Palace Master would die, then he'd deal with this lurking interloper. The Palace Master suddenly spoke. When I'm gone, guard the domain. The 5-domain world, after all, was his own creation. Despite his earlier disregard, there was attachment there. Lin Moya replied, a dying man's words are kind. Don't worry with me, the domain will only grow stronger. The world tree brought the catastrophic scepter smashing down. The Palace Master was shattered to pieces, no longer reconstituting into smaller avatars. The world-burning fire flared, consuming the fragments. For it, this was a rare and valuable meal not to be wasted. The Palace Master's soul faded within the flames. The one who had created the 5-domain world, after countless stolen years, could not escape his fate. The world-burning fire blazed hotter, empowered greatly by devouring a Chaos Realm soul. But Lin Moya sensed that for the fire to truly evolve, it needed to burn a domain. Burning a domain would incur vast cause and effect. The thought alone was staggering. He thought of the cause-seeking ring. Perhaps it could circumvent karma, and the faith power of the infinite beings in his domain could offset the curses of slain life. His eyes turned to the void. There, battle raged hotly. The undead minions' attacks had failed to draw the foe out. Sweeping with Necromancer's eye, Lin Moyo glimpsed a soul flame burning fiercely millions of li away. No wonder nothing's been hit, he realized. The minions had been aiming at the wrong place altogether. The enemy was never there. With a thought, he redirected them in the next instant. Overwhelming attacks filled the void in that direction. Yet his frown deepened. Their volleys still struck the wrong area. The minions' target zone didn't match his orders. Abruptly, he understood those minions had Necromancer's eyes too, so they should see the enemy. The fact they didn't meant their perceptions were being altered. His commands, by the time they registered, were being shifted. In other words, their minds were being interfered with. Chaos winds blew everywhere outside the domain, scouring vast reaches of void. In them, the undead shattered and died, unable to resist. This is troublesome, Lin Moya thought. The enemy kept its distance, and he couldn't land a hit. At this rate, time would kill him. The Sky Dome array could not hold forever. One day it would break. For them to pierce the Soul Eater Spirit Emperor's defenses and arrive here, their goal must be the domain. If he couldn't pinpoint them, he'd get close. With a thought, Lin Moya dove into the ferry of tribulation and surged ahead. Using the vessel, he could close in and then think of the next move. The World Tree came aboard too, still holding the catastrophic scepter, his greatest current asset. The ferry shot through space, crossing millions of li in a blink to reach the supposed location. But the soul flame he'd seen a moment before was gone, appearing somewhere else. He changed course again, but each time he neared, it shifted. After several repetitions, he knew something was wrong. The soul flame he saw wasn't real. His senses were under the enemy's sway as well. Chaos chi was seeping in through the ferry's weaknesses, turning into a breeze within. That wind, carrying incomprehensible energy, warped his sight, hearing, even his soul. Chaotic lifeforms were even trickier than he'd imagined, not just strong in offense, but possessed of maddening, insidious methods. The ferry returned to the Sky Dome array. Since he couldn't find the target, he'd force it out another way. Bone Hell wouldn't help against a Chaos Realm foe. The Chaos Chi nullified its locking ability. Now, the only way to flush it out was sheer saturation, a map-wide bombardment. With a thought, Lin Moyo unleashed every undead. 2 trillion minions attacked in all directions at once. Seas of fire, thunderclouds, tsunamis, storms of blades swept the void. Tens of millions of li lay under indiscriminate assault. Lin Moyo watched, scanning for anomalies. With Necromancer's eye compromised, only his human eyes were trustworthy. At last one area showed something off. Attacks there warped subtly on impact. It was faint, but he caught it. There you are. A chaotic swordgrass appeared in his hand. Cut. It flared. 10 streaks of sword chi screamed forth. The chaos winds ceased instantly, the Tao was severed, and the chaos chi was ripped apart. Compared to that sword chi, the undead's attacks were insignificant. It was a strike at the strength of a small ascension chaos realm, terrifying, nearly equal to the palace master at his peak. Even if it didn't wound the target, it would flush them out. The sword tore a great rift in the void, then several tentacles fell from it, spraying blood into space. Hit! The realization had barely formed when a shriek ripped into his soul. It was like a heavy blow to the head. His mind buzzed, on the brink of blankness. Forcing his Tao heart to hold, he snapped back and saw a monstrous bird bursting from the rift. It looked like a giant eagle, but its tail was a massive octopus like tentacles, thousands of them. Several were severed, the ones his sword cut. Its wounds were knitting, new tentacles sprouted. It screamed again, in rage. Undead minions died en masse under its cry. Lin Moya felt a chill. This thing might be harder to deal with than the palace master. A headache began. Then a dragon's roar split the field, and blinding gold light shattered the void as it descended. Chapter 4277. Chapter 4277, 4277. Chapter 4277, You're in trouble. Within the golden light was an utterly pure form of filth, power so pure that even a trace of it was enough to poison and kill a great Tao Lord. Yet this purity gave it a resplendent, awe-inspiring feel rather than seeming sinister. Filth taken to the extreme becomes its own Tao. Dragons roared within the golden radiance as the candled dragon emerged from the void. He kept his eyes half closed, and Lin Moya felt his soul tremble as the sky and earth sank into pitch darkness. The candled dragon's divine art, eyes shut, world dark. Now that he had reached the chaos realm, this technique was even stronger. Lin Moya wasn't the target, so the effect on him was fleeting, but the chaotic lifeform facing them was far more affected. It instantly lost all sense of direction, twisting in place, unsure where to go. The countless tentacles on its tail coiled inward, wrapping around itself. Chaos chi billowed from it, condensing into a huge sphere wreathed in chaotic energy. The candle dragon roared once more. Within the golden radiance appeared a spectral form, jaws gaping wide to bite viciously at the chaotic lifeform. Bang! The mighty creature was snapped apart, flesh and blood spraying. A chaotic lifeform couldn't be killed so easily, being Chaos Realm. Its countless scraps immediately began evolving into myriad small entities, fleeing in all directions. Lin Moya's thought stirred, summoning the reverse Tao sprite, activating inverse and upright Tao energies. The scattering fragments froze where they were. The reverse Tao sprite's strength was limited, it couldn't drag them back, but halting them in place was enough. The candle dragon's voice rang out, "It's not running, watch me refine it." Filthy water, soul refining. In the void, countless candle dragon phantoms appeared, each vomiting torrents of filthy water until the void became an ocean. That vile sea swallowed everything. The chaotic lifeform writhed and screamed within, until all went silent. An opponent harder to handle than the 5th generation Heavenly Void Palace Master had been, yet in front of the candle dragon, it had no chance. Over the years away, the candle dragon hadn't just settled into the chaos realm, he had reached minor completion. He had fully chaotified and forged both chaos battle armor and chaos battle arms. Moments later, the sea of filth vanished, leaving only the candle dragon in the void. Lin Moyo asked, "Why are you back?" The candle dragon replied, "It's been 10,000 years. I've reached minor accomplishment in the chaos realm, got the urge to check on you, and what do you know, stumbled into this big fight." "Really?" Lin Moya's tone clearly doubted him. In this world, there were no coincidences like that. The candle dragon snorted, "Who am I that I should lie to you? Though even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Forget that. What matters is, I'm here to warn you about something." His tone turned grave. Lin Moya asked, "What?" The candle dragon looked at the Sky Dome War Array. "This formation, it's yours, isn't it?" Lin Moya gave a small nod. "Yeah, what about it? You want to set up a formation, fine, but why'd you make it a giant glowing ball?" When activated, the Sky Dome Array drew in domain force, shining brightly, turning the entire domain into a literal glowing orb. Lin Moya knew that, but had never thought about whether it was a good idea. He asked, "What's wrong with that?" "It's a big problem," the candle dragon said. "After this, trouble's going to keep coming. Not really your fault, you don't know the situation inside chaos. If you did, you'd never have done this." Lin Moya looked at him. "Feel like you've gotten chatty since transcending. Spit it out." "Think of the chaos as an immense mist," the candle dragon said. "Within our chaotic lifeforms, cultivators, whole domains. Some domains have masters, most do not. And there are plenty of great completion chaos realm entities actively searching for ownerless domains." Lin Moya well understood why. To reach full completion as a chaos realm expert, you had to have a domain of your own. Some with grand ambitions didn't settle for just that, they aimed for the title of Heaven Earth Supreme. Even if they already had a domain, they'd swallow a second or third to grow stronger for that contest. Those domains are normally hidden in the chaos, the candle dragon continued, walled by domain barriers and protected by soul-devouring beings, their aura cut off, hard to find. Even if found, they shift position over time, so it's not a big problem. But you, by turning yours into a light ball, you've basically announced to everyone, here's a domain. Lin Moya understood, he had exposed his domain's location. Now, Chaos Realm experts, likely great completion ones, might come to seize it. As he stood now, he couldn't block a great completion Chaos Realm. "You said domains move from time to time," Lin Moya asked. "How? And how long before the next shift?" The candle dragon shook his head. "Don't know. The timing's irregular. Chaos rules are far more complex than domain rules, I can't say. As for how, it's simple, it disappears from here and reappears somewhere else in the chaos. Nobody knows exactly where." Lin Moya narrowed his eyes, studying the candle dragon silently asking, no one knows. Inside, he already had an answer, of course someone knew. If no one did, how had the green-robed elder pinned down the 5 domain worlds' location? The candle dragon had spent 10,000 years in the chaos, reached minor completion, how could he not know so much? It was obvious, his return now wasn't chance someone sent him. And it didn't need saying who it had to be the green-robed elder. Lin Moya let it pass unspoken and instead asked, so, what do you suggest I do? The simplest way, said the candle dragon, is to hurry up and become domain lord, then take the domain and leave. Lin Moya nodded along. Makes sense. Can't you store a domain in your body like a rules world? No, the candle dragon replied. A domain isn't like a rules world. It's a root in the chaos, it has to remain in that foundation to exist. When a domain lord leaves with their domain, it vanishes from sight but it's still in the chaos. The disappearance is only temporary. The more the candle dragon said, the surer Lin Moya was that he was the green-robed elder's messenger. The information came from that old man, passed to him to give to Lin Moya. Domains truly differed from rules worlds. Just like the vast world seemed to be inside him, it was in fact anchored somewhere in the chaos. Even he didn't know exactly where. He'd long intended, once he reached the chaos realm, to locate the vast world's true position. Now it seemed it wasn't just the vast world, he would have to find the Lingmiao domain too, and bring the 5 domain world along. But becoming a domain lord won't be easy, Lin Moya said. If someone comes knocking before I succeed, how do I deal with it? Chapter 4278. Chapter 4278, 4278. Chapter 4278, The Shattered Ferry of Tribulation. Since the candle dragon knew so much, it was clear his return, beyond simply relaying information, meant he had already come equipped with a response. After all, he was sent by the green-robed elder, he wouldn't just deliver a message. Sure enough, the candle dragon answered, what else can I do? After all, I too came from this domain. I can't just watch the domain get stolen. I intend to guard the domain from outside for a while. Meanwhile, you'd better hurry and become the domain's lord. As long as you become the domain lord, nobody'll try to take the domain anymore. Lin Moya mostly understood the logic, but he wanted to tease the candle dragon a little, so he asked knowingly, why? The candle dragon shouted, how can you not see something so simple? Because once a domain has a lord, that person is either a native who advanced by chance while transcending, becoming the domain lord as a byproduct, or an outsider at peak chaos realm who snatched the domain to achieve full consummation. Peak chaos realm experts who have achieved perfection aren't people you want to mess with. If the lord is a native, someone of extraordinary talent who now has a domain at their back, they have a high chance of reaching consummation themselves. Unless necessary, no one wants to provoke such a person unless they're sure they can totally suppress and kill them. Otherwise, it'd just bring endless trouble down on their own head. The candle dragon looked at Lin Moya. Now do you get it? Halfway through, he realized Lin Moya was just messing with him. Lin Moya surely understood already. He snorted and said impatiently, go back and refine the domain. I'll stay here on guard. Lin Moya added, actually, there's another way, why don't you refine this domain? You'd probably be even faster than me. The candle dragon snorted again, get lost. Don't joke with me. It truly was a joke. The candle dragon wouldn't dare refine the 5 domain world, unless he wanted to die. He couldn't say it directly, but everyone knew standing behind the 5 domain world was a heaven-earth supreme. The candle dragon hurried Lin Moya away and didn't bother to explain more. With the Sky Dome war array now withdrawn, the domain, even surrounded by chaos, was no longer isolated. The radiance faded and peace returned. But the light had already spread far. Who knew how far into the chaos it had reached, and how many had seen it? The previous chaotic lifeform had been drawn by precisely that light. Lin Moya fully realized that the candle dragon watching the domain was the green-robed elder's arrangement, and he had surely been given specific countermeasures. But the candle dragon was only a minor accomplishment in the chaos realm. How long he could hold guard was unknown, and, knowing the green-robed elder's quirks, there was no way he'd stay forever. Lin Moya knew he had to hurry and break through, refining the domain himself. If the candle dragon left one day, that would still be normal. Returning to the domain, Lin Moya summoned the soulless beast and asked about the internal situation. Thanks to his careful planning, though the 5th-generation Heavenly Void Palace Master had detonated all the vortices, damaging some core divine runes, the most important runes remained unharmed. The result was only limited turmoil. Some worlds fell into chaos, with minor calamities here and there, but the soulless beast governed the rules, restoring order. These worlds soon stabilized. Currently, the divine runes at the domain core were rapidly recovering and would soon be restored to their former condition. Stepping once more into the domain's core, Lin Moya sensed an entirely new atmosphere. The vortices left by the Palace Master were gone, the ghostly duplicate had vanished, and the domain core was pure. Now Lin Moya could set about fully refining all the divine runes in the core, and eventually the entire domain core, thus becoming its lord. Truly, becoming a domain lord was as hard or as easy as you made it. For outsiders, the domain instinctively resisted, so even a perfected Chaos Realm Master would need to fight against the domain's power to refine it. The domain's powers scattered are weak, united, they are strong. Even a perfected Chaos Realm can only barely suppress them, leaving little strength for actual refining. The process could take ages, decades, or even hundreds of thousands or millions of years. For a native, the core didn't resist, making the process much easier. However, once a native left the domain and entered the chaos, even after initial chaotification, the domain would treat them as an outsider and block them. But if they didn't enter chaos, remained only at the eternal level, they couldn't even find the core, much less refine it. Lin Moyo exploited a loophole. He was a native, had become partially chaotified, and possessed ample power but hadn't yet entered chaos, so the core still regarded him as native. Moreover, he'd already refined the most vital divine runes, so finishing the rest was no great challenge, just a matter of time. He spread out his soul power, enveloping one rune after another, beginning the refining process. Given his understanding, the pace was shockingly fast. See the most exciting novels on Follow. One rune after another fell under his control. The core gradually passed into new hands. To be precise, the domain core was about to gain a new lord. Beyond the world, the candle dragon maintained the watch. Taking human form, he sat cross-legged in the void, upon a black cushion with a faint glow where its light shone. The void became a swamp, bubbles churning up, a faint stench drifting out. Eyes gleaming with fighting spirit, he growled, "Let's see who dares come cause me trouble." He glanced at the cushion and felt confident. Nonetheless, he knew that if someone did come, they wouldn't arrive immediately. The earlier beams of the Sky Dome array traveled far. It would still take time for others to spot the domain, lock onto its position, and travel there. He wasn't worried, could even take a nap. A gentle breeze stirred outside the domain, the natural wind of Chaos Chi drifting in from afar. He enjoyed it after all. Post-Chaos Realm cultivation couldn't do without Chaos Chi. Slowly, he closed his eyes, as if to doze. Carried by the wind, he drifted a long time before, mid-doze, he bumped into something. He actually suffered a huge lump on his hard head. What is this? So hard. Startled awake, he looked at what had struck him. His pupils narrowed sharply, a fairy of tribulation. His first thought was of Lin Moyo, but he quickly calmed down. The fairy before him wasn't Lin Moyo's. This one had been beaten to pieces, covered in holes. A fairy of tribulation, broken? That was something he'd never imagined. No, I've got to tell him. Suddenly, the battered fairy simply vanished without a trace. The candle dragon was shocked, even a little creeped out. With his vision, he couldn't tell at all how the fairy had disappeared. Reflecting carefully, at the instant it vanished, there had seemed to be a ripple of spacetime. Chapter 4279. Chapter 4279, 4279. Chapter 4279, Domain Lord. Within the core of the virtual domain, Lin Moyo continuously refined divine runes. Now that he'd refined over half of them, it seemed certain he was about to become the lord of the 5 domain world. Only Lin Moyo understood the significance of the 5 in 5 domain world. This domain was extremely special. By mastering it, he could potentially seize control of 5 related domains, those of the 1st to 4th generations, as well as the shifting domain of transformation and illusion. Of course, it wouldn't be that simple. Just within the Heavenly Void domain alone, the Heavenly Void Sun would never allow it. The Heavenly Void Sun was definitely a perfected Chaos Realm powerhouse, perhaps even stronger than most peers. If anyone else tried to take the 5 domain world, they'd likely be killed by him. If he failed, even the green-robed elder might intervene. The plans laid by Heavenly Void Sun and the green-robed group had been crafted over endless years. Nobody would allow them to be easily spoiled. The green-robed elder rarely intervened, simply because he feared attracting the attention of the Tao. That's why Lin Moyo had to act as quickly as possible. After several centuries, Lin Moyo had refined over 70% of the runes in the domain core. At this rate, in another 2,000 years he would finish refining them all. Suddenly, the domain core trembled. The domain was under attack. Lin Moyo sent a thought, activating the Sky Dome War Array. He didn't engage its full strength, just the defensive function, and, by leaving his consciousness within the array, he witnessed what was going on outside the domain. The Candle Dragon was in pitched combat. A few chaotic lifeforms had come, but none were cultivators. The Candle Dragon fought with ease. These barely minor completion Chaos Realm creatures were outclassed and swiftly defeated. Nearby floated the corpses of other chaotic lifeforms not even at Chaos Realm, but still daring to approach and covet the domain, effortlessly slain by the Candle Dragon. Lin Moyo understood. The previous gleam of the Sky Dome array had shot out across the void, and now, all those who'd glimpsed it had begun arriving. The timeline was drawn out. Centuries had passed before any arrived, showing just how vast chaos was, and how difficult it was to travel through. These creatures didn't care to become domain lords. To them, domains were simply a delicious meal. With the Sky Dome array's shield, the Candle Dragon sensed Lin Moyo's presence and sent a message, "Stop slacking, hurry it up." "Got it," answered Lin Moyo, returning his focus to refining runes. Over the next millennia, battles flared sporadically outside the domain. Every now and then, Lin Moyo would observe. Most incursions were chaotic lifeforms until 1,000 years after he slew the 5th generation Heavenly Void Palace Master, when the first real cultivator arrived. This being appeared human, though his true race was unclear. According to the Candle Dragon, most chaos cultivators preferred human form, calling it the Tao body. This first arrival was a major completion Chaos Realm expert and an opponent the Candle Dragon clearly couldn't beat, pressed the moment battle began. But soon, the Candle Dragon unleashed his trump card, a mat radiating black light. The mat transformed the void into a swamp, steeped in terrifying power. The Chaos Realm powerhouse, gripped by fear, was forced to flee. Watching through the array, Lin Moyo couldn't fully comprehend the horror inside that swamp. But if it could repel such a foe, it was obviously extraordinary. Most importantly, the black mat was identical to his own ice jade mat clearly obtained from the green-robed elder. This confirmed Lin Moyo's earlier suspicion. The Candle Dragon was indeed allied with the green-robed elder. Over time, more Chaos Realm heavyweights came and were rebuffed by the Candle Dragon. Yet Lin Moyo noticed the black mat seemed weaker with every use. Is this supposed to be a message for me? Using this method to prod me, how crafty. Lin Moya sensed the intent of the green-robed elder behind the scenes, pushing him not to slack off and hurry up to become domain lord, which was his own goal anyway. Devoting himself to runework, Lin Moya felt his bond with the domain growing tighter as he surpassed 90% mastery. He now felt as though he could start influencing the domain's laws. Experimenting, he found he truly did have some ability to adjust the domain's rules. His vision could now overlook much of the domain. The world missed a thing of the past, each world laid bare. He could even observe individual cultivators within any world. If he wished, he could even review the entire history of a world in a single thought. This scope of mastery surprised him not at all. He'd had the same experience in the vast world, able to see all in a thought and sweep through past and present. Now, both the 5-domain world and the vast world were under his gaze. Thus he continued refining runes as the candle dragon kept guard, seeing off challenger after challenger. Over the next millennium, a dozen or so major completion Chaos Realm cultivators came, one every 100 years or so. There were only 9 Heaven-Earth Supremes in the Chaos, but no lack of powerful Chaos cultivators. At last, in the 2600th year of the Candle Dragon's Vigil, Lin Moya refined the final divine rune within the core. In that instant, the entire domain convulsed, immense power roared through the void, surging back and forth. Domain force reached the chaos, and Lin Moya glimpsed the Soul Eater spirits. Over the years, many Soul Eater spirits had perished. Every outsider had to deal with their defense first. 2 were left from 3 original Soul Eater spirit emperors. Clearly, 1 had been killed. They weren't truly immortal, it all depended on the enemy. With a thought, Lin Moya swept domain power through the chaos, then drew it back as powder to form new domain barriers. Now that the domain had a lord, Soul Eater spirits were no longer needed. Henceforward, guarding the domain would be the domain lord's task. Their mission was over. As Lin Moya became domain lord, a peak chaos cultivator was dueling the candle dragon outside. Suddenly, the cultivator paused, looked to the domain, and called, "Ah, the domain has a lord. Congratulations, my friend, please forgive any past offense. If ever you are at leisure, visit East Mountain in the Eastern Domain and you will be received with full honor." With that, he turned and left without hesitation. Just as the candle dragon had predicted, none wanted to antagonize a native genius who became domain lord at the moment of transcendence. Such a one was nearly fated to achieve perfection. No one wanted to make a future enemy of Lin Moya, so the best course was withdrawal. The candle dragon breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. With Lin Moya crowned domain lord, the mission was complete. Domain power still surged, and Lin Moya took his seat at the core, the entire world under his dominion. Across the domain, the Eternals all sensed the change. They knew, from now on, the domain had a true master. They couldn't help but rejoice. For them, having a domain lord was a cause for celebration. Chapter 4280. Chapter 4280, 4280. Chapter 4280, Chaos is Poisonous. Once a domain has a lord, many previous loopholes are mended, making it much easier for cultivators within to achieve the Tao. So, having a domain lord is a good thing so long as that lord isn't a madman. The power of the domain still surged as the Sky Dome War Array, following Lin Moya's will, rapidly sank its 10 layers, merging into the domain barrier itself, making it even more formidable. Lin Moya's voice echoed throughout the domain has a lord. The Soul Eater spirits have dispersed. There is space in the Origin Return Land. May you all achieve the Tao soon. Although his voice resonated through the domain, only Tao Lords and Eternals could hear it. Not just anyone could listen to the Domain Lord's words. Now as Domain Lord, Lin Moya was fully aware of everything in the domain. The Origin Return Land could hold 30 Taos, and there were still vacancies. The Gate of Eternity had been a rules loophole which he now patched. If you have the strength and gain heaven and earth's recognition, you can bind your Tao to the Origin Return Land. It's still difficult, but far easier than before. Failure won't necessarily mean death or Tao erasure. As Lord, Lin Moya wouldn't make things harder for cultivators. He simply hoped more in the domain would grow stronger. The more who reached the Chaos Realm, the better, since those of chaos from his domain would always be tied to it by cause and effect. The more Chaos Realm beings born from a domain, the stronger the domain itself. When threatened, those chaos experts would be led by fate to protect it. Lin Moya understood cause and effect, so he wouldn't suppress others. Now that the domain is mine, it's time to advance to chaos myself. The half-step chaos level was never a proper realm, it was only a makeshift stage where he'd chosen to linger. Long ago, Emperor Kunlun was stuck there for special reasons and could never break through. But Lin Moya had accomplished his plans, and now it was time to move forward, stepping properly into chaos. With a single thought, the Origin Return Land shook as the Immortality Great Tao abruptly vanished. In the next moment, it appeared before Lin Moya. Tao fusion merged into chaos. The Immortality Tao turned into myriad points of starlight, all falling into Lin Moya's body and his soul world. The Great Tao manifested, its gray-white brilliance mingling with his soul. Tao power also flooded his flesh, life and death mingling and alternating, his strength soaring rapidly. His soul and body both strengthened quickly. Though much of his power remained sealed, he still held strength surpassing the 6-fold sublimated level. Once he entered the Chaos Realm, he'd be far stronger than his peers. Transcending boundaries would be no problem. As Lin Moya felt himself grow stronger, so did the World Tree. It grew explosively, branches stretching out without limit, enveloping the vast world and now spreading into other domains. In the 5-domain world, the Science Tao world, and the Lingniao domain, World Tree avatars appeared, scattering seeds everywhere. These seeds quickly grew into yet more avatar trees. Lin Moya watched the avatars absorbing the power of various worlds and even beginning to evolve new races. The World Tree had changed, utterly unlike before. No matter how many avatars, its core body stayed put. Little Tree sat by the roots, eyes closed, reaching out to summon the Shenjo cauldron, which poured golden light upon him, cloaking him in a brilliant aura. The gold light spread from the world tree to every avatar, hastening their growth and transformation. The Shenjo cauldron now seemed fully awakened, exuding unparalleled purity and power. As expected, the Shenjo cauldron isn't something simple. Long ago, the cauldron anchored the primordial veins in the origin continent. It had existed before the continent was born, more ancient than the land itself. Its origins were deeply mysterious even now. Lin Moya didn't know its source, though he faintly sensed connections to the Catastrophic Supreme or the Green-Robed Elder. The cauldron's golden radiance was now the best nourishment for Little Tree, who would soon complete his metamorphosis. Suddenly, the void tore as the Chaos Pearl flew back. Chaos Seed shouted, "Master, you're finally stepping into chaos." Lin Moya asked, "And then?" Chaos Seed replied, "I'll help Master complete chaotification." Lin Moyo understood with Chaos Seed's aid, his time to being fully chaotified would be drastically reduced. What took others thousands or tens of thousands of years, he could achieve in just a few. He asked, "And what else?" Chaos Seed added, "I'll also help Master fuse his arts, and Master must not forge Chaos battle armor or weapons." Lin Moyo frowned, "Why not? Those were marks of minor achievement in Chaos Realm, potent tools in combat. Why should he avoid them?" Chaos Seed hesitated, then said, "I don't know exactly. But my memory warns me, never forge Chaos armor or arms. Supposedly, Chaos is poisonous." That statement startled Lin Moyo. He instinctively thought of Dao. This was the ultimate enemy Catastrophic Supreme had faced. He had seen the Supreme, clad in Chaos armor and wielding the Catastrophic Scepter, crushed instantly by the Dao without resistance. That image replayed in Lin Moya's mind thousands of times, and only now did he notice there had been something wrong with that Chaos armor. With Chaos Seed's warning Chaos is poisonous, he saw a clue he'd always missed. He asked, "What about chaotification itself?" Chaos Seed replied, "My Chaos world can help Master Chaotify, without relying on the outside chaos." The Chaos Pearl's inner world, refined by Chaos Seed, contained purified Chaos Chi, already distinct from the chaos outside. If chaos is toxic, then Chaos Seed's internal chaos had already been detoxified. Lin Moyo asked, "Is there any risk?" Chaos Seed thought for a moment, spinning rapidly as if searching his memory. After a while, he answered, "Got it. Master, you need to first step into the Chaos Realm, be observed, and only then complete full chaotification. And even after that, once you truly enter chaos, you must do something else for safety." Be observed? Who could observe him except for the Tao? Indeed, this was a vast cosmic scheme, with Chaos Seed another piece on the board, and now it seemed even the World Tree was part of this. Suddenly, a voice sounded by his ear, "Domain Lord, I have a favor to ask." Chapter 4281. Chapter 4281, 4281. Chapter 4281, The Discernment Beast's Request. Lin Moyo heard the voice of the Discernment Beast, a unique being that had slumbered for countless years within the five-domain world. He had always existed in the virtual realm, respected by all the emperors. No one knew his true origins, only that his presence seemed to stretch back to the dawn of creation. Several emperors had benefited from his guidance, and a few of the second-generation emperors had even been raised up by him personally. Even among cultivators who had reached the eternal stage, all treated him with a certain regard, sometimes even seeking his advice. For the Discernment Beast, to hear was to see within both the virtual and real realms. Very little escaped his notice. Upon hearing his voice, Lin Moya's gaze crossed the void and realms to land upon the Discernment Beast. The Discernment Beast remained in his dwelling and had not left. He seemed to sense Lin Moya's attention, lifting his head and meeting his gaze. In that moment, Lin Moya saw clearly, the Discernment Beast was at the Chaos Realm, though he had yet to complete full chaotification in entry-level Chaos Realm. That he had hidden undetected at this level within the domain, without the rules expelling him, was truly strange. Watching for a moment, Lin Moya spotted the clue. The Discernment Beast was cloaked in a strange force, obscuring his aura and deceiving the domain rules, making his true level indistinct to others. No wonder Lin Moyo had been unable to gauge his true strength before back then, not even understanding what rules really meant. But now, Lin Moya saw the truth. The Discernment Beast was not a native of the five-domain world. He had originated in another domain, one that now also belonged to Lin Moyo. Lin Moya's voice crossed the void and echoed on the Discernment Beast's island. "You're the rules administrator of the Lingyao domain, aren't you?" The Discernment Beast flattered, "As expected of the domain lord, you saw through me." In reality, Lin Moyo had been half guessing. Confirming the Discernment Beast's identity, he now understood how and why this beast had entered, and how he'd hidden for so long. When the Lingyao domain was on the verge of destruction, it had launched all its power and activated the domain gem, allowing it to enter the five-domain world. At the time, the five-domain world was newly formed, and the Heavenly Void domain was under attack. The fifth-generation Heavenly Void Palace Master seized the opportunity to leave an avatar in the palace while keeping his true body outside, attempting to break free and change fate. He failed, however, and instead went into hiding to recover and heal, drawing power from the domain core for many years. During this slumber, the Lingyao domain arrived, timing that was almost too perfect to be a coincidence. Even with the domain gem, normally no outsider could enter so easily. It just happened that the Heavenly Void domain was breached. If even the tiniest thing had been off, the Lingyao domain would not have made it in. As its rules administrator, the Discernment Beast entered alongside, slipping out of the Lingyao domain and into the five-domain world. Lin Moya worked it all out and guessed who was really behind it. "The one who had you stay here. Did he wear green or white robes?" The Discernment Beast paused, then helplessly replied, "Both." Just as expected, the whole scheme had been plotted by both the green and white-robed elders. Lin Moyo asked again, "What were you left here to do?" The discernment beast answered, "To keep an eye on the fifth generation, to watch for any sudden moves. But your strategy was flawless, defeating him outright. Discernment bows to you." Lin Moyo understood, the discernment beast was a backup arranged by the white-robed elder. If the palace master had tried to damage the domain, the beast was there to move against him. Though not as strong, the beast surely had special skills, not just raw power. But since Lin Moyo had handled it, the discernment beast never needed to act. "What do you want from me?" Lin Moyo asked. The discernment beast replied, "Now that the Lingniao domain belongs to you, I am still entangled with it by karmic fate. I beg the domain lord to sever these bindings." "You want freedom?" Lin Moyo clarified. The discernment beast sighed, "Who does not crave freedom? As rules administrator, I should live and die with my domain. Thanks to my benefactor, I escaped to live here. My benefactor helped advance me to the Chaos Realm, but also foretold that only the lord of this domain could release me from karmic bondage to grant me real freedom. I've lived countless years and seen life and death cycle, but only freedom do I covet." He spoke sincerely. In the chaos, most cultivators sought strength, but at the core, all sought freedom. The candle dragon was the same, and so was the discernment beast, all rule keepers yearning for release. But only Lin Moyo could lift the Lingniao domain's shackles. After speaking, the discernment beast waited anxiously for Lin Moya's reply. Lin Moya didn't take long to answer. "Once I enter chaos and find the Lingniao domain's true body, I will set you free." The discernment beast was overjoyed. "If you wish to locate it, I can help." "Please tell me," said Lin Moyo. The discernment beast explained, "Once you're in chaos, you can try to link this domain to the Lingniao domain, then a spatial channel will open between them. But such a channel will cross much chaos and be unstable, but it will let you find the Lingniao domain." Traveling by domain link channel was normal in vast chaos, even though it was treacherous. Lin Moyo thought it through. "It's a good method. Though there may be trouble on the way, it beats searching aimlessly. I'll try once I'm in chaos." Not only did he intend to find Lingniao domain, but also the Science Dao domain and the vast world. His plan was to draw all these domains together for easier management. If something happened, he would not be able to reach them otherwise. The discernment beast bowed. "Many thanks, domain lord, I'll take my leave." His consciousness withdrew, his eyes closing, as though asleep. Projecting the soul into the domain core took great energy, especially outside chaos, where no chaos chi could be absorbed, so conserving power mattered. After giving his word, Lin Moyo focused once again on himself. Within his soul world, his spell stars shone and grew ever brighter. But the chaos seed held back, not yet merging the arts. He waited. Lin Moyo waited with him. For a whole day, until the will of the Tao swept in like a hurricane. Chapter 4282. Chapter 4282, 4282. Chapter 4282, Not Truly Invincible. Like a breeze of thought, Lin Moya clearly felt the other party's presence. It swept through the entire domain and finally settled upon him. No one else in the entire domain knew it, but he knew the will of a supreme existence had descended. Lin Moyo understood well that, under normal circumstances, he shouldn't even be able to sense this presence. But due to some special reasons, he could. That will was now examining him from the inside out. The world tree ceased its swaying, and chaos seed immediately dove into the chaos, vanishing. The fairy of tribulation was stashed into storage space, and Lin Moya kept his soul calm, acting as though nothing had happened. He sat with eyes closed, as if simply feeling the changes from just breaking through into the chaos realm. If there was any flaw in this disguise, it was that he had already completed partial chaotification. Chaos seed did its best to help Lin Moya maintain the ruse. It wasn't strange for someone to complete partial chaotification right after entering the chaos realm. Such cases occurred even in chaos. That presence scanned him once more, and Lin Moya suddenly felt the aura of time. It was checking his timeline, his past. This inspection was extremely domineering, even the Lord of Time could not block it. But Lin Moya wasn't worried in the least. His timeline had long ago been tampered with. The spirit of the River of Time had told him, even before becoming Lord of Time, that someone had altered his past. He didn't need to guess. Those capable of doing this were either the green-robed elder or the white-robed elder. Just like how, in the small world, the discernment beast knew nothing of what occurred inside, the two elders had anticipated this very scene and prepared for it. After a brief churn, the currents of time went calm, and that supreme will gradually faded. Lin Moya didn't relax his guard. He waited a full 2 days before gradually easing up. So that was the Tao. He dared not say aloud, could only think it. He knew the answer, it was the Tao. When the Tao's will descended, Lin Moyo had felt its overwhelming might, lofty beyond imagining, gazing down upon all living things. If it wished to kill him, no hands would need to be raised. A mere thought could smash into pieces, annihilating him utterly. No spell, no talent could change that. With just a single thought, it could turn the entire domain against him, stripping him instantly of his title as domain lord. In that instant, even he had felt a pang of hopelessness. Could someone so strong truly be someone he could oppose? All his plans, all his layout before absolute strength, they felt like a joke. For a fleeting second, he had even thought of giving up, thinking a normal life as an ordinary cultivator might be best, without challenging the Tao's authority. That oppressive weight crushed against his Tao heart. But thankfully, he endured. The thought passed as quickly as it had come and was erased. A small hole appeared in his soul world. Chaos seed poked its head out nervously and asked, "He's gone, right?" Looking at its expression, Lin Moya found some humor. "You're that afraid of him?" The big head looked left and right, and once sure all was safe, returned fully to the soul world. Not fear, just not wanting to be noticed by him. If he found you, what would he do? Lin Moyo asked. Chaos Seed shook its head. Don't know, my memory isn't complete, but it wouldn't be good, that's for sure. Then tell me what you do remember, Lin Moya said. Chaos Seed replied, I vaguely know that he's always wanted to have me, even seemed to have me once, but for some reason later lost me. Incomplete memory kept Chaos Seed from explaining fully, but the information still set Lin Moya's thoughts spinning. The Tao wanted Chaos Seed, had once had it, but lost it again. What was so special that even such an existence coveted it? His thoughts turned instinctively to Chaos Seed's true form, the Chaos Pearl. The Chaos Pearl contained a self-sustaining chaos. Could that be the reason? If the Tao had once possessed it, how had it been lost? Only one answer fit: the Catastrophic Supreme. If so, then back then the Catastrophic Supreme wasn't completely helpless. The scene Lin Moyo had seen, of the Supreme being instantly slain by the Tao, might not have been the whole truth. A flash of insight struck him: his earlier assumptions had been wrong. If the Catastrophic Supreme had truly been incapable of resisting, how could he have set up such elaborate schemes? How could the green-robed elder, white-robed elder, and heavenly void son have dared to work with him? Not on hot-blooded impulse, surely at their level, fighting spirit alone was laughable. They must have had some chance, some leverage, before acting. Suddenly, Lin Moyo felt a surge of confidence. The lofty Tao was not invincible, he absolutely had a chance. Does he examine all Chaos Realm beings? He asked. Chaos Seed nodded. Seems like it. So he's looking for something. In chaos, aren't you afraid of being found? Lin Moya said. Don't worry, Chaos Seed grinned. As long as I'm in chaos, he can't find me. It seemed confident, and indeed, if it were easy to find, it would have been caught already. This proved the Tao was not all-knowing, not quite as perfect as Lin Moyo had imagined. He let the thought go. It was too soon to dwell on the Tao, better to focus on himself. With his smooth breakthrough to Chaos Realm, all his arts had changed. Time for you to work, he said to Chaos Seed. Let's get to it. This last fusion has to succeed, said Chaos Seed. What arts are we melding this time? Lin Moyo asked. In his cultivation so far, from awakening skills one by one to painstakingly elevating them to arts, each had reached perfection. At most, he'd held close to 30 main arts. Later, many were merged together, leaving far fewer. His only passive art now was domain, using his own domain to weaken and spread out all attacks. As his sole defensive art, it wouldn't be touched. Infinite Summon had reached chaotic level, formed from multiple arts unlikely to be altered. Gathering force and strong troops, both from refining original beast blood, had unique uses. Whether they'd be merged was uncertain. That left Summon Elemental Lich, Bone Hell, Corpse Explosion, and Wings of the Time Curse. Bone Hell was now entwined with the World Tree, serving as the vast world's reincarnation cycle, almost certain to remain unchanged. For the moment, Lin Moya couldn't think of what else could be fused. Clearly, Chaos Seed had its own ideas. It shouted, here we go. Chapter 4283. Chapter 4283, 4283. Chapter 4283, The Chaos Ancestral Tree. As Chaos Seed spoke, it had already flown over to the two chaotic level arts, Gathering Force, and Strong Soldiers. These two arts come from the blood of the source bird. They share a common nature and can be fused completely. It paused for a moment here, then added, that's basically it. Shouldn't be a problem. In the previous breath it had been speaking with absolute confidence, but then, a sudden reversal. Unreliable. Came a faint voice. Little Tree had awakened at some point, its gaze on Chaos Seed quietly disdainful. Lin Moya couldn't help but laugh. Little Tree was right, that did sound questionable. Chaos Seed retorted, that's not important. Point is, they can merge, and once merged, the power will be even greater. As it spoke, it breathed out Chaos Chi, its body transforming into a great cauldron, and immediately swallowed both art stars inside. The sounds inside the cauldron were like stir-frying. The art stars clashed and struggled, clearly unwilling to fuse. Chaos Seed yowled as the sizzling sounds grew louder, but for the sake of its pride, it had to succeed. This had happened before, so Lin Moya didn't pay it much mind, instead turning to Little Tree. Little Tree, how are you feeling? Since he'd stepped into the Chaos Realm, Little Tree had grown madly, further nourished by the power in the Shenzhou cauldron undergoing peculiar changes. Now, the World Tree had grown unimaginably massive, stretching through 4 domains, transcending not just the barrier between real and virtual but breaching the domains themselves. In each of the 4 domains were countless avatars of the World Tree, like pillars holding up the sky, stabilizing all 4 realms. More than that, the tree was continuously absorbing the great Taos of the 4 domains, and each avatar was gradually taking on aspects of those Taos. Lin Moyo had left it alone to develop naturally. When the Taos will had descended earlier, Little Tree had withdrawn all aura and gone into voluntary slumber. Now it lifted a tiny hand, extending a branch toward him. Master, please look. As the branch touched him, massive amounts of information poured into Lin Moya's soul. Chaos Ancestral Tree. Ability 1, New Life, upon death, may instantly return to peak state. Uses can be increased by refining Chaos Chi. Current uses, 286. Ability 2, Chaos Fruit. When the spirit flowers bloom, Chaos Fruit is produced. These fruits can heal wounds, advance cultivation, strengthen foundations, comprehend rules, temporarily increase combat power, or be used in refining. Ability 3, Chaos Spirit. Spirits born from Chaos Fruit can strengthen a domain, balance a domain's rules, help the master maintain equilibrium, and mend domain flaws. Lin Moya's eyes lit with astonishment. He was deeply shocked. The changes to the World Tree were enormous, not only new abilities, but even a new name. Once its juvenile stage passed and metamorphosis was complete, it was no longer the World Tree, but had become the Chaos Ancestral Tree. Chaos Ancestral Tree, no wonder you can directly refine power from chaos itself. You came from chaos to begin with. He carefully examined its abilities. The new life ability remained but had transformed no more cooldown, no more set limit. So long as there was enough Chaos Chi, he could revive endlessly. Without any intervention, the Chaos Ancestral Tree was continually refining Chaos Chi, causing the count of revivals to steadily rise. In the few moments he'd been looking, the number had gone from 286 to 287. It had pros and cons, but clearly offered more flexibility. And if he prepared enough beforehand, his life-preserving strength now far surpassed before. This ability had always been his most important one. Without it, he wouldn't have made it this far. Now that it had grown stronger, his joy was plain on his face. The second ability had replaced all prior flowers, fruits, leaves, and sap with a single item Chaos Fruit. The fruit combined all former abilities, healing, cultivation, crafting, even temporary boosts to power. The information showed that for 30 minutes after consuming one, strength rose an entire level. An entry Chaos Realm could fight a minor completion Chaos Realm, and a minor completion could challenge a major completion. Of course, that didn't mean victory, only that one could stand a fight instead of being instantly crushed. That alone was incredible. In all the chaos, it would be hard to find a comparable treasure. The third ability, Chaos Spirit, was the evolved form of the old Domain Spirit, which could birth worlds for domains. Now, at the domain level, Chaos Spirits could strengthen a whole domain, patch its gaps, balance its rules, and even make it stronger. For a perfected Chaos Realm cultivator, this meant no need to hunt for more domains. The Chaos Ancestral Tree itself could elevate the one they held to new heights. For such a cultivator, this was utterly heaven-defying. After evolving, the tree's might had increased 100-fold. "How's your memory?" Lin Moyo asked Little Tree. Some of its memories were sealed, and Lin Moya knew its origins weren't simple, but only Little Tree could reveal them. Little Tree shook its head. "Not yet in my memories, I'm only a seed. I don't remember past lives." "No rush," Lin Moya said. "Tell me when you do. I have a feeling as long as Master is strong enough, then I'll remember everything," it answered. Lin Moya guessed Little Tree might also be connected to the Catastrophic Supreme. Perhaps only as a Heaven-Earth Supreme could he unlock its past. Chaos Seed might be the same. Looking upward, the cauldron was still simmering away, much quieter now than before. It seemed the fusion was nearly done. Despite being unreliable in many things, Chaos Seed was competent at merging arts. Lin Moya glanced once, then asked Little Tree, "What exactly is in the Shenzhou cauldron?" "Not sure," Little Tree admitted. "But whatever it is, it's very useful to me. It can help me grow, and I feel I haven't reached my full size. I can still get much stronger." The cauldron had been by Little Tree's side since entering his soul world, watering it from time to time. Lin Moya was certain it was connected to Little Tree somehow. It all felt like predestined cause and effect. People and things meant to meet, ultimately would. Boom! With a loud report, a brand new art star flew out of the chaotic cauldron. "Fusion complete." Chaos Seed crowed. "Knew I could do it. I'm amazing. Even chaotic level arts can't resist me." Chapter 4284. Chapter 4284, 4284. Chapter 4284, Fusion. Watching the overly excited Chaos Seed shouting about its success, hearing each word it spouted, Lin Moya's forehead was already covered in black lines. This guy had actually used his chaotic level arts as an experiment with barely any confidence in the outcome. Little Tree muttered quietly, "Totally unreliable." Lin Moya fully agreed. "Luckily it succeeded. Let me have a look." Though Chaos Seed was far from dependable, the fused art star now radiated a powerful aura, shining brilliantly in his soul world. From its glow, Lin Moya felt the unmistakable breath of chaos. Before, even when arts reached chaotic level, they were only called chaotic in name, without any real chaos aura. Now it was different. The chaos aura was obvious. A thought connected his soul to the art star. Second world, can fuse the power of all summoned creatures and the user's domain, breaking past limits. Sublimation, uses Chaos Chi as the power source to raise the user and summons to a higher tier of strength. Requirement, user must complete chaotification, or their body will rupture and they will die. Lin Moyo murmured, "Looks like it's just two arts combined. Doesn't seem much stronger." Chaos Seed immediately corrected him, No, it's completely different." "Oh, what's different?" Lin Moyo asked with a wry smile. "The difference is that the sublimation effect uses Chaos Chi as its power source," Chaos Seed explained. "That Chaos Chi can be the kind in the chaos outside or my Chaos Chi from in here." The phrasing was awkward, but Lin Moyo fully understood the meaning. All powerful arts hinged on chaos rules. Nearly every truly powerful technique had to interact with them. Chaos rules were the strongest force in all chaos, hidden within Chaos Chi. Drawing upon Chaos Chi was actually tugging at fragments of chaos rules, all of which had to be anchored to one's own great Tao. The sublimation also required Chaos Chi as its root. If that were the case alone, then in facing the Tao itself, all arts would cease to function because the Tao ruled over the chaos rules, placing every art under its suppression. But now it was different. Chaos Seed possessed its own Chaos Chi. Arts could be driven by his Chaos Chi, immune to the Tao's suppression. With that, he'd laid the foundation to resist the Tao. In normal times, he could still use ordinary Chaos Chi to power the art, without depleting Chaos Seed's reserves. Chaos Seed shouted, "Master understands now, right?" "I do," Lin Moya said. "Keep going." Chaos Seed hooped and rushed toward another pair of art stars. This time, it chose Summon Elemental Lich and Wings of the Time Curse. Lin Moya was surprised how could those two merge. But since Chaos Seed had chosen them, there must be some point of fusion. Once again, Chaos Seed transformed into a great cauldron, swallowing both art stars inside. The familiar stir-frying sound rang out. Chaos Seed yelled excitedly, clearly in high spirits. Little Tree couldn't resist commenting again, "What an idiot." Now fully the Chaos Ancestral Tree, Little Tree was far more lively than before even learning to mock. Lin Moya chuckled, unreliable or not, at least he gets things done. Little Tree didn't argue unreliability aside, work was still work, and over the years the skill fusions had been quite good. Wings of the Time Curse hadn't been very effective before reaching Chaos Realm. Lin Moyo had always believed no art was useless, and thought maybe it would surprise him after advancing. Instead of a surprise, it was now getting merged. Perhaps a greater surprise might come from the fusion itself. The stir-fry sound roiled louder in his soul world this time, the fusion was smoother, the sizzle less violent than before. An hour later, the sound dwindled, the fusion was in its final stage. Chaos Seed sounded tired now, voice lower, but at last the process ended and a new art star flew from the cauldron. Master, fusion complete, take a look. Chaos Seed cried. Lin Moyo linked to it with his soul. Wings of Chaos, manipulate Chaos Chi into wings, traveling freely through the chaos by disturbing rules, bring forth the curse of chaotic time. The more elemental types merged into the wings of chaos, the richer and stronger the curses become. Studying the new art, Lin Moya saw it was built around unleashing the curse of chaotic time while granting rapid movement in chaos via wings of chaos chi. The strength of its curses depended on the number and variety of elements integrated, and these elements came from elemental liches. If he could merge elemental liches into the wings, their power could grow without limit. Whoosh! The wings of chaos spread wide, gray feathers stretching 100 meters, unfurled freely at his back. Light shimmered across the feathers, distorting time wherever they reached. Time itself became chaotic. With a beat of those wings, he could loose chaos energy to plunge vast regions into temporal disorder, confusing every living creature caught within. He tried summoning several elemental liches and merging them into the wings, but it failed. What's going on? He asked Chaos Seed. They're too low level, Chaos Seed replied. Wings of Chaos is a chaotic level art, running on Chaos Chi. Whether Space Dao Fiend or True Fire Dao Fiend, there were still domain level creatures, copying the domain's Daos, fighting at Dao Lord level and having no Chaos Chi at all, incapable of withstanding it. Thus they couldn't merge with the wings. Lin Moya would need Chaos Tear materials to fuse them. I see, Lin Moya said. Still doesn't seem that great, though. Chaos Seed countered. Once you fuse in enough elements, Master, a flap of those wings will turn the target area into a land of chaos. By chaos, I don't just mean spatial disorder, it's confusion of power, spirit, even matter itself. Chaos is a curse, it kills unseen, and can even destroy a domain. By Chaos Seed's account, the wings of chaos could be immensely powerful, but only after meeting the condition of enough fused elements. It was like the corpse explosion art, useless without corpses, but with strong enough corpses, Lin Moya felt he could even blow up a Heaven Earth Supreme, though only in theory. Chaos Seed now flew toward another set of art stars, and Lin Moya blinked. You're still fusing. Chapter 4285. Chapter 4285, 4285. Chapter 4285, The Prison Suppressing Stone. Chaos Seed stopped in front of the remaining art stars, turned its head toward Lin Moya, and said, "This isn't a fusion this time, it's a modification. To make the arts free of dependence on chaos, they need preliminary modifications. As Master's cultivation rises, we can modify them further until they are completely independent." All cultivators' arts and all their power ultimately came from chaos, relying on its embedded rules. If there were no chaos chi, relying solely on one's own internal strength would drastically weaken combat power. But to face the Tao, one had to shed that dependence entirely. The Chaos Pearl naturally contained another type of chaos, and art running on the Pearl's chaos chi could bypass the Tao's restrictions. That process, however, had to be gradual, severing that dependency outright might draw the Tao's gaze and bring instant annihilation. The Tao might see cultivators as ants, but if an ant jumped around enough to irritate him, he wouldn't hesitate to squash it. So this had to be done bit by bit, like boiling a frog in warm water. Laying out plans right under the Tao's eyelids was anything but easy. Those two previously fused arts were just that, they'd had preliminary modifications. They could still run on normal chaos chi like ordinary arts, but when Lin Moya needed, they could also run on chaos pearl chi, sidestepping the Tao entirely. Chaos Seed breathed out streams of its own chaos chi, remodeling the art stars. Meanwhile, Lin Moya examined his remaining arts to see how they had evolved after reaching Chaos Realm. Infinite Summon. Automatically summons undead minions into the chaos territory, their number determined by the territory's size and their strength determined by the domain under the user's control. Can resurrect beings from a domain or chaos using their true spirit, soul, or corpse as a basis. If a resurrected being has cycled through reincarnation many times, they come back in their strongest life's form. Undead minions and resurrected beings can revive in place up to 10 times after that. They can choose to reincarnate within the chaos territory, requiring a recovery time, or self-destruct on the spot. All undead minions and resurrected beings will automatically undergo chaotification, the extent depending on domain strength. The changes were subtle. Now the auto-summoning strength and number still scaled with the chaos territory size, but also capped at the strongest domain Lin Moya possessed. Currently, the vast world and 5-domain world were neck and neck in strength, so the undead's power had reached the half-step chaos realm, a notch below true chaos realm. If he activated the sublimation art, the undead could approach true chaos realm, and they were already partially chaotified. Once fully chaotified, their strength would increase noticeably. Billions of half-step chaos undead, all unkillable, dying and reviving in endless waves, would overwhelm almost anyone. Against such an army, entry-level chaos cultivators could only flee, and even minor completion chaos realm experts would be rattled. As Chaos Seed finished the preliminary retrofit on Infinite Summon, it also sent some of its chaos chi into the vast world, which then transmitted it into the chaos territory hosting the undead, aiding in future upgrades. Next, Chaos Seed moved to Bone Hell. When its star touched Chaos Seed's chi, a visible change began. The star seemed to melt slightly, glowing and scattering light across Lin Moya's soul world. Countless motes like stars formed, then burrowed into the Chaos Ancestral Tree, flowing down its branches into every linked domain. Using the Chaos Ancestral Tree as a hub, Bone Hell manifested in all 4 of Lin Moya's domains. As in the vast world, it became the cycle of reincarnation for each. In the 5-domain world, where the Beast Abyss had once served as the cycle of reincarnation, Bone Hell's arrival caused small clashes, shaking the whole domain. The soulless beast acted at once to steady it with domain rules, but inherent flaws remained. As a mere rules administrator, it could not fix innate defects. Lin Moya could, but such delicate work would take millennia. Then over 1,000 chaos fruits dropped from the ancestral tree, metamorphosing into chaos spirits that dove into the 5-domain world. Each was transparent, fist-sized, and at once began tugging on rules to mend defects. Their coming triggered no alarm at Lin Moya's order. The soulless beast ignored them and even assisted. With their help, the 5-domain world stabilized, and Beast Abyss began merging with Bone Hell. Reincarnation was a foundation of domain stability. Without it, collapse would come sooner or later. During the transformation, Chaos Seed kept feeding in its own chi, blending it into the process and seeding it into the other domains through the ritual. Once it was over, Lin Moya checked the new art details. Reincarnation Hell fuses with a domain's origin rules to create a place of reincarnation, the bedrock of stability. Hell wraiths ensure smooth cycles, naturally counter reincarnating souls, can absorb chaos chi, and transform into the soldiers of reincarnation. Multiple copies of Reincarnation Hell can manifest across multiple domains, linking reincarnation between them so life may pass among domains, balancing and empowering them. This shift exceeded his expectations. Long ago, Bone Hell had been his main offensive art, winning him countless battles. Even into the Eternal Realm, it had remained useful. But now it had lost all offense, turning completely into a pillar of reincarnation stability for domains. The signs had been there when Bone Hell first became the vast world's cycle point, but Lin Moya hadn't imagined it would shed all attack for this role. The glowing art star solidified into a several-meter-tall stone stele floating in his soul world. 3 words appeared upon it: prison-suppressing stone. This, he realized, was the true form of Reincarnation Hell. Through it, he could control all its instances. And deep down, he felt that the prison-suppressing stone had been its original shape all along, only now coming into view. Chapter 4286. Chapter 4286, 4286. Chapter 4286, Chaotification. Stepping into the chaos realm truly was a great transformation. Even the very nature of techniques could change. This was something Lin Moya had not anticipated. Still, he could see the trade-off clearly. He had lost an offensive technique, but for his multiple domains it had become a new bridge of interconnection. Which was more important was obvious. Chaos Seed had already gone off to modify the last remaining art star, while Lin Moya kept his eyes on the prison-suppressing stone. He was certain the stone had not appeared suddenly, nor was it a product of Chaos Seed's modification. It had always been here, hidden inside the art star until now. What convinced him was the aura. The stone radiated an ancient aura he had only ever sensed before from the Heavenly Void Sun of the first-generation Heavenly Void Palace. The Heavenly Void Sun emanated that same ancient essence. Lin Moya's perception of chi was extremely sharp. He could not be mistaken. The stone was as ancient as the Heavenly Void Sun himself, so it could not be something made by Chaos Seed or evolved from an art star. It had always been here in hiding. This technique must be related to the Catastrophic Supreme, Lin Moya concluded in his heart. When his will touched the stone, he instantly beheld the reincarnation cycles of the 4 domains. Countless beings were flowing through rebirth, the deaths and returns of life playing out on an endless loop. The sight carried solemn gravity, the oppressive majesty of the cycle of samsara. Lin Moya watched for a while before withdrawing his will. The cycles had indeed made each of the domains more stable, and because the reincarnation hells interlinked, the life and power of the 4 domains now intermingled, balancing each other. Every sign pointed to this. Balance between domains seemed highly important. And within the catastrophic scepter, there also happened to be a balance gem. Balance. It seems that even in chaos, balance is an extremely important rule, Lin Moya realized. But at my current realm, exploring chaos rules is far too early. I can't rush it. Chaos rules belong to the world of Heaven Earth Supremes. A mere Chaos Realm cultivator had no qualification to investigate them. For a Chaos Realm existence, being able to use one's great Tao to touch upon Chaos rules was already remarkable. Probing the deeper mysteries was all but impossible. Abandoning such unrealistic thoughts, Lin Moya turned his attention to the final art undergoing modification. Corpse explosion. Detonate corpses or remains to deal damage equal to 5 times the target's vitality and life, to a locked target or area. The larger the explosion radius, the more the power diminishes. Within a radius of 1,000 li, power remains unchanged. When locked to a target, ignores all obstacles and time limits. This too had changed. The condition remained the same, but the power multiplier was now 5-fold. Killing an enemy of the same realm would be trivial. Most crucially, it no longer had to lock onto a specific target before exploding. He could now detonate across an area, with a massive potential radius. Inside 1,000 li, the power was unchanged, identical to a direct lock. Beyond that, it fell off. At 10,000 li, only half strength. At 100,000 li, only 1/10. This pleased Lin Moya greatly. The biggest drawback of corpse explosion had been the need to lock on. Against elusive foes, he'd often needed Bone Hell to trap them first. Now that Bone Hell had transformed, corpse explosion's new area attack capability perfectly covered that loss. Chaos Seed grinned. Not bad, right, Master? Lin Moya nodded. The great Tao is simple. These arts are becoming simpler. Not only simpler, fewer. Where once he had dozens, now only a handful remained, yet his power was no less, even greater. The principle of great truth in simplicity was embodied here perfectly. Chaos Seed said, the art modifications are done. Next is to help master complete chaotification. But you must remember once it's done, enter chaos quickly and coat yourself with ordinary chaos G on the surface. Lin Moyo understood Chaos Seed's chaotification would not be bound by the Tao. Without a layer of normal chaos G as disguise, he could easily be exposed. It was akin to sealing his strength a means of hiding in plain sight. I feel like a spy now, Lin Moyo joked. Not a spy just lying low, Chaos Seed answered reflexively. Then it tilted its head. Strange, why did I say that? It didn't know itself, but Lin Moyo recognized it as the influence of sealed memories. Chaos Seed snorted, spraying endless chaos Chi. Before Lin Moya's eyes, a world filled with chaos Chi opened the inner world of the Chaos Pearl, all chaos yet different from the outside. Lin Moya dropped his concealment, his soul and body surfaces began chowtifying. An immense influx of same origin chaos Chi penetrated deeper, remaking him inside and out. Pain coursed through him, his soul was undergoing metamorphosis, birthing new waves of strength, a sensation both painful and joyful. When it finished, he would no longer be entry-level Chaos Realm, but minor completion Chaos Realm. But unlike others of that stage, he would forge neither Chaos armor nor Chaos weapons. He now understood Chaos is poisonous, and that to fight the Tao he would have to surpass Chaos itself. Using weapons of Chaos against the Tao was a fool's dream. Still the flood poured behind Chaos Seed, a mysterious inner world manifested, with Chaos Chi descending like torrential rain. Ordinary cultivators entered Chaos to absorb Chi and slowly chowtify. Chaos Seed was forcibly pouring it into Lin Moyo, making his progress unimaginably faster. Where others might take thousands or tens of thousands of years, for Lin Moyo even a few years felt slow. He drew in the Chi with all his might, his soul shifting between breaking and healing, each fracture filling him with more Chaos Chi, pushing the transformation. The process spread from the edges of soul and flesh inward, until all of him was remade. His aura swelled, granting him the ability to roam chaos freely. As his chaotification neared completion, the 5-domain world changed as well. Its barriers grew stronger, able to withstand Chaos Chi, preparing for Lin Moya to bring the domain into chaos. The last of the Soul Eater spirits vanished, they were no longer needed. Chaos Chi now surged from all sides soon, this place would be swallowed entirely by the Void Sea. The Candle Dragon sensed the change and muttered, my job's finally done, time to go. Then he turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the chaos. Chapter 4287. Chapter 4287, 4287. Chapter 4287, The Catastrophic Supreme's Game. In just 80 years, Lin Moyo had completed chaotification, a path that took others thousands, even tens of thousands, of years to walk. To help him complete it so quickly, Chaos Seed had spent a great deal of energy, and now dove back into the chaos to absorb more Chi. Lin Moyo harbored some doubts, with so little Chaos Chi, how could Chaos Seed possibly contend against the Tao? When the real fight came, would it really be able to supply enough Chaos Chi? Little Tree saw straight through his worry. Master needn't be concerned. His strength will grow along with yours. Now that you've become Chaos Realm, a year of absorbing Chi for him is worth 1,000 years before. Chaos Seed had always been nestled among Little Tree's roots, absorbing Chi. No one understood its growth better than Little Tree. What about you? Lin Moyo asked. I'm about the same, Little Tree replied. The stronger you are, the stronger I'll be. Little Tree didn't need to chowtify, he had come from chaos itself, and adapted to it long ago. Now his countless roots still drew power from it, and Lin Moyo suspected that if not for his own limits on it, Little Tree might already be far stronger. Perhaps Lin Moyo himself was holding it back. After talking for a while, Lin Moyo entered the Ferry of Tribulation, while Little Tree went back to his own tasks. He had 4 domains to oversee, with vast numbers of chaos fruits transforming into chaos spirits, roaming through the domains to adjust rules and mend defects, making them ever more perfect. Only the 5-domain world had a rules administrator soulless. The other domains had none, so the spirits worked with no obstacles. At the same time, Little Tree continued his own refinement of all that chaos Chi he absorbed. Already Lin Moya's new life resurrection count had passed 500 and was rising fast. The stronger Little Tree became, the faster that number would grow. Aboard the ferry, Lin Moya came to the palace in the central section. Beyond it lay the deepest core, where the 5th gemstone had flown. To enter, one had to refine the ferry, and to refine the ferry, one had to be Chaos Realm. Chaos Realm was only the foundation. Even then, refining the entire vessel wasn't guaranteed. He passed through the central palace, only to be stopped by an invisible force, with another palace gleaming a mere kilometer ahead. Compared to it, the central palace was a chicken coop beside a mansion. Even from afar, the corner pieces of the opulent palace's exterior were of innate origin, treasure-grade materials. Indeed, the whole palace seemed built from them. Lin Moya wasn't surprised. He'd already seen a massive statue earlier made from the same class of material. Between him and that palace was a field of invisible force, ancient, powerful. His soul force flooded into the ferry, covering the portion he had already refined. But when he tried to extend further, there was no path forward. To refine the ferry, he needed not only great strength but also the right method. He scoured it again and again with his spirit, sensed nothing. The 1,000 meters to the core palace remained impassable. After multiple fruitless sweeps, his gaze fell to the statue of the Catastrophic Supreme. There was nothing else to find. Its face had been erased, like wiping away all trace that it had ever existed. Before, Lin Moyo hadn't understood. Now, he sensed the power behind that erasure. It was immense. His soul force filled every crevice of the statue, then drove into its center only to hit an invisible barrier. So it is the key. He was elated. If there was resistance, there was possibility a smooth path would have been far worse. Striking it again and again, he recognized the barrier, exactly the same as that in the core of the Catastrophic Scepter. So this too is the work of the Catastrophic Supreme. His soul force now far surpassed before forming it into an arrow, he thrust in with all his might. Crack! His spirit pierced through and a small space unfolded within. "You've come," came a voice he knew too well, the voice from the Catastrophic Scepter. It was the consciousness the Catastrophic Supreme had left behind, not just in the scepter, but here as well, and likely in other places. His web of arrangements was vast, beyond imagination. A dim, almost spectral figure stood there, featureless like the statue, yet Lin Moya could feel its gaze upon him. "Senior," Lin Moya greeted respectfully. "You've done well," said the Supreme. "It's your chessboard that's well laid," Lin Moya replied. The other chuckled, shaking his head. "You're mistaken. I only set the board, you're the one who's made the moves. You know you are me, and yet not me." Lin Moya remained silent, unsure whether to believe the words. He had pondered the question and never had a clear answer. Without proof, he'd maintained his skepticism. "That you doubt is fine, it's good to doubt all things," the Supreme said. "In time, you'll understand. You have come here to claim the complete fairy and the fifth gemstone, but also to inherit the karma that comes with them. Do you have the ring of seeking cause?" Lin Moya started. Was the ring tied to him as well? He had thought it a gift from the green or white-robed elders. If it came from the Catastrophic Supreme instead, the scope of his scheme was even greater than imagined. "Before you finish refining the fairy and claim the gem, you'd best use the ring to remove as much karma as possible," the Supreme continued. "Having effect without cause will be easy for you. The Chaos Ancestral Tree grants you many resurrections. I don't know how many times you'll die, but it won't be few. So prepare. The events back then were too complex, the karmic threads too thick. The path ahead will not be smooth. If you do not wish to walk my path, you can always remain just a cultivator, under another's rule. That's not such a bad life." Lin Moya shook his head by instinct. "If truly there were no road, I might stop. But if I know there is one and still refuse to walk it, that's not me." The Supreme was clearly pleased. "Good. In that case, let me tell you some old stories." Chapter 4288. Chapter 4288, 4288. Chapter 4288, Old Matters. If Lin Moya chose to give up refining the Fairy of Tribulation, and also abandoned the fifth gemstone of the Catastrophic Scepter, then the Catastrophic Supreme would not tell him these old matters. Before the other spoke, Lin Moya asked curiously, "Aren't you afraid that after hearing it, I might still choose to give up?" The Catastrophic Supreme shook his head. "You won't. I believe in my own judgment. In fact, before I even posed this question, I already knew what your choice would be. The truth is, you're not aware that if there were any possibility you would quit, you would never have earned the recognition of the Catastrophic Scepter, never have seen me within it, nor obtained the Seeking Cause ring. This entire experience is interlinked. If you had faltered at any point, everything after would have been different." Lin Moya could only feel resignation. It seemed as though he had the power to choose, but in reality, he did not. Still, since he had come this far, further thought was pointless. "Then please speak." The Catastrophic Supreme said, "This matter is ancient. One of my elders accidentally discovered that there exists, within the chaos, a certain will. That elder gave it a name I cannot speak." Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat. He realized it was the Tao. The Tao could not be described, and could not be uttered. It could only be referred to indirectly as that one. Even so, doing so carried certain risks. The Catastrophic Supreme continued. "He went to investigate it, and after tens of millions of years finally had results. He recorded them down and then fell. He was the first Heaven-Earth Supreme to fall in the chaos. Luckily, with the last flicker of his thought, he sent away what he had recorded. All traces of his existence were erased. In the chaos, no one knew he had ever existed. Even his friends and kin forgot him entirely." Hearing this, Lin Moya felt a cold chill. The Tao hadn't only killed that Heaven-Earth Supreme, it had erased every trace of him, changing the memories of all who knew him. That was true erasure, leaving behind nothing at all. No, not quite nothing. The Supreme had left something behind, and a fragment of his will within it. Later, the Catastrophic Supreme went on, "I obtained that object, and from it I recovered knowledge of his existence and learned the meaning of surpassing chaos." "You received the Catastrophic Scepter," Lin Moya guessed. "In the chaos, very few things can evade that one's perception. The Catastrophic Scepter is one of them. At the time, I had not yet reached the Supreme Realm," the Catastrophic Supreme replied. Lin Moya understood the Supreme's transcendent path had begun with his chance acquisition of the scepter. That elder actually left little concrete information. Much of it was conjecture. It was when he revealed some of it outwardly that death came for him. But these fragments opened a new door for us. We began searching for clues, scouring the chaos, visiting domains, never passing over anything strange or wondrous. We found much. It was in that time we discovered the Fairy of Tribulation. When he said we, it meant the scepter had not been his alone. The green-robed and white-robed elders must also have been involved. Later, we became Supremes ourselves, reaching the peak of chaos. There was no road left forward, but we all knew that within chaos was someone who saw us as ants. Tell me, would you accept that? The answer needed no thought. Cultivators lived to defy heaven and change fate. Anyone who could become a Heaven-Earth Supreme was a peerless prodigy, a genius among geniuses, a monster who had crushed countless other talents. To reach the peak, only to find someone else standing above you, how could you not want to tear them down? If you didn't know, that was one thing, but knowing you had to fight. The Catastrophic Supreme thought so, and so did the green and white robes. We sought a way, the Supreme said. At last we glimpsed something. That one had a flaw. so we made a plan to fight him, but to guard against the worst, only I would battle they would hide in the shadows. We anticipated failure, and in failing, we sought a road back for ourselves. This was not pessimism, but clarity. He knew what he was facing. I fought my way to the very end. Finally, I saw him, and I struck him once and stole something from him. Here, pride entered the Supreme's tone. I've seen you in the past. It looked like you were instantly killed, Lin Moya noted. The Supreme chuckled. I know what you saw that was a catastrophic avatar. There were 5 in total. That strike told me my foe was not invincible. There was a chance and not a small one. The thing you stole from him, Lin Moya said, was the Chaos Pearl, wasn't it? The Supreme's grin widened. Very clever. Yes, quite so. Then his voice shifted. Enough. If I say more, it might be overheard. If you wish to know the whole truth, become a Supreme yourself. Those 2 old men will tell you. You can get the 5th gemstone, but you won't be able to use it yet. Your realm is far from enough. But here's the good part, the Catastrophic Scepter is beyond chaos, it cannot be detected. The fairy, however, you can fully use, especially in dangerous places. It can carry you through calamity. I named it the Fairy of Tribulation. If you dislike the name, change it. The Supreme's pace quickened, an air of relief in his voice. It was understandable. He had kept vigil here for countless years dormant, yet sometimes awake knowing his true body had long since perished. Waiting, perhaps in vain, not even knowing if his plan would work. Only a Supreme with an unshakable Dao heart could endure so long without collapsing. But now Lin Moyo had arrived, and his performance seemed to satisfy the Supreme. So the man was ready to depart. He had said all that needed saying. His tale contained no cultivation guidance, only a story. Lin Moya knew the Supreme didn't wish to interfere. Whether or not he was truly the man's reincarnation, the Supreme wanted him to walk his own road. Plans and arrangements were only guidance, the true obstacles he must overcome alone. Only thus would his cultivation and Dao heart grow strong enough to surpass even the former Catastrophic Supreme, to transcend chaos and defeat the Unamiable One. It would be hard. He could quit at any time, but they both knew he would not. He was halfway down the road and the only way forward was to the end. Lin Moyo bowed. Farewell, senior. Without another word, the Supreme faded away in laughter, revealing a golden square steel in his place. Chapter 4289. Chapter 4289, 4289. Chapter 4289, the 5th gemstone. After countless years of waiting, the wisp of wool left behind by the Catastrophic Supreme finally reached its conclusion. As that wool was about to disperse, there was no sadness in it, rather, there was a sense of relief. Lin Moyo also felt neither joy nor grief. He knew the Catastrophic Supreme likely still had remnants of consciousness elsewhere. This gain was huge. The information had been broken apart and scattered like a shattered puzzle. He would need to piece it together bit by bit. Once the Catastrophic Supreme's consciousness faded, a square steel half the height of a person floated forth. On its front face appeared the characters for Fairy of Tribulation. This was the core of the fairy. As long as he refined the steel, he would gain complete control over the fairy and become its master. At that point, if he didn't want to call it the Fairy of Tribulation, he could rename it as he wished. His soul sank into the steel and began refining. For Lin Moyo, the process was not difficult. With the Chaos Ancestral Tree supporting him, he had no worries about exhausting his soul force. 10 great Dao sublimations, repeated purifications of the soul, these had elevated the essence of his spirit, and now the benefits of that were clear. In a mere 100 days, the Fairy of Tribulation had been fully refined. At that moment, Lin Moyo learned all of the fairy's details, finally understanding its level as a treasure. It was a Chaos Extreme treasure. Among Chaos Realm treasures, there were generally 3 levels: low, high, and extreme. Low and high grade treasures could be naturally formed or forged by people. But an extreme treasure was different. Chaos Extreme treasures were all conceived within chaos itself, and could never be forged by mortal hands. So it was with the fairy, it was born from chaos. However, it did not originally look like this. It had been altered into this form later by someone else. If he wished, Lin Moya could also change its form, but it would take a great deal of time, and he couldn't be bothered. The Catastrophic Scepter is a supreme treasure that surpasses chaos, and the fairy is a Chaos Extreme treasure. Both are things it cannot destroy. Furthermore, the Catastrophic Scepter can even threaten it. It seems its limits lie here, perhaps a little beyond that, but not much more. The Chaos Pearl is likely also a Chaos Extreme treasure, which is why it seeks it to compensate for its own flaws. Lin Moya thought about it and realized that the Catastrophic Supreme had been right. The Dao was not unbeatable. He absolutely had hope. Even the Catastrophic Supreme back then had had a chance, only he had failed. But all of this, for Lin Moyo, was still far in the future. With a thought, he appeared in the palace at the core of the fairy. The palace had no name. It was exquisitely built, yet despite the beauty there were many signs of damage. The Fairy of Tribulation had clearly been through a great battle. Massive forces had entered here, causing destruction. That force had even wounded the fairy's body, leaving it with flaws. Because of that, the 5th generation Heavenly Void Palace Master had been able to infiltrate Chaos G here. If the fairy had been intact, he would never have had a chance. Scattered throughout the palace were ornaments, each one a fine treasure in its own right. At least in terms of material, they were all Chaos Realm grade, used for forging. One could make many fine implements. When the fairy was conceived in chaos, it should have been empty inside. Later, when it was acquired and reshaped into the Fairy of Tribulation, these contents had been added: statues, palaces, and so on. Lin Moya wasn't interested in these materials or in admiring them. With a whoosh, the wings of chaos unfurled. They beat slowly, stirring a breeze, and in that wind, flames blazed. The scattered treasures brushed by the wind ignited, burning in the flames and melting away very slowly, before being drawn by unseen power into the wings of chaos. The intricate patterns on the wings lit up, as though absorbing the strength. Lin Moyo could feel the wings growing stronger. The materials of these Chaos Realm treasures could all be merged into them to enhance their power. In moments, the palace was a sea of fire. Anything that could be refined was burning. The palace itself was unaffected. It had been moved here after being refined by the Catastrophic Supreme, and was a high-grade chaos treasure, beyond the current refining ability of the wings. The same was true of a few other treasures present. At its current strength, the wings of chaos could only refine and fuse low-grade chaos treasure materials. That was already enough to satisfy Lin Moyo. This was a generous inheritance from the Catastrophic Supreme. Such treasures were not easy to come by. Suddenly, the corners of Lin Moyo's mouth twitched. Don't tell me he planned for this too. Thinking about it, that was unlikely. If the man could have calculated even the arts Lin Moyo would possess, the Catastrophic Supreme should never have lost back then. The refining continued. The flames roared on. This would take time. It could not be hurried. Lin Moyo moved to the deepest part of the palace, where there was a massive rupture. The crack yawned like the maw of some monstrous beast, fissures spreading in all directions until vanishing into the void. This was where the ferry had been struck and damaged all those years ago. To damage a Chaos Extreme treasure to this extent, not even a Heaven Earth Supreme was necessarily capable. The culprit was obvious. Even after countless years, remnants of that battle lingered here. Careful sensing revealed to Lin Moyo a terror beyond all things. It startled him. This level of power had not faded even after ages. As he studied the rift, a glimmer of light appeared within. The residual power there suddenly coalesced into a single point of light. The Tao's lingering force, after all these years, had not dissipated. Rather, it had birthed an obsession. Lin Moyo's arrival roused it. The light point surged in strength, turning hostile toward him. Without a thought, Lin Moyo raised the catastrophic scepter and smashed it down. Bang! The light point was shattered to nothing. Against the scepter, even the Tao's remnant could stir no waves. Inspecting the rift a while longer, Lin Moyo was certain the ferry could not be repaired. Born of chaos, these extreme treasures were mighty, but once damaged, they were nearly impossible to restore. Even so, the ferry remained a defensive treasure. As long as he stayed inside, even a Heaven Earth Supreme would struggle to harm him. It was still the best tool for saving his life. But another notion came to him. If his wings of chaos grew strong enough to refine the ferry itself, then he could possess its abilities intrinsically. The difference between that and relying on an external object was like heaven and earth. If that could be done, the damage to the ferry wouldn't matter. He looked to the top of the palace. There, the fifth gemstone of the catastrophic scepter glimmered with a dim gray light. Flying over, Lin Moyo brought the scepter to it. The scepter shone, all four other gems upon it glowing faintly as they bathed the fifth in light. Return to your place, he said quietly. The gem flew into the scepter of its own accord, settling into its rightful slot. In an instant, the catastrophic scepter blazed with dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire palace. Chapter 4290. Chapter 4290, 4290. Chapter 4290, talk about it once you've become a supreme. From the catastrophic scepter came the sound of grinding stone, as the positions of its 5 gemstones began to change. Originally, the 5 gems were arranged in a ring, forming a circle. Now their formation shifted. The soul, elemental, balance, and domain gemstones moved to the 4 cardinal positions up, down, left, right, while the 5th gemstone came to rest in the very center. It seemed to become the ruler among gemstones, with the others existing around it. Once the gems had rearranged, the radiance of the catastrophic scepter diminished. Aside from the positional change, the weapon appeared otherwise the same. Lin Moyo tried to probe the scepter's core space. It was still sealed, and with the central gem back in place, that independent space had grown even more solid and unyielding. The barrier was so firm that even with all his current strength, he felt he could not get in. He knew he could not open that space until he became a Heaven Earth Supreme. Until then, the power sealed within would not return to him. Thanks to the scepter's transcendent level, this also meant that the Tao could not pry into him. But there was a downside. If danger came, he could no longer unleash his peak strength to meet it. His survivability had lessened. He didn't dwell. Worrying over what couldn't be changed was useless. Turning his focus to the 5th gemstone, that center gem in the ruling position, he noted it emitted a dull gray aura, its appearance unremarkable. But when his soul force touched it, his expression suddenly changed. The ring of seeking cause appeared in his hand. He activated effect without cause. Sever the karmic ties of former dust. With a low shout, the backlash poured in. His soul and body shattered at once. Purple light flashed and, in that light, Lin Moyo revived only to shatter again immediately. All around, massive and ancient karma surged toward him. The seeking cause ring drank it in, even as it turned part of it into backlash that hit him full force. Over and over Lin Moyo died, and was reborn. A ceaseless cycle. The catastrophic supreme had warned him, the fairy and the 5th gemstone carried vast, ancient karma. Accept them, and that karma would come with them. The ring could prevent it, but using it meant bearing the backlash. Even with his chaotified soul and body, such ancient and immense karmic force could crush him to powder. The ring was a chaos extreme treasure, same tier as the fairy itself. Its power was unimaginable. The Supreme had not exaggerated. Lin Moyo had felt the tide of karma surging at him through the long river of time. Shackles, disasters, not his to take on. He could only cut them away, and that meant enduring the massive backlash. One wave after another. Death after death, resurrection after resurrection. Once begun, there was no turning back. In a blink, he had died more than 5,000 times. Had this been before reaching Chaos Realm, he'd be gone for good long since. Luckily, after his ascension, the World Tree had evolved into the Chaos Ancestral Tree. His store of new life resurrections had grown hugely. Even if he died 200 or 300 times now, he could keep going. His expression calm, he felt the karmic tides at the threshold of life and death. The massive cause threads were being fully absorbed by the ring, none left upon him. He sent a thought to Little Tree: absorb chaos chi quickly, refine it into more new life counts. He was sure that before his lives ran out, the ancient karma would be exhausted. Long accustomed to the rhythm of death and birth, he even had the mind to reflect in between. The Catastrophic Supreme must have known I possessed the Chaos Ancestral Tree, must have known it would transform upon reaching Chaos Realm. If so, then that tree must also be one of his pieces. My techniques, Chaos Seed, even Little Tree, all within his design. It felt like all his struggle thus far had never stepped outside the net the Supreme had cast. Do all Supremes plan to this degree? He murmured inwardly. This arrangement, spanning countless years, its sole purpose to raise someone fit to stand against the Tao. The Supreme himself had held no certainty, he had sought only a sliver of chance. Death and rebirth continued. The Chaos Ancestral Tree's resurrection count dwindled rapidly, the pace of refining Chaos Chi couldn't keep up. Still, Lin Moya wasn't flustered. He believed the backlash would end before his count hit zero. And with this experience, in the future he'd never have to fear karma again. As long as he had enough new life, no matter how heavy the cause, he could bear it even if it meant dying more times. After dying 500 more times, with less than 30 lives left, the backlash finally ceased. The fairy and the gem's ancient karma tied to the Tao was gone. Now, the two were clean, even the Tao couldn't trace him through cause and effect. At last, now I can see what gem this actually is. He exhaled. Calm though he seemed, if he'd had to die much more, he might not have made it. Not fearing death didn't mean seeking it. Once again, he extended his soul force to the gem. Gray light flickered on it and he made a small sound of surprise. No information came. His soul force sank into it like into cotton. Nothing. Must I refine it? He pushed harder, the gem drinking in his strength, but still no change. Days passed as he poured more and more into it. At last, the gray light flared slightly and a surge of power cut his soul force clean off. Rejected. Startled, he felt it clearly. There was a will that had severed his contact. It was like a brat telling him, I'm full, stop feeding me. And that brat looked down on him, thought his soul force wasn't tasty enough. Lin Moya could only smile wryly. After eating so much of his power, it still disdained him. At the same time, he understood the Catastrophic Scepter had a spirit. Of course such a treasure beyond chaos would surely have one. This spirit had been hiding in the fifth gem all along, only now revealing itself. Lin Moya tried again to send his soul force in, to speak with it, but the presence inside ignored him completely. Again and again, he patiently pressed in. Weaving his soul into rune forms for more force, he knocked without stopping. Finally, the brat inside got annoyed at the noise and shouted, Don't bother. You're not qualified to talk to me yet. The tone was that of an immature child, a being who did not know how many eons old, yet mentally undeveloped. When will I be qualified? Lin Moyo asked. When you've become a supreme, then we'll talk, came the reply. Chapter 4291. Chapter 4291, 4291. Chapter 4291, stuff the brat until he bursts. After dying so many times, going through all that effort to get the fifth gemstone and restoring the Catastrophic Scepter, only to be met with that single sentence, Lin Moyo was left utterly speechless. Yes, the Catastrophic Scepter was powerful, its level extremely high, surpassing chaos itself. Among known treasures, it was the strongest, bar none. The greater the treasure, the greater the power needed to wield it. Having just entered the Chaos Realm, barely considered minor completion, Lin Moya still didn't quite measure up to drive such a treasure at full strength. That much he could accept. But this bratty spirit's arrogant tone was what truly rubbed him the wrong way. Even if you are the Catastrophic Scepter, I am the master now. You should remember your place. His will transmitted inside and got back only a light, dismissive snort. It was as if the bratty spirit was saying, I just won't. What can you do about it? Lin Moya smiled faintly. What can I do? With a thought, the Fairy of Tribulation's power stirred. Now that he was its master, he could manipulate its full force. In an instant, the palace was filled with restrictions. With a wave of his hand, countless divine runes flew out, forming an enormous array. The Chaos Ancestral Tree appeared. Little Tree split off avatars to serve as the formation's cores. Then Lin Moya tossed the Catastrophic Scepter into the array, locking it there. The world-burning fire followed, drilling toward the fifth gem. With the array's blessing, the fire's strength rose greatly, not enough to truly harm it, but Lin Moyo had patience. If a year wasn't enough, then 1,000 years, 10,000 years. His soul force took the shape of an arrow, driving into the gem alongside the flames. You say you're full? I'll keep feeding you until you die. He'd make this brat understand exactly who was master. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the spirit cried out, What are you doing? Stop it. Again the spirit severed his soul force, and again, an even stronger surge flooded in. Lin Moya just kept ramming it in. The world-burning fire also bit into it. If it couldn't injure, it could still make the spirit uncomfortable. The other gems lit as the brat tried to shunt unwanted soul force to them, especially the soul gem, which could absorb vast amounts of it. But with a thought, Lin Moya sent runes to seal the flow. Now the soul force couldn't get out, it was stuck in the fifth gem. The array he'd set in the scepter matched the one in its core. He'd studied that formation for years, knew it inside out. The brat was clearly angry now, wailing, Stop. What the hell are you doing? Lin Moya ignored it, continuing to channel in more. The scepter shuddered violently, trying to break free, but the array held it fast. Tree branches wrapped layer by layer around it, leaving no escape. Mighty it was, but at present Lin Moya was the master, even the spirit couldn't seize full control. His power had seeped into the weapon over years of use. Finally, the brat started begging. Stop, I'm stuffed, I really can't take any more. Lin Moya just snorted and kept going. It sounded near tears. Please, stop, let's talk this out. Stop just because you say so. Lin Moya said coldly. Where's my dignity then? You can't bully me like this. Even if you're the master, you can't. Still a child, mentally undeveloped. With living beings, such behavior would be bizarre. With artifact spirits, it was often the norm. Many never matured beyond the mind they were born with. So you admit I'm the master now? Lin Moyo asked. You already were. You're just too weak, it shot back. Then tell me, what does this fifth gemstone do? It hesitated, then answered. It's called the Hongmeng gem. Hongmeng. Lin Moya saw no clue in the name. And what does it do? That's complicated. I can't tell you, you'll have to see for yourself. But not until you're a Heaven Earth Supreme, you can't see it now. Perhaps from being overstuffed, the brat's tone had improved. Lin Moyo began drawing back his soul force. If you'd talked like this from the start, this wouldn't have been necessary. After all, it was the spirit of the catastrophic scepter. He wouldn't go too far, just make a point. It let out a relieved breath. I'd just woken up. And you are weak. The last guy who got me was already Chaos Realm Perfection, soon to be a Supreme. The one before that was born a Supreme. By last guy it meant the Catastrophic Supreme. The one before that had been the Supreme, erased from existence by the Tao. The Tao's erasure couldn't touch the brat, so it knew. Lin Moya withdrew the array, taking the scepter back in hand. Can you come out? No. If I came out, there'd be serious trouble. What kind of trouble? I can't say. You'll have to see for yourself when the time comes. Not unwilling, unable. Bound by limits, much like others who couldn't speak certain truths. Can I see what happened before? Lin Moyo asked. Again it wavered, then mumbled. If you look, don't tell a soul or there'll be big trouble. That one won't spare you. And if it gets me, the trouble's even worse. I understand, Lin Moya said. I won't tell anyone. A mere thread of soul force dipped in the Hongmeng gem, hummed, light flaring, and Lin Moya saw visions from an age drowned in endless years, eras even the river of time could not trace. He had never fully trusted the Catastrophic Supreme's words, preferring what he saw with his own eyes. And since all of it tied to the scepter, and the scepter had a spirit, then surely the events of old would be recorded within it. The Supreme likely knew as much. Certain Lin Moya would seek the truth here. If he couldn't predict even that, he wasn't qualified to weave such a grand game. His consciousness sank into that ancient aura, as he seemed to step into an age when chaos itself was different, perhaps weaker. The mists parted to reveal a towering figure standing in the chaos, catastrophic scepter in hand. Four of its 5 gemstones shone, all but the Hongmeng gem, and behind the figure, a domain flickered in and out of sight. Chapter 4292. Chapter 4292, 4292. Chapter 4292, The Story of the Past. In the ancient chaos, there stood a figure towering, vast in power, a Heaven Earth Supreme. But he had no face, and the instant after Lin Moyo beheld him, he forgot it altogether. The Tao's power was overwhelming, it erased all traces that this being had ever existed. Yet it could not erase the records within the catastrophic scepter only. After looking, Lin Moyo could not retain them in memory. Such was the Tao, able to bend thought, crush one's Tao heart, shatter the soul. Lin Moyo once more felt its terrible might firsthand. The faceless man held the catastrophic scepter, his voice booming through the chaos. So, within the chaos, there was yet such a one. All the better. I thought I had no road forward, it seems there is still a path. I have fought heaven and battled earth, and now I have one more target. Let me see, how strong are you? Are you worthy to be my opponent? With that, he swung the scepter, splitting the void, tearing through the mist. The chaos G drew back. In the broken void, a colossal eye appeared. At once he became a giant tens of thousands of li tall, and smashed the scepter down upon it. But in the next instant his body exploded apart, flesh and blood scattering across billions of li, to drift through the chaos. The flesh of a supreme contained limitless power. Merging with chaos, it detonated again, beginning to evolve into domains and worlds. From his own flesh, the man was reborn, catastrophic scepter once more in hand, but his aura was far weaker, almost fallen from the supreme realm altogether. Though Lin Moyo could not see his expression, he felt the man's deep fear. The giant eye seemed to step through space and came before him. He flung the scepter away, sending it slicing into the void, disappearing, and in that same moment, he was shattered to nothing. A mighty Heaven Earth Supreme, slain under the 2 eyes of the Tao like an ant. And all records of his existence erased. Even his closest bondsman would not remember him. It was as if he had never lived at all. The vision shifted, the ancient aura had thinned, much time had passed. Again someone appeared, the scepter falling into his hands. Compared to the first Supreme, this one's aura was much, much weaker. Lin Moya knew this was the later Catastrophic Supreme, who, at the time he acquired the scepter, had not yet reached the Supreme Realm. From it he gained the information left behind by the erased Supreme, seeming to realize something, yet not daring to speak it aloud. He sought out 2 friends and shared the matter with them. Their method of sharing was strange. They did not speak, merely let the other hold the scepter. Even their discussions occurred through the scepter. Those 2 friends were the green-robed and white-robed elders, neither of them Supremes at the time. What they discussed, Lin Moya could not tell. Likely the memory of it was erased on the spot, leaving no trace even in the scepter. Afterward, the 3 roamed and explored the chaos together. There were many mysterious places there. They experienced countless marvels. In time, all 3 reached the Heaven Earth Supreme Realm, and their strength soared. But they did not stop, they split up to continue exploring. Meanwhile, the Catastrophic Supreme did many other things Lin Moya could not understand, each seemingly ordinary, yet somehow imbued with deeper meaning. Following him everywhere was an attendant Lin Moya could tell it was the Heavenly Void Sun. The Heavenly Void Sun journeyed widely with the Catastrophic Supreme, undertaking many tasks, and eventually himself reaching perfection in the Chaos Realm. In that time, the Catastrophic Supreme also acquired several top treasures, the Fairy of Tribulation among them. Then it was only a spherical pearl. He refined it and reshaped it into its current form, building within it this palace and his own statue. Countless years later, the Supreme, with the Heavenly Void Sun, met again with the green and white robes. After conferring, they began their plan in earnest. By now, the Catastrophic Supreme grasped the scepter far more deeply, and his combat power exceeded that of the previous Supreme. If there was a difference, it was that he had reached the very peak of the Heaven-Earth Supreme stage, no further to go. The Erased Supreme, by contrast, had room to grow, though he had not realized it, and thus, by rushing, he had died quickly. The Catastrophic Scepter, as a treasure beyond chaos, would not forgive such recklessness. Challenging the Tao without maximizing one's own strength and mastery of the scepter was courting death. The later Supreme was far more cautious, preparing for years. Everything seemed in his design. The green robe, white robe, and Heavenly Void Sun all withdrew. This part he would do alone. He swung the scepter. The soul, balance, elemental, and domain gems all flared, and 4 avatars split from him. Only the Hongmeng gem stayed inert. Lin Moya did not know why. Each avatar gripped a scepter of its own, but these were mere copies, lacking the Hongmeng gem. The Catastrophic Supreme fought to the end of chaos, just as his predecessor had, shattering it to draw the Tao forth. When the giant eye manifested, he struck first. Once more the Tao's power revealed itself. He could not close the distance, but his tactics were beyond its expectations. Using himself as bait, he self-detonated, riding the force of that detonation to smash the scepter down. His 4 avatars also self-detonated. The scepter hurtled into the eye with overwhelming might. The eye cracked, and something fell out. The Chaos Pearl. So it was the Catastrophic Supreme who snatched it. Lin Moya recognized it instantly. The real Supreme came in the fairy, snatched the pearl before the eye, and struck it a heavy blow with the true scepter. The eye loosed myriad beams into the fairy, blasted it away damaged, and struck the Supreme a grievous wound. Because of the fairy's protection, the Tao did not kill him instantly, giving him a chance. He cast away the pearl, the scepter, and the fairy into the chaos, sending them far. Then he faced the Tao calmly, knowing he could not escape, so he did not try. The final scene Lin Moya had already seen once before, the Supreme dying in an instant. But it was not without a fight. He had even wounded the Tao before falling, and in that, he had gleaned much. The Tao erased him, yet something went awry, and it failed to wipe him entirely. Lin Moya guessed it might have been because it, too, was injured. At the very least, some of the Supreme's arrangements persisted to this day. The vision faded, his consciousness returning. Lin Moya let out a long breath. Truly, far from easy. Chapter 4293. Chapter 4293, 4293. Chapter 4293, comprehended but cannot achieve. After finishing the tale of the past, Lin Moya noted that there were many missing details. After all, the Catastrophic Supreme could not have had the Catastrophic Scepter in hand every moment of his life. When the scepter was stored away, it could not record what was happening in the outside world. Those absent details were part of the Supreme's grand layout, important if you wished to call them so, but also not important if you looked at them another way. He was me, and yet not me. His arrangements might prove useful to me, or they might not. The Catastrophic Supreme foresaw his own failure in that trial. He traded his life to find the Tao's flaw, and forcibly snatched the Chaos Pearl from its grasp. For him, that was success enough. The Tao could not, as it had with the Erased Supreme, wipe away every trace of the Catastrophic Supreme's existence. Perhaps it managed to erase some parts, but much remained. Lin Moya looked at the Catastrophic Scepter in his hand, at the Hongmeng gem. Even the Supreme had found it hard to use. How could he, for now? When I become a Supreme, will I be able to wield all of the scepter's might? Lin Moya asked the bratty spirit. This time, the spirit didn't hesitate. With a hint of pride, it said, "Still not enough, you'll be just a bit short." What's missing? Lin Moya pressed. He already suspected the answer. The Catastrophic Supreme was the best example. The spirit replied, "I cannot say. You must comprehend it for yourself." The tone was decisive. There was no point in pushing further. As for comprehend it yourself, Lin Moya didn't quite accept that answer. An idea came to him, asked from another angle. Did the Catastrophic Supreme comprehend it? He comprehended it, but by then it was too late. This answer revealed much. Too late? How could a being like that be too late? He had cultivated for uncounted years, planned for even more. How could time have been an issue? If necessary, he could have waited another 10 million years. Supremes had patience to spare. So the only way it could be too late was if there was something that could no longer be changed. And for a Supreme, the list of unchangeables was very short. Lin Moya thought at once of one thing: a domain. To become a Supreme, one must first reach perfection in the Chaos Realm. And to do that, one must possess an immensely powerful domain. If your own domain was not strong enough, you had to find ways to strengthen it, ideally by absorbing the power of other domains. There was no doubt the Catastrophic Supreme's domain had been formidable. It was the foundation of his rise. But once you became a Supreme, the strength of your domain was set. Which was why Supremes did not target domains or meddle with them. They had reached the pinnacle of chaos and could look down on it. The struggles of domain creatures, even battles of Chaos Realm experts, were like children's games to them. Their divine powers were vast and limitless, but their own domains could not be altered. This was the one thing they could not do. The Catastrophic Supreme had comprehended how to use the Hongmeng gem, how to draw out all the scepter's force, but by then it was too late, because his domain was fixed. So he began his layout working with the green and white robes, with the Heavenly Void Sun, shaping the Heavenly Void Land, evolving a single domain seed across generations. Lin Moya saw it clearly. The path he walked now was the path the Supreme had hoped he'd take. But the man would not spell it out, only leave riddles, for Lin Moya to grasp himself. Like comprehending a great Tao, he gave hints, never answers. Lin Moya's own example, now he held 4 primary domains, with another 4 in the Heavenly Void Land representing the 1st through 4th worlds. Including the Void Land itself, he could one day have 9 domains in total. If he could nurture all 9, then combine them into one, it would match perfectly with his 10 times great Tao sublimation, using the force of breaking the limit to master the scepter. His mind clear as still water, he now saw exactly the road ahead. This was vital. Without it, he'd be lost in confusion. Without a transparent Tao heart, the way forward was not only hard, but easy to stray from. Some mistakes could be corrected, others could not. One wrong step could mean eternal doom. The Supreme had made such a mistake, he had comprehended, but was too late. Nor could the green or white robes manage it, thus the Supreme had only laid his plans for someone else to try. Lin Moya murmured, in that ancient battle, he knew he would die but still fought, seeking a way forward in his own design. The heart of a Supreme is beyond the measure of ordinary men to seek a road through death. I admire that. I hope I can walk the road you found and surpass you, walking even farther. When he finished, he sent his thought to the Hongmeng gem. Thank you. The brat's voice murmured back, don't mention it. You seem all right. If you need me again, come find me. But stop stuffing so much soul force into me, I can't take it. You don't need soul force. Lin Moyo asked, puzzled. It's just a snack for me, not essential. And snacks should taste good. Your soul force is so low level, it's like eating shit if I have too much. If I don't ask for it, don't give it to me. Lin Moyo felt thoroughly looked down on. Any goodwill he'd just built toward the brat was gone. With a cold chuckle, he said, you should learn how to talk. The brat fell silent. Lin Moyo ignored it, their relationship cooling again. Stowing the scepter, he saw that the palace flames still burned. Huge amounts of chaos-tier material were fusing into the wings of chaos. The wings devoured every element like a bottomless glutton, growing ever stronger. All things passed through them emerged as calamity force, ready to disrupt order and destroy rules, a destructive art through and through, capable of slaying life and annihilating domains. His gaze fell to the statue in the central chamber, once a likeness of the Catastrophic Supreme, its face now gone. This erasure was not the Tao's doing, it had been injured at the time and lacked the power. The Supreme had done it himself, by methods unknown, wiping away as many traces of his existence as he could. He could not erase all as the Tao could, but removed whatever he was able, including much of his own karmic web. Thus, by the time the Tao recovered, it would be hard to track his plans by cause and effect, and his co-conspirators, the green and white robes and the Heavenly Void Sun, would be safe. For this, Lin Moyo could only voice his respect. Chapter 4294. Chapter 4294, 4294. Chapter 4294, the only one who can lose is you, not the Lord. With a thought, the statue slowly crumbled, turning to powder and dispersing. Lin Moyo had personally erased the last trace of the Catastrophic Supreme within the Ferry of Tribulation, believing this too was something the Supreme would have wanted him to do. Forget the past, he was that man, and yet he was not. The path to walk today was one the Catastrophic Supreme had already found a direction for, but ultimately Lin Moyo would have to tread it himself. Even if he truly was the Supreme's reincarnation, he was still a brand new self, not the same as before. His divine sense swept through the ferry. There were still some items the Supreme had once moved inside. The wings of chaos stirred up wind and fire, refining everything that could be refined. Whatever couldn't, he erased all traces of as well. He did this to remind his own Tao heart, he was new, independent, and himself alone. After spending several hundred days inside the ferry, the wings had finally refined all the Chaos Realm tier materials and treasures possible. Their strength had increased several dozen times over. Now, with just a slight tremor, they could raise an endless storm of wind and fire, chaos-laden energy woven into it that could descend as a profusion of curses. Lin Moyo emerged from the ferry into the void outside the domain. The wings of chaos beat, and wind and annihilation were drawn up. One by one, little elfin beings flew from the wind and fire, their forms 90% similar to elemental liches, each with its own unique power. Woven together, their forces shattered the rules of vast regions, leaving utter disorder. A Tao Lord would be ripped apart by the chaos curse. Even Eternals would not last long. Of course, to Lin Moya now, Eternals were nothing. His undead summons alone could slay them. But that didn't mean the wings of chaos were weak. They had limitless potential. The more chaos tier materials they fused, the more power they could gain without limit. He didn't value them for what they were now, but for what they could become. If they grew strong enough, they might play a key role in confronting the Tao someday. They were like an infant not yet grown, needing him to feed them to maturity. After a light trial, satisfied enough with the result, he turned his gaze to the deepest reaches of the domain. His sight pierced the boundary between real and unreal, reaching to the depths below the beast abyss. Sensing his gaze, the giant whale guarding the gates at the base of the Yellow Springs shuddered violently. Its massive bulk flattened itself to the ground, too afraid to move. An instant later, Lin Moya was before it. As Domain Lord, there was no place within the domain he could not reach. In a thought he could even manifest millions of avatars at once, appearing in countless places simultaneously. The oppressive might of the Domain Lord poured from him naturally, and the whale trembled, not daring even to raise its head or look at him. It well knew who it faced. Lin Moya chuckled softly, not making things hard for it, and entered the Heavenly Void Land. The Heavenly Void Land was special, not part of the 5-domain world, yet within it independent, with its own rules. Those rules were strict and strong. Even now, Lin Moyo had to follow them to some extent. Still, their hold over him was no longer what it had been. Piloting the ferry, he went to the 5th-generation Heavenly Void Palace and found a very different scene. "So, it's finally fallen," he murmured. The palace had collapsed. The Heavenly Void Land along with it was a ruin. The 5th Palace Master was dust, his true body slain by Lin Moyo. His avatars naturally couldn't survive. There would be no 6th palace for the 5-domain world. This was the end. The Steward and the Kunlun Emperor are dead too. His gaze fixed on the ruins of the Heavenly Void Tower, eyes narrowing. Those two had met him only once. There was no bond, and both had their own agendas. If they were dead, so be it. If not, he might have lent a hand. The wings of chaos fluttered, sending forth countless little spirits within the breeze. Large swaths of land broke into disorder. The ruins were blown aside, revealing their interior. He sensed residual soul traces, but they were severed now. So they did fall. He whispered. The Steward and the Kunlun Emperor were gone. The Heavenly Void Tower had been not their place of enlightenment but their burial site. They had borne vast karmic burdens. Such an end was no surprise. And here, unlike in the 5-domain world, death was final. Even the Kunlun Emperor could not revive from the great Tao here. The ferry turned to a stream of light, flying toward the 1st-generation Heavenly Void Palace. Through the mist, into the hall where the Heavenly Void Sun's statue stood, Lin Moyo came before it, bowing slightly. "Greetings, Senior." The Heavenly Void Sun's phantom appeared. "Now you understand it all, don't you?" Lin Moyo nodded. "For the most part, yes. Your dedication commands respect." The phantom chuckled. "The Lord showed me great favor. To serve him is my honor. And if this succeeds, it will benefit me greatly as well. There are 9 seats for the Supremes," Lin Moyo said. "If this works, one will be vacant." "That's right," the Heavenly Void Sun replied. "I can't promise success," Lin Moyo said. "Only that I'll try my utmost." The phantom said, "The Lord himself said it. This matter is too difficult, yet we were willing to gamble for him." "In that case," Lin Moyo said, "then I'll take my place at the gambling table too." The Heavenly Void Sun smiled. "You've been at the table all along." With a wave of his hand, Lin Moyo felt something detach from the 5-domain world and come here. The domain remained otherwise unaffected, but something was indeed now missing. From outside came a roar. Lin Moyo sensed the Heavenly Void Land quaking. Sweeping it with his thought, he saw it collapsing. All the beasts cried out at once. Countless great divine beasts dwelling here fled in terror, trying to escape. There was nowhere to go. As the collapse advanced, they would all be destroyed. The outermost 5th-generation Heavenly Void Palace was the first to go, turning from rubble to ash, vanishing down the river of history. The Heavenly Void Sun's voice was quiet. The palace, these divine beasts, the Heavenly Void Land itself, all of it was given by the Lord. Now, as the Lord reclaims it, they must return to nothingness. "And you?" Lin Moyo asked. He laughed. "The Lord's task for me is complete. I'll sink back into the chaos and wait to awaken when all is done. If I fail." The smile widened. "If you fail, then you fail and we try again. The Lord always said, failure is normal. The plan may fail, but the Lord's layout cannot. Our Tao hearts cannot. So if there is failure, the only one who can lose is you, not the Lord." Lin Moyo was speechless. The Heavenly Void Sun's loyalty to the Catastrophic Supreme was utterly, almost blindly, absolute. Chapter 4295. Chapter 4295, 4295. Chapter 4295, Settling the Cause and Effect. One after another, the Heavenly Void Palaces collapsed along with the Heavenly Void Land, and all divine beasts within were reduced to nothingness. Their power had come from the Heavenly Void Land, now it returned to it. What was taken from there was given back. Such was the law of cause and effect. In the end, even the 1st-generation Heavenly Void Palace shattered, leaving only the statue of the Heavenly Void Sun and Lin Moyo. From all the power released by the collapse, the Heavenly Void Sun gathered it into his hand, condensing it into a domain seed. Lin Moyo had heard about this domain seed from the Heavenly Void Sun's earlier information, but this was the first time he had seen one with his own eyes. It was the size of a fist, strangely shaped, and within it was power beyond imagining. The Heavenly Void Sun said, "This was left to you by the Lord. But with your current strength, you cannot yet evolve it. When you reach perfection in the Chaos Realm, evolve it then. With the power of a domain behind you, the results will be far better. I too should be going now. I wish you success." After he spoke, the space behind the statue shattered. Beyond that broken space, Lin Moyo could faintly see a vast domain. The Heavenly Void Sun stepped into the void and vanished. This is the Heavenly Void Sun's domain. Strands of domain aura seeped through the broken void. Even so attenuated, Lin Moyo could feel its might. As a perfection-level Chaos Realm powerhouse, the Heavenly Void Sun's domain was incomparably strong compared to it. The 5-domain world and the vast world were nothing. When the void closed, that feeling was branded deep into Lin Moyo's heart. He clearly felt the unimaginable gulf between them. No wonder the Heavenly Void Sun had the confidence to contend for a supreme seat. In all the chaos, there were 9 supreme seats. Though the Catastrophic Supreme had been dead for countless years, his seat remained unchallenged. It wasn't that no one wanted it, but no one dared, or could. With the green and white robed Supremes guarding it, to fight for it meant death. That seat hung empty, waiting for the Supreme's plan to come to fruition, for someone to inherit his will and ascend. If their great design succeeded, another seat would open, and only then would others have their chance. The Heavenly Void Sun was waiting for that time. Lin Moya was certain this too was part of the Catastrophic Supreme's arrangement, and the Heavenly Void Sun's blind loyalty meant he would patiently strive for it across endless years. It seems time truly means nothing to a Heaven Earth Supreme, Lin Moya sighed. He took the domain seed into his hand, and with it came a rush of information into his soul. The message told him of its origin. The domain seed was a product of chaos, not something that could be forged. They were incredibly rare, sought by uncounted Chaos Realm beings. Moreover, domain seeds varied widely. Some evolved into incomparably strong domains, others into such weak ones they weren't worth the effort. Better to just find an existing domain. Some Supremes had asserted that certain domains in the chaos had indeed been born of such seeds. The difference was that some had been evolved deliberately by wielders, while others had been nurtured naturally by chaos through seeds. In ages past, the Catastrophic Supreme had traversed all chaos to find a supremely excellent domain seed. Yet he hadn't evolved it. Instead, using the domain gem and the Catastrophic Scepter, he modified it. He shattered and refined several domains, merging their domain power into the seed until it was utterly satiated. This could only be done with the aid of the domain gem. No one else would dare to imagine such a thing. Thus it became the finest of the fine. With it, the Heavenly Void Sun had created the Heavenly Void Land and evolved domains through successive generations. Now it had come into Lin Moya's hands. He could use it to evolve the current Heavenly Void world anew, with each world existing independently and in the end, all belonging to him. From this, Lin Moya saw another fact to feed the seed. The Catastrophic Supreme had personally destroyed several domains. The number of living beings that had perished. Slaughter was far too mild a word. The karmic burden from such an act was absurd, but the Supreme didn't care. Such was the Supreme, seeing domain beings as ants. The karma of ants did not matter at all. For their purposes, Supremes would stop at nothing. If slaughtering the chaos entire could advance them further, they would not hesitate. Stowing the seed, Lin Moya prepared to leave the now ruined Heavenly Void Land. But just as he was about to go, he spotted a faint glimmer in the void, a light surrounding a shred of remnant soul, flying toward him. A familiarity stirred. It was the Kunlun Emperor. He hadn't perished. A fragment of his soul had escaped the Heavenly Void Tower, but couldn't leave this place. Now that it had collapsed, he had emerged, instinctively flying toward the ferry. After all, the Emperor had possessed it for years. Some bond remained. Well, since fate brings you here, Lin Moya smiled, I'll help you once. With a wave, he pulled the remnant soul in. It was unconscious, driven only by instinct. He guided the ferry back to the base of the Yellow Springs, where the old whale was still cowering. With a touch, the entrance to the Heavenly Void Land vanished. You'll guard the Yellow Springs from now on. Yes, my lord. The whale answered quickly. Lin Moya went to the Beast Abyss's cycle of reincarnation. Since merging with the reincarnation hell, the Abyss's system had changed. Now fiery rivers flowed there. All beings had to pass through this baptism by fire to enter the cycle. He tossed the Kunlun Emperor's remnant into the flames. Your karmic burden is heavy. This domain will decide your reincarnation. He could have intervened but chose not to. The domain's rules would weave his fate, leaving it to heaven's will. He could save the Emperor but did not want to. When that was done, in a thought he appeared before the Redstone Emperor, explaining what had happened. Though shocked, Redstone didn't object. He knew who Lin Moya was, and would not bring trouble upon himself. Finally, Lin Moya came to the Discernment Beast's island. Seeing him, the beast said respectfully, Greetings, Domain Lord. You're too polite, Lin Moya smiled. Let's just call each other fellow deists. I came to discuss the Lingmiao domain with you. Speak, I'll listen, the beast replied. At present I've entered the chaos, Lin Moya said, but I still lack the strength to completely sever your bond with the Lingmiao domain. I can, however, alter its rules as much as possible. If you want to enter the chaos first, you can go. Chapter 4296. Chapter 4296, 4296. Chapter 4296, Fishing Someone Out from Reincarnation. The Discernment Beast had helped him many times. Although Lin Moya had paid a price, he never forgot even the smallest favor. So when the Discernment Beast came to ask something of him, Lin Moya went to see him in person. Once the rules administrator of the Lingmiao domain, the Discernment Beast had ended up in the 5-domain world after the Lingmiao domain was severely damaged and brought here together with a domain gem. But behind all of this, there had always been a hidden hand orchestrating events. The Discernment Beast had lived in the 5-domain world for countless years, seemingly doing nothing, but in truth contributing much to its stability. Lin Moya could see that the ties of cause and effect between the beast and the 5-domain world were now extremely deep. And although he had left the Lingmiao domain and was no longer its rules administrator, his bond with it had not weakened. If anything, it had grown stronger. The reasons were complex. Lin Moya suspected the domain gem and the white-robed elder played a part. In his judgment, only when he himself reached Chaos Realm perfection could he truly sever the connection and grant the Discernment Beast full freedom. Before that, not all was impossible. He had already tested that he could alter rules to remove the Lingmiao domain's drag upon the beast. That alone was a kind of indirect freedom. In such a case, the Discernment Beast could enter the chaos, complete chaotification, and cultivate there. When he finished listening quietly, joy lit the beast's gaze. In a low voice he said, Back then, my lord gave me the task of guarding this domain until it had a master. I thought it could take countless years, perhaps never happen, but I could not disobey. Without the lord I could never have attained transcendence. I did not expect the domain to have a master so soon. Thank you, Lin Dao friend. The Discernment Beast took the form of an old man and bowed to him. You're too courteous, Lin Moya said. Whenever you decide to leave, I'll send you. There are a few youngsters I'd like to say goodbye to first, the beast replied. Tell them I'm going. If any of them wish to follow you away, you can take them, said Lin Moyo. I have no objection. The discernment beast said, I have nothing else to give and thanks only this art. Lin Moyo, for his part, had given the beast the greatest freedom possible in his eyes, it was deserved. After taking his leave, he had only one matter left. As domain lord, for the first time he would exercise that right fully. In a step, he entered the origin return land. There, the great Daos lay some surging, some still. Most of the Eternals had no special connection to him, but one in particular he felt he should handle, to close the karmic loop. His eyes fixed on the great Tao of destiny. Its master now lay dormant within it, reincarnated, but unable to return this time. Fate was strange. The Lord of Destiny could glimpse the fates of others through the destiny Tao, but not his own. He had taken the last step toward becoming the first cultivator of the five-domain world to transcend, and met a powerful chaos being. His path was broken, he returned gravely wounded. Lin Moyo had personally sent him into reincarnation, taking his karma upon himself. Now, as domain lord, he could try to fish him out of the cycle, save him tens of thousands of years. Locking onto him, Lin Moyo shouted, in my name, by the true spirit, as the guide returned. The destiny Tao roared to life, the whole origin return land shook. One after another, phantoms appeared along the great Tao. Several Eternals materialized, bowing respectfully to him. He merely acknowledged them with a hum and continued his work. They dared not interrupt, only watched. Soon they understood he was pulling someone from reincarnation. Even they had never dared think of such a thing. The destiny Tao boiled, and at last a true spirit, wrapped in the domain's power, slowly emerged, the Lord of Destiny's true spirit. With that, all else was easy. The true spirit, the Lord of Destiny's true spirit found. To see the domain lord do this, truly an eye-opener. They murmured, both surprised and yet not a strange mix. Fishing someone out of reincarnation was to go against heaven. Immediately, the domain's rules moved, lightning clouds gathering to throw the transgressor back into the cycle. Disperse. Lin Moya's word struck like a heavenly edict. The threat vanished on the spot. The domain lord was the true master of this domain, and its rules served him. With the rules beaten back, the true spirit floated free of the destiny Tao. Using it as a guide, Lin Moya called the domain's power to reform the soul and body. The soul was scattered through heaven and earth, but with the true spirit, no matter how far, it could be retrieved. That was something Lin Moya knew well. For an ordinary being, it might be troublesome, but for the Lord of Destiny, the strong soul made the work easy. The soul reformed quickly, then took shape. Next was the body. The body was even simpler for powerful cultivators. The soul was paramount, the body trivial, reshaped at will. Now too, Lin Moya simply used the destiny Tao to rebuild it. What should have taken countless reincarnations and long cultivation to restore was done in half a day under his direction, the Lord of Destiny returning to his Tao. At first the revived Lord stood dazed, looking over himself and around, and finally fixing on Lin Moyo. Lin Tao friend, you're the domain lord now? He asked uncertainly. That's right, Lin Moya smiled. Only then could I pull you from the cycle. At once the Lord of Destiny rose and saluted. Many thanks for your rescue, my lord. It's hardly a rescue, Lin Moya replied. Just lending a hand. You've just recovered. Cultivate a while and you can return to the half-step chaos stage, and then transcend again. At the words transcend again, a flicker of fear showed in the man's eyes. The last attempt had damaged his Tao heart. The one outside the domain has been slain, Lin Moya reassured him. You needn't worry, nor should any of you. If you can transcend, I will not hinder you. Where I can help, I will. It's just that the domain's power can at most now sustain 2 more transcendence. When it grows stronger, transcendence will be easier. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait. He spoke the plain truth. The stronger the domain, the easier to transcend. The 5-domain world had had flaws now mended. It would slowly become strong, but that was tied to his own strength. Only if he grew stronger would the domain advance in kind. Boom. Suddenly the origin return land shook again. Thunder rolled across the domain. Lin Moya looked up, murmuring in surprise, the human emperor is transcending. Yes, by the timing, it's about right. The emperor did not appear. He had gone into seclusion many years ago and now, unexpectedly, was making his bid. Chapter 4297. Chapter 4297, 4297. Chapter 4297, The Lord of Slaughter. The human emperor's ability to, after secluding himself in the origin return land, force open the eternal gate through his own effort was already proof that he possessed heaven-defying talent. In all the countless years of the 5-domain world, there had only been 2 such figures. The other was the Lord of Slaughter. One eternal sighed. The human emperor truly is brilliant, far surpasses us old fellows. Another also sighed. It's a pity about the Lord of Slaughter. He was not much weaker than the human emperor, yet fell into silence. They say the Lord of Slaughter and the human emperor were once personally acquainted. Their relationship was fairly good, and yet, their outcomes could not be more different. Among the Eternals, there was envy, even jealousy, but not much of it. The phantom of the human emperor appeared in the air. Transcendence was a grand event for an entire domain. There was a limit to how many transcendents a domain could hold, and each additional one would draw an ocean of domain power. This was no small wound to the domain. Yet all things had 2 sides. If the domain had a lord, he could turn that damage into nourishment. If the human emperor transcended, then as he cultivated in the chaos, part of his power would, through karma, flow back to nourish the domain and make it stronger. But the condition was that the domain must have a lord. Without one, the domain would only be harmed, without any return. For this reason, Lin Moya was not opposed at all to transcendence arising in the domain. On the contrary, he supported it. But this time's human emperor transcendence. Lin Moya's gaze swept over, a faint trace of surprise in his eyes. As expected, not so simple. The human emperor certainly had the qualifications to transcend, but his road to doing so would not be smooth. The destruction great Tao he cultivated seethed and boiled, its power ascending, its force gathered around him, preparing for a qualitative transformation. Once transformed, the force of the destruction great Tao would be stronger still, laying the foundation for the human emperor's transcendence. All eyes watched the spectacle for Eternals. Such an opportunity was rare indeed. The human emperor's might reached its peak, vast pressure rolled across heaven and earth. With a low shout from him, the transformation formally began. Layer upon layer of great formations appeared. He had thoroughly prepared for his transcendence. The formations brimmed with treasures enough to block other Eternals from disturbing him. For this attempt, he had brought out even his most jealously guarded resources. Within the virtual world, in the Jian domain, the land shook. Innumerable cultivators there felt their power being drawn away uncontrollably. The scheme the human emperor had planted long ago was now erupting. Those who had once traded at the market carried the human emperor's mark, now they were refined into his furnaces, fueling his transcendence. Across the worlds within the great Jian spirit domain, vast numbers of cultivators became his puppets whether they willed it or not. Their power was siphoned along special channels into his hands. Lin Moya murmured, the human emperor's ambition is not small. Not only did he want to ascend his own Tao, he wanted to borrow this harvested power for a second ascension. That would make his future far broader. But Lin Moya shook his head slightly. He saw clearly the human emperor might still fail, unless he had another trump card. The transformation of his power began. The human emperor focused entirely, not daring the slightest distraction. His aura rose steadily, faintly beginning to surpass the eternal realm. Just when all thought he would succeed, suddenly, a black shadow appeared behind him. It ignored every defensive formation, appearing like a ghost, without sound or sign. A pitch-black blue dagger slid silently into the human emperor's back. He did not even notice, not until blue-black blood welled from the wound as the dagger was drawn out. Only then did he grunt, spitting a mouthful of the same blue-black blood. In the next moment, his body exploded and the flesh and blood were entirely blue. The sudden turn left everyone stunned. What happened? Who is that? Why sneak attack the human emperor? Never seen him before and in black robes. The old sly one didn't bother guessing. He asked Lin Moya directly. Domain Lord, who is he? He's the one you spoke of earlier, as brilliant as the human emperor, Lin Moya said. The Lord of Slaughter. Hearts sank, it was him. They had no reason to doubt Lin Moya's word, instead their gaze turned to the slaughter great Tao. On the surface it was still dormant, but closely seen, dark currents ran wild within, proof the Lord of Slaughter had awakened, and more, had struck at the human emperor. The emperor's shattered body quickly reformed. Such a wound could not kill him, but all could see it. He was hurt in more than flesh, his soul was struck as well. The Lord of Slaughter's dagger was strange. The blue-black hue marked a rare and terrifying venom, potent enough to harm an eternal. And his timing was flawless. At the critical instant of the emperor's power transformation, the blow had brought no reaction from his target at all. When his body was whole again, a cold blue light still sheened his skin. His eyes were dark with killing intent. You've awakened. The Lord of Slaughter was swathed in black, only his cold eyes showing. A chill laugh came from the void. Surprised? Back then you schemed against me, stole my treasure, cast me into silence. Never thought you'd see this day, did you? I told you no matter how many years passed, I'd settle that debt. I keep my word. The human emperor snorted coldly. Just you. The destruction great Tao roiled in him. The blue poison was swallowed by its force, and the damage to soul and body swiftly mended. The Lord of Slaughter was unsurprised. He'd never thought this strike would kill him. His voice was icy. No, not just me. When did I ever say I was alone? As he spoke, the dagger sliced through the void space, tore like cloth, revealing a vast rift. On the other side was the beast abyss outside the Jian spirit domain. His power pierced reality, striking into the abyss. With a roar of fury, the Jian emperor broke his seals, charging into the Jian spirit domain. The domain had long been usurped by the human emperor. Now that its master was free, the place would run red with blood. The emperor was no gentle soul. He regarded all life as grass. After being caged so long, his wrath was beyond words. Bursting free, he would pour it all out. All with ties to the human emperor were his enemies. And in the domain he had marked countless beings over countless years. All were targets now. The Jian emperor's first act was to reclaim his natal treasure, blasting away the emperor's soul from within Jian, erasing the marks. The great tree spread instantly through the domain. All at once, wails and screams filled the air. Countless cultivators were strangled in Jian's boughs. The trading grounds collapsed to corpses in an instant. Chapter 4298. Chapter 4298, 4298. Chapter 4298. With me here, you can forget about transcending. The emperor regarded living beings as nothing more than ants. Especially when enraged, he cared nothing for karmic consequences. In his mind there was only one word: kill. As the Jian emperor struck, the Lord of Slaughter did not remain idle. His figure dissolved into nothingness, and in an instant he appeared before the human emperor, the black-blue dagger in his hand slicing through the air toward him. The destruction great Tao roared as the human emperor erupted with earth-shaking might to clash with the Lord of Slaughter. The slaughter great Tao, seemingly dormant through endless years, finally exploded into action. Clad in his Tao, the Lord of Slaughter charged into the human emperor's assault with a style that was all steel against steel, trading injury for injury, life for life. The human emperor had not expected such insanity, and for a moment was put at a disadvantage. That black-blue dagger was no ordinary weapon. In its strike it could pierce the void to hit its target, and it could break through Tao power itself, its might tremendous. Without that dagger, in pure strength the human emperor should have had the upper hand over the Lord of Slaughter. With a scream, the human emperor was struck again. His body exploded into pieces, only to reform an instant later, using that destruction to avoid soul damage. The Lord of Slaughter was also blasted away by the emperor's strike, half his body shattered, likewise wounded. "Are you insane?" the human emperor roared. The Lord of Slaughter's voice was cold, laden with mockery. "Afraid?" A cold snort from the emperor. "Back then, I admit I was in the wrong." The Lord of Slaughter cut him off. "No need to explain. The more you explain, the more I'll despise you. What's done is done. This is Tao struggle, nothing more. And now, it's your turn." He unleashed another fierce offensive, clearly intent on killing the human emperor, even willing to perish with him attacking without defense, regardless of the cost. Fury burned in the emperor's face, but he did not wish to die. He still sought transcendence. Yet against the manic assault of the Lord of Slaughter, even he was helpless. In the virtual realm, the Jian emperor was slaughtering without restraint. Countless years of wrath were erupting now, destroying innumerable worlds within the Jian spirit domain. Untold living beings perished. The old schemer looked toward Lin Moyo. "Domain Lord, you're not going to interfere." "The domain has its own operating rules," Lin Moya said. "As domain lord, I will not meddle in personal grudges. If any of you wish to step in, I will not stop you." His tone seemed cold, but as domain lord, he was effectively the heavens for the domain. This was a personal grudge between the human emperor, the Lord of Slaughter, and the Jian emperor. He could interfere but had no need to. All karmic consequences would fall on those involved. Each must bear the fruit of their own actions. Lin Moya wasn't about to take on their karma. He wasn't their parent. As for the destroyed worlds and slain countless, to Lin Moyo, they would simply pass into reincarnation and be reborn quickly enough, with new memories, new lives. From a different height, the view of all this changed, and Lin Moya now stood at that height. He was beginning to understand what it meant for the Tao to be impartial, and also for the Tao to be partial. The others present had nothing to say at his answer. If they chose to interfere, Lin Moya would not stop them, but they would have to be ready to shoulder the karma. Too much karma, and when trying to transcend, one would have to weigh whether such entanglements might cause disaster. Veteran Eternals had seen worlds perish far too many times. A trace of pity was all they felt, nothing more. The old schemer sighed quietly. Pity was one thing, but action was quite another. Living countless years taught you to weigh interests. Lin Moya knew well these beings, when ruthless, they were fully capable of world-ending acts. The old schemer asked, "Domain Lord, what's the story with this Lord of Slaughter? That dagger he has looks suspicious." "It does indeed have a complex origin," Lin Moya said. "I'll ask him after." The Lord of Slaughter has actually been revived for a long time but hid himself, even crafting the illusion that he was in reincarnation and only about to awaken. I once saw a domain lord in the Jian spirit domain who looked exactly like him, later killed by the human emperor. "So the emperor took him for the Lord of Slaughter's reincarnation?" the old schemer asked. "That's what I thought at first," Lin Moya said. "But in truth, it wasn't so. That domain lord deliberately let the emperor find him, so that others would think he was the reincarnation." The listeners understood. If the human emperor was the cause of the Lord of Slaughter's long silence, then he would always guard against him. By letting a split body be found and mistaken for his reincarnation, the Lord of Slaughter made the emperor think he'd already prevented his enemy's return and lower his guard. Otherwise, in striving for transcendence, the emperor's preparations might have been far tighter, making a sneak attack far harder. It was brilliant psychological warfare, the Lord of Slaughter completely exploiting the emperor's mindset. Smart as the emperor was, he'd still been duped, failing to truly guard against this. The old schemer asked again, "And this fight, how do you see it?" "The emperor will lose, but he won't die," Lin Moya replied. "Right now they are evenly matched. With that dagger, the Lord of Slaughter can trade life for life, forcing the emperor back. But when the Jian emperor has killed enough and moves in, he'll join the Lord of Slaughter in besieging the emperor, and then the emperor will be overmatched. Still, with his methods, even if he's beaten he can escape. For the Lord of Slaughter, the point is already made. So long as he lives, the human emperor cannot transcend." Lin Moya saw it plainly. The Lord of Slaughter had no certainty of killing the emperor, but his actions announced, "I can take you with me anytime. As long as I'm here, you'll never transcend." This was karma. The emperor's past deeds now fully returned to block his road. And karma was hard to cut now. His path to transcendence might well be hopeless. As Lin Moyo had said, the battle raged for days. At last, the Jian emperor's slaughtering sated, he crossed from virtual to real space and struck at the human emperor alongside the Lord of Slaughter. Overwhelmed, the emperor fled wounded. The Lord of Slaughter did not chase. The Jian emperor finally returned to his domain. There, those still carrying the emperor's seals met their end. The Jian emperor spared none. Innocence didn't matter to him. He was crazed with killing. The Lord of Slaughter, black-robed and bloodstained, stood in the void. His laughter rang from beneath the hood, resounding through the skies. "Human emperor, as long as I live, you will never transcend." The vow rolled like thunder across the domain. Lin Moyo waved a hand. "The show's over, everyone disperse. I'm going to have a chat with him." Chapter 4299. Chapter 4299, 4299. Chapter 4299, An Ancient Weapon. When Lin Moya spoke, the gathered Eternals quickly withdrew. Within a blink, they were gone. With a single step, Lin Moya appeared before the Lord of Slaughter. "Feel good." The Lord of Slaughter was momentarily startled, then cupped his hands. "Greetings, Domain Lord." Lin Moya smiled. "Should I call you Lord of Slaughter, or Senior Musha?" "You can just call me Musha," the Lord of Slaughter replied quickly. Though Lin Moya was indeed a later generation, his current identity and status were on a completely different level. Musha didn't dare put on airs. As they spoke, the black robe shrouding the Lord of Slaughter's body vanished, revealing his true face. Lin Moya's eyes fell on the dagger in Musha's hand. That dagger's not bad, mind if I take a look? Without hesitation, Musha tossed it over. Please, I found it by accident years ago during an exploration. It was in some ancient ruins, radiating a primordial aura. I don't know who left it behind, but it's the strongest weapon I've ever seen. Lin Moya examined it, and remarked, that black robe you're wearing, you got it at the same time, right? Musha nodded. Exactly. It was that robe which had allowed him to get so close to the human emperor for the sneak attack. Lin Moya's eyes gleamed with recognition. He tossed the dagger back. This dagger is a chaos treasure, a fine item. What's a chaos treasure? Musha asked. It's a treasure used by those in the chaos realm, Lin Moya explained. Both this dagger and the robe are such items. Don't ask where they came from now that they're in your hands, they're yours. But with your current strength, you can't fully unleash their power. If someday you're lucky enough to transcend and step into the chaos realm, you'll see their true might. Musha nodded. Thank you for the guidance, Domain Lord. May I ask when you knew I wasn't actually dead? Lin Moya replied, can't remember exactly, probably back when I was scheming against the Lord of Curses. Back then, it was only a suspicion, I had no confirmation, and I had my own matters to attend to, so I didn't care about your grudge with the human emperor. Musha chuckled. Of course your ambitions far exceed ours. A touch of flattery in that instant, Lin Moya saw in him the same Musha he had once known. You go tell the Jian New Emperor, Lin Moya said, to rein it in a bit. Killing some people is fine, but don't keep destroying worlds. Everything has karmic consequences, and when karma comes due, it could be too late, even an emperor can be destroyed. Musha inclined his head. Understood. I'll go right away. It wasn't just advice but a warning. If the Jian New Emperor didn't listen, Lin Moya had many ways to end him. After all, this was Lin Moya's domain. The Jian New Emperor was just that, an emperor. Misbehave here, and punishment would follow. As Musha left to speak to the Jian New Emperor in the virtual world, Lin Moya remained thoughtful. Things from the previous domain era, still surviving. From the dagger, he had felt a primeval aura older than the 5-domain world itself. If he wasn't mistaken, it might date back to the 4-domain era, or even the 3 era. Each time a domain collapsed back into a domain seed, everything within should be destroyed. How did this dagger survive? Normally, even a Chaos Realm weapon would be destroyed with the domain unless it was at the absolute extreme, like the Ferry of Tribulation. And that in itself made the dagger and robe unusual. Domains did not have transcendence among their inhabitants. Anyone who transcended would leave, taken away by the green-robed elder, and never return. So the dagger's origin was deeply questionable. Lin Moya recalled that when the 5-domain world was being formed, the heavenly void land had been attacked from the chaos outside. Beyond the domain, the green-robed elder stood guard. Anyone daring to attack must have been a Heaven-Earth Supreme, and a Supreme often had subordinates. Perhaps the dagger and robe had been left behind by one such servant, which would explain why they were so ancient, older than the 5-domain world. Seems that battle had its own stories, Lin Moya mused. The old man in green robes clearly has enemies. Makes sense, hogging that seat for so many years. Of course some would be unhappy. If he does have enemies, I hope nothing happens. Otherwise, even if they're supremes, I'll slaughter them one by one. He thought of his wife. The green-robed elder's Tao companion had once said she was teaching them a formation. In hindsight, that meant a fight was coming. Combat was part of a cultivator's life. No one reached the peak just by sitting in seclusion. But battles came in many forms, some safe, some deadly. If his wife truly faced danger, whoever the enemy was, Lin Moya would smash their head, shatter their soul, annihilate their true spirit, erase them utterly from existence. And he felt sure they wouldn't give up easily. Achieving chaos perfection and claiming the catastrophic supreme's mantle would not be easy. But he was unconcerned. His path had always been paved in blood. Enemies? Kill them. All right, everything's handled. Time to go home and see my little ones. This had been a very long trip, over 10,000 years away. They were probably furious by now. His gaze pierced the void, settling on the origin continent, locking onto Uedeo City. In the courtyard, he saw Little Mist and the others. After 10,000 years, their cultivations had advanced greatly. Before departing, he had left them with abundant cultivation resources, and they had clearly not been idle. In those 10,000 years, all 4 had reached first-class soul peak, only a step away from becoming Tao Lords. But becoming a Tao Lord wasn't simple. They would need the support of a great Tao within the origin continent. And for each of their Taos, there was already a Tao Lord seated. That meant they were stuck unless those Tao Lords died. They would never ascend to that rank here. Not a problem Lin Moya couldn't solve. He had many ways, such as killing the current holders. But that was the worst solution. Instead, his thought brushed over a nascent world fresh, with few beings, none yet awakened to intelligence. It had few great Taos, but that was easy. With a shift of will, countless Taos surged in, filling the world. In half a day, it was rich with great Tao power. The life within, bathed in it, would soon awaken intelligence and give rise to cultivators. The next instant, Lin Moya tapped a finger, and in Uedeo City, the chatting Little Mist and company saw the world twist. In a blink, they were in a strange new land. Master! Little Mist was the first to cry out. Looking left and right, seeing no sign of Lin Moya, she shouted loudly, "Master, come out. I can sense you." The urgency in her tone was clear. The others searched as well. Lin Moya smiled and was about to reveal himself when the air split apart. A black-blue dagger tore through the void, streaking straight toward Little Mist. Chapter 4300. Chapter 4300, 4300. Chapter 4300, The Remnant Soul of an Extra Domain Power. Lin Moyo frowned, and in an instant, time completely froze within the world where Little Mist and the others resided. The black-blue dagger in mid-air began to vibrate violently, struggling desperately to break free from the shackles of frozen time. Little Mist, caught in the moment, was staring in surprise. The dagger was barely half a meter away from her, but the halted time kept her completely immobilized. An instant later, Lin Moyo appeared directly before her, one hand closing around the black-blue dagger. The weapon resisted even more frantically, bursting with tremendous force to break away from his grasp. From the blade, a corrosive blue glow seeped out, piercing through the frozen flow of time, trying to invade Lin Moyo's body. But Lin Moyo had already completed his chaotification. The corrosive glow could not touch him. As expected, not that simple, Lin Moyo murmured under his breath. As soon as he spoke, time resumed, yet in his palm, the world-burning fire roared to life, suppressing the blue light and invading the dagger in turn. Master! Little Mist gasped the instant she could move again. She instinctively wanted to leap onto Lin Moyo, yet when her eyes landed on the dagger in his hand, she abruptly stopped, sensing the danger. Little Wu, Little Yu, and Little Mei all started with joy upon seeing him, but quickly sensed something amiss. None of them made a sound. From the dagger came continuous screams. The world-burning fire had penetrated inside, enveloping a wisp of soul hidden deep within its core, burning and refining it away. Against a soul, the world-burning fire was the ultimate weapon. Resistance was almost impossible. Come out! With a cold shout, Lin Moyo tore the remnant soul free, and at once, the frenzied resistance of the dagger ceased. Suspended before him, within the flames, was a shred of remnant soul, not human, but resembling some sort of lizard-like creature. He could tell that this remnant wasn't truly intelligent. It had been deliberately left in the dagger by some being to carry out specific actions at the right time. Lin Moyo already had his suspicions. He took out the causality-seeking ring, cause from effect brand. Using the ring's effect without cause ability, Lin Moyo imprinted upon the soul directly, branding it without needing to know where its owner was. Even across a measurable distance, so long as it existed, the brand would remain. The cost was merely higher backlash. Lin Moyo's body suddenly exploded into fragments. The sight made the four girls cry out in shock. But then, violet light flared, and in its radiance Lin Moyo's body reformed. A moment later, he exploded again and was reborn again. This cycle repeated after several such deaths. The girls were no longer startled. 10 deaths later, the backlash from the causality ring faded. The effect without cause was complete. At once, Lin Moyo could sense the brand faint and extremely distant, but locked all the same. That was enough. When the time came, he could kill the owner at will. Right now, he simply didn't have the right corpse to use. Otherwise, one corpse detonation would mean an inexplicable death for the target on the far end. I'll let you live for now, he said coldly. The world-burning fire flared, erasing the remnant soul entirely. Only then did Little Mist, unable to hold back, ask, "Master, what just happened?" "Someone who'd been hiding for countless years tried to kill someone," Lin Moyo replied, "but failed." He didn't elaborate. Little Mist was like a daughter to him. There was no need to taint her with shadows she needn't know. Among Little Wu, Little Yu, and Little Mei, only Little Mei might guess at the truth, but Lin Moyo kept equally silent toward her. Mei, clever as always, never asked more than she should. Little Mist, in turn, had already forgotten the incident, exclaiming as she leapt onto Lin Moyo, clinging to her usual spot and greedily breathing in his familiar scent. After 10,000 years apart, Lin Moyo missed them dearly. He chatted with them, retelling his years away like simple stories, omitting many of the darker details. When they caught up enough, he released their true spirits into the great Tao he had prepared, helping them advance to Tao Lord. Meanwhile, in the virtual world, one of Lin Moyo's thoughts appeared before the Lord of Slaughter holding the black-blue dagger. At the sight of it, the Lord of Slaughter trembled. "Domain Lord," Lin Moyo asked, "did anything happen to this dagger just now?" "It suddenly flew off," the Lord of Slaughter said, voice shaking. "I couldn't control it at all." He could guess it had something to do with Lin Moyo, though he didn't know what, and feared being blamed. "There was a hidden soul inside," Lin Moyo told him. "They tried to kill me." "What?" The Lord of Slaughter's eyes widened. Lin Moyo tossed the dagger back. "It's not your fault they hid deep. I didn't notice either, until now. They're dead. Keep the dagger. For real, you're not angry." "It wasn't your problem," Lin Moyo said. "Even if you knew, you couldn't have stopped it. This is beyond your reach. Now, let me see that black robe." Without a word, the Lord of Slaughter handed it over. Lin Moyo searched it carefully with his soul and smiled coldly. "As I thought, another hidden hand." The world-burning fire roared into the robe. A scream echoed out at once. The Lord of Slaughter shuddered, not from fear itself, but from the soul pressure in that scream. It far surpassed his own, the mark of a Chaos Realm powerhouse. A Chaos Realm soul hidden in the robe, and he had never known. "What do they want?" he murmured. "You really want to know?" Lin Moyo's glance made him instinctively shake his head. He was curious, but some karma was too dangerous to touch. Lin Moyo drew out the remnant soul from the robe and tossed the garment back. The Lord of Slaughter only dared glance at the burning, screaming wisp and shivered again. The soul in the robe was identical to the one in the dagger, 2 fragments from the same cultivator. This time, Lin Moyo didn't even need the causality ring. Moments later, the soul was ash. Lin Moyo turned to him. "Where exactly did you get these? Take me there." "Yes, please follow me." "Wait." Lin Moyo looked ahead. They were still in the Jianmu spirit domain, and the Jianmu Emperor was clearly still killing. "I advised him," the Lord of Slaughter said quickly. "He said he just wants to kill a few more." "Kill you first, more like." Lin Moya's thunderous snort cracked like lightning across the realm, striking straight onto the Jian New Emperor. A scream crack split his body, his aura collapsing into weakness. In terror, he fled the Jian New spirit domain entirely. Humph, doesn't know his place, Lin Moya said coldly. The Lord of Slaughter wisely kept his head down. The domain lord was not in a good mood. Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.